West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hi, Seth. How are you?
You nailed the Monday. Bing.
I've been good.
Rockets are scoring more than 100 points on the reg these days.
And allowing less than 100, more importantly, last night.
This is a golden 24 hours of Houston sports.
It is. You know what is funny? On Friday, and welcome in everybody on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We are draft heavy today, but we've got little Rockets, little Astros to talk about too. It's funny because the last segment on Friday, typically just kind of turns into like, hey, this is what's coming up this weekend, and I'm super stoked for this, and blah, blah, blah. And there have been so many weekends over the last couple months where I've said, this is going to be a great Houston sports weekend, man. This is going to be awesome. I think I did it last week, and I'm like, oh, the Cardinals are coming to town. We hate the Cardinals. Playoffs get started this weekend. Boy, we got 1 week run up to the draft. This is going to be amazing. And then you come in, and on Monday, we all come in, and they get swept by the Cardinals, and they lose to the Lakers, and it's terrible. And I feel like we've had so many of those weekends lately that I didn't want to do that on Friday. I didn't want to jinx it, so I didn't. I forget what we talked about in the final segment. I'm sure it was amazing, whatever it was. And then on Friday, I'm like, God, I'm so glad I didn't oversell this weekend because we had the Rockets with the all-time biggest choke job in the history of the city. I mean, this is not an exaggeration.
Sean, inbounding a pass in the NBA is just...
Dude!
let me explain to you the difficulties of doing basic
Dribble
things.
Around and get fouled. Oh, my God. And then the Astros get killed by the Yankees on Friday. And then the Texans, they got Kaden McDonald, but then everybody's all up in arms that they drafted Marlon Klein, the tight end out of Michigan, when they definitely could have gotten him at the 159th pick, not the 59th pick. And I'm like, man... I'm so glad I didn't say anything, but the weekend finished kind of nice. If you're patient, then good things come to you.
It did. The draft obviously is going to be the bulk of what we talk about pretty much this whole week, just because I'm excited about. I'm as excited about this draft as I ever
I'm very
been.
anxious to get your thoughts on this draft class.
Okay.
Yeah.
The biggest thing. So for those of you who didn't see, the Rockets and the Astros both won yesterday.
They did.
To tidy up all that.
Yes.
And it was a magnificent display of power. Including by Jordan, who wasn't hitting home runs, but was just trying to murder people out there.
Yep.
Just absolutely trying to take people's heads off.
He's amazing.
But my biggest takeaway from this draft is really, now that it's been a year since D'Amico seemed to be spending a lot more time on the offensive side of the ball, it's that this was a D'Amico Minister of Swarm influence draft. And I think that where some picks were perceived as reaches, I think there are a lot of guys that were off the Texans board for football character reasons or not graded as highly because every single guy they talked about, Sean, I was going through the anonymous scout quotes for the draft prospects.
For all their picks, huh?
I have yet to find anything. I'm not finished yet, but like the 3 different websites that I go to for those things. Leading up to the draft, none of these guys are, almost all of them are team captains. Almost all of them you would classify as physical players. And I'm only saying almost just in case I'm missing a detail here or there. And it's and when D'Amico talked about these guys and talked about his individual meetings with them, I think that common theme really came out was they don't want to draft any more punks on offense.
No.
They'll sacrifice a little bit of a measurable here or a measurable there. The consensus board is what it is, but they want guys who are going to hit you upside the head with a tire iron and then not apologize for it.
Yep.
Maybe go date your girl afterwards.
Yeah. This they got the day started on Saturday with Fabechi Wiwu, and I'm like, okay, I'm not really familiar with Fabechi. And then you watch the video of him on the NFL's draft coverage. I'm like, oh, okay, I see why they like that part. And then you hear this kid in his interview with Mark Vandermeer, and he obviously did a spot with the Houston media as well. And I'm like, man, this is exactly what you're talking about. Like, this is a guy who is just comes into the building with a smile, and he's got big energy, and then he gets out on the field, and he wants to rip your heart out of your chest.
Yeah.
And they got 8 guys like that, I think.
That's, no, I thought the same thing when I was watching a hype video from Clemson about Wade Woodaz, and it starts off with one of the Clemson coaches saying, this guy's just your stereotypical meathead. And then they go to Wade Woodaz, and they show some of his highlights, and then they show him talking, and he looks like somebody from a High School Musical.
Yes.
Like all-American clad, like good-looking kid, great hair. And he's like, when I go out on the football field, I would just like to murder people.
Yeah.
And that is...
We'll have audio from all these guys later.
It is so much, almost with so many of these guys, it's D'Amico where, okay, let me find a guy who's a lot like me. Solid citizen, Boy Scout, et cetera, et cetera. But when I get on the football field, I tap into my shadow self. And I let the darker side take over.
Yeah, and here was D'Amico talking about that very thing. Said we added a bunch of guys that are our kind of guys.
Yeah, they're all, as you guys probably have noticed, they're all our type of guys. They're football first guys, high character guys who just love playing football, guys, big smiles, big energy, guys. Just they're gonna fit right into our locker room, right? And not just the person, but we feel like we got really good football players as well. It always starts with the film first, and having great character, great men on top of that makes it even better. And we got that in all the guys that we chose.
Yeah, to me, that's the biggest theme of this draft, Seth, was that this draft felt like a continuation of free agency for them in terms of the purposefulness and the intentionality, I guess, for lack of a better word, with which they went, finding guys that are about physicality and toughness and kind of made of the right stuff sort of guys. This has felt like an offseason where it's just been one continuous piece of connective tissue trying to get tougher, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah. Intentionality is a word, by the way.
Excellent.
I used that accidentally last week. I thought, boy, that sounded dumb. Turns out it was actually super smart.
It was super smart.
Yeah.
Good job, Seth.
So don't worry, you haven't been infected by my haphazardness. I do think that, man, I was trying to think of that because I made a joke last week about how, they want a certain cult-like atmosphere on this team by having people that are very like-minded and very passionate and devoted to doing things a certain way.
Yeah.
And one of our listeners said, yeah, Seth, I was in that kind of a cult. It's the Marine Corps. And I was making the point that, sometimes cults are good. As long as you have a cult, as long as everybody's on the same page and you're generally doing what you think to be a good thing, it can be good. And I think in a lot of ways, to make a loose analogy, it really is almost like D'Amico's looking for Marine Corps officers. Guys with a certain kind of ethos, but you also got to clean it up. And you got to wear your dress uniform and all that stuff.
Yep.
But it's, you don't want wild maniac banshees necessarily. But that's what they've done on defense for a long time since D'Amico got here.
Yep.
We know that offensively this organization has had a very spotty record of getting swarm-type guys, really until I think last year. Last year was the first time where you look at their top 3 offensive picks, actually all top 4 of their offensive picks. Jalen Knoll, small guy but gets run after the catch, hitting bigger dudes. Jaden Higgins, I think, checks off a lot of the boxes. Woody Marks, smaller running back that grinds out yardage. I think Ariante Ursary is much more in the mold of offensive linemen that they want to have. So last year, I think they started in on that process. I'm optimistic right now, even though I know a lot of people are upset about the perceived reaches of Keelan Rutledge and Marlon Klein. I get that. And a couple of the other guys.
Yeah, Woodaz, I think, felt like a reach, too.
Rutledge is interesting because Rutledge is very much I think he's very much in the same vein as it was with Titus Howard when Titus Howard was drafted in the first round. And I'm not saying that the same types of prospects, they've got different skill sets and everything.
No.
But I think that Titus Howard was a guy that, you would look at the mock drafts and you would read what people are saying, and they love saying guys like that are risers, when really what it is that it's the draft media is catching on late to what teams are already thinking. Because you look at in mock drafts, Keelan Rutledge started off in January going in the 4th or 5th round and then slowly started to rise up into the 2nd or 3rd round. And I think there were there were other teams that likely felt the same way about Keelan Rutledge that the Texans did.
Yeah.
I know for almost certain that there was at least one.
Yes.
And also, like, if the Texans had taken Chase Besantis, who ended up going in the second round, people wouldn't have said it was much of a reach.
Yeah.
They would have said, oh, yeah, we thought he could have gone in the first round. They clearly liked Rutledge more than they liked Besantis.
Yep. People are excited about this draft class. I'm just reading texts. These are all separate texts. These aren't from the same person. I'm hyped, all caps. I'm hyped for this draft class. Next text. I'm really excited and pumped up. We're going to have so much fun this year. Next text. First draft to feel like the Texans knew exactly who they wanted, traded to get them. Can't wait for football. They traded to get two of them. They traded back when they drafted Woodaz, and those are the only trades that got made all weekend.
Yeah.
Nick's made on average 5 trades in every draft, and sometimes more than that. He only made 3, and 2 of them were for their top 2 guys. Two of them were, and 2 of them. Nick said this in the D'Amico and Nick press conference on Saturday. Like, he doesn't even look at the move to get Rutledge or McDonald as trade-ups. Like, that's just like last-second maneuvering to get ahead of a team or something like that.
He really looks at it like it's, loose change almost, because we've seen that with the way he deals with 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks. It's his discretionary income, and which I think is I agree with that. The trade-up to get Rutledge, Nick had said that the math works out the points work out to a 5th-round pick. Other people have said it's a 4th-round pick. However you want to calculate it, he felt comfortable doing that. And the Marlon Klein selection was by far the one that got the worst grades from the post-draft grades, got the most head-scratching there. Some people were absolutely irate because they liked one of the 7 or 8 other tight ends that they had rated higher than them.
Yeah.
When people say it's a reach, that's where it's interesting, because I think that I guess sometimes I get triggered when people say reach, because it feels like, oh, wow, they went for this guy that they thought they needed, and so they spent too much draft capital in a trade or something. Like, for whatever it's worth, and maybe their evaluation was wrong, but they just simply liked Marlon Klein better than all those other tight ends.
Yeah.
So in their mind, it's not a reach. It's just that they had him graded as a guy that would go in the second round, whereas a lot of the draft media had him rated as a guy that would go much later than that.
Yeah, 2 things on that. One, they were picking at 59 at that point to get Klein. Their next pick by then wasn't until the early part of the 4th round.
Yeah.
So they had a big gap in there. And Nick had said, that's the second thing, is
Nick said they thought about trading back.
That's exactly
that
right. That's what I was going to say. Like, they tried to trade up. They tried to trade back from 59. They had some things they thought were good to go, and they fell apart at the last second. So they stayed at 59. And Nick has said that since the day he got here, is that if we can't move up or we can't move back, we'll be ready to pick a guy every single time. And it could very well be, look, I think teams are pretty plugged in with other teams. I think you could probably talk to Marlon Klein himself and find out which other teams are talking to you. They may have known that there may have been 1 or 2 other teams that liked Marlon Klein in that part of the draft. There's 32 teams in the league. So it is possible for another team out there or 2 to have a similar opinion of Marlon Klein. If you're wondering why they took him at 59, they could have very well had some intel that said, we better take this guy here, or we're not going to get him.
Yeah, I mean, the Jaguars took that other German-sounding fella, the tight end, way
from
earlier
A&M.
than people thought he was. So Marlon Klein, for those of you who don't know, born in Germany, came to the U.S. specifically to play football because he fell in love with American football. It wasn't like he was here as an exchange student and fell in love with it. He came to the U.S. to play football. Very interesting story. Didn't play a lot. He was playing behind 3 eventual starting tight ends in the NFL, guys that would go on to start in the NFL. Yeah. So he only has 1 year as a starter. I went back and I think I've got a pretty even assessment of him watching a couple of his complete games. The upside is very much there. His range, his hands, for the most part, he's made some really impressive catches. He's had some drops, but he was trying to reel in a lot of 100-mile-per-hour fastballs from a freshman quarterback.
Oh, this year,
who wasn't always the most accurate. He held onto the ball through like some hospital balls as well. So I see where the intrigue and the upside is. Did you see the video of his girlfriend?
I was just about to ask you the exact same question. The TikTok of his girlfriend looking like she was getting ready for some gala or something.
She was putting on her makeup, doing that thing that Gen Z does where it's like, oh, God, can you please get to the point?
Well, that's why we're not playing it. It took her forever.
We're not going to play it, right.
Yeah,
you and I had the same thought. So she's putting on her makeup. She's a dancer for the Detroit Pistons,
That's
I believe.
right. Yep, you're right.
So she's putting on her makeup, and she's telling this story about when Michigan went to play Northwestern in Chicago.
At Wrigley Field.
Yep. Yeah. And she was sitting in the front row, and she cheered after Marlon Klein had made a big play, and a couple of scouts turned around and asked her.
She didn't even know they were scouts at the time.
Yeah. She didn't know they were scouts. A couple of guys turned around and asked if they were fans of Marlon Klein. They said yes, and then she didn't. And then a little bit later they turned back around and started talking to her, and they knew all the details about Marlon Klein, all this stuff. At the time, I wondered, she didn't say it in the video. At the time, I wondered if she thought it was kind of weird and creepy, but because they knew all details on her, too.
Yeah.
So, but then, lo and behold, it turns out they were Texans.
They had Texans logos on their shirts, she said. Yeah. So that's, and that it just goes to show you, man, like, I guarantee you that conversation somehow found its way into a scouting report. 100%. Yeah.
It's a good cautionary tale to any family of prospects, by the way. There's always people evaluating and watching.
Do not act the fool.
If she was like, if at some point she was like, we're going to do so much coke tonight.
Or wait till you hear what I told him I'd do if he got 3 catches.
Well, I don't think that's just good American fun. If anything, that's incentivized. He knows how to use incentives and whatnot.
Good point. Yeah. That's right, incentives.
They're going to check down on the box. Yeah. Might have too hh of a sex drive.
Right. Must give him an incentive-laden contract.
Just in the notes, Vrabel qualities.
And there's more on that from this weekend too. I mean, it was quite the weekend. So. How do you feel? 713-572-4610, base power text line. Boy, I got a long DM from our friend Middle Screen. He is not happy at all with this draft class. At all.
DM me?
He DM'd me like a 4-paragraph DM on just how disgusted he is with the approach to the draft and this draft class and how they've taken the last 2 draft classes and with a real chance to improve the team, they've blown it up into smithereens. He was really down. Unless he got hacked. I don't know.
As goofy as Middle Screen can be, he actually is pretty even handed in the way he looks at things. He doesn't get overly pessimistic or overly optimistic.
On this,
so can you forward that to me? Since apparently he didn't think I was worthy of getting that.
I will if I still have it. I clean out my DMs. But if Middle Screen, if you're listening,
delete
paste,
the DMs.
I delete everything in my inboxes. Texts, DMs, emails. My goal is to have empty inboxes.
I've never thought of deleting my DMs.
I just don't like having messages anywhere, man. It's not because I have anything to hide. It's just it's a mental thing of feeling like I've accomplished, there's nothing on my plate in this. Like my Facebook Messenger is the same way. Once I read it, once I reply to it, delete.
I delete emails. I always keep texts, and I actually catch my texts too, just for reference to you know what it is. Partly is I can never remember whether I actually told somebody something already or not.
Yeah.
Quick story, Sean.
Yeah.
A couple months ago, I'll make it quick. Don't worry. A couple months ago, I texted my friend Ronaldo Wynn, former teammate, because I used to, before every game, I would headbutt him to get my head in the game.
Yeah.
I always needed a little bit of a micro concussion to really feel like I was in the flow of the game.
Sure.
And he would always be like, "Oh no, I don't think he liked it as much as I did." Mm-hmm. And I probably gave him a concussion every single time. So I texted him like, "Hey man, just want to let you know, I'm sorry about any potential issues you have in the future when I used to give you brain trauma."
And
he's like, Seth, you've texted me this once a year for the last 10 years. And now I'm worried about him because I have no memory of that. And I think he's making it up. So
you think he's messing with you?
Yeah. I'm worried about the brain trauma that he's definitely sustained.
My brother, also a teammate of Ronaldo Wynn in college, and he used to do the exact same thing. He'd run up to him. And it looked very weird. He was a kicker, and he would have... No, I'm joking. He didn't do the same thing. My brother, tiny little kicker, headbutting Ronaldo Wynn. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Off and running on a Monday. Good Monday. Good day yesterday. Rockets win last night. The Astros beat the Yankees. We're going to be draft heavy today. But we got to circle back. This thing should be 2-2 with the Lakers right now, but it's not because of what I think was the all-time choke job in Houston sports, maybe my history of watching Houston sports. I have a hard time, other than the Bills-Oilers game, I have a hard time coming up with a bigger one. We will discuss, and I know who the jinx was, too. We've got that audio coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, this is who you want. They haven't sustained nearly as many headbutts as I have in my life.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we are going to circle back over to the Texans 2026 draft class. We're going to get to know them, get to know all 8 dudes in the draft via audio. We'll do that at the top of the hour. But curious how you're feeling. Weigh in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Mr. Optimistic texts in. Klein may appear to be a reach, but the O-line, but I think he just went under the radar. McShay had him as a top 5 tight end. Okay, that's the only guy I've heard have him that high of all the draft experts talking about that.
It's really, I think a lot of it is it's traits versus production, and when guys are looking at how they project and what they think maybe their ceiling is, that there's a lot to like about Klein. The interesting thing is when you look at him as a route runner, he needs a lot of work and a lot of polish. He ran a really good 40, and he's got build-up speed, which means he gets fast eventually.
Yeah.
But he's not necessarily all that explosive, but he's really big. There looks like there's room for growth on his frame, and I think he's got a real good ability to reel in with that long catch radius of his balls while he's getting hit. And I don't want to make – I saw some people try to make a Gronk comparison. I don't think that's fair. Like Gronk's just a freak of nature in a lot of different ways.
Yep.
But I think I can see where they think there's upside, and then what I would be nervous about is that if they gave him too much of the benefit of the doubt because – he was born in Germany. He didn't play football as a young guy because he was playing football in high school.
Sure.
If I find out a guy played football for a couple years in high school, I don't look at him as somebody who's late to the sport.
Some late starter.
Yeah, like that's just lots of guys don't play football until high school,
especially nowadays.
Yeah.
Head trauma and everything.
So I hope they didn't use that too much or weigh that too heavily into why he's as underdeveloped. I think his lack of production just had a lot to do with playing with a freshman quarterback.
Yeah.
And an offense that was just kind of it was funkier than it had been in previous years.
And he's a third-string tight end for most of his career. Like he had Colston Loveland playing in front of him for part of his career there. So
he did three starting NFL tight ends.
Yeah, Nick rattled him off. I forget.
A.J. Banner and Luke Schoonmaker.
There you go. So we'll circle back to those guys at the top of the hour. Astros win yesterday over the Yankees. Over the Yankees, 7-4. Spencer Arrighetti was sensational again. He'll get acknowledged. We'll mention those guys in headlines. The Rockets keep their season alive last night, so I want to give them credit for that. Like this thing had all the makings of them just rolling over and doing the, Cancun on 3 thing that Charles Barkley likes to talk about. That's Charles Barkley's prediction last night before the game was that, no, this is over. This is a sweep. They're going home. So I'll credit them for showing the fight to keep this series alive. I will not credit them for being put in a situation where this was an elimination game last night because it didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way. And if people are listening right now like, why are you dredging this up? They just won last night. It happened on Friday. We haven't had a chance to dig into it. It was one of the all-time choke jobs that I've ever seen in the history of Houston sports. And I blame Stan Van Gundy. This was Stan Van Gundy on the broadcast on Friday. The Rockets are up by 6. The Lakers are coming down with about 40 seconds to go in the game. So if you just get a stop and just get the rebound and dribble the ball around, make them foul you, you've got a chance to go up 3 possessions just by making a free throw. So you're going to listen here. LeBron shoots a 3. The Lakers try to tip it in. Jayshawn Tate secures the rebound, gets it to Jabari Smith, who just has to dribble around and let someone maul him. And you can hear Stan Van Gundy, when they secure the rebound, essentially put this game to bed. Take a listen.
The Rockets lead by 4. James way outside. Step in motion, Sengun! A steal and slam! Alperen Sengun owns the night.
You won't see that often. LeBron James with 2 huge turnovers down the stretch. And the Rockets are going to be able to close this one out. Or maybe not.
Smart steps in front. Smith just had to get it to his teammate, and a foul is called.
Wow.
25.4 on the clock. Jayshawn Tate called on the personal, and Udoka can't believe it.
Yeah, it was bad. So I know it's a little frenetic on the play-by-play, but Alpi gets the steal and the dunk to go up 6. You're up 6 with 30 seconds to go. Just get a stop and the game's over. They get a stop, and Stan Van Gundy, the Rockets are going to literally, Seth, as he's saying the words, the Rockets are going to close this one out, is when Jabari Smith chooses to float a pass to Amen Thompson for no reason at all. Like, you just dribble around and get fouled, make a free throw, and the game is over. You're up by 3 scores at that point. And it was, I mean, you could not have given a blueprint for a bigger choke between Jabari Smith's turnover, Jayshawn Tate, as you heard, fouling Marcus Smart on a 3-point shot. Marcus Smart makes all 3 free throws. Not easy to do in that situation. And then they just need to inbound the ball and, again, dribble around and get fouled. And Reed Sheppard, this might be the worst turnover Reed Sheppard's had all year, which is saying something because he's had some bad ones. LeBron James did that thing that stopped working in, like, 9th grade.
Yeah.
Where you let the guy dribble by you, but then you just reach around and poke it from behind the ball. And Reed got by that. And then LeBron hits a 3. We all know how it ended. But yeah, this was just a horrible sequence. And normally one I would say teams don't come back from that when you're down 3-0, even though you're at home in game 4. So I feel okay about the team that they were able to come back. I still don't think they're up against it to win this series. Obviously, nobody's ever come back from down 3-0 in a playoff series, and who knows if the Lakers get Luka or Austin Reeves.
A couple times this century where teams pushed it to a game 7.
Yeah,
so we'll see. The one thing about last night was that LeBron James, for the first time, I think, looked tired. But don't worry, they've got 2 days rest. The NBA made sure that LeBron
are they not playing until Wednesday?
I believe that's.
I know there's two. I know there's some games. I know there's some where there's only one in between.
This is one of the two.
Is it
2-night rests? I believe.
Yeah. So, and we'll see who. If it sounds like Austin Reeves is the one that's closer to coming back than Luka right now. For them, like he was actually on the injury, whereas Luka's just out. Austin Reeves has been listed as questionable the last couple of nights.
I can wipe away some of the issues right this moment, including on Friday night, by just saying, "Oh, look at how young they are." They average 22 years of age, where the Lakers, everybody's 27 or older. It doesn't. A junior high coach would be upset about the way that regulation ended the other night. It's just okay. Jabari Smith Jr. is 22, sure. But I don't expect a 7th grader to make a mistake in that moment if the coaching is right. I cannot excuse that with youth.
Okay, I want to play Ime here for a second, but you just touched on something. That's a pet peeve of mine. That should be on my list of things that annoy me, that I keep on my phone, and my note that I have a list of things that annoy me, is when announcers attribute completely boneheaded plays in any sport to just, he's a young player. Like Bryce Matthews gets picked off first base. And I'm not saying, I'm using this as an example of a bad play. I don't know that Callis or Blum said this because I was at the game last week. Mm-hmm. But when he came in as a pinch runner and got picked off first base there, there would be announcers that would go, he's a young player, and it's like, no, you can't do that in Little League, get picked off first base.
At one point, there was a time where people were saying that about Altuve and his base running errors. And no, it turns out that's just who he is.
Yeah.
After over a decade of watching the same stuff, that's who he is.
Okay, I want to play this audio here because I want to get your take on this. This was Ime Udoka. People widely saying that he buried his team on Friday after the game when they asked him. Well, you'll hear the question here. They basically just asked him, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
Horrendous mistakes. I don't know if you want to say youth or, scared of the moment or whatever the case, but, you have a 6-point lead with 20 or 30 seconds to go, get a rebound, and just have to hold the ball and get fouled or, it's basically a 1-on-4 and we throw it away. To combat it, make it worse, a terrible foul on Marcus Smart to give him 3 free throws. Next play, backcourt, you got it. Double's coming, you try to split it instead of throwing it to Alpi wide open. Another turnover, and then James makes a tough shot. Then the final play, for the last shot, we don't run what was drawn up. All the above.
Okay. He's right on all those things. We just spent the last 10 minutes talking about how horrible the last 30 seconds of that game were. This has been a theme with Ime Udoka all year long. He never takes any blame for any of this stuff, ever.
Well, and it's one of those things, though, too. It's the culmination of an entire year of wondering, can we run some plays?
Yep.
Can we draw something up? Can we look like there's any kind of an actual structure to this offense? So that, when guys play stupidly at the end of a basketball game, the head coach isn't automatically excused from being a part of all of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where, the young core, the more we talk about the young core, and if you try to excuse it away with youth or what have you, that it focuses right back towards Udoka more than anything else. I still believe in the young guys. I just want them to have I want them to have a better platform and a better structure to learn and grow offensively.
Yeah, dude, take some of it yourself too, man. Like make it it's a group thing. Like he's taught.
Most coaches, you get sick of them how often they blame themselves.
Which is
because it starts to feel like, all right, you're just gonna blame yourself. I get it, whatever. He's the opposite. It's just it's just pointing the finger.
Yeah,
every single time.
Yeah, I get it. There's such thing as tough love, but man, when you do it for 82 games and then 3 games in the playoffs, and it's always their fault. It's infuriating.
Şengün with a big pep talk last night.
Oh, I heard about that before the game. Yeah, that was good. Hey, man, I'm glad they won. Let's go get it. You're right. Wednesday, 9 o'clock start time.
Yeah.
9 o'clock. Oh, God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines. Let's get back to the Texans in the draft. Also, Nick Caserio squelched out one bit of trade smoke that has been out there for the Texans. He did that on Friday night. We'll have that audio for you. We'll get to dig into the Astros. We haven't done that yet. They take 1 out of 3 from the Yankees and the Rockets. We'll circle back to their game as well here. Coming up next in headlines. Stay there.
Hey, you work hard, make a good living, but you want to be sure you can extend that on. Don't screw it up in the final moments of regulation. Doesn't matter how old you are right now. It's never too late to get started. Call Trajan Wealth today.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kaden McDonald.
All right.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Yeah, there you go. That was on Friday. That got things started off for the Texans. They moved up a couple spots to go get Ohio State defensive tackle Kaden McDonald. That was on the heels of drafting Keelan Rutledge, the guard out of Georgia Tech. On night one of the draft, the Texans will go on to draft 6 more guys after McDonald over the next 2 days. 8-man draft class in the books, and we'll talk about it. We'll get to know each of them at the top of the hour. But that was the big story locally here, football-wise at least, this weekend, was the drafting of Kaden McDonald, the defensive tackle out of Ohio State. Here was D'Amico Ryans following the draft on Saturday, talking about adding McDonald in the second round.
McDonald is a guy we all like, scouts, coaches, everybody, collective group. Everybody liked the talent. Young player, but he's grown. He shows the strength. In the run game, he shows the ability to get off blocks and finish. So very excited to add a young defensive tackle to that room, and he only. I know he'll flourish with the guys that he'll be learning from.
He's coming into a great situation, Seth. If you're going to fall in the second round or fall to the second round after sitting in the green room all night, because that was obviously an emotional experience for him. I'm basing that purely on how he reacted to being drafted by the Texans. If you're going to fall to the early second round as a defensive tackle, I don't think there's a better situation in football to fall into than coming here to play for D'Amico Ryans in the Houston Texans.
No, and exactly in a role that the Texans want to have a player fill this certain role, but they don't have a guy on their defensive line, which is a bigger body defensive lineman. I was really happy to hear both Caserio and D'Amico a few times this weekend talk about something I've told you before, which is just because the Texans have always had 300-pound defensive tackles, not necessarily bigger guys, they like guys that get across the line of scrimmage real fast, that doesn't mean there isn't a place for a 330-pound guy. And, that's having a guy like that allows everybody else around you to play more aggressively at times. And there were times last year, D'Amico said it in the Saturday press conference, where there's some times where you got to stop the run, and he didn't finish his thought, but I think you meant, and we weren't getting it done.
We weren't stopping the run.
Yeah, in very critical moments. Yeah. So as of right now, people look at him mostly as a run-stuffing defensive tackle. I think there is a lot of upside for him as a pass rusher. Not as a guy that's going to get 10 sacks a year or anything, but in a Vince Wilfork style of just, all right, he's a big, huge dude that can get a lot of push in the pocket, and that makes life easier for everybody else as well.
It was really interesting. He did his Kaden McDonald did his interview with, I think, whoever it was on the NFL Network, and or might have been ESPN, whatever, the young lady who does the interviews right after the picks, and he's still crying. He's still bawling his eyes out. And he's talking about, man, I'm just so emotional. And like through tears, like you can just tell, like he's just, it's almost chaos in his head. And then she asked him, like, what do you see your role with this team being? And he's still crying. He's like, making life easier for the defensive ends. Pressure. Like, it's like he's like still crying, but breaking down exactly what I think, and I think accurately breaking down exactly what the Texans see him doing. It was real. We'll have that for you later. It was really funny.
I liked also. I'm always impressed when a prospect reels off the names of some of the coaches other than just the head coach.
Yeah.
So we knew Matt Burke, and I think he also mentioned Rod Wright. I'm not sure, but still, okay. He's done it. He's done the basic homework at least on knowing exactly where he's going.
Yep. So that was really good to see. One other thing, Texans related from over the weekend. We'll go back to the draft at the top of the hour. The tweet from right before the draft from Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, who said that teams had been calling the Texans to check on Nico Collins, to see if he was available in a trade with an understanding around the league that he needs a contract adjustment. And Jordan Schultz says it's highly unlikely Houston would deal him. He talks about what he's going to make this season, Nico. And Nick Caserio poured all sorts of cold water on any Nico trade talk.
Yeah, look, teams call teams all the time and ask about players. We're not trading Nico Collins. So, whoever reported it or whatever information that they had, they could take it and shove it. We're not trading Nico.
This is hilarious because I think it was probably an accurate report. The teams did call.
It sounds like it was. That's what the first 3 seconds of that cut, it sounds accurate.
In the modern news cycle, what happens is Jordan Reed, I thought, gave
Jordan Schultz.
Jordan Schultz. Yeah. Maybe Jordan Reed reported on it too. Jordan Schultz gave a pretty innocuous report, but people run with that. And then there's a headline: rumors Texans might trade Nico Collins, and it takes on a life of its own.
Yep.
That's where I feel sometimes. Look, GMs try not to monitor X too much in social media. I feel like sometimes it's you're not monitoring it enough. Have somebody show you, no, there actually were no reports.
The tweet.
Yeah, it's just somebody. It's something we've talked about a lot because we have that one guy who accuses us of creating lies every time we say the Texans have probably gotten calls about C.J. Stroud.
Right.
That means nothing about what the Texans' intentions are.
Yep.
You could come up to me today and be like, "Hey, you guys, you want to go commit a burglary?" And I'll say no. And if somebody reports Seth Payne was approached about committing a burglary, it doesn't mean that I had any intentions at all to
and then it's almost like if a burglary actually took place with the people that were calling you would be some sort of conspirator or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry it took me so long to come up with burglary as the crime because the first 4 that ran through my mind I might have actually considered.
But not burglary, huh?
White collar fraud, sure.
Yeah. Right.
Embezzlement, the same thing.
If the worst thing happens, which level prison am I going to? That's what I always consider.
Phishing scam, maybe.
Right.
Not burglary. I'm not an idiot.
Am I going with the crazy people, or am I just going to Club Fed? That's the Astros. They lose their series to the Yankees over the weekend. They did take yesterday's game 7-4. Boy, Seth, in this 11-18 start, as we try to find little morsels of positivity here, Spencer Arrighetti has rapidly become a big morsel of positivity for this team.
He pitched a Gen Z complete game.
He did 7 innings.
Yeah.
96 pitches. Very
That's
economical.
not a shot at Gen Z. It's just this is the era in which these are Gen Z players playing.
That's it, man. That's it. And by Astro standards, he might as well have pitched a 12-inning gem. But when you go 7, because 5 is the standard for the Astros these days. They won the game. Literally all the offense yesterday came from the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. The entire rest of the lineup was 0 for. All 7 hits came from Yordan Alvarez, Isaac Paredes, and Christian Walker. The latter 2 both hit home runs in the game. Hell, Isaac got everybody fed. He hit his off the foul pole. So everybody's getting Chick-fil-A today if you got the app. You're getting some Chick-fil-A thanks to Isaac Paredes. So the Astros still 11-18. They still got a long way to go to crawl out of this hole that they've created for themselves. They are off today, and they head to Baltimore for 3 games coming up here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Longest game ever pitched was 26 innings.
By one guy?
No, both pitchers pitched 26 innings.
By 2 guys?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Leon Cador and Joe Eschiger.
Can I guess what year it was? 1898.
It was later than you'd think. It was 1920. They both pitched all 26 innings in a 1-1 tie. The game only lasted 3 hours and 50 minutes.
How awful is that?
This is back when everybody used to drink whiskey during the game. Well, I think it was that. It was like, must have been strikeout after strikeout after strikeout.
And 26 innings, clearly they go extra innings to break the tie. And then at some point, it sounds like they just threw their hands up and said, well, Let's just call it a tie. I'm tired.
Brooklyn Robins versus the Boston Braves.
Oh, two of my favorite squads.
It's only 3 hours, 50 minutes. It was called Due to Darkness.
Okay. Oh, okay. There's the answer. It wasn't
I
called.
wonder if they have the video on MLB.com.
Okay. Well, very grainy.
Maybe a radio call.
Very grainy.
Could there be a radio call of this? I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Rockets win last night as well. We dug deep into that in the previous segment. If you want to hear our thoughts on last night's game, that's why you got the free Odyssey app and the Rewind feature. They win. They beat the Lakers by 21 last night. Wednesday, 9 o'clock tip for Game 5 of that series. Rockets trying to come back all the way back from being down 3-0 in this first-round series. All right, those are your headlines for today. Coming up next, let's get to know the Houston Texans, the new Houston Texans, the draftees. Getting to know your Houston Texans. We're going to dig in little factoids about each of them. We'll do all of that coming up next. But here's a factoid about me. I went to Dr. Ben Salento of
Pearland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to know the Texans draft class. Welcome in, 7 o'clock hour if you're just getting in your car. Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. We'll get to the report cards later in the show. How good a weekend did the Texans have? The opinions are varied right now on how good a weekend they have. I do like some of their picks, though, especially the first couple picks. Keelan Rutledge out of Georgia Tech and Kaden McDonald out of Ohio State. Let's start with Keelan Rutledge, who we talked about plenty on Friday, but just for the sake of completeness, let's start there because he is by definition, the crown jewel of this draft class. He's their first-round pick. They move up to 26 to take him. Here's what it sounded like.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keelan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Okay, and guard may just be limiting it, Seth, because he might get a crack at center with this team. There's at least in the immediate future, center is a bigger question mark on this team right now, assuming health for everybody, than left guard and right guard are now.
Well, in Fabechi Wiwu also played 3 games at center at the end of his career too. So there's Evan Brown has played center. Jake Andrews has played center. You still have Eli Cox on the roster.
Yep.
There are a boatload of guys who might compete for the starting center spot during training camp, and I think they're all going to get a crack at it. It's as competitive a situation as I think I've seen on the Texans offensive line in a long, long time. So that part of it's encouraging. Rutledge is really fascinating because I think there's so much about his upside that is based on his explosiveness, his strength, his athleticism in a way that I don't think a lot of people necessarily put in their scouting report. And I think part of that is just the way he moves. It's a little bit of a deceptive, he's not as fluid, so it doesn't necessarily look as explosive as it actually is. A lot of the same way Ariante Ursary was too. Ariante Ursary is kind of deceptively fast, deceptively explosive. It's not a skin tone thing or anything with Rutledge. It's more just the way he moves doesn't match necessarily just how quickly and explosively he's moving. He's a little stiff.
Yeah. So we'll see where he ends up. This is courtesy of Aaron Wilson of KPRC2. He had an interview with Brent Key, the Georgia Tech head coach, obviously Keelan Rutledge's head coach in college, and he thinks Rutledge could be an all-pro at center.
I think he, depending on how it works out at center there, I think whether it's this year, whether it's next year when he makes the move to center, Red's going to be an all-pro center in the league. I do believe that. I strongly believe that.
Okay, and again, this is his head coach, so he is biased. But Brent Key, himself a former offensive lineman, he's that's a pretty good opinion right there on Keelan Rutledge.
Well, and I think that's where some people made the understandable argument that, well, okay, if they're thinking about trying him out at center, why would you draft a center in the first round when there's so many other centers back in the 3rd or 4th round? First of all, I don't think they were drafting him specifically to play center. I think that's a chance, but they're not going to base just some snaps at the Senior Bowl as evidence that he's going to be a good center in the league. If he does work out to be a really good center, they've got a guy that's got the versatility to be guard or center, but like Tyler Linderbaum was drafted in the 1st round. Multiple really good centers have been drafted in the 1st round. It just doesn't happen as often. And I'm like that part of it. A, I don't think they drafted him specifically to play center. B, if it does work out, it's not a wasted draft pick just because he ends up playing center instead of guard, because Wyatt Teller is not going to play forever either.
For a rookie to play center, Seth, on an offensive line that's had its issues the last couple years, he's been a guard at Georgia Tech. If he were to get mixed in there at center and it turns out he's the best option at center, are you more concerned? Well, I don't know. You may not be concerned. Do you have a concern level about the physical part of it? Do you have a concern level about the mental part of playing center?
I don't have that much of a concern about it because they have a starting center right now. So if he plays, it's going to be because he's handled the mental side of it and the physical side of it.
Yeah.
So, there's a mental part of it that is a challenge. But he's also got a veteran on either side of him.
Mm-hmm.
Where last year, you've got a young player. Jake Andrews might as well have been a rookie. He'd barely played any football in the NFL. He had a veteran player, but who was new to the team on the right side of him, and then on the left side of him, he had a rotating competition at left guard, which neither guy would win
in game.
Yeah,
in game rotating at times.
And neither one of them would be even active in the second half of the season. So it was a bad situation, and it got better when they moved Titus Howard down and Jake Andrews had a veteran next to him.
Yep.
So that part, the composition of the offensive line right now is just so much better in terms of veteran savvy, competition, everything else. If Rutledge ends up being the starting center, if Febechi Wiwu ends up being the starting center, it's not going to be because they thrust him in there the way they were planning on thrusting Juice Scruggs back in there.
Yeah.
When Juice Scruggs, if he hadn't gotten injured, was going to be the starting center without ever having to actually earn it. This is going to be a different situation now. So I'm happy with that.
I am too. All right. The next one, Kaden McDonald.
With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kaden McDonald.
All right.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
All right. So Kaden McDonald, very emotional time for Kaden McDonald. This, Seth, from everything I've seen from the experts out there, air quotes, experts out there, the Texans, I'm not seeing them get A's or A minuses from anybody. A lot of grades in the B range. And what is kind of buoying their grade with people right now is getting Kaden McDonald with the 36th overall pick.
Right, because people that are upset when you take a player higher than where they were slotted, the same people, if Kaden McDonald had been drafted by the Texans, let's say at 28, nobody would have said, well, why draft him here when you can get him at 36?
Right.
So they get a good grade for this because they waited until 36 when the people that are grading pluses and minuses they expected him to go earlier than that. I love the prospect, and we talked about him a lot, and I watched a lot of him at Ohio State. There's a lot of upside that's very justifiable upside. You're not just looking at him and thinking like, well, if he can get his act together. He was 20 years old during the season last year. He had to kind of sit and wait and bide his time because there were other starters in front of him when he was a younger player. And he was incredibly productive. He just makes plays. He uses his hands really well. He's got if you watch his highlights, you'll see he's capable of rushing the passer, and he does some nice things. That's not his calling card right now, but I do think that he's got way more upside than a lot of people thought. And the biggest thing about him that was a surprise to some people was a lot of people thought that D'Amico just didn't like 330-pound defensive tackles. He thought all he wanted was, 300-pound guys that are quicker, more explosive, et cetera,
sleeker,
et cetera.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's just, there is a place in this defense for a big body guy like that.
Yeah.
And D'Amico said in his press conference, we've tried to get bigger guys in here. It just hasn't worked out.
Yep.
So when it comes time to stop the run, instead of the Texans having to play a 5 defensive line package, instead of having to walk a safety up into the box, hopefully McDonald can be a part of just saying, hey, we can stop the run with a 7-man front.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to be overly aggressive when it's time to really batten the hatches.
Emotional time for Kaden McDonald. This was his interview right after getting drafted on the NFL Network.
Kaden, we see the emotion overcoming you. It was important for you to stay here, to have your moment. You just had a long hug with the commissioner. How would you describe this?
It's emotional, man. I knew I was supposed to be here, and I'm just so blessed. I'm just so thankful. I'm just so emotional. Like, where I came from, now I'm here is a blessing.
It really is so fun to watch you experience this. You know that this Texans defense is a force to be reckoned with. How will you make a day one impact?
Disruptive, making it easier for the DN, and we all go together. We're going to work. I'm ready.
Thank you, Kaden.
Love that. There's still tears streaming down his face. And he's breaking down what his role on the defense is going to be.
The interesting thing about Kaden McDonald is that by various reports, he seems to have had come up in a nice family in a not awful place or anything. And nobody is quite sure exactly what he's talking about, which circumstances he overcame.
Was he like a 3-star recruit or something like that?
Maybe that's what it was, or he just had to sit and bide his time at Ohio State.
Yeah, he did have to do that.
Yes, he worked hard to get ended up playing a bunch this last year and got drafted. Maybe it was just the green room situation.
Yeah,
maybe the fact that he was. Nobody knows what it's like in the green room.
The situation that I came up from? Like, what are you referring to?
You ain't never been to the green room. Don't ever come to the green room.
Have you been watching?
You don't know about the green room.
You've been watching the last 22 hours?
Yeah.
Have you been watching? Oh, man. Did you see the video, Seth, of his little 9-year-old nephew reading a letter to him?
I saw it. I didn't watch it because I didn't feel like being up in my feelings.
Yeah, I was up in my. I retweeted. I'm like, I'm not crying. You're crying.
I've got it bookmarked.
Yeah. It's pretty good stuff. I'm gonna enjoy Kaden McDonald. Here was Greg Cosell. This is a little bit of film work from Greg Cosell here, Seth. On
this was when he was on your friend Ross Tucker's podcast before the draft, and they were going over the top defensive linemen. He had Kaden McDonald listed as one of his top guys.
McDonald is a pure great run defender. And what was unique about him watching his tape is that not only did he win with physicality, but he made tackles. You rarely see a defensive tackle make as many tackles in the run game as Kaden McDonald. And that's what really jumped out. I mean, you see a lot of defensive tackles, as you know, they're great, they're physical, they're tough, and they win. You know, they probably get a plus from the coaching staff on particular plays, but they don't necessarily make tackles. He was really good. This guy is a run defender, and that's the way he'll start. He's very limited right now as a pass rusher. He doesn't have a vertical element to his game moving forward to rush the quarterback. Can he become that in time? We don't know the answer to that. But if you're looking for a dominant run defender in the middle of your defense, he is a high-level prospect.
All this stuff, Seth, everybody talking about, boy, the Texans got a steal, and hearing Greg Cosell, I like my biggest question is, why was he there at 36?
Well, I think, though, everything that Cosell said right there is where defensive tackles these days get drafted. Yeah. Because he's a two-down player right now. And Caserio was very careful in his press conference when Aaron Wilson asked him about his upside as a pass rusher. Caserio said, look, guys need to lean into their strengths, and we'll see how much he can develop as a pass rusher. But they look at him as a first and second down type of player that they need on this team in specific situations, not just on first down, but short yardage, goal line, trying to close out a game when you just got to get a stop.
Yeah.
Or when you're from behind and a team's trying to run the ball.
Sure.
When you're trying to come from behind at the end of a game. And that's what he is now. I think he can definitely develop into. Vince Wilfork is the best example of a guy who's an awesome run stuffer, but also at times was the most important pass rusher on the Patriots because he was so good at getting push up the middle.
Up the middle, man.
He never had more than 3.5 sacks in a season, but he was a vital part of their pass rush at times. I could see Kaden McDonald being that type of a player. But, why would he be available in the second round? Because that's where teams tend to draft guys in the first round at defensive tackle that are three-down players.
Right. All right, this was probably the most polarizing pick that Nick Caserio and his staff made on Friday.
With the 59th pick for the Houston Texans, they select Marlon Klein, tight end, University of Michigan.
Okay, so Marlon Klein, who I think a lot of Texan fans had not heard of before Friday night, kind of toiled in anonymity and obscurity for a few years at Michigan because he had future Pro Bowlers in front of him on the depth chart. Was a captain of the team last year, didn't have eye-popping stats. They had a freshman quarterback at Michigan. He's from Germany, played soccer and switched to football. The biggest thing I was impressed with was he's literally from – when I heard him talk, Seth, I'm like, oh, okay, he's somebody whose family is from – like a military kid who's from here.
He wasn't a military kid.
Yeah, he's literally from Germany when I first heard him talk, and then I saw there was a cut on learning to speak English. I'm like – there's no accent or anything. Here is Marlon Klein. Ben, let's go to the one on his meeting with the Texans here. This is Marlon Klein on his meeting with the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I think, I had my first formal with them. They were my first one at the combine, and I was all nervous. I'd never talked to an NFL person before, so I sit down. I'm kind of, shaking in my voice. I'm like, man, I called my agent right after. I was like, make sure these guys don't think, I'm a slappy or whatever. Like, I just tried to make sure, because I tried to impress them. I wanted to come to Houston from the beginning. My fiance can tell you that. My family can tell you that. And I think, just the vibes that I got from the coaches. I've been around successful coaches. I've been around, leadership that has brought us to 15-0 and national championships and Rose Bowl wins and all these things. And I know what it I've seen what it takes. And that's the kind of vibe that I got from that organization. And, Coach Rhines and Coach Ferentz. I texted Coach Ferentz this morning. The tight ends coach, I texted him this morning. I said, let's work. Bring me home. And it ended up being like that. And I'm so pumped up. I can't wait to call him after this and get going.
He talks fast, too, man. He's a fast talker. Yeah. I
looked up
Klein.
German words for slappy. Dummkopf is probably the best one. It means blockhead.
Okay.
Be sure. He's got a kind of a little bit of a Georgia twang to him because he went to this boarding school in Georgia.
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't have an accent. He was here in high school, and he came to America specifically to play American football.
That's right.
And so it wasn't like he fell in love with it while he was over here for a bit or anything. That's where I do think I don't want to give him too much of a pass for being late to play football because he played in high school. And then he played at Michigan, who does a good job churning out tight ends. The one thing that I thought was interesting about him was that he hasn't played a boatload of special teams, which I get that he was a backup behind three tight ends that would eventually be starters in the NFL. But I don't know exactly why he wasn't used more on special teams. He's got good speed to run down on kickoff and whatnot, but he's definitely a bet on traits more so than his actual production.
Do you think he plays on special teams here?
Oh, yeah, he's going to have to.
I would think so. Here was Nick Caserio. This pick.
It's not a Dummkopf.
This is probably the pick that if people are a little sideways on this draft class or upset at all about this draft class, they're pointing to this pick because the perception is out there. Look, all the experts, Mel Kiper's like, I had him like 150th on my board. There was another that didn't even have him in their top 150. Daniel Jeremiah had the most favorable one that I'd seen until I heard McShay had him in his top 5 tight ends. Jeremiah had him like 85th or something like that.
Yeah.
He got picked 59th. Now, who knows if there were other teams out there that were looking at him. This we know because Nick Caserio said this on Friday. They did try to trade out of 59.
We were looking at both. I mean, I think this draft is kind of emblematic of who we are. We looked up. We had opportunities to go up. I mean, I think when we walked in a draft room, I think we put like 10 boxes on the board. Like we had hey, here's the trade down group. Here's the trade up group. All right, what's real, what's not? I mean, we probably talked, I don't want to say half the league. We probably talked to half the league here, over the course of the day. What's your appetite for moving up? All right, got it. All right. If we want to move up, what would that look like? All right, if let's say we don't pick at 38 and we end up moving back, what does that look like? So, and that's kind of how we approach it.
Okay, and that was a different answer than the one I was thinking of, but he specifically, when asked about drafting Klein, said that they had some trades that fell apart at the last second at 59.
I think the biggest thing about all of this is that if they overdrafted him, it was a pretty extreme overdraft, but it's also that they just also liked him more than Sam Roush or Oscar Delp or Claire. Multiple different tight ends that were more highly ranked than Klein. The Texans just flat out liked him better for whatever reason. So it wasn't. So it's a combination between you might feel like they overdrafted him, but it wasn't a desperation reach because, gosh, we got to get a tight end. This was the tight end that they liked better than 5 or 6 guys who are still on the board.
Yep.
And that'll be the interesting thing to watch over time is how well he develops, obviously.
Day 3 started with for the Texans at least, started with the 106th pick in the draft, the 6th pick of the 4th round. Here is WWE superstar Raquel Rodriguez, who's from the area here, announcing the selection.
Mi gente, this is WWE superstar La Más Ruda Raquel Rodriguez, here live for Torneo Texans, a girls' flag tournament at Estadio Borregos in Tec de Monterrey. With the 106th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Fabechi Wiwu, guard from Oklahoma. Vamos, Texans! Yeah!
They must have had that spelled phonetically on the card.
Oh yeah, I think it was spelled phonetically everywhere.
Yeah,
there's no part. I can't even look at the actual way you spell his name yet. I don't trust myself to complete. I'm going to do it right now. Boom! I'm ruined.
Yep.
Yep. No, I got to.
Coming up next, Seth saying Nwewu. Yeah.
Yeah. I know people thought I was joking when I tweeted out the phonetic spelling. They thought I was trying to screw them up or something.
No, man.
No, it's Weewoo.
Weewoo. Fabechi Weewoo.
Like one of those English police sirens. Weewoo. Weewoo.
Thank you. And now I won't be able to get that out of my head for the rest of the show. Here's Weewoo in his interview. After getting selected on what are Texan fans getting?
Man, you're getting a violent player, you're getting an extremely smart player, you're getting a physical player, and you're getting a finisher. So, I hope to display all that stuff on the field this year.
You touched on this earlier. That interior offensive line group is all of a sudden a really fascinating one come training camp. Not just because of the sheer number of guys they've brought in the case of Ed Ingram brought back, but just the position versatility with all these guys. There's going to be a ton of mixing and matching going on, I would guess, as they try to figure that whole thing out.
And I think that's where it's hyper competitive. Now, the other thing about it too is you're going to see that Weewoo had played four of the 5 spots on the offensive line, so he's played some tackle. I would be really, really, really surprised if they were looking at him as a guy that could play tackle potentially. His versatility is going to be he can play guard or possibly play center.
Yep.
And he's got a lot more actual in-game experience playing center than Rutledge does. But there's 5 guys right now on their roster who either are centers or have played centers. And there's going to be stiff competition there. And then for the swing interior offensive linemen too, it's a lot, man. They got a lot. It's an impressive environment compared to what it's been in the past, where it felt like you could have walked in if you were at training camp, you could have jumped the partition and stepped in and maybe fooled people for a few
I played
snaps.
center, yeah.
It's like, wait, who's that getting destroyed by Mario Edwards?
Yeah.
Is that a draft pick or is that just some 170-pounder off the street? It looks exactly the same. I can't tell.
Oh yeah, it's what's the kid's name? The little gamer who roots for the Texans?
Twitch.
Yeah, what's the kid's name?
Squatch?
Ben, do you remember his name?
Stretch?
No,
Sketch. It's Sketch. Sketch. That's what it is. Stretch.
Put the streaker in there.
Yeah. So did you know that was the first Oklahoma player that's ever been drafted by the Texans?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I found that out listening to the last part of day 3. Vandy came in after I did the hot tag to him at 2 o'clock. I was listening to he and Johnny, and Vandy had all sorts of little factoids. Yeah, that's the first Texan to ever get drafted from the University of Oklahoma.
As I scan my famously photographic memory, yeah, I'm confirming that. Yeah.
And?
Yeah, no Oklahoma players.
No Oklahoma players. This is we don't have the call of the Wade Woodaz pick, the linebacker out of Clemson. This was probably not as extreme for Texan fans, Seth, as the Marlon Klein pick in terms of the feeling that they overreached a little bit. But I think this fits into that category for some Texan fans. The Texans were at 117. They moved back 6 spots to 123, and they take Wade Woodaz, linebacker out of Clemson, who is immediately probably a guy that's going to contribute on special teams. John Harris actually ran into Frank Ross during the commercial break after they selected Woodaz. Johnny went down to the cafeteria to get some food. When we were doing day 3 of the draft, Johnny and I over at the stadium, he ran into Frank Ross right after the Woodaz pick, and Frank Ross was extremely happy with that pick. He liked it a lot.
And he's a converted safety.
Yeah.
He's very long, very fast, straight line speed. He'll go sideline to sideline, but also very raw as a linebacker and still needs to work on a lot of the finer technique aspects and getting his reads right, which is exactly the kind of guy that you trust with that defensive staff. They do a great job of developing these young linebackers, but he's also used on special teams a lot. And I think his upside is he might, if he accepts the coaching and really utilizes all that athleticism, could end up being something in coverage as a linebacker that I don't know if we've had. I can't even remember the last time. But really a tall guy that can get in zones and get in passing lanes and use that length. When you watch his college highlights, a lot of it, I was watching him play versus It was Clemson, I think. Or no, they were wearing it's because he's Clemson. They were wearing their all orange. Yeah. And he almost looked like an old Jim Boeheim defender. He's just got these long
2-3 zone, yeah.
Yeah, and he's getting his hands up in passing lanes.
That's great.
It was so between the orange uniforms and his ranginess, the upside is really impressive, and he'll have a chance to compete for it.
He will. And we'll do Acknowledge Me in a minute or so here. Wade Woodaz on staying at Clemson. A lot of these guys that you're drafting now transferred at one point or another with the portal. He stayed at Clemson the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson's a special place, first of all, and I'm not a quitter. I'm not just going to give up and waiver for some money, for some change, that's not really my goal, monetary status. I'm not a quitter.
Okay. So
Jalen
this is
Petrie vibes when, not leaving Baylor.
Not leaving Baylor. This is what I want Wade Woodaz to do. I want him to walk up to his new teammates on the very first day. His new teammates, Keelan Rutledge and Fabechi Weewu, and call them quitters.
Call them quitters,
to their face. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Fabechi, at least, he transferred up. He was at North Texas.
Yeah, so did Rutledge.
Rutledge transferred up, too. That's different than, jumping over to another
sounds like quitters to me, man. I don't know.
No, that's an ascender. Okay. That's like saying somebody left AAA to go to the majors, and they're quitting on their AAA.
I'll find somebody that fits Wade Woodaz's definition of a quitter between now and the end of the show. So, all right, let's do.
Kamari Ramsey transferred from UCLA to USC.
He did?
Yeah.
Quitter. Quitter. Yep.
He did follow his defensive coordinator there, though.
Who apparently also a quitter. Yeah. So, tell that guy he's a quitter, too. All right, Kamari, just to close it out, Kamari Ramsey, safety out of USC, first pick of the 5th round. Lewis Bond, wide receiver out of Boston College. I'd imagine Bill O'Brien had some good intel for his friend Nick Caserio on that one.
We got a clip of Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, we'll hit that later. And then Aiden Fisher, who was the captain of the national champion Indiana team at linebacker. They drafted another linebacker in the 7th round. So that's the Texans draft class. We've still got a ton to get to with this, but let's acknowledge some big performances from over the weekend. And in general, we do it in a segment every Monday called Acknowledge Me. I say a name, then Gary, our producer, will hit the Roman Reigns sounder.
Acknowledge me!
Then we will talk about why they are being acknowledged. We'll start, since we haven't hit much Astros yet, we'll start with Spencer Arrighetti.
Acknowledge me!
Outstanding again, Seth. Came back from that from his stint in Sugar Land to start the year, which seemed to put a chip on his shoulder a little bit, even though it was really just more of just managing the pieces than it was a statement on, Arrighetti being deficient at all as a pitcher. But he's come back from Sugar Land here, a house on fire, man. He's 3 starts now. He's got an ERA of 2 on the season, and he was outstanding yesterday. 7 innings pitched. Just 3 hits, gave up a home run to Aaron Judge. That was the only run he gave up. That was in the 7th inning.
Yeah.
And then just 1 walk and 8 strikeouts, 96 pitches. This is about as efficient an outing as we've seen from an Astros pitcher, certainly this season, and probably dating back to late last season, too.
He's got a 1.1 whip, which is in stark contrast with the rest of the staff that just seems to be trying to help teams get their steps in on their pedometers for that day because they walk up. I saw a video. Some Astros fan had put out a video of the pitching graphs of various Astros pitchers, and he's just scrolling down through, and it's like, hey, yeah, this is what it looks like when you lead the league in walks. And the strike zone is just a vague suggestion for a lot of these pitchers.
It's crazy, man. It's wild. And they are leading the walks. They're leading the league in walks by a mile. They're so far ahead of everybody else. They walked 10 guys on Saturday against the Yankees. Now, a lot of it was Bennett Sousa, who in his first appearance in the major leagues this season came in. God, I got to acknowledge this just negatively, just ironically. Bennett Sousa, way to come back from Sugar Land and walk 4 of the first 5 guys that you faced.
I mean, they're in a spot now where I know, people at various states of how disgusted you are with them is, okay, whether you want Espada gone or Dana Brown gone or both. I'm in that same situation. I've been with Espada a lot where I'm like, I don't know what he's supposed to do with these pitchers.
Yeah.
I don't, with the injuries and then the guys when they are healthy, how they're operating other than Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's supposed to do. And I scan the room and I look at Dana.
Yeah.
Because my goodness, this was the bill of goods we were sold.
Right.
Like, hey, look at all these pitchers we added.
Depth.
Injuries? No big deal.
Yep.
We've got these guys coming in.
Yeah, well, and Chandler Rome had an article yesterday. Apparently Dana talked to, I don't know if he talked just to Chandler or to the media, but it was from the suite that he watches the game from. And they asked him about Joe Espada, and because the Red Sox had just fired Alex Cora, and with the same record the Astros had at the time. And so they asked Dana, what's Joe's status right now? And Dana gave Joe a vote of confidence, basically echoing what you just said, Seth. And my first thought was, is this even Dana's decision? Like, is Dana even the one who's deciding whether or not Joe Espada is saying? Dana's in the same situation Espada is.
Right.
They're lame duck last year, the deal guys that have to perform, or else they're going to find somebody else to do the job for them next year. So it was interesting. Real quick, speaking of the Astros, Yordan Alvarez, he's going to get acknowledged every week for as long as he stays in this lofty atmosphere statistically. I said we're about 29, 30 games into the year, and he's a few RBAs from being the Triple Crown winner in the American League. He's leading the league in batting average. He's leading the league in home runs. He's leading the American League in RBIs. He trails only Sal Stewart of Cincinnati in RBI. So he is an American League Triple Crown 29 games in guy right now. Also leading in OPS if we want to make it a quadruple crown. Yordan Alvarez has been outstanding. He has not slowed down at all. And I think it was yesterday, where he just got you know what it was? He called timeout and the umpire didn't notice. And so he stepped out of the batter's box, and the umpire lets the pitcher throw the pitch, and the pitcher throws it right down the middle for a strike. And Callis brought this up. He's like, man, you never see Yordan argue about anything ever. And he's arguing with the ump about this to the point where I'm like, dude, you got a thin Sunday lineup today. Don't get too chippy, Yordan. You don't need a quick trigger umpire throwing you out of the game. And then Callis said, well, maybe he'll take it out on the pitcher. And sure enough, he did. He smoked one like 105 miles an hour into right field.
Yeah,
he had
he was hitting the ball like crazy yesterday, and in the series, he ended up with a 455 batting average.
He's just making such good contact. Right now. Yeah, he's been great. Amen Thompson.
Acknowledge me.
We'll look at the good on the Rockets right now, and that was last night. Amen Thompson was great. Played 41 minutes last night for the Rockets. 10 of 16. From the field, did a nice job of work. At times, he's never going to be the classic point guard, but I thought he was playing more under control in this game, doing a better job of finding the open man too. Sometimes Amen Seth would get into that kind of center area there, right near the foul line, where the Rockets like to either hit him or Şengün there, and they're able to kind of survey the court, find the open shooter on the outside. The Rockets shot better from 3-point range, 40%. From 3-point range last night. I'll sign up for that every game with this team, 40%.
Can I give you a somewhat ironic acknowledgement here, too?
Sure.
Let's acknowledge the bench.
Acknowledge
20 points,
yeah.
Where in the previous game, the entire bench had been outscored by one Bronny James.
5-3.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's nice when you can get 20 points out of your bench in the playoffs.
Yes.
Especially against a team. You're playing against a team that can't score 100 points. You've been holding the Lakers to 100 points or so this entire series. Just give me something from the bench and we can work with that.
Yep. Aaron Holiday was decent last night. He was all right last night. He had 9 of those points you're talking about there, only 1 turnover in 19 minutes. And, another guy who I think knows what to do with the basketball when he's in the half court. So that would be nice if you're getting quality minutes out of him. This is such a thin team right now. That's the good acknowledgement, Seth. The bench for the Rockets. Now, one ironic acknowledgement for the Rockets.
Acknowledge
Just a general Rocket acknowledgement. They did defy history on Friday. We got one of those stats that I love so much, Seth.
I know. I saw this. I was going to send it to you, and I figured, Sean's already got the radar.
I got algorithmed.
Yep.
NBA teams, now this is a little deceptive, I will admit. NBA teams were 1,713-1 when leading by 6 or more in the last 30 seconds of regulation in the playoffs the last 29 years.
Yeah.
They are now 1,713-2 because the Rockets coughed up that lead. Now, this is where it's a little because
you might say 29 years sounds like an odd period of time to go for. Yeah.
Well, the 29-year thing is something you're going to see because that's when the box scores started keeping track of play-by-play.
Yeah.
So that's sort of why you're right. It's an odd delineation. The reason why it's a little deceptive is because 6 or more. So that means every 30-point lead got mixed into this thing. Every
6 or more.
6 or more. But I would say this:
call.
even pretend that only, what is that? 1,700 some odd games. Pretend that 100 of them were exactly 6 points.
Yeah.
Exactly 6 points.
And let's say that
that's still 99 and 1.
6.1, right? Yeah. At best.
Yeah. It's still whatever the number is and 1. Now it's and 2. So
the other part about the 29 was there was another example of it from a couple years before that, but it wasn't. Again, it's still okay, great. And it was 1,002 or whatever.
2014 and 2. Yeah. So there you go. That's Acknowledge Me. Acknowledge Me. We do it every Monday. Acknowledging the big performances. All right. This is the last one we're going to do. Hopefully until February of next year. But we've got the way too early 2027 mock draft.
Ooh.
Yeah, so our final mock draft injection of the season. Who do the Texans take? Who is the name that we are going to be sick of by the time draft time rolls around? We've got that. We got John Harris joining us, by the way, at 9 o'clock on the show today to do a recap, get his thoughts on the Texans draft class. We'll do all that coming up next. But first, AI is a big thing. Obviously, these
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll do the final mock draft injection of draft season, the way too early 2027 mock draft in just a second. Couple texts on the base power text line. This goes back to us playing the interview that Kaden McDonald did with the NFL Network right after he was drafted, and he was bawling his eyes out. Text message. So what I'm hearing is that all players from Ohio State are criers. I guess that goes back to CJ
and
Tank. And Tank got hurt.
Yeah, that's how CJ cried at the draft.
And he did cry at the draft too. Yeah,
he was
that's right.
balling. So CJ and Kaden McDonald can go, watch The Notebook together and stuff.
That's right. Bridget Jones' Diary.
Share a tissue box.
Or get an endorsement out of it. You get a little Kleenex endorsement. Hell yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Keep texting in. Definitely curious everybody's thoughts on the draft class. We will, at the top of the hour, go through the report cards, the experts. What are they saying about the Texans draft class? We know how much Nick Caserio loves the draft grades, so hopefully he's listening so he can find out what his GPA is for this particular draft.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do that at the top of the hour. Last mock draft injection of the season, hopefully the last one we do until next February. Because if we're looking at mock drafts during the season, that means that the season is not going well. So, with that, we've got the Cooper Pitanya, CBSSports.com, way too early 2027 mock draft. The thing I like about these, Seth, or maybe not like about them, but are interesting, this is almost also a referendum on what people think the Texans are going to be next year.
Where you're going to be drafted.
Yeah. This particular person, this Cooper character, has them picking 20th.
20th.
Which means they're a playoff team, but they get bounced in the wild card round.
Oh, screw you, 2026 Texans.
Yeah.
Does this guy even understand what we do? What we are? We win wild card playoff games. Damn it.
We and the Buffalo Bills are the only ones that have won 3 wild card games in the last 3 years. Texans, one of 2 teams.
With no other details proffered.
That's all you need to know,
that's all you need to know about any of that.
That's all you need to know. All right, so he's got them picking.
Catch me on Saturday at 3 p.m., you son of a... Yeah.
Yes. All right, with the 20th overall pick in the Cooper Pitanya, CBSSports.com, way too early mock draft, the Houston Texans select Keelan Lacey, running back out of Ole Miss. Good player who decided to stay at Ole Miss instead of transfer to LSU with Lane Kiffin.
And he's not related to Eddie Lacy. You hear me, Mike Greenberg? Not related to Eddie Lacy.
Oh, God. We'll play that audio.
Mike Greenberg, for those of you who didn't see it.
Oh, my God.
Said when Denzel Boston, the wide receiver, got drafted, said that, did he say his older brother?
No, his dad.
He said his dad was David Boston, the NFL wide receiver, which is hilarious because before the draft last week, I had asked just randomly, hey, by the way, is he related to David Boston? We didn't know.
Yeah.
And the reason we didn't know was because, no, he's not related.
Right.
Nobody had ever said, like, oh, yeah, he's the Greenberg just threw it out there.
Like
Good
it was
for you,
fact.
Greenberg.
Yeah. I wonder if Greenberg got sideways with a couple of the interns there, and they're like, hey, watch this. I'm going to put this in here, like an Anchorman thing,
Yeah.
Make
so
him say
Keelan Lacey, that's the first thing I thought with Eddie Lacy, because if he was related to Eddie Lacy, I'd be like, okay, is he going to eat his way out of the league
Very
too?
different body types. Yeah. Although Lacey does pack a punch. He's 6'2". Eddie Lacy was just a monster. After becoming this is what Pitanga says. After becoming the focal point of the Ole Miss offense, the former Missouri transfer quickly proved why he's one of the most dynamic players in college football. Listed just under 6 feet and 200 pounds, Lacey consistently plays bigger than his size, a home run threat who can operate between the tackles, stretch defenses laterally. His 3-down value should ease concerns about positional value. Are you surprised the Texans didn't come away with a running back in this draft?
Not 100% surprised, just because I think that they, like, as you saw in the draft this year, running backs are a commodity these days other than the guys that are really, really impressive.
This is not a great running back class, according to people also. Just
the
not
Texans
great.
didn't end up picking up Noah Whittington out of Oregon, who's fun to watch. Look, he is, before you go saying, like, hey, is this the next Darian Foster? Most specifically, no, because sideline to sideline is not his deal. But he is a bowling ball.
He is.
Like, there's a couple of clips of him just like in Dameon Pierce type fashion, breaking out of four guys who have got him in a gang tackle, and he just breaks out of it. Fun to watch. Yep. So intriguing in terms of maybe in short yardage situations or whatever would they try to get out of him.
Yeah, I still think a running back. He might make the team, man. I mean, after David Montgomery and Woody Marks, it's pretty wide open right now on this team. I mean, British Brooks and Jawar Jordan are the next two guys up. Brooks was undrafted, and Jawar Jordan was a 6th-round pick a couple years ago.
Well, Jawar Jordan, but did some nice things when he had his opportunities last year.
He did.
I mean, the biggest question with him is just he's so tiny.
Size.
That, and I wonder, too, if using him as a slot receiver / running back and how he's developed over the last couple years, it'll be interesting to see kind of how they experiment with him or what they think of him during training camp.
The one part of the draft on Saturday that in the studio where Johnny and I were doing it, where if you were watching on YouTube, we were kind of like, oh, was when the Texans were at 117, Seth, moved back to 123, and then Mike Washington out of Arkansas goes 122 to the Raiders, who jumped in front of the Texans. They jumped up to 122 to draft Mike Washington. I wonder if they had some intel or at least an inkling that the Texans might be taking Mike Washington there. The Texans, they ended up drafting Wade Woodaz, who they said all the right things. He was our guy, blah, blah, blah. But it does make you wonder, because I think Mike Washington would have been a nice fit for this team.
No, and I know a lot of Texans fans, obviously, either just because of the Arkansas connection or because they liked watching him in college, were intrigued by him. I was intrigued by him as well. But it wasn't a huge surprise. I think that, I think Nick has kind of treated that position like, well, we can go out and find the guy that might be the third string running back, or guy that's going to share carries with Woody Marks is on another team right now, or they'll pick him up during training camp. So we'll see.
The number one pick.
Real quick, by the way, though.
Yeah.
Noah Whittington, his little spider chart with the measurables.
Yeah,
it's exactly what you would think, because he's only 5'8", he's 205 pounds. But he didn't do any of the combine tests. But his height, weight, arm length, hand size, all in the bottom 10 percentile.
Yep.
Except for weight, which is 26. But then bench press, 84th percentile.
Yeah.
He's that little running back that can squat 3 times his body weight.
Yeah. Anything that involves strength or blunt force trauma, he's off the charts.
If you were cast in a movie, he'd be wearing a thick turtleneck and beating up dudes down by the dock.
Yes. Yeah. Good call. The number 1 overall pick in this way too early mock draft, with the first pick in the Cooper Patanga mock draft, a big shock here. Arch Manning, number 1 overall. Arch Manning got better as the season went on, but I went back and looked at some of the way too early mock drafts for a year ago today. Arch Manning was the number 1 pick in all of them. Arch Manning has not. This is still a lot of speculation if you're putting Arch Manning number 1 in the draft.
It's a lot of speculation. He was completely different in the second half of the season.
He was.
But it's hard this time.
But he was atrocious in the first half.
Right, yeah. So we're back in the category of let's play this thing out and see exactly what happens over this season.
Absolutely. Yeah, Dante Moore.
Who's the second quarterback?
Dante Moore, Oregon, number 2 to the Arizona Cardinals. So unlike this year, we've got quarterback at the top of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They've got 3 quarterbacks in the top 8. Brendan Sorsby of Texas Tech goes to the Steelers at 8. Boy, the Steelers picking at 8. You don't see that very often. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Mike Tomlin's going to be there. He's going to be on Sunday Night Football, and they're going to be in a different city every week.
Every week? Yeah, I saw that.
That's new? They hadn't been doing that?
No.
I thought they always did that.
No, they did during the playoffs. They did. But during the season, during the regular season, they're in studio in Connecticut.
Okay.
But not anymore. They're bringing Mike Tomlin.
I ever get to watch that show, so I don't know. Now that Tomlin's on it, I might have to get the old DVR fired up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're in Cajun.
Where's my TiVo? Randy!
TiVo.
Get the TiVo ready.
TiVo.
We got a TiVo Mike Tomlin.
All right, 8 o'clock hour coming up here. The report cards for the Texans. What is Nick Casario's GPA for this draft that the Texans just had? I've got 5 report cards here, And we will pop a grade here for Nick Caserio coming up next.
Hey, what's your grade on your situation with your vehicle? If you got in an accident, it wasn't your fault. You've been injured. You got...
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Rockets win last night. The season lasts at least one more game back in L.A. on Wednesday. We'll talk more about that later in the show. Astros take 1 out of 3 from the Yankees. That's not good. They're off today, and we'll see what happens. They play the Orioles coming up next, off to Baltimore. The Texans had a big draft this weekend. They draft 8 players. And I think generally I'm pretty happy with it, Seth. They were pretty purposeful about wanting to go get guys that by day smile at you, help old ladies across the street, and by night they like to swarm. And they like to beat people up.
They seem like versions of D'Amico Ryans, which is what we're hoping for, is that D'Amico takes his Minister of Swarm ability to identify those types of players on defense, and then he applies that more on the offensive side of the ball. And I thought last year was the first year where it felt like, okay, yeah, these are swarmy offensive players in the draft, so hopefully these guys are the same
They've
this
been
year.
very intentional about it this year, it feels like, so that's been good. I feel like this draft was just kind of a continuation of what they were doing in free agency. Do you have a grade? Well, if you were grading this Texans draft, we'll go through some of the report cards here in a second. But
if I were a draft analyst, I would refuse to do grades, and then I'd get fired because those things get a lot of clicks. I do. I'm like that clip we have Caserio from a couple years ago talking about how stupid draft grades are.
You agree?
You draft guys with a projection of what they're going to be 2 or 3 years from now.
Yeah.
And nobody knows. No, even the best GM in the world doesn't exactly know how it's going to play out with his guys.
So you're abstaining from my question.
I abstain.
Yep. Yes. Seth's raising his arm. When you raise your arm,
you know what's hilarious though is it's across the board. You can look at the draft grades, and as long as you have 2 first-round picks and don't completely if you don't go like the Oakland Raiders did when Gruden was there and way reach all the time for your first rounders, you're going to get an A. And you look across, go 5 teams, 6 teams had 2 first-round picks, and they all got A's. Imagine that.
Oh, the Jets traded up and got a 3rd first-round pick.
Yeah. I will say this though. Yeah. When it comes to Marlon Klein, look, if you're in that world and you've got your big board and everything, and you're going to grade based on your criteria, I get it and I understand why people have a low grade on Marlon Klein, because in their minds, hey, you could have drafted him later. We just never know exactly if you could have drafted him later. And the Texans, as well as every other NFL team, or most of them, they work pretty hard at trying to figure out, okay, just how much interest is there on this guy? Am I dealing with an agent who I trust his word about the teams that they've been talking to and everything? And I think at the very least, there's a good chance that other teams had a much higher grade on Marlon Klein than the Texans did.
Yep.
And I'd love to hate on the Jaguars because they reached at just about every single pick. But I do think that for whatever it's worth with the tight ends, both the Jaguars and the Texans made some moves that really caught people by surprise.
Yeah.
And I wonder if part of that is something that's kind of GPS data based or analytically based, to where like they evaluated exactly the way Klein or the Jags tight end. Well, how do you pronounce his name?
Oh, the kid from Texas A&M?
Yeah.
Like Beckinger or Barricker?
I always screw up.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm thinking of something
He
different.
caught the winning touchdown against Notre Dame. That's why I erased him from my brain.
Anyway, that maybe there's something to that, and we'll see.
Okay, so here are the grades.
But I get nervous when we're putting ourselves in the same conversation as James Gladstone.
Yeah. We'll have some Gladstone audio coming up a little later. Boy, he likes him some Gladstone, man. I'll just say that.
Loves himself.
Yep.
So much.
He does. So let's go through I've got 5 grades. So we're going to wind up with a grade point average at the end of this exercise for one Nicholas Caserio. Young Nick Caserio sitting in the front room of the class that is NFL Draft. How did he do with his grades? Mel Kiper Jr., Seth, the first professor to give Nick a grade, C+. C+ from Mel Kiper Jr. It's a long write-up. I'm just going to cherry-pick the things that I think are relevant here. He likes the Keelan Rutledge pick. He says Keelan Rutledge is pro-ready with 43 career starts, and he amazingly allowed just 2 sacks over that entire 43 career starts. He also says that the pick I really liked came shortly after round 2 began. The big bad Texans defense got even scarier. For all of Rutledge's experience, Kaden McDonald is the opposite. He didn't start until 2025, but you wouldn't know it from the tape. He lists his stats, which are pretty eye-popping. And then he says the rest of the picks, because Kuiper, are a little confusing, at least in terms of value. The big one is I was shocked to see Marlon Klein's name in round 2. I didn't even have him in my top 150. He was the 9th best tight end on his board. And that's includes the fact that Mel Kiper splits the tight ends up into blocking tight ends and then H-backs. So he said when you take the H-backs and combine the two, he's even further down the list.
You know, I saw a few people refer to Klein as a guy who is going to be a blocking tight end, and I'd be surprised if that's how the Texans are looking at him. They'll want him to block for sure.
Yeah.
But I think it's his upside as a receiver that probably intrigues them the most. And, you know, he's 6'6", 250 pounds. Looks like he's got some room to put on even a little bit more of his full-grown man weight. But I think with that big catching radius, and he made some impressive catches in college. A lot of hospital balls he had to reel in with a freshman quarterback.
Yep.
That's where they probably see his upside.
Yep. All right, so that's Mel Kiper Jr., C+ for the Houston Texans. All right,
that's what I would have expected based on because of the reaches that they made, the perceived reaches that they made. I'll be surprised. If you tell me, other than Chad Reuter, that anybody gave him a B or higher, I'll be surprised.
Okay, well, be ready to be surprised.
Really? Okay.
Nate Tice and Charles McDonald.
Okay, good. I like that because those guys know offensive line.
B+.
Oh.
B+.
I respect those. I already respected those guys. I look forward to listening to their podcast later.
Here's why. Houston made an unorthodox pick in Rutledge at the bottom of the first round, but he makes sense as a hard-nosed player who fits their blocking scheme. They made what could be the home run pick of the draft in Kaden McDonald when they traded up to get him. Who has an incredible amount of playmaking and skill for a bigger nose tackle. Wade Woodaz in the 4th round is a nice project for D'Amico Ryans to get his hands on as well. So a little Wade Woodaz mentioned from Tyson McDonald. They say the most interesting pick is Kaden McDonald out of all these guys. They say he was made in a lab to play for D'Amico's defense.
I think, the most interesting one for me is Kamari Ramsey. The one I'm happiest about is Kaden McDonald, but Kamari Ramsey, the safety/corner out of USC, just because I saw Greg Cosell from NFL Films before the draft saying that he feels like he could be one of these guys that's better in the NFL than he was in college.
Huh.
And if you think about what happened with Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC, I think the Texans continue to go to USC as a well of undeveloped talent.
Yes.
They do a great job of recruiting. They don't do much with him once they get there.
Right.
But Kalen Bullock ends up being way better than people would have thought of him when he was at USC. He was very raw, kind of undersized, and, man, he's one of the best safeties in the league now. So I'm not projecting that for Kamari Ramsey, but it was cool to hear Greg Cosell say that.
USC is like a thrift shop for guys on defense. You know what I mean? Like
it's a thrift shop in a fancy neighborhood.
In a fancy neighborhood, but with stuff in there that, boy, if you just take it to a dry cleaner, you're going to get a ton of compliments on this thing.
Yeah, there's no but about it.
Yeah.
You go to a fancy neighborhood thrift shop.
Yeah.
And you go and you can find an espresso machine for like $5. It's
crazy.
That retails for $500.
That's right.
I've been told and drank coffee from.
Yeah, and no shame in that. No shame in that. All right, so we've got a C+ and a B+ for the Texans. All right, you mentioned him, Seth. Easy grader Chad Reuter of NFL.com. What does he have for the Houston Texans? It's got a B.
Ooh, that's equivalent of a D- by Chad Reuter.
A B, and I will tell you right now, there is only one team that even has a B- from Chad Reuter, and it's the Atlanta.
So this is like a C-.
This is like, if you're going on a curve, this is like a D, because the Atlanta Falcons are the F, and then the Texans are one of several teams that got a B in this process from easy grader Chad Reuter. I'm trying to search by team and see what he says about them. There we go, the Houston Texans. He's pretty consistent. He grades by day also. He's got day 1 B, day 2 B, day 3 B-. Says they upgraded the offensive line with Rutledge, who's a strong finisher. And but this is what I don't like. They gave up 2 mid-round selections to move up just 2 spots to select him. 1, they probably had to do that because I'm guessing there were other teams that wanted him. 2, they also got another pick back aside from the pick that they used for Rutledge. He makes it sound like they didn't get a later third-round pick back.
Yeah, depending, the math adds up to somewhere either a 4th or a 5th-round pick, depending on which chart you're using.
He says they gave up 2 mid-round selections. That's just not true. But anyways, I digress. Mentions the first one I've seen of these report cards, Seth, that also mentions Wee-Woo, says they drafted Wee-Woo with a pick acquired from Washington for Laramie Tunsil. Wee-Woo is a versatile lineman but lacks athleticism. Woodaz says also came off the board a little earlier than he expected. He likes Fisher, actually, Aiden Fisher, that they drafted in the 7th round from Indiana.
Okay. So Wee-Woo's athleticism, this is interesting because I watched a good chunk of Wee-Woo this weekend. He is strong as an ox, and it shows up in functional strength. It's not just weight room strength, and he's got a really wide base. He plays – I can see him transferring that power to the NFL. It's not the same as like – in Kenyon Green, one thing that made me nervous when he was in college was there was a whole lot of bear wrestling going on where he was going to have to clean up his technique. I think Wee-Woo is more advanced than that already, but – his lack of athleticism, let's talk about how offensive linemen are expected to move on the field. They can make up for a lot of lack of foot speed or testing measurables just by executing the plays properly. He was really impressive as a puller, and it was because he understood the angles. He understood exactly where you're supposed to fit. He stays tight to the formation as he's pulling. He's got a lot of really impressive clips of him pulling that I did not expect to see because I read his scouting report before I watched anything on him. So that part of it, when I think about Cole Popovich looking at these guys and thinking, all right, I know his measurables, I know all of this, but let me get out and watch him and see him play. He moves way better functionally than a lot of guys who might be better, athletes by the combine stats and whatnot. So I was skeptical going into it. I'd only just seen a few highlight clips of him here and there. But I grew increasingly excited about Wee-Woo during the week.
Oh, good. I like hearing that. I like hearing that a lot. All right. 4th report card. So we got a C+, a B+, and a B. The next one is Nate Davis, USA Today, which we know is USA Today, Seth, is basically an online pamphlet for the Houston Texans. They love the Texans during the power rankings this year, Nate Davis.
Or whichever version of AI they use to generate their articles does.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how many humans are still working there.
They gave the Texans Nate Davis, assuming he's real, gave them a B also. Same as Easy Grader Chad Reuter, gave them a B.
B minus, right?
No, a B. I'm on USA Today. B minus is the last one.
Oh, all right. Okay, you had the wrong.
B for Nate Davis. And now they are the worst of all the Bs because what Nate Davis does is he grades them but also power ranks them. So 11 through 20 on the power rankings all got a B, but the Texans are 20th. So, if B is like 80, is like 82 through 87 is a B, they got an 82.
That big swath on the bell curve of the between the 25s. Yeah, I like that.
They got a B from USA Today. Last one, Pro Football Focus, and this is their staff that they attribute this to, not just one person. But this is their B-. This is the second lowest grade other than Mel Kiper's C+ that the Texans got. They got a B-. Now, they're pretty married to their grades. They grade all these guys in college as well. Pro Football Focus has a bunch of college graders as well. But they give them they give the Texans a B-. The highest graded pick, Kaden McDonald. And if there's a recurring theme, Seth, and people evaluating the class in its totality, people love the Kaden McDonald pick, and people are scratching their heads over the Marlon Klein pick. Day 2 for the Texans, where they made 2 picks, was definitely a tale of 2 narratives here.
This is the thing that's bothering me about the Klein, because I like Klein. I'm intrigued by the pick. It raises an eyebrow when you go this far against the consensus opinion. Usually, it means one of 2 things: you're either really, really smart, or you're being really, really dumb.
Or it's Kahali wearing.
Yes. So the thing that annoys me, though, is that people keep bringing up that he's relatively new to football. And I don't buy – if a guy played high school football and then goes on to Michigan where they churn out NFL tight ends, I don't look at that as a guy that's like, oh, wow, he's only been playing football since high school.
He's not leaving.
All right, that's plenty.
And he's not leaving. He's not leaving. Sorry, he's not leaving early, right? Like, he stayed there for 4 years. Like, he's not a...
He had one more year because I know a lot of Michigan people thought that he was...
He might come back? Okay.
Yeah, they were wondering why he left when he did.
Okay, he probably more eligibility left, yeah. Okay.
I mean, he only started 1 year.
Yeah.
So that's the part of it. I think some of the rawness might come from only starting 1 year.
Yeah.
More so than he didn't. Like, unless I'm missing out that there's just all these high schools have nothing but the best coaching, and guys they might as well have gone to one of these pro academies or whatever. Like he is what he is. He only had 12 games started in his NFL career. He was stuck behind a bunch of really good tight ends when he was an underclassman. That's where I see the underdevelopment. But I don't want to give him any benefit of the doubt just because he was born in Germany.
Yeah, no, I don't either. And I'm curious, and we'll get Nick Caserio on with us at least one more time before the Texans, go away for summer vacation. But that'll be one to ask him about is Marlon Klein. Like, how does a guy like that pop up on your radar? Were you watching other Michigan guys and you kind of noticed him a play here and a play there, and you started to dial in on him a little bit more? Or were they so deep at that position that maybe you had heard from people already, like, hey, this next guy coming up is someone you want to keep an eye on? Like somebody like that has such a small body of work.
Well, he's just, part of it is just, you're going to notice him when you show up at practice. He's 6'6", he's 250.
Yeah, he pops.
He moves really well. Yeah, like it wasn't like this was some gem out of Southwest Utah State or something.
Yep. Final GPA for Nick Caserio and his staff, Seth, 2.86. Enough to stay eligible, but a GPA that would have made my parents a little angry back in the day.
You get into a pretty good grad school with that, as if your parents are rich. It's
right.
That's
why my parents were mad at it. They're not rich. Yeah. Not that I was going to grad school. I barely went undergrad. So 2.86, Nick. If you're listening, you remain eligible to be a GM. You maintain you're not suspended. You're not academically suspended. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Sounds from around the league during draft weekend. One of the weirdest questions that I've heard asked at a press conference, the Magnificent Gladstone loves him some Magnificent Gladstone. And, boy, a couple of the phone calls with the draft prospects, including one that thought he was getting pranked. Was he hoping he was getting pranked when he got drafted by this team? We got a bunch to get into. We'll do that coming up next. But let's reward you guys on a Monday for being with us right here, right.
That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the hair 832-688-HAIR. If you hair restoration 832-688-HAIR or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Right, let's get to some of the audio that we heard throughout the weekend around the league with the NFL draft as we welcome you back in. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. So funny, man. People are wondering why you're laughing, I'm sure.
Alabasta. I was just checking because Kaden McDonald, talked about how, from where he came from to where he is now.
Yeah.
That was part of the emotion, and just people were kind of wondering, okay, what's the backstory about that? He was asked about it in his introductory press conference, and I don't know. He was a 5-star recruit. He's from Alabaster, Alabama, which is one of the lowest crime rates in the state of Alabama.
Okay.
A suburb of Birmingham that has a rural feel. I don't know. Yeah. So it remains to be seen exactly what are the circumstances that Kaden McDonald overcame.
Maybe he doesn't like living somewhere rural. Maybe he's like, you don't know how boring it is to live in this rural area where a lot of my teammates grew up in places with stuff to do.
You don't know what it's like to not face adversity. and have to answer these questions at the combine about facing adversity.
My favorite line from Jerry Maguire, the movie. Kids, go watch it. Back in 1996, good Tom Cruise movie. My favorite line was the football player crying on the Roy Firestone show, saying, "People don't know the pressure that $10 million comes with." All right, let's get to some of the audio from over the weekend. I didn't know who this guy was before he asked this question of Arvell Reese. Is this out of bounds? This is some guy named Tom Wall.
Yeah.
Of the Disability Network?
He's with the Disability Network,
okay.
Which is cool. So you understand where he's coming from in answering the question, but it's asking the question, but it's a oddly specific question of a guy who just got drafted. And just pay attention to the tone of voice, too.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. Tom Long over here from the Disability Channel and with the veterans. What are you looking forward to make an impact in the NFL working with the Salute to Service and the children this year? Where are you looking to make an impact?
Ask that one more time.
Where are you looking to make an impact in the veteran community and the disability with the children this year in the NFL?
I haven't. I don't know how to answer that right now.
Okay, and try. I felt for this kid when he got asked that question because he's it's a big celebratory environment. He's expecting questions about how he's going to be used in the defense. Who was the first person you called? What was it like? Did you think the Giants were going to take you at 5?
No, it's not uncommon either for people to be asked a question. Are you looking forward to getting involved in the community?
Right.
Which is a very easy one to. A, say yes, and then B, you can expand on it. Okay, what I worked at. In his mind, if he had been asked that question, I don't know. Arvell Reese might spend all of his free time working at a soup kitchen or something. But, to be asked specifically, what are you going to do for Salute to Service and for the children?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what you're,
I thought it, and I say this as somebody who, I've done charity events for the troops and things like that. I'm all about the troops. That was a totally unfair question. That was an ambush, kind of, because even what it does, even if Arvell Reese is passionate about other charitable endeavors, and there's 1,000 things you can go support, and some people choose to support, cancer research as opposed to the military, this and that. If he actually did have other things he was doing, the way that question is framed, the answer would make it sound like he doesn't care about the military and the kids.
It sounded like something that you would ask a political candidate.
Yeah.
Which is very fair in that environment. Like, hey, what do you plan to do for this specific group?
Right,
it was weird.
Right.
I felt bad for the kid.
I did too. I felt really bad for him. All right, this is James Gladstone.
Screw them kids. That's what he should have said.
This is James Gladstone. That would have popped.
Listen, yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of people working on it, all right?
Yeah.
I got other concerns right now.
There's 1,500 players in the league, all right? Someone will do the heavy lifting. James Gladstone, who we like to call the Magnificent Gladstone because he's the Magnificent Gladstone. He was talking after the Jaguars draft on Saturday. And we as a lead into this, I would say James Gladstone and John Lynch were probably the two. And Nick Caserio on a couple picks as well. I saw a tweet from somebody midway through the third round, and they said, boy, I've got 8 reaches. I've got 10 reaches on my board, and 8 of them are the Niners, Texans, and Jags.
The Texans were one of the top 5 teams in terms of however they're grading it for how high they graded above where the consensus mock draft boards were. So they were kind of the 49ers have a reputation of doing that. So 49ers fans are and so for whatever it's worth, that's where that comes from.
Gladstone as well. Gladstone, they didn't have a pick until 56th in this draft because they traded their first-round pick for Travis Hunter, and they drafted the tight end out of A&M that was a reach, Borkacher. Shout out to my Aggie buddy John for getting me up to speed on the pronunciation. But take a listen to Gladstone here. He is talking about how, man, it's weird. All the guys we targeted, we were able to get.
James, how do you compare what you got out of this draft to what you wanted to get out of it?
Oh, that's a great question. So I can say, as a part of maybe the day before kickoff on Thursday, we ended up putting players in slots across all 11 picks, and can in fact say that we were able to nail 10 of those 11, and we only made 10 selections. So that was a pretty fun outcome, knowing that we were able to map it as cleanly as we were. I don't think that had anything to do with skill, but maybe a little more luck than that. But that was a pretty exciting piece.
Okay, the reaction to that is, yeah, when you draft all the guys you drafted 2 rounds before anybody else is thinking about drafting them, you're going to be able to get all the guys that you plan on getting, Gladstone.
Yeah, they were way more aggressive than anybody else. I think the Texans is kind of weighted real heavily by the Klein pick and probably the Rutledge pick as well.
Yep.
But the Jaguars, it was just boom, 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 boom down the board.
The whole thing, yeah.
And like we said earlier, when you go against the grain to an extreme degree, you're either brilliant or you're a moron. And it's one of those two things.
We'll find out.
So we'll see. We'll see exactly what happens with the Jaguars and their bold strategy.
That's right.
There was another graphic that was out there. It was like the all-time biggest reaches for non-quarterbacks.
Like individual players you're talking about?
Yeah, over the last 20 years or whatever it might be. And it was crazy how many of them were the Gruden-era Raiders. Because that's what their reputation is. So there's an example of, man, when you're going against the grain that often and that aggressively, like you're either an idiot or you're brilliant. Man, the Raiders were being idiots.
Yep.
One of the all-time biggest reaches by their standards was Titus Howard. And that worked out really well.
It did, yeah. No, Titus was solid for several years, no doubt. So Kenyon Sadiq, who, boy, as he started to drift into the teens, I'm like, ooh, could it happen? Could it happen? Could Kenyon Sadiq be a Houston Texan? But the Jets had the 16th pick. That's the pick they got in the Sauce Gardner trade. And they decided to draft Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq. This is what it sounded like. The GM of the Jets, I believe, is the first voice you're going to hear, maybe. I can't remember where I cut it off, Ben. But hands the phone to Aaron Glenn, and Kenyon Sadiq revealed something about getting the phone call from the Jets.
We're going to pick you right here and make you a New York Jet.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you excited about that? You can come here and be a weapon for us, all right? I'm going to hand you over to head coach AG.
Thank you.
Ian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm excited, Coach.
Man, good. We're excited too, man. Listen, we're going to bring you up here. You're going to be a huge weapon for us, all right?
Yeah. I think it's going to be a prank call for a second. But no, I appreciate it.
No, we're not pranking you, brother. No, you're going to be a Jet. You're going to be a Jet. Trust me on that, man. You've been a target for us for a while. All right?
Okay.
By the way, they did crack down on that this year.
Did
they? Was it last year or 2 years ago?
It was last year. It was Shador. Remember? It was Ulbrich, the DC, former interim head coach of the Jets, but he was the new DC in Atlanta. His son
had gotten Shador's number.
And pranked him.
Yeah.
Said, hey, we're I forget. I don't know if he said he was the Falcons.
Man.
That is one of the meanest things you can do. That doesn't involve physical harm to somebody.
It's like something out of the movies, like the rich kid, just messing with. Well, do you? And the funny thing is that he's not as rich as Shador, but still, it still felt like the rich kids picking on somebody else.
I want to make sure we get to this. Last one here. This was Ty Simpson at his introductory press conference on Friday, drafted 13th overall by the Rams, which that pick is still being debated ad nauseum today because the Rams are a Super Bowl contender that chose to take a quarterback who's going to sit there for at least 2 years and do nothing for them. But he was asked, have you talked to Matthew Stafford yet?
I have not. Kelly has actually texted me on Instagram and has welcomed me, told her to hit her up with my family if she whenever need anything. But I can't wait to talk to Matthew. I mean, I'm super excited because I just want to pick his brain about everything, soak up all that knowledge. That dude is, just how he goes about things is, super, super awesome. And, I've been a big fan for a long time.
Kelly is Matthew Stafford's wife. And the big story within the last couple of years was that back in the day, to get back at Matthew, she started dating his backup at Georgia.
Yeah.
In college.
And to try to, and it worked. Because Matt Stafford was like, hey, what the hell?
Yeah.
She made him jealous. Again, something out of a movie. She made him jealous, and he ended up locking that down. And now, She's reaching out to the backup quarterback
on Instagram. She's slipping into his DMs, saying, "Hey, man, maybe we can get together."
Tyler, can you come over? And I have to hang a picture, and Matt's not around. And I was wondering if you could come and do that for me.
Yeah.
Could you clean the pool? Oh, it's so hot out. Why don't you take your shirt off and clean the pool?
Yeah.
And I'll bring out some lemonade in a little bit.
Oh, and get those sweatpants. Here's some swim trunks.
I didn't even realize that was the outfit I was wearing. I'm sorry. Let me go get changed.
Yeah.
As I leave the door slightly ajar. Yeah.
So that caught a lot of people's attention. Think about that. Have you talked to Matthew Stafford yet? No, but I've talked to his wife.
I've talked to his wife. I went over and cleaned the pool, and then she was kind enough to let me use their shower.
Oh, my God. Yeah. With her to conserve water is what she said.
The other side, on a very serious note, she's not afraid to voice her opinion, and also basically tell Matthew where he's allowed to play and not play.
Yeah.
Like that was the case when he was flirting with other teams and potentially Tom Brady. I think Matt Stafford might be totally cool with the Rams drafting a young quarterback. I wonder how cool Kelly Stafford is with it.
Yeah, she seems to like this LA life, man.
But her husband's got a degenerative back condition. She knows the deal.
Whatever. If the back's hurting bad enough, she'll find somebody else. She'll find the backup. No problem.
No, but as far as the actual team stuff, though, I mean, it totally makes sense. Oh, the other part of that too was that Sean McVay was stone-faced throughout the entire press conference after they drafted Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
And he explained it the next day that I'm just tired, whatever.
Yep.
It was interesting.
All right, let's do a deep dive on Kaden McDonald. This is the pick that most of the experts are saying this is why we like the Texans draft class. Nick Caserio on Kaden McDonald, pass rush ability. Sam Monson. We've got a few other expert opinions here on Kaden McDonald and his game. We'll do a deep dive on the Texans' new defensive tackle coming up next. But I'd love to get you guys into that brand new luxury vehicle right now. And you know where I'm going to send you. I'm going to send you to West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land. It's so easy to get to from anywhere in the city. And it isn't just about the drive. It's about the opportunity. At West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land, they're still doing the 2025 sell down right now. $11,000 off MSRP on the new Lincoln Nautilus. 0% financing for 48 months plus $6,500 off. You've got to move the last of those 2025s out of there. The Lincoln Aviator, that's what my son drives. He loves it. $12,000 off MSRP. 0% for 48 months and $7,000 off MSRP. You pick. If you'd like a lower financing rate and a little less off the MSRP, or if you just want to go full boat, take that money off the after the suggested retail price, then let's do that. And, of course, they've got Lincoln Navigators in stock as well. Look, Ruben Mendoza and his team do a phenomenal job down there at West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land, right there along the Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. They make it effortless luxury at West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land. They'll come to you for a test drive. You want to buy online?
East Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kaden McDonald.
All right.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
All right, Kaden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
High school in Georgia, not Alabama.
Okay, well, you were very specific about the suburb of Birmingham that he was
I don't know
from.
where I get the things I get. Yeah.
Okay, so he's from Georgia then, Sewanee, Georgia. Okay.
At least that's where he went to high school.
Yeah. Okay.
One of our listeners said he's from Arkansas. Like, he was born in Arkansas.
He was
but
born
he
in
went to high school
Texarkana.
Georgia,
Yep, he's practically from Texas. Texarkana's right there on the border. Shout out to
Texarkana is in Texas also.
Yeah. So yeah.
Texarkana spans 7 states, actually. It's one of the oddities.
We've already have half the audience thinking that Kaden McDonald's from Alabama. You don't need to be saying the Tex. There's going to be people thinking they've got Texarkana trivia nailed down now.
I wonder if he moved around a lot. Maybe that's the story of like when he says where I came from. Maybe he had to bounce around a lot.
Yep.
Who knows?
All right, well, let's learn a little bit more about Kaden McDonald because I feel like this is the pick that that folks are most excited about, both Texan fans for obvious reasons and people around the NFL network or around the NFL, because I think people are excited to see what he can do in a DeMeco Ryans offense. This was the NFL Network crew on draft night reacting to Kaden McDonald.
With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kaden McDonald.
All right.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
And now the green room is empty. What a spot to go to. The Houston Texans, as you said, what do they need? Nothing. But he's going to be more than something to be added to that mix.
What he's going to do is he's going to give those edge rushers, those freaks on the edge, more opportunity to do what they do best and rush the passer because he's going to handle the run game. They play more than a gap now.
Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter just texted each other and said thank you, and then they texted Nick Caserio, the general manager, for this pick. But those tears, Joel, that we're seeing there, we're seeing different emotions from guys. This one feels like relief because of what happened yesterday.
Sure.
Being here and being around them, you know the possibility exists that you may not go, but it's still stunning and it hurts when you're not the guy, when you're the one left there, and now he gets his opportunity. I give the young man a ton of credit staying around for day 2 to accept this opportunity to go across the stage.
Well, remember, he hung around at Ohio
We're good,
State.
Ben. That's good. We got what we needed out of that. It's almost like, Seth, that this pick is being elevated in people's eyes because of the team that he's going to.
Yeah.
And he fills such a specific niche there's not a lot that this defense doesn't have. They don't have a guy like that on this defense.
Right. They don't have a guy like that. And DeMeco spoke in the press conference at the end of the draft about how it's not for lack of trying to get a big guy that they haven't had one. Because a lot of people were skeptical that the Texans would even be interested in McDonald because they've typically had guys who are 300, 305-pound defensive tackles that are, can penetrate, are maybe a little bit more athletic or explosive. And I've talked to you about this for 3 years. There's definitely a place for a big body guy in a defense like this. Mm-hmm. And I think there were times last year where when the Texans really wanted to stop the run, they had to resort to playing 5 defensive linemen. They had to blitz more than DeMeco probably would have wanted to, or walk a safety up in the box. This allows you to play more vanilla at times, to keep your integrity of your pass coverage on the back end of the defense. It makes a lot of sense. And I think that all of the football character things are in order. But on the getting a run-stuffing defensive tackle like this, he can soak up double teams, but he also just flat out makes a lot of plays. He's got a real good knack for finding the football. He's patient. He understands how to lock an offensive lineman out, wait, and then throw across to make the play. So for a young guy, he'll turn 21 this year. There's a lot of upside, and it's not the kind of upside where you're like, well, he's raw and he didn't make any plays. No, he made a lot of plays and has pretty good technique, but he can refine it a lot more. And I think could end up being even way more than what people look at him as now.
Yeah, I'm excited for him to get in the lab with Rod Wright and with DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke and see what they, see what he turns into. This was Nick Caserio on Friday night after they had drafted Kaden McDonald, the Texans, and was asked about the possibility of him becoming a more impactful pass rusher.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the big thing, you got to play to your strengths.
So what a player does well, let's accentuate the strengths. And then if the guy has an area that he can improve, then see if we can get him to improve. I think sometimes it's even a player has a perception, well, I want to be able to do this. Well, okay, look, you're 6'3", 330 pounds. The best thing you do is play strong at the point of attack. So your pass rush is probably going to be a little bit different than, Danico Autry or somebody else that's rushing inside there. So you have to play to your strengths. And then our coaches, look, we got the best defensive coaching staff in the league. So we probably got the best defensive line coach in the league, and Rod and then Coach Oakham. So we're going to figure out a way to get the player to play within our system and in our scheme and try to figure out how we can utilize his strengths and try to improve the areas that we feel he needs to improve.
This almost sounds like when they drafted Will Anderson a few years ago, and they were like, just you be the best version of you, and if you'll improve at things over time. Don't put too much pressure on the kid because he got traded up to get to be drafted third overall with Will. It's a little different dynamic. We're talking about a second round.
Well,
pick.
you know what? It's the opposite of the way that James Gladstone approached drafting Travis Hunter.
1,000%.
Where
yes.
they basically said, yes, he's going to break all the rules and be the best football player who ever lived. And, yes, he'll play both sides of the football.
Oh, that would have been great.
I always get nervous.
If Caserio was like, Kaden McDonald is an inspiration to not just the NFL but people everywhere that are about pushing the boundaries and maybe pushing the pocket.
It was one of my biggest pet peeves in watching the way that some of the teams I was on, how they would handle guys like Mario Williams when he came in. They thought, wow, look at him. He's got that big body. He can play all over the defensive line. In his rookie year, initially, they wanted him playing defensive tackle on passing downs. They wanted him playing left end, right end. Man, just let a guy get into the NFL and get good at what his core strength is, and then we'll build off of that.
Yeah.
It's a classic. You got to walk before you run, and I think that's the attitude they take with guys, and that's like with Rutledge. They're not going to say, "Oh yeah, there's a really good chance we'll just move him down to center, and he'll be the best center who ever lived." No, look, he's played guard in college. Mm-hmm. We're gonna have him play guard, and we'll have him. We'll have him try to play some center and see how it goes. But you've got to be sure that you're just giving it to it in a building block type of fashion instead of just throwing everything at a guy all at once.
Here's Sam Monson. Sam Monson watches a lot of film, formerly a Pro Football Focus. This is his podcast he does with Steve Palazzolo. They're both formerly a PFF. Sam Monson loves the Kaden McDonald pick.
Oh, I love this. Again, this is a guy where if they drafted him in the first round, we would have said fine. We would have been applauding it. We would have liked the fit. We gave him to them at various points in the offseason for exactly that logic. He's not going to be the most dynamic pass rushing defensive tackle in the NFL, but he's a monster against the run. He absolutely solidifies the middle of the line, and he can push the pocket enough to make an impact. Yeah. And that makes more of a difference in Houston than it does for almost any team in the NFL because you've got $90 million coming off the edge in Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, right? So the edge is taken care of, which means if you get any kind of push up the middle, you are force multiplying the impact on the quarterback. Whoever that quarterback is now dealing with a tiny pocket with nowhere to escape to.
And it's kind of a different way of saying, probably a better way, because I love force multiplier as a term. But it's he's saying kind of the same thing I was saying, Seth, earlier in this segment, which is Kaden McDonald in a vacuum at 36 is a good pick. He's a good player. It's probably around where a lot of people had him on their boards. Kaden McDonald in this defense at 36, because of potentially what he means to Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, who are already beasts coming off the edge.
Yeah.
There's a wow factor to that potentially.
No, and I think when you look at the four main defensive tackles they have right now, that, with other guys also in the mix, Naquan Jones, et cetera, but the four main guys, they had three guys who are starting caliber already, in Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai, and Logan Hall, who they signed in the offseason. And then you add into the mix Kaden McDonald. All four of those guys are kind of different types of players and different types of athletes. Yeah. Logan Hall can go out and play on an offensive tackle and he's very versatile. Tommy Togiai is awesome against the run, but there is something about just sometimes having a massive 330-pound guy in there that affects an offense differently than just having a smaller guy who's really good. So they've got different solutions for different problems. And that's one thing that I think D'Amico, just by judging by his comments after the draft, it was very much a scratch that he wanted to itch.
Yep.
That at some point, like he said, they've tried before to get a bigger body guy in there. It just hasn't worked out this way. All
right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. John Harris, footballtakeover.com, Houston Texans sideline reporter. He's going to join us here in the next segment. So stay tuned. We're going to get Johnny's recap on the draft. What did he like? What were his favorite picks? The draft as a whole. We'll get into all of that with John Harris, Texans sideline reporter and NFL draft expert. Coming up next.
My name is Bond. The name's Bond. Louis Bond, the Boston College wide receiver, is joining the Texans as the 204th pick in the draft. Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour. We go Monday after draft weekend. Always one of the best days to talk sports on the radio. And if we're going to talk NFL draft, got to bring on the guy who is the foremost authority. The one guy I know has seen all of these players a ton and joined us last week leading up to the draft. I thought it'd be a good idea to get him on to recap the draft. You heard him throughout the weekend on Texans radio. Texans sideline reporter, NFL draft expert, footballtakeover.com founder John Harris joining us live from NRG Stadium. Johnny, how we doing?
Recovering.
Yeah.
Recovering. Yeah. You know, it was a long 8 days. I mean, I had to take a unexpected trip to L.A. last weekend. Not this past weekend, but the weekend before. And I was like, man, I'm trying to crush draft coverage from out in L.A. That wasn't fun. But it was a good weekend all in all. Glad to have it done and behind. And we talked a lot about this draft not being just overall, not being a draft that was sexy with quarterbacks and, you know, the ball carriers and the wide receivers. You know, you're going to find value in this draft, but it just didn't have that sex appeal quite like next year. And that's actually what I'm looking at right now. I'm starting to populate my 2027 NFL draft database. I'm looking at going, man, this thing is going to be all kinds of sexy next year. May not be for the Texans, and I hope it's not. I hope we're drafting 32 and 64 and 96 in the first 3 rounds. But it still will have a lot of sex appeal to the next draft. But I still felt like this one had it. But I got to say, I was a little shocked. I was a little surprised when I was listening to this show back driving in this morning, and you guys went like 2 whole segments, and Seth did not mention the words Kaden McDonald. I thought those would have been the first 2 words out of Seth's mouth this morning, but I didn't hear that, and I thought, man, is Seth okay? And then once you guys got into it a little bit, then he started talking about, I was like, okay, Seth's all right. But I was still a little surprised that we didn't hear that right off the bat.
Well, he's got his own segment in the previous segment, Kaden.
I'm trying hard not to, just because, John, I've been telling Sean for a long time that, you know, there's a place for a guy like Kaden McDonald in D'Amico's defense. It's just that he probably, for whatever reason, has just never gotten that guy. So I've been trying not to brag about being so right about something, because D'Amico said in his press conference, it's not for lack of trying that we haven't had a guy like that. There's totally a place for a guy like this in this defense. So I just, were you surprised that he was still there at 36?
No, it was about where I thought. I mean, I think in my Harris 100, I think I had him at 24, 25.
Yeah.
But I totally understood why that was kind of the spot for those kind of defensive tackles. You know, I was trying to think, you know, the defensive tackle impact guys we've had in previous drafts. And I was kind of racking my brain. I know I probably missed some from last year, but I remember Byron Murphy. Man, love Byron Murphy coming out of Texas, but you know, he really was that 1 year he kind of flashed and was really, really good. He didn't go to like 16 to the Seahawks, and obviously now he's one of the best in the league. But it feels like defensive tackle, I don't want to say is getting the running back treatment in some sense, but I think it is, you know, we got to get these edge guys. Hey, everybody's got to grab wide receivers, and, you know, nobody's building offensive linemen anymore, so we got to take an offensive lineman. I mean, you can't make a case to me that Blake Miller is a better football player than Kaden McDonald. Can't do it. You cannot do it. But people just are dying to have offensive linemen. They're just not out there. They're such a scarce commodity that I think somebody looks at Kaden McDonald and says, yeah, you know, we can go find a run stuffer later. Well, okay. Then you're going to leave a run stuffer for the best defense in the league? All right. We'll bite. We'll take it. And I just love everything about him. He's young. 21 he'll be 21 during the season. You know, I liken him to DJ Reader. And so I have to watch myself, my comps, but the first time I saw McDonald with Ohio State against Texas, I'm like, damn, who's this DJ Reader twin? And he really, I think his career could kind of go that way. You know, first and second down, early in his career, he plays very, very well. He learns a little bit more about the pass rush game. And I think that's what happened for DJ. And I think as he got a little bit older, his pass rush game started to develop a little bit. And look, you know this, Seth. All you got to do is just put feet at the feet of the quarterback. So power, long arm, just one pass rush move. And you learn it, you master it, you can stay on the field for 3 downs. And I think that's eventually what Caden will do. But if Caden's out there for first and second down, great, because it's going to be very difficult to block that dude, whether he's next to Togiai or Sheldon or he plays next to Logan Hall. I think he's going to be a really good fit. And I say this a lot. Seth, you said it too. And I'll say it in different ways. Just because a guy or a team or a general manager or a coach has not gone out and gotten his quote-unquote type doesn't mean that they won't go get somebody against type. They just may not have had the opportunity to do it. And I think D'Amico put it best. When D'Amico came here, I remember there was some talk about, Derek Stingley, because, the 49ers had really, while D'Amico is the defense coordinator there, they always went with round 3 corners and beyond. They're like, oh, he's not going to like Stingley as a first rounder, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, now you have Stingley. Now that might change some of the things you can do up front. And because you got some dudes up front, it might change what you can do with Sting. And you go, okay. So, yeah, I have no problem with the Texans going against quote-unquote type, because I don't think Nick and D'Amico over the years have said, no, we got to do it this way, and this is the only way we're going to do it. I think they've shown that they're willing to do anything, anytime to help this football team win, including going and getting a 325-pound, 21-year-old to play in the middle of that defense.
John Harris joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610, recapping the Texans 2026 draft. All right, so, Johnny, they take 5 guys on day 3. If you had to pick one, who's going to be the most impactful for the Texans this season in 2026 of the day 3 guys that were taken?
I think it might be Wade or Kamari, because I think they'll end up having an opportunity on special teams to kind of earn reps. And, when Kamari was drafted, it's funny. Kamari Ramsey, I guess we got Jalen's and Kamari's now.
Yep.
You got to clarify. So when Keelan Ramsey was drafted, I was like, wait a second. I had him, I think, at 89 or 90 in my Harris 100, and I was a big fan. And I didn't think we would do something like that, but he did play nickel at USC. They were kind of forced into it this past year because they had some guys get banged up. They had a couple guys they could play safety with. He's a true safety to me, but with the opportunity to play nickel. And, I mean, look at the guy that plays nickel for us. He played safety at Baylor and learned this nickel role. And when I think about what Kamari does really well, I think Kamari could fit that role that Jalen plays. And, then a lot of people say, well, what if Jalen gets hurt? What he missed 3 games with a concussion last year, I think it was, or 2, maybe. And then put the Guardian cap on and became a legend. But that said, he kind of plays that way. But I really love the range and the speed in the back end. And on Saturday, I remembered and I kind of talked about a play that he had against Iowa where he basically cleared 3/4 of a field and caught up to a deep over route to one of Iowa's really fast wide receivers and ended up being part of a pass breakup all the way on the other side of the field, a play that he shouldn't even have been there. And I remember just running that play back going, holy crap, that looks like Keelan. And he's wearing number 7 for USC. Now they're built completely differently. Mm-hmm. Kamari's 6 foot, 200, kind of stout, thick. Keelan's 6'2", long, lanky, etc. But that same kind of range and speed was really impressive to see from Kamari. That was probably my favorite pick, just getting a guy like that in the 5th round that can play either safety spot, physical to play down, range to play as a post safety, going to contribute on special teams. And I think could step into either one of those safety spots in due time. So I like the Kamari pick, but I think just both those guys, the opportunity to play in special teams, will have the opportunity for an impact right away.
This is the Marlon Klein pick is obviously very intriguing and interesting, and it's got a lot of people all riled up. I can see where the upside is there. The one thing I wanted to ask you that was curious, I thought, was at least in one scouting report I saw, it said that he hadn't played a lot of scouting special teams, which for a guy who was a backup at tight end for all those years, is there a reason why he didn't play more special teams?
No, I think Michigan you're just looking at the Michigan roster over the years, they always had a bunch of young guys. Just thinking about who ran down on special teams, it was a bunch of safeties and linebackers that they had in reserve, to be honest. I mean, that team was loaded for years.
Yeah.
He was playing behind Loveland and Schoonmaker and, gosh, the kid from,
Barner.
Barner. I love Barner, man. I think Barner gives Seattle such an edge. And I think that's not Marlon Klein to a degree. Marlon's not built kind of like that, but I do think, and you said it, Seth, you kind of stole the words right from my mouth. I do think he can put a few more pounds on. But I also think as a tight end, I think he can get to areas on the field in the passing game that maybe the other tight ends on this roster don't get to. I think if Brevin were fully healthy, I think Brevin could, but we just don't know after 2 years of ACL tears, where is Brev athletically? I mean, he's gotten bigger and stronger. I mean, I see him every day, but he's just built differently than Marlon as well. And Marlon could play every one of the tight end positions. Why he wasn't on special teams? Hard to say. Some teams will end up having, rules for their special teams. I want these guys. I want defensive guys, instead of offensive guys. Yeah, I don't know. But I feel like he's going to have to be able to do that. And I think in the NFL, especially the kickoff, the kickoff rules being what they are, I think that's a great spot to have additional 6'6", 250-pound guys that like to get physical. So I do think at least on kickoff he'll be there. But I'm just curious as an inline blocker, I thought he was good. I don't think he's great, but I thought he was good. I thought there were a couple of technique things, especially his feet, kind of running his feet through his block, that James Ferentz is going to have to work with. But considering he grew up playing soccer, came to America as a freshman, goes to Georgia, Rabun Gap School, learns English, learns football, and then becomes the guy that Michigan can rely on for 4 years. He's a captain. You get him in the second round. Yeah, it was a little bit higher than I had. I had this tight end group and I mentioned it a number of times, this tight end group kind of had a lot of a very similar guy, 6'5", 6'6", 247 to 250 pounds, ran 4.6 in the 40, probably about a 35-inch vertical jump, and could be a move guy, probably not going to line up too much in line. You throw him the ball in the flat, they're going to do something. I think what separated Marlon in a sense is that he could probably be a better inline blocking guy than Jack Indries from Texas or Max Clare from Ohio State. I think Marlon could be a guy that lines up with his hand in the dirt a little bit more than those guys were going to in their careers.
John Harris joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Johnny, one of the positions that they did not come away with, the Texans, in this draft was anybody off the edge that I can think of the 8 guys. I don't think there was an edge rusher drafted.
They were all gone before 59,
yep.
basically.
Yeah. But I know it was on sort of the wish list for all of us that they might get an edge rusher. Where do they go now, do you think, to build some of that depth at that position now that they didn't use draft picks on it? And, could someone like Derek Barnett still be in the mix who's still out there as a free agent?
I think it could. I mean, at some point, that whole, hey, we don't have a contract with you, but, just stay in touch. That sort of runs out at some point. I mean, it ends up being a football booty call that you just kind of get tired of, I guess. It's like, hey, commit to me or not. Yeah. But it's worked, and I would love to have DB back. I mean, he is such a big part of this. So maybe that's what I wouldn't even be surprised if today. I think it was a 22 draft, and we're talking about edge rushers, and didn't draft an edge rusher, and then the next day it was Mario Addison, Jerry Hughes, and I think Obo Okoronkwo, all 3 of them. Like, oh, okay, well, I guess they addressed the edge position, and they did it with, veterans. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that ended up happening, and obviously they know Derek Barnett, but let's say they don't. Well, you brought in Dominique Robinson, a guy with a lot of athletic upside, and so, okay, there's an opportunity there. Talked about Dylan Horton, I thought came a long way the second half of the year in particular, but Rod Wright said something to us in the interview we did last week I thought was really interesting. We kind of asked him about the rotation and why it's important to have the rotation on a defensive line. And he said, I learned in Atlanta in 2023. And if you remember in that game, we had taken a lead. Dalton has a touchdown catch and a throw from CJ. But then Atlanta got the ball with 2 minutes left. They went at a 2-minute drill. Mm-hmm. And Rod said, Will and all the defensive linemen were out there for almost every rep, and they were tired. when they were gassed, he said, I learned a lesson that day that we have to have depth at those positions so that 55 and 51 are gassed up, ready to go for a 2-minute drill at the end of the half or a 2-minute drill at the end of the game in particular. So that stuck with me. So I do think there is definitely another piece coming. I guess now it's got to be, a veteran at this point. And maybe Derek Barnett makes some sense. And maybe Derek Barnett has a little leverage now to say, hey, I want $1 million more than you're giving me. I don't know. But I do think it's going to end up being a veteran that they have some experience with. Maybe it's a trade. I didn't think they would bring Jonathan Grenard back. And obviously JG ends up going to Philadelphia. That's a good move for them. But maybe it's a trade, too. Now they look at it and go, hey, here's what we have. Here's where we might be a little short, not just at edge, but maybe at other positions. But we went into this draft thinking this roster's pretty solid where it is. We're talking about a fourth potential edge player, a fifth potential edge player. But because of the way they use them, it's that important. And that's why Kaden McDonald's important, because Sheldon, Chogiai, Naquan, and then you sign Logan Hall. I always forget about that. That's a solid 4, but then you bring in a space eater like Caden, man, you're pretty solid there. I think they're going to have to bring in somebody on the edge to make sure that Rod sticks to that, hey, my guy's 55 and 51. They got to stay healthy, and they got to stay, they can't get gassed in those situations at the end of a half, end of a game.
Johnny, real quick, because we only got about 30 seconds. Who's the number 1 pick in the 2027 draft as of right now for you?
I think number 1 on my board overall would be Trevor Gooseby from out of Texas, the offensive tackle. I don't know if he goes number 1.
Right.
But right now I would make him number 1. That dude's an athlete he would have been the top tackle in this draft by a mile, and it wouldn't even been close. He can set himself apart with a great year. I was a little surprised he went back to Texas. This dude can do 360 dunks at 6'7", 315. He's better than Kelvin Banks was and is going to be. I think Trevor Gooseby from out of Texas is that tackle he's at the top. Next would be Dylan Stewart, and then all the quarterbacks.
Okay, yeah. And real quick, where's Arch among the quarterbacks?
I think he's top 3 right now. Dante Moore, Arch, and then, look, Julian Sane, Lenore Sellers, Sam Levitt. Well, one of those guys is going to step up into that group. But, Arch showed a lot last year to me. Not quite all the way there.
Yeah.
But I think if he's fully healthy, he's had a full year. And now he's got Cam Coleman. Oh, super stud, Cam Coleman. This receiver group is sick, dude. Mm-hmm. That's coming in 2027. Oh, my God. That, like I said, quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers in this draft, sexy. Yeah. That's what's coming. I mean, get ready. The football draft lingerie is coming in 2027.
Sexy is coming in 2027, baby. All right. Johnny, we appreciate it. As always, footballtakeover.com is where you can find all of Johnny's work. And I'm sure you got some great stuff up on HoustonTexans.com reacting to the draft and all that good stuff as well. Right, Johnny?
Yeah, you boys are great. I appreciate it. Footballtakeover.com. I'll be putting up 2027 stuff very, very soon. I can't think about that, John. Yes, you can. You're always thinking about draft.
Absolutely.
So hit me up. Boys, you guys are the best. You guys have been so great to listen to throughout this whole draft thing. And I got to get in the car. I missed the mock draft injection, so I got to see you.
Yeah, go check it out. We gave you a sneak preview, kind of. Yeah, text me when you hear who they have the Texans taking. I'm curious your take on that.
Give me a position. What they have?
Running back.
Oh! Did they take Ahmad Hardy or Ahmad Hardy?
No, no. You got to go find it, Johnny. You got to go listen to on the free Odyssey app using the rewind feature.
That's what I use. Okay, I'm gonna go listen right now. All right. See, I gotta go. I got things to do. Bye.
Get out of here, Johnny. All right, there you go. The great John Harris. All right, let's keep it moving. We'll certainly touch on more draft between now and the end of the show. But we had a revelation in what's been the biggest story in the NFL over the last 2 or 3 weeks outside of the draft. Something that I was wrong on. We will get to that coming up next. But first, one thing I tell you we were right on in my household, buying our cars at West Point Lincoln.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We did get a little bit of news over the weekend on the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation.
The Rossini. That's the power couple that I've dubbed them.
Rossini.
What's Rossini up to anyway?
Mm-hmm. Well, she is persona non grata right now. She deleted her Twitter account.
She did?
Well, I would guess. I think
you can delete it, and then as long as you don't, you can reactivate it.
Yeah. That would be. It would be silly for her to just delete it because she's probably got 1 million followers.
Yeah, at some point when she picks her head up above water, she can monetize it somehow. Might be with TMZ or something, but still.
The photographs, she can be a correspondent. The photographs of Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel, which, as you know, Seth, with the very educated private investigator eye that I have been saying all along, these look like PI photos.
We're a crack squad.
Yeah.
We don't even know where Kaden McDonald went to high school. We can't even search the internet properly, but we're going to figure this thing out.
We got this. We sleuthed this thing. Apparently, according to TMZ, and TMZ would know because they were offered the opportunity to buy those initial photos and chose not to. So they would know who the photos came from. Not from a private investigator hired by one of the spouses. Apparently just from regular people who happen to be at the Ambient adults only resort, and we're just snapping pictures. I guess the person who took the pictures recognized Mike Vrabel and was doing a very creepy thing and following him around, snapping pictures of him the whole time.
I feel like there was a little bit of a boomer disconnect from people who were convinced this must have been a private detective versus people that might realize just how powerful their phones are. Because, yes, the pictures had the element of looking like they came from a private investigator, but the phones you hold in your hand are pretty damn capable. And so some of the pictures that came out that were really grainy, I felt like, a private investigator probably would have had a better camera than that.
Probably, with a telephoto lens that would have had a close-up of everything.
When I say a boomer disconnect, I'm talking about you, but still, yeah.
Yeah.
I know you're Gen X, but...
Yeah. Either way, it was a boomer thing of me to do, for sure. There's some interesting things with this. Apparently, according to Michael McCann, at McCann Sports Law on Twitter, the unnamed local couple, so it was a local couple who happened to be vacationing at the same resort and took the photos of Vrabel and Rossini in different hotel locations because they got pictures of breakfast and in the hot tub and on the roof of the bungalow.
Yeah, screw this couple.
They might have broken the law and could be sued by Vrabel and Rossini. I'm kind of team Vrabel and Rossini on this. I'm with you. While this has given us a lot of content, and if you cheat, you kind of get what you get. That's what are you doing following people around, snapping pictures at a resort, man?
If you can't do it for yourselves, do it for America. Where, frankly, yes, it feels like there's no such thing as privacy anymore, unless you're behind the 12-foot walls of your compound.
Yeah.
But even then, there's drones that could fly over at any given point.
That's
and take
true.
That drone could be so high in the sky you don't even know it's there.
That's true.
So we don't have any privacy anymore. Yes, let's fight back. Do it for America. Rossini.
You know the funny thing, too, about TMZ is that TMZ was initially offered the photos by this couple. That's where I would go first, too. It feels like more of a TMZ thing than the New York Post is eventually who said, sure, we'll cut you a check. But it was funny because TMZ, which was really weird for TMZ, got a little bit like holier than thou. They were like, no, we don't want to police people's bedrooms and things like that. And now TMZ, like now that the horse is out of the barn, they just published photos of Vrabel and Rossini at a casino with each other from back in 2024.
Yeah.
Like they're
I don't know what the law is at wherever that casino was, but
it's in Biloxi, Mississippi.
It was in Mississippi, so it wasn't in Arizona.
Right.
It's a crime to knowingly photograph another person when that person has a reasonable expectation of privacy and that person is having sexual conduct or is without clothing. So the hot tub would be the without clothing. The fingers interlaced. That'd be tough in court for either of those things.
Yeah.
I feel like this isn't enough of a slam dunk for me to spend money on my own lawyer to sue somebody.
Right.
I don't know if a lawyer would take this on a only pay me if you win type of basis.
Oh yeah. There'd be some risk involved. I do think it's funny that TMZ, like they're kind of looking around. They're like, oh, the New York Post is publishing even more photos now. and it's okay for us to publish them. The bedroom's already been policed.
Yeah.
Because they're not the ones that, they didn't out Vrabel and Rossini, but now that it is out, they're just piling on now. Like, hey, look at this picture. I wonder how many people are sitting on pictures of Vrabel and Rossini, like in various places in the wild over the last 6 years, because we now know the footprint is potentially 6 years, and I wonder how many people are sitting on foot, because these two have, if nothing else, they've been incredibly sloppy with their affair.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say. Is that I'm guessing that there are thousands, if not millions, of people with photos of celebrities in compromising situations over the past decade or so, or really over the past, how long have smartphones been a thing? Almost 20 years.
2007-ish.
So 20 years.
Yeah.
The vast majority of people are kind of just like, I don't want to be that guy, Like, look, okay, yeah, they shouldn't be doing it, but I'm not going to be the person that's going to. And it's especially annoying that these are people who apparently live in Sedona and were vacationing at that resort.
Yeah.
So they're rich enough to be. It's expensive in Sedona. And I would say, like, well, who knows? They might be on the outskirts. They're vacationing at that resort, which is a $2,000 a night resort. They're taking a staycation for $2,000 a night.
Yep.
They don't need the money, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yep.
Dirtbags.
I'm with you.
I'm not condoning what Vrabel and Rossini were doing, but like there is a little bit of, all right, can we have some expectation of privacy?
Yeah. Well, now it's like you get the guy, whoever it was that sold the pictures to the Post of the two of them in a bar right before COVID in 2020. Like now it's this green light for people like, people are buying pictures of these ones. Maybe I've got these pictures on my phone. Am I sitting on $5,000 right now here on my phone? I think we have not seen the last of pictures of Vrabel and Rossini out in the wild over the last 6 years. That I feel pretty sure of.
Well, the biggest thing, though, too, is that you could, you might have some ground to stand on if you say, why are you guys even talking about this and not a sports story? It's 100% a sports story now because Vrabel had to miss the third day of the draft to go seek counseling.
Yeah, and the story was that they were going to keep in touch with him via phone and text, and then they just backed away and said, no, he needs a time with his family. So he wasn't even in touch with the team.
Yeah, there were conflicting reports, right?
Yeah.
Somebody reported initially that he was
in touch
talking to him, and then somebody shot that down.
Yep. Here was Albert Breer. I believe this was on one of the Boston sports stations up there, saying that what he's hearing is that over the last couple weeks since his story came out, Vrabel has not been himself.
I can just tell you factually he has not been the same the last 2 weeks in that building. The sense I've gotten talking to people is like that bravado and everything else. I think this has taken a chunk out of that, Look, I really like Mike personally. I've known him a long time. I covered him as a player. You did too, Mike. I think, deep down, he's a good guy with a good heart who's done a lot of good things for people and wants to do good things for people and has done right by a lot of people. I would say, to me, it's like what you don't want is that version of Mike Vrabel walking around for the next 6 weeks until summer, and then we'll see what happens when he gets back. You want to find a way to get the full Mike Vrabel back. And to me, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, but what if full Mike Vrabel includes whatever cavorting he's doing on the side?
That's true.
Who knows?
The guy had that thing going on. He got to a Super Bowl in his first year as a Patriots
coach. It's like
coach.
bringing Einstein in, but they gave him a frontal lobotomy. We need that for, I don't know. Maybe it's part and parcel to who he is.
That's exactly right, man. The football success is intertwined with his lack of success as
living a reckless
loyal
lifestyle
husband
away from his family.
Well, this.
He's got to, at some point, he's just got to own it and understand that, all right, every time I meet somebody or see somebody, they're going to be thinking about this in their head. And you just, it's like having a big, like Drew Brees' birthmark on his face.
Right.
Oh, yeah, people are going to notice it. You get past it.
Yeah, you
just,
do.
Yeah. I can see them staring at it, but whatever. I'm Drew Brees.
Stuppen Rossini is a big birthmark on Mike Vrabel's face. That's what I just heard. Yeah. Here was Vrabel calling the Patriots' first-round pick, Caleb Lomu, the tackle out of Utah, to welcome him to the team.
Caleb, how are you, man? This is Coach Vrabel.
I'm doing good, Coach. How you doing?
You're doing great, man. Congratulations. We're excited to have you. I hope you're with. I hope you're with your family, and you're enjoying this. And we can't wait to get you here and give you a chance to help the football team, man.
Can't wait to be there. Thank you, Coach.
Okay, here's Mr. Kraft, Caleb.
Caleb,
how's it going?
welcome to the Patriots.
I could not.
I had to get Kraft in there. I need to go back and see. I can't believe I haven't done this. I got to go back and see when they drafted Will Campbell last year in the first round.
Whether he said, I hope you're with your family.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or is this just some window dressing?
Hope you're with your family and not some NFL insider.
Hope you're with your family, unlike me.
I better not hear this reported on the NFL network before anybody else does. Yeah.
Look around for cameras, Caleb. Make sure nobody's snapping pics of you. Oh, God.
I hope you're interlocking fingers with somebody who's a known associate.
Well, yeah. And then there was Caleb's video that they played of him. You know, the video where guys are mean mugging the camera or whatever?
Yeah.
It was an interesting dance that Caleb Lomu had going on.
Oh, Caleb Lomu's dance. Yeah. He did a little gyration and everything.
Very zesty.
He might be really funny. You know, he might just be really funny.
That's true. Maybe he was just maybe someone dared him, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'll do it. Who cares?
No, you got to be good. Well, plus, these young guys, they don't know. They don't understand. You can't do everything that the producer or the director of a commercial or something asks you to do.
No.
You're just like, listen, you got to draw a hard line. You know, like, listen, no, I know what you're trying to do. I'm not going to do it.
They don't have your best interests in mind. These
you're going to get a boring football player in this situation.
That's
right
it.
here.
That's it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. I have a question just in general here. This got me so excited talking about Kaden McDonald and the Texans today. Is this defense going to actually be better in 2027 than it was in 2026? Is that possible? We'll talk about that. Final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well. We'll do all of that coming up next. But we just got done talking about somebody who's going to counseling, Mike Vrabel. I don't think he's doing his online. I'm pretty sure he's not. But if you want to, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. That's right. This show.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here's Kaden McDonald, one of the newest Houston Texans, getting interviewed by the NFL Network right after he was picked with the 36th pick overall. Check out the emotion.
Kaden, we see the emotion overcoming you. It was important for you to stay here, to have your moment. You just had a long hug with the commissioner. How would you describe this?
It's emotional, man. I knew I was supposed to be here, and I'm just so blessed. I'm just so thankful. I'm just so emotional. Like, where I came from, now I'm here. It's a blessing.
It really is so fun to watch you experience this. You know that this Texans defense is a force to be reckoned with. How will you make a day one impact?
Disruptive, making it easier for the DN, and we all go together. We're going to work. I'm ready.
Thank you, Kaden.
Okay, so there he is talking about, in the middle of emotion, saying exactly what his role is going to be, making it easier for the Will Anderson Jr.'s and Danielle Hunters of the world. Here he was in his interview with the media after getting picked, a little more composed here, talking about playing between Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter.
Man, I ain't got nothing to worry about. All I got to do is worry about how can I help them? How can I help my defense out? How can I get my defense off the field? Setting them up, to go get those sacks and just making their life easier. And that's all it is.
All right, so that was his interview with Brooke Kirchhoffer on Texans Radio.
Yeah, the interesting connection here is that Matt Patricia is the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that today. That's right.
I did earlier, but still, you were doing something else. You were shivering or something. So the Matt Patricia is the defensive coordinator, and I think that the report they would have gotten on him and understanding the way he was coached, what he was asked to do, all of those things, there's obviously a trust level there with Caserio and everybody else in the damned organization that has a connection to Patricia and other Patriots. But the fact that came up twice, I feel good about that, in that he twice mentioned on his own the importance of making life easier for the guy on the edges. That's like, you don't have to worry about, this is a guy that all of a sudden has dreams of getting 15 sacks a year as an interior defensive lineman. He knows that pushing the pocket is the most important thing he can do. And the quarterback has to double clutch the ball as the edge rushers win or he gets flushed out and one of those guys clean up. I mean, I'm not making a comparison to Vince Wilfork. I'll just point out Vince Wilfork as the epitome of a guy that never got a bunch of sacks, but was a really important part of the Patriots pass rush and then the Texans pass rush eventually, because he got really good. He was a really good pass rusher for what they wanted him to do, which was push the pocket and make life miserable for quarterbacks. So I think he could very well be that type of player. I'm not putting him in Vince Wilfork's, I'm not projecting him to be Vince Wilfork, but he's that type of, that's what you want out of him, is that type of a player.
Was this Greg Cosell? I know we played it earlier, and you mentioned, was this actually on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, or was this just...
Yeah, this was before the draft. Ross Tucker talking to Greg Cosell about his top 5 defensive linemen, and he had they talked about Kaden McDonald.
McDonald is a pure great run defender. And what was unique about him watching his tape is that not only did he win with physicality, but he made tackles. You rarely see a defensive tackle make as many tackles in the run game as Kaden McDonald. And that's what really jumped out. I mean, you see a lot of defensive tackles, as you know, they're great, they're physical, they're tough, and they win. They probably get a plus from the coaching staff on particular plays, but they don't necessarily make tackles. He was really good. This guy is a run defender, and that's the way he'll start. He's very limited right now as a pass rusher. He doesn't have a vertical element to his game moving forward to rush the quarterback. Can he become that in time? We don't know the answer to that. But if you're looking for a dominant run defender in the middle of your defense, he is a high-level prospect.
And I think that's pretty much what Caserio had said, too. Aaron Wilson asked Caserio about his upside as a pass rusher. And Caserio, to paraphrase it, basically said, don't put the cart before the horse. He's a really good run defender. That's what we want him to work on. The upside beyond that, we'll see what happens. But I think he's a classic first and second down defensive tackle for now that the Texans needed. That they're missing a huge body guy like that. Tommy Togiai is really stout versus the run, but he's not necessarily a huge body guy. Here's a 330-pounder that gives you some things that you can do when you really need to stop the run that perhaps they couldn't do before. So that's the other part of it is just simply that this is where guys like him go in the draft these days.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people thought he might sneak into the back half of the first round, but when John Harris brought it up earlier about how defensive tackles just don't get drafted,
there's a bit of a running back thing going on with them right now.
Yeah.
The positional value thing.
And there's a few years, in 2019, I think there were 6 defensive tackles drafted in the first round, but since then there have been a few years where no defensive tackles were drafted in the first round. So unless you are usually somebody that people think of as a 3-down defensive tackle, you're not going in the first round. So it makes sense that Kaden McDonald wasn't, because most teams aren't looking at him as a 3-down defensive tackle.
Yeah,
right
Peter
now.
Woods was the only one, and he went late in the first round.
Yeah,
Get out of Clemson.
And people look at him as a 3-down type of defensive tackle. I think a lot of people, this is what I would suspect, if they look at Peter Woods versus Kaden McDonald, if you're just judging him by what you're going to ask him to do, I think they probably like Kaden McDonald more.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's not where he's a 2-down backer where Peter Woods is more of a 3-down or a 3-down defensive tackle.
This Texans defense, Seth. I'm trying to think in my head how far down. What's the most significant piece that this Texans defense lost from last year, like in free agency or whatever, is Tim Settle? Like if you go down the list of Texans defensive players, and you were to power rank them in some way, with Will Anderson Jr. being number 1, and then you go, whatever your order is, Stingley, Kamari, Hunter, Petrie, Bullock, Azeez Al-Shaair, and then you start to get into Sheldon Rankins, and you get into Tommy Togiai. I mean, boy, like Tommy Togiai being like 8th or 9th is crazy. He was awesome last year. Henry To'oTo'o. Tim Settle is probably was the 12th most important guy on the defense last year, and he's gone.
You've lost Tim Settle, you've lost Derek Barnett, and you lost Nico Autry. So that's in terms of the sum total of the defensive line, I don't think they're done rebuilding what they've lost there.
Sure.
So I think that it's honestly, they rotate their defensive ends, and right now I don't feel great about the pass rush they're going to get when they have to rotate guys in. I like Dylan Horton as in his upside, but I think he's more of as a run stuffer who can also rush the passer. This Dominique Robinson, I just can't put any credence into right now, but it's that's a serious concern still.
Is it? But think about yes, it's a concern, but think about we're talking about the backup edge rushers. Here's where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
is that all the significant guys for here, and I don't want to minimize the Derek Barnetts of the world. I get what you're saying. But, all the guys that really, matter big time on this defense are all back this year. You went and drafted somebody who fills a need for you in the interior of that defensive line, and you went and got Reed Blankenship to upgrade the other safety spot.
Yeah.
Is this defense going to be even better in 2027 than it was in 2026?
It's been drilled into my head to never assume that you can just start right over from scratch and do the same thing. But it's very, very possible that they could be better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reed Blankenship is, I'm worried about the backup defensive ends not being there. But remember, those backup defensive ends will play 20 to 25 snaps per game.
Sure.
It's not like they're not. They rotate those guys in. That's a vital part of it.
Yeah.
But the fact that they had a revolving door at safety next to Kalen Bullock, that was a bigger concern, and they've improved that. So that balances things out. And then Kaden McDonald coming in is a big deal. But it's also I think people think I'm just doing this as a formality or something. They need 4 edge rushers.
Yeah.
And right now they really only have 2 bona fide edge rushers.
Yep. And now Barnett could be back. Who knows? There's still solutions out there. And we'll maybe go through that exercise tomorrow is, okay, well, now that they've drafted, who are some of the older guys that have been probably laying out to see where there's openings to play, 20 or 25 snaps as an edge rusher. Especially if you want to, if you're at a stage where you're ring chasing a little bit, this would seem to be a good defense to go play for.
This is just what I want to illustrate to you, though. Tim Settle last year had 383 snaps.
Yeah.
Because he was gone after week 13.
Yep.
Derek Barnett had 350 snaps.
Yep.
So for total contribution to the defense, they were about the same as far as guys that are in there playing and providing a presence.
Yeah. And we'll see. You know, they can. I think that's an addressable thing if they bring back Barnett and they find one other vet to put in there. But I guess my overall point is you got teams that are dealing with a whole lot more than who are our two backup defensive ends. They're in a great spot.
I'm not saying they're in a bad spot whatsoever. It's just that to say, oh yeah, they're definitely going to be better. You asked, what are they missing?
Yeah.
And that's what they're missing. They're still missing. Of those three guys that played a good chunk of your snaps on the defensive line, two of those three guys, three of those guys are gone. One of them's been replaced.
Yep. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be a fun defense to watch this year for sure. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Gentlemen, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. How we doing?
Doing pretty well.
Great, man.
That's good.
Thankfully, it's not a meat locker.
Draft weekend? Yeah, I know. Yeah, you missed the good part. You missed the part where it was 90 in here at 5:30 in the morning, and the part when it was 58 in here.
They're trying to develop toughness.
They're trying to make me sick is what they're trying to do.
I think I go with toughness. I think they're trying to get you into the mental state.
That's never going to happen.
It's like training camp,
I'm a
but
lost
for you.
cause in the toughness department.
It's like when you're trying to get the volume just right. No, that's too low. Oh, well, that's way too loud.
Yeah, that's what it was. But it's perfect now.
Yeah.
It's just right. As Goldilocks would say, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So did you was there anything from the draft weekend that you guys felt like you came away like, you just wanted a little bit more?
Me?
The Texans, yeah. Either of you.
No.
You feel like it was you're satisfied.
I freaking loved this draft.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
Loved.
Even the picks that people are like, oh, you drafted that guy 100 slots too high.
That's we don't know what their boards look like,
right.
and we don't know how they're exactly going to use them. I think if you go with the consensus, then it looks like a reach. And normally, if you have a lot of consensus like that on your board, on your picks, then you can go, okay, what are they doing? Shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But
that was great. Gladstone's like, it was really weird. We got all the guys we wanted.
No kidding.
Drafting 6-rounders in the second round. That's a good way to do that.
But in this case, it was weird.
It's heavily weighted by the Marlon Klein because it was such a perceived reach, but they were one of the three reachiest teams in the league this year, the Jaguars, the 49ers, and the Texans. So that's I always just feel like it's fine to go against the grain and don't think like the crowd all the time. But if you start doing it routinely and you do it aggressively every year, then I would start to get nervous. Yeah. As of right now, especially given their recent success in the draft, I'm way more lenient on it right now. Yeah. The fact that last year's draft worked out so well, I'm cool with it.
I will point out that those reachy teams all made the playoffs last year.
Yeah,
they're good teams. They are good teams.
No, I'm actually, when we're going to get into it, obviously today, probably right out of the chute. But I actually surprised myself. I was like, this is great.
Yeah, you liked it,
This is great.
What about you, Reggie?
I mean, I'm in the place where, and we talked about this a little bit last week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making myself as comfortable with it as I possibly could be if I had any level of discomfort, because that's the nature of the draft industrial complex. We'll do all the work that is there to be done on the outside, like not being a professional. And then your team makes picks, and you find a way to like them up until you are forced to not like them, right?
Yeah.
Like you might be like, man, I really dislike this guy. Like I can only imagine what Seth would be doing in this moment if Blake Miller had made it past the Detroit Lions and the Texans had managed to take him, right? Because I know that you do not like that player as a prospect. But once they select him, you try and put the best spin on it to give yourself an idea of what that player is.
It's not that I disliked him. It's that I didn't think he fit necessarily what the Texans were going to go for. Like, I think he might end up being a really good NFL player. He just didn't seem to fit the mold of everything else they've done in the offseason.
Would you have been able to talk yourself into him, I guess?
Yeah, no. And and it's probably a weakness of mine, is that I have a really hard time being critical of anybody choosing any of these players, because I tend to try to figure out, like, I look at all of them, and you guys know my policy. They all suck until they don't.
Yeah.
So that, which might sound negative, but it's true, college kids suck until they get in the NFL and they show that they can actually take that next step. So what it allows you to do is look at and say, oh, okay, this is what, if the guy can focus on this strength. If he can use this, he can use that. I can see where anybody in the first 7 rounds could be a good NFL player. So, like, I'm kind of a mark for feeling cool with my team's draft. If they take a bunch of guys, as long as they don't have, like, obvious character concerns or anything, it all makes sense to me.
Sounds like someone's got a little more in common with Bill O'Brien than he cares to admit.
No, I'm willing to acknowledge that they don't suck forever.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
Bill
true.
O'Brien was convinced that rookies would suck their entire rookie
You have
year.
a shorter runway.
Yeah, I'm very open to, like, 2 weeks into minicamp, I could be like, you know what, this kid's got something to
That's
him.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I was with my son. I'm glad you brought this up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
We were fishing this weekend, and we were talking about the picks and all that. And I said, so does a rookie not know anything when they're coached in college by Bill O'Brien?
Oh.
Rookies they don't know anything.
Oh, so
that's the beauty of Lewis Bond, though.
That's like a weed question, right?
Is Lewis Bond a dumb rookie?
Yeah.
No, actually, he's not. He got recruited by all the Ivies.
Exactly. Yeah, but Bill O'Brien
that's the way it goes the other way.
You heard it. Bill O'Brien.
Rookies they don't know anything.
Yeah.
Is that the case when Bill O'Brien coaches in college?
Well, we also have that's interesting, though, because we have Bill O'Brien audio where he's talking about how intelligent Lewis Bond is. And I'm like, well, yeah, but this is now, but you're arguing against yourself.
Yeah.
He's literally arguing for himself because he is the man who can take that dumb rookie and make them smart.
This was the oddest report I saw about Lewis Bond. I didn't go back and look to see if I had misread this or something, like I did with Kaden McDonald's high school earlier. It was Lewis Bond, super intelligent, was recruited by these Ivy League schools, et cetera, et cetera. Best friends with Zay Flowers. I'm like, wait, what? What's going on? How have you not talked some sense into Zay Flowers?
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
All right, so what is the, by the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day?
What's something you always overthink? And it has to do with the Texans draft. We all overthought it. We thought the day after they lost, they need a couple of linemen, defensive tackle, and maybe a tight end. Well, they draft the first 4 picks.
Yeah.
A couple offensive linemen, defensive tackle, and tight end. We overthought it. We put too much into it. What's something you always overthink?
Did we overthink it? We nailed it.
Well, I know, but I'm saying in the weeks before the draft, we're like, edge rusher.
Oh, we started doing the thing.
Yeah.
I may have too much time in between the season and the draft.
I think there's a good chance they would have taken an edge rusher if they'd been able to move up from 59. But pretty much all of the guys, like the top 10 or so, were gone by the time they got to 59.
But we were wringing this thing out.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to find, something that's out. We just overthought it. We should have gone with the first instinct.
I've got 2. One is kind of along the lines of this. I way overthink fantasy football picks when I'm getting to like the 11th and 12th round.
That's a good
like
one.
this guy's going to win my league for me or something like that. Like I'll use all the time on the clock to pick like my wide receiver 6 or something like that. The other thing that I used to was gifts for my adult kids now. Like what do I get them? What do I have with this? I just give them money now.
Yeah.
I used to overthink that all the time. So those would be mine.
Did you ever feel like you landed one of the overthought gifts though?
Like I got it right?
Yeah, like you nailed it?
Yeah, I probably did nail it once or twice. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I feel like you would have held on to that feeling if it really did. You'd be like, I got one.
As long as they're happy, that's it.
Is it okay to say like everything all the time, always?
Yeah.
And it just is the worst thing ever in the world that I do? Yeah. To the point where I overthink it so much that I don't get it done because I just am trying to find the perfect way to do it or it's awful. I don't know. Everything.
Paralyzing.
I'd like to find something I don't overthink.
Ooh, question of the day. What do you not overthink?
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, have a great show.
All right.
I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys think about the Texans draft. I'm looking forward to hearing what our listeners overthink all the time. See if that lines with me. And Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies to you. Well, I do from a freestyle rap. I'm not gonna do it.
This question's
I'm overthinking. I'm editing myself even as I'm spitting out my freestyle rap.
He's in a funk. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Mm-hmm. Starting a Monday with Seth freestyling would be insane.
It would be.
All right, let's have a good one here. It's a Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and not just any Monday, the Monday after the draft. The Texans now have the draft situated, as you mentioned, John Lopez. We have spent months thinking about and prodding and poking and all the eventualities on what could possibly happen. And here we go. There's a draft class there in front of us. How do we feel about it? 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Also, appreciation to the Mulcairn Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. That's where people are already chatting about the concept of the draft and what we do and don't know about the draft and what we can even know about the draft. We'll have those conversations. Also, the Twitch chat is 610 Houston. But yeah, let us know. What is the general feeling about the way that this draft rounded out? And honestly, I think it's worth having the conversation about how did you feel in the meantime, like while it was happening and after, about the way that the Texans decided to go about the draft? Because this was fairly unique compared to the rest of the draft.
It was, and you know this, and our listeners know this. I go out of my way to just look at it, ask the right questions, wonder about the right things, try not to be a homer, and I try to be objective on everything. I just try. And I'm looking at this draft, and I mentioned it on the doc before we got rolling here. I think this is a Mary Poppins draft. Practically perfect in every way. I really do think they got just about, they checked all the boxes. They got what they needed. They helped special teams, which I know, is not going to necessarily to steal a lot of headlines, but big time. They got upside. The three things they wanted was the things that they needed. Then they had things that they wanted in terms of identity on the offensive side of the ball. And then they also wanted to get some add-ons, some depth, some players that could maybe develop and everything. I think they got all of it, man. I think they got all of it. I can go through it more, specifically, and we will. But I was trying to look for some holes here. Now I get, hey, they didn't get a running back. Hey, they didn't get an edge rusher. I understand that, but it's 7 rounds. It's a limited number of picks.
Yeah.
I wish I could tell you I didn't like I didn't like some things of this draft. I liked everything about it.
I liked a good amount of this draft, especially the first 2 picks.
Yeah,
I'm head over heels for. Like I love what they've done here, especially like the Kaden McDonald. It felt validating to me. You know me. I like being right. It can be a little bit of a personality flaw at times. I recognize that.
I hadn't noticed.
The thing that the conversations that have been had, some of the analyses headed in about how the Texans like these smaller defensive tackles. It didn't ring true in my ear. I was like, that doesn't feel right. And so I was really excited to see them ultimately make that decision because he fits all of the personality type things, but he gives them an opportunity to address one of the things defensively that it felt like they didn't do well, which was stopping the run. So there's that. There's the Keelan Rutledge, which we talked about on Friday. We'll talk more about it. The Marlon Klein was one of those things. That's that selection of the tight end out of Michigan with your second round pick at 59 overall. That one was when I started going, Pursuant to what our question of the day will be, is this where we're overthinking? Is it possible that the Texans might be valuing the human parts of this, the cultural parts of this to a fault? I think as I've dug a little bit deeper into him, I've been able to kind of step back from that thought, but we woo I could see the logic behind all of it, which for me is ultimately the thing that I hold on to, because as you know, I like to say there's more than one way to cook chicken.
Right.
I feel like this is a cooked chicken. I don't know if this is teriyaki chicken or if this is baked chicken or if this is fried chicken. I can't depending on the flavors that you prefer, but I do think that this is a coherent, cogent draft class that makes sense. And ultimately, I also feel like the stakes weren't as high in this draft for the Texans because of the way that they handle it. So I have a hard time being worked up about anything. Like there's some little things that I go, I wonder how I feel about that. But ultimately, I think that they addressed some of the big things that I thought they wanted to do, and I can see the logic within it, which ultimately is going to be good.
I want to go back to Marlon Klein real quick because that's a pick that I will admit, might be the reach, air quotes, that people are going to hone in on. I started kind of laughing about this because people say, well, he didn't play football till he was 15 years old and he came from Germany. And I'm like, this dude went to a football academy in Georgia where, predictably, supposedly, probably, you get better, more intense coaching, and then he went to Michigan and was behind a couple of guys that played in the NFL.
Yeah.
And so they're acting like this guy is fresh off the boat or something. Like most kids start playing organized football. I know some, Pee Wee and all that, but like legit coached organized football in middle school when they're 13.
Yeah.
He's 15. He's getting over here and playing. Why are people like, well, he's a German that just didn't play till 15?
You think he's going to be better than Kahali Warren?
Yes.
The water polo tight end?
Yes. He started playing football at 15 in high school at an academy, then went to Michigan, for God's sakes. And it got.
Are they good at football?
I mean, yes. People are like, wow, like he's just fresh off the boat. So that one just had me kind of giggling about that. But I get it. That, because of his production, because of some injuries, that's going to be a reach. But I also see a really big dude,
6'6", 250.
Yeah, that can do a lot of things. And maybe they had. I'll grant you that one, but it's still a little bit overstating that it was this big reach or something.
Yeah, and the tough thing for me in it is, sometimes you go, is there production there? And I know that that's not the end-all, be-all. I see someone on the text line saying that they could have gotten him later, which I'm always very hesitant to do because the draft industrial complex leading up to the draft is not the draft, right? So all of these draft grades that we get, you think that some players you could have later, but in other instances you look up and you go, are you certain that that's the case? Because there was a run on tight ends there. And then also, the draft is malleable. The picks that happened before in a butterfly effect type way impact the picks that happen after. And once the magnificent Gladstone gets out here and breaks the seal, right? Once he cuts, if we're going to talk about spades, once that first spade comes out, now here come all these other spades, right? And I think that in my mind is where it started going. If I wanted to have a criticism about this, it would be more that there were some tight ends that felt like they have more development that were still on the board, right? Think of Max Clare. I think Oscar Delp, even if we're talking about like a dude who has traits. What helped me is I went back and are you familiar with Bruce Feldman of The Athletic, covers college football, and obviously this is a good intersection for him. He has, every year he does a freaks list after the season of just the dudes who are freakish in various different ways. Marlon Klein is one of them dudes. Now, he came in like 31st on what is a pretty robust list, so he wasn't like freak number one. You want to know who freak number one on his list was this year? Kenyon Sadiq, right? Like, he's not that, but he's a freakish tight end who ran a really good three cone. I think he had a huge jump. He hit like almost 22 miles per hour on the GPS. Like, he has some freakish tools. So the thought that I had was he meets the criteria of what they want culturally, Marlon Klein. He was a team captain at Michigan. He is a gritty dude, right? He came over here, didn't know a lick of German, and just fended for himself, right, without no family here. And he has these tools that hopefully you can develop into. So, like, these are the things that I try and come back to. But then in the second round, if we're talking about, like, that value, I would hope that you have a dude who's a little bit less developmental. But then that's when we get to the run start, and ultimately we can't know what we don't know of when you would have been able to get him.
I have a question for anyone who says they could have gotten Marlon Klein. I'm going to call him Garrett. I know I am because my son's best friend's Garrett Klein.
Garrett Klein?
I almost did it right there.
You don't call him Calvin Klein?
I was about to say Calvin Klein.
Colin Klein.
Just word of warning, at some point, probably multiple times, I'm going to call him Garrett Klein instead of Marlon Klein.
That's like me calling Aaron Glenn, Andre Glenn.
But I have a question for anybody who says you could have gotten Marlon Klein later. Why didn't you get Kaden McDaniels earlier? Because you could have. You could have drafted him at 28. So see, it works both ways, man. You don't know what other teams are thinking on these players. So you're saying, they could have gotten him later. Well, they could have gotten McDaniel at 28. Are you mad that they didn't? Or are you glad that they got Rutledge and McDaniel?
Yeah.
So think about it like that.
Do you feel like people would be having this conversation if they drafted a different tight end, like a Max Clare or something like that?
It's name recognition. It's the as you put it, the big draft, so to speak. Big draft.
Yes. I think that's the issue.
Yes.
They got this tight end when you had maybe three other tight ends.
But if you think about it like that, you should be pounding your fist on the table. They should have drafted McDaniel at 28. It works both ways, man. I really, really like this draft. I think Bond, we talked about him a little bit, kind of a move the sticks guy at that place. Good value.
That's 6th round, right?
Kamari Ramsey.
That's the one.
There's your Jalen Petrie
of your day 3 guys. Yeah. That's the one who really made me go, oh, okay, I'm interested. And of course, the Texans seemingly love a USC defensive back. But yeah, Kamari Ramsey is the dude who goes, all right, now you're adding to that high-flying secondary with another dude who likes to thump.
Yeah.
And it feels like you have a guy who could possibly slide in as a backup for Jalen Petrie.
One of the you want some coverage in your linebacking, right? Okay. There's a chance right there. That's a guy that can cover. I mean, flat out, the numbers say so. The production says so. I can talk about the edge rusher and the running back, and we will. They've addressed it some with the undrafted free agents. I know that's not as sexy, but you went out. We're sitting here the Monday and Tuesday after they get eliminated by the Patriots saying, man, they really need to help this offensive line. You go out in free agency and get some dudes. You go out and two of your first 3 picks are on the offensive line. We were sitting here, and this was one of your pet projects, so to speak. Boy, the interior defensive line. What are you going to do when you absolutely know they're going to run the ball? Put this big dude in there. I almost
glad you didn't say what you were supposed to. I could see it.
I've got 2 near misses already in this segment.
We are 15 minutes into this thing,
buddy. You really love this draft, then, man. I never heard you this giddy over a draft.
I said it earlier, Figgy. How long we been working together? I always try to. All right, where's the holes? Where are the question
marks? You got
marks?
John Harris beat right now, man.
I'm telling you, man. I'm surprising myself, and I think the fact that I'm always a little skeptical and ask the questions kind of tells you how I really feel about this draft. I think it's a home run given the picks they had and what they needed. Oh, one more thing. What did we really need to do, for this team? Let's change the attitude on offense.
Yeah, and that's the thing that it shows up that was the most important thing, right? The cultural fit was, I think, the big thing that shows up through the entirety of the draft class is if you are not what's the old Bill O'Brien smart, dependable, tough?
Tough, smart, dependable.
There we go. In some order. If you are not those things, you can't play here, right? If you're not a smart dude, if you're not a culture dude,
smart, dependable
Thank you. I appreciate that, Bill. Thank you for you. That's not the only time you'll hear his voice in this program, unfortunately. I got to tell you that right now. But yeah, if you do not fit the culture that they want, which particularly on offense, if they weren't going to take you. And it feels very much like they looked up and they were like, what the most important thing is making sure that thing that we know that permeates the defense, that makes the defense a talking point across the league, we want that to permeate the entirety of the team. And that also starts with getting those trenches right.
How many team captains did they draft?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think they drafted at least 3 team. Wasn't Boyd? I mean, Bond. Bond was a team captain. I believe McDaniel, wasn't he? McDaniel's
I believe
a team captain.
In this break, I will do the work of making sure and checking how many.
Rutledge was a team captain. There's 3, so it might be 4 or 5.
This is a new thing that we put on.
We're drafting team captains.
Next year, it's like, hey man, you want to see the Texans bump on a number?
Hey, forget Swarmy. Was he a team captain?
Was he a team captain? But I know that's relatively minuscule. But it kind of speaks to what they really were after in terms of offensive swarm and stuff like that. Yeah.
No, without question. And so, I don't think it's one of those things where you go definitively, I hate this draft. I think that there's matters of taste that could come in with this draft. It feels like also the stakes were low enough that if you're just in a place where you're like, I don't know about that, rather than I am completely out on that, you can make it ride. And ultimately, I think the way that they did this, it sets them up to throw a whole bunch of dudes out there, let them go into camp, have real competition, and competition at the high end. Remember last year at training camp, we were talking about competition, but it's competition amongst backup type players.
Right.
They got starting caliber competition that can happen. I think ultimately that's what you want when you're putting together team building. You want to just throw a whole bunch of really good dudes in there and let iron sharpen iron, as they say from time to time. So I'm intrigued by what this looks like, and we'll dig deeper into it. I loved hearing from various different players in this draft class what they brought. We'll hear about that as we go. But I also think that it's worth noting that there's some things that they didn't address, and we'll talk about that during the program as well. So stick with us here as we go through in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, though, the Rockets had 2 games this weekend, and one of them was a big blowout last night. The one on Friday, not quite. They give the game away in a game that they had won. But the question I have for you, ultimately, is it's 3-1, but it could have been 2-2 if they did not fumble the game 3. Would you feel differently about the Rockets right now if they did not fumble game 3 the way that they did? 713-572-4610. We do that next. But right now, I got to talk about something that is coming to the greater area, and it's a big deal. So I got to talk to you about it.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
The CEO way out.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Monday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday after the NFL Draft weekend of 2026. One of the things that we were just talking about in the break, which I think helps me as well, is the reminder that this was not a particularly great NFL draft year, with all due respect, right, to all the guys. And honestly, we can never know what the actual answer is of that until years later, right?
Yeah.
Once you actually see the draft pan out and what the dudes actually did in the National Football League, we might look at this and go, hey, man, this is one of the greats. But at least from the perspective of the scouting and the grading and so on and so forth, this was not one where you looked at it as, hey, this is an incredible class. And I think that's part of the things that I need to remember when I'm grading this. I think also you come back around, though, and it felt like the strength of this draft was going to be in those middle rounds. And you got a couple of guys that I went, that was not what I was expecting in rounds 2, 3 areas, in the areas of the draft, 4 even. And so I think that shaped some of the feelings I had. But ultimately, like, they answered, or they addressed especially the big issues that they looked like they wanted to in this. So ultimately, I think that's the way that I view this draft for the Texans. We'll talk more about it as we go. But as the Texans were drafting, the Rockets were playing basketball in the playoffs versus the Los Angeles Lakers, bringing the series back to Houston for games 3 and 4. And in these games, game 3, they have a 6-point lead with 1 minute to go.
How'd that end up?
They lost.
Was it with 1 minute or about 30
less
seconds?
than a minute to go? It's a great.
It had to be about 30 seconds.
Yes.
34
because I thought it was over.
Yes,
dude. It was kind of like the exact opposite, of the. Did you ever see Tracy McGrady score 13 points in 30 seconds? Well,
35 seconds. Yeah.
I would have been head for the exits if I was there. Man.
They were.
Really,
were.
truly.
Yeah.
Right. And so you had, mind you, this is a game in which Kevin Durant, both these games, Kevin Durant does not play with the ankle injury. Remember, he came up as questionable with that ankle? Yeah, it was enough to keep him out. In fact, I think Ime Udoka before Game 4 said that it was like 50% mobility. I was like, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, that means no.
But the Rockets played a much better game in Game 3, even sans Kevin Durant. They looked like a serious operation, and they had a lead at the end. They gave that thing away, though. Reed Shepherd with the turnover, and then just actually Jabari Smith Jr. also had a turnover in there, and ultimately allowed
that
was
Lakers a bad turnover.
Really terrible
pointless
turnover.
Pass.
Awful.
He kind of got baited too.
Yeah,
without question. No, absolutely. It felt there like an inexperienced move. They respond to that after being down 3-0 with a resounding victory over the Lakers, 115-96, where they dominated this thing for a large part of it. And it felt like they found some answers, including Reed Shepherd playing more and knocking down shots. And so the series now swings back to L.A., Game 5 on Wednesday. And the question I have for you is, I get it. They went down 3-0. Teams don't come back from being down 3-0. It's incredibly, incredibly rare in this league to make that happen. But even would you feel different about this Rockets team had they finished out that game in Game 3, where they played really well? They played really well in Game 4. Would that have changed anything about the way that you felt about this Rockets after the first 2 games of the series?
I don't think so. And there's a number of reasons for that. I get it. 2-2 is an all-new series, et cetera. But, I mean, is Ime Udoka still the coach? Have they closed out any close game of note? Because there's going to be some more close games down the stretch. This was clearly one of those nights where the Rockets did everything right. Lakers missed a lot of shots. They pulled their starters with 7.5 minutes left. And so, good win. Glad they could save, face a little bit here. Is this offense still reliable, just in terms of creating shots consistently? Is Kevin Durant still questionable? And by the way, I don't know what to make of this. I really don't. Do we have any idea if there's a rift in the locker room, or if there's any, sort of drama or anything else? Is that still there? Is it non-existent? Is it just made up?
It depends if you're looking at the local media or ESPN.
Yes, exactly. So that's a lot of questions I have. Even if it were 2-2, Udoka is still the coach. The Rockets still haven't closed out a close game of note. Again, the offense still is unreliable, in terms of consistency offensively.
I thought that they played significantly better
100%
brand of offense even. Like, I know that some of this was they shot better from knocking down shots.
Yeah.
The ball bounced around a lot better, and they had 100%. A lot more movement in a way that was encouraging.
If they played like this in game one, I would be a little more confident.
But that's kind of where I'm going with this. You are 100% right. That offense it was clicking. You talked about the shot making, all that stuff. Have we seen that before? Yes.
Yeah. No, they have ebbed and flowed at times this season.
Is Kevin Durant still questionable? There's another question.
Certainly is. Honestly, it's getting to a point where you kind of ask yourself, and it's an insane question because we know what the answer is, but you ask yourself, is this team playing better because they're without Kevin Durant?
Oh, boy.
And I think that before we even get into the nitty-gritty of this, I think the answer is no, right? But there is questions that asked about, like, hey, they're forcing themselves to play better. They went small in Game 4. That was one of the decisions that Ime Udoka made, and it seemed to benefit them, switching everything on defense, but more importantly on offense. There was a lot more movement. They had a lot less of those moments where you just have one person operating and everybody looking because you don't have that type of team to be putting out there in this moment. And it looked better, but I think I would feel differently, but I would not feel so different that I think that this is an entirely different series, right?
Sure.
And we talked about this going into the weekend, is that they'll play better at home because teams tend to play better at home. The shot making was there. I thought that the defensive uptick was really interesting to me. And the idea that, honestly, the young guys banded together to play serious-looking basketball meant something to me because I was starting to look at this young core and go, okay, do we need to throw the whole thing away?
Yeah.
Metaphorically, obviously, it's not just getting rid of these guys, but do you need to change the expectations of the young core in general? Like, did you get this all wrong was a question that I think we were asking early on, and it felt like they battled in such a way where you go, okay, no, there's some certain things in here that were not gone. They just, unfortunately, at the biggest time of the season, they slipped back.
Yeah.
It felt good to see them put together a couple of games where even without Kevin Durant, who seemed like he was a crutch for this team at times, you could get Reed Shepherd out here looking better. You could get Amen Thompson playing to the heights that you expect. You could get Alperen Şengün looking like he's supposed to in the post, dominating the game. Like, I felt like those were good signs to that end. I still don't think that they can go on the road and win in the way that they
so
need
you're
to.
Kind of there with me. Maybe not as harshly because I'm like, this doesn't mean a damn thing.
Yeah, I think
the damn thing.
Yeah, I think the Lakers just got the coaching advantage, man.
Coaching advantage. Now they're going home. They truly had the Lake. If I'm a Lakers fan, I'd be like, okay, one of those nights. It was one of those.
It was
nights.
one of those nights.
Yeah, and so I'm not exactly. Hey, now maybe there's something long term that they can build off of all this. But I still go back to this is probably going to be a relatively close game. The Rockets have not been able to finish close games, especially big close games.
Right.
And
I mean, even last night, they blew it out to the point where they did not have to finish that thing out. Yeah, that we go back to one of the questions that led you to bring in Kevin Durant. How do you close games?
Yeah.
And they haven't done that yet, so that's a fair point. And you brought up something in there that I think is interesting, which is there a rift in this team? And that was a conversation that started happening with Kevin Durant being out because I believe someone asked Amen Thompson if he knew what the vibe was with Kevin Durant, and he said, honestly, I don't know. I had to talk to him. And he said it with a smile, like kind of a smirk. And it did not read to me like he was like trying to point to a rift. However, that began the conversation of, is there a rift? Obviously, you go back to the supposed burner accounts and all of those things.
Not being on the bench in Game 3.
Right. Did you buy into the idea that like maybe Kevin Durant had some level of quit on this team? He was back on the bench in Game 4, and I know in Game 3 he was in the building rehabilitating.
Well, they said he was rehabbing.
Yes.
We don't know. I mean, what?
I mean, that's where all the team staff is.
No, but we don't know.
So
If there was something else at work here. We don't know. So when I said, is there a rift? Is there some sort of drama? I don't know. I mean, because you're hearing McManaman on one thing, and then the local reporters, as Figgy was pointing out, saying something else, and yet it just seems like there is. I mean, again, maybe it was just as simple as he's getting treatment during the game. I would suspect. There are 23 other hours, 20 hours, other hours in the day. Maybe he could have done it at some point in those other 20 hours. Well, he was watched the game.
He was doing it. He was doing it all the way through. But I hear what you're saying about
24/7. Nothing is 24/7.
No, I hear you. But like a large percentage of it. Dave McManaman, who you're mentioning of ESPN, he said that Kevin Durant's teammates have no idea what's going on with him, and all of this is based off of that one of men quote talking about how I don't quite know what the vibe is. Haven't really talked to him. And I think that's a stretch. Yeah. I would more lean towards the circumstances that we saw and what you saw on the bench during Game 4 when dudes are getting ejected and Kevin Durant's there talking bleep for his team, waving DeAndre Ayton off the floor because he got ejected.
That was a little bold, right? Unless there was some other back and forth talking that we don't know about.
Oh, there probably was.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, that was a little bold right there.
Yeah,
it's a lot more salacious to be like, well, Kevin Durant has quit on the team and that there's a rift. Then hey, they're not meeting expectation. And I think that those are the harder questions. Those are the more difficult ones. And I think that those are probably the more apt ones in this. Sure. I don't think that he just got to this place where if he wanted to be mad and quit on his team, there were other instances. There were other opportunities.
Why did he wait so long?
he waited to the middle of the playoffs to do this.
You're just like, you know what? I'm gonna miss some games right now. Just quit. I'm cool. Yeah.
When dudes was throwing the ball into the third row and stuff, and he was playing that. Now he decided to get upset.
Yeah.
I have a hard time getting to that place. But yeah, the Rockets managed to put up a couple of good games. Unfortunately, they blew Game 3, so this is a series that still feels like a foregone conclusion as opposed to being one that is open. And Austin Reeves is on the brink of coming back. So it doesn't look great for their prospects of winning the series, but one at a time is kind of the mantra. And they did that last night, so we'll see if they can keep doing that come Wednesday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we return back to the NFL draft, obviously the big thing that's happening. And the Texans ultimately did the things that we probably would have imagined that they would have done months ago. But we had all the thoughts to try and think about all the eventualities, and it feels like we might have overthought a little bit. So question of the day, what's something that you always overthink? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let's talk about it next.
Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to the question of the day here. What's something that you always overthink? 713-572-4610. Texans draft happens, and in the first couple of days, they take two interior offensive linemen, mind you, and that's Keelan Rutledge, the guard/center out of Georgia Tech. Then you get Febechi and Wewu.
Wewu? I've heard Wewu, like almost like with a B. Is that right?
I think that N kind of comes in with a little bit. And now, of course, all the pronunciation guys just say Wewu. So say what you got to say in order to make that go on. I'm
going to go with Wewu so I can sound very intercontinental.
Okay, we will talk to him at some point, and he will correct us and make us sound like idiots.
I'm going to be worldly.
That's right. But then you have those guys. That's the guard out of Oklahoma, mind you. They end up with a tight end who is Marlon Klein out of Michigan. And they end up with a defensive tackle, Kaden McDonald, big boy. And those are the things that we would have talked about probably early on, them probably needing, right? And you go through it. You talk about the eventualities. You see how draft mocks are coming through. But it feels like we might have overthought it a little bit.
No, we did. I mean, just in the last few days before the draft, we were like, oh, boy. Got a good feeling about wide receiver. You know, that edge rusher, man, they're talking about moving up 10 spots. Could that be the place where they go get an edge rusher? Hey, don't forget linebacker. Linebacker, let's go. You
look at the
what
contracts.
About trading out of the first round? Dude, we were thinking and overthinking this whole thing. And all they did was get exactly what we were talking about they needed the day after their last game.
All right. So with that being the thought, let's take this a little wider. What's something that you always overthink? 713-572-4610.
So if the wind is coming out of the east.
Of course it's weather.
I probably don't. No. If the wind is coming out of the east, I probably want to fish that south, that east shoreline, the grass beds, and I probably want to throw a topwater. But there's just been a shrimp.
You speak English, man.
There's just been a shrimp hatch, which means I probably should throw a little smaller bait. On the other hand, if I put out some drift socks, I can cover more water. When I go fishing, I break this down like Nick Caserio does a 6th round pick. Think and overthink is the name of the game. When
how many gauges and doohickeys do you have aiding you in this overthinking?
Well, I got the GPS, I got the trolling motor, I got the power pole. I've got, obviously, my weather apps. I've got the Tide app. I'm watching tides and currents. I'm watching a wind direction and speed. I'm watching the bait to see how big the bait is, match the hatch, as they say. Figure you know all this stuff.
Yeah.
And,
It'd be throwing me off, too.
That was good. Overthinking your next fishing, your next fishing trip. That's one. The other one is this show every day, every single day.
That's my answer. That's not your answer.
Right before. Well, you have a bunch related to radio, I'm sure, but every single day when I sit down and we turn on the mics, I'm like, all right, what am I missing? What did I forget? What's the big hole in all our prep for this show? And I'm like, what's the big thing that we completely forgot about?
Yep. Yeah, I can go with you there as well. This is a great one that comes in on the Base Power text line. Which lane to switch to during your traffic?
Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah, man. I am somebody who plays car chess, which is, all right, if I get over there, that one's going slow. And it feels like every time I get to that spot, that's when the slowdown happens. And I'm like, damn. And then and the worst part about it is I then try and do I'm going to stick with this lane. There's no need to bounce around. And then that lane is slower. Every decision I make when it comes to do I change lanes, it never works out the way I want to.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, mine, believe it or not, I kind of overthink when somebody don't text me back.
Ooh.
Especially when I ask like a question or something like that and they don't get back to me at all. I start overthinking like, man, this person probably don't even like me. I'm like, man. And then I start thinking, like, man, you know what? Screw them too. Then. Like, I don't like you either. Yeah. And then when I see them in person, man, I'm so sorry, man. I thought I responded. Where I'd be like, okay, cool. And then in the back of my mind, he probably just saying that. Yeah. I start overthinking that type of stuff all the time.
Somebody said everything. I mean, which is a thing, which a lot of people overthink everything.
That is fair, but break it down a little bit. Like, shout out to Sed on the YouTube page. Packing my suitcase before traveling. That is a great answer.
What if it rains?
Because you're like,
what if it's cold?
Yes.
You pack for all 4 seasons.
What if I want to play basketball on this trip?
Yeah.
Brother, you're not playing basketball.
I haven't played basketball in 6 months, but what if?
Yeah, so we gotta take those shoes. Honestly, that's not even the crazy one. The crazy one is when you go, all right, I'm going to be there for 4 days. I'm going to take 4 pairs on. But what happens? Yeah. What happens if I need an extra 2 pairs? Like, why would you need an extra 2? What are you planning on doing?
If I'm going for 4 days, I'll probably pack like maybe 10 pair of socks just in case.
Got the long socks, the short socks, the colorful socks.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, cooking an important dish for Thanksgiving.
That's not overthinking.
And
you were thinking the appropriate amount. Thanksgiving is not one to play at. Now, here's the thing: if you do too much as like if you say overthinking as trying some new stuff that ain't nobody had before, yes, that is a problem. But
grocery store line.
Wait, what do you mean grocery store
like
line?
Which line to get into when you're checking out? I do a little scouting pass. I always
you had to.
Yeah,
man.
you always do a little.
You always look at the person that's at the front.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, this lady, she ain't got a lot of stuff, but she's moving very slow.
Oh, I see coupons. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Do people still use coupons?
No, I think they use them on the phone now.
Yes, they
really?
do. I got stuck at a Walgreens line. I was at a Walgreens line. I just went in for
actual coupons.
Yes. I went in for water, and I guess the coupon wasn't working. Yeah. So now, and you know, Walgreens, they didn't downgrade it where they only got one person in the whole damn store.
And that person's always in the back.
I had to go to the cosmetic line. The cosmetic lady like, Europe, like, come on over here, man. All I had was a water in my hand. Yeah. And this lady, she was like,
and didn't let you go through?
Nope. She was standing strong or whatever she's trying to get.
She's blocking you out.
Man, no, she was already in the front of the line. She was getting taken care of, but the coupon wasn't working. So she was just stuck there. I'm like, man.
What about like a little ache or a pain?
That's what somebody said.
Cancer.
Yeah, the hypochondriacs.
Oh, need my gallbladder out.
No, that's my wife.
Yeah.
That's my wife. Every time, I'm like the last couple of days, I'm like, man, I got a headache.
Yeah.
You need to see a doctor about this. I'm like, man, I'm not wasting my time trying to go to that over a couple headaches.
Got a little bit of a dry mouth. I think it's scurvy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Like, you need to go to the doctor about this.
To that end, somebody said not about their bodies, but about their cars, like car troubles. Like I imagine you hear that noise, and you're like, oh God.
I kind of
that happened to me last week. I started the car. It sounded like it didn't want to start. It like, I'm like, wait a minute. Let me call my car man right now.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna put the phone on speaker. You hear it? What that sound like?
I get to the car man. Everything look fine to me.
Does that sound expensive? This is a great one from the 281. Going out to eat, where to go?
That is an argument waiting to happen, first of all. But yes.
Because they said they always end up going to the same spots anyway.
That's an evergreen overthink, man.
Yeah. Mine with restaurants is actually dessert. Because, like you have a great meal, you can't screw it up.
But the dessert menu's really small in those places.
Sometimes.
It's hard to overthink it.
But I'm like, it's got to be the perfect dessert. Just had a great meal. It's got to be, what about this? No, I don't think that's going to fit. I need this.
I'm really curious if Lopez was this one, if he overthought in this area from the 713, overthinking parenting. I always wonder if I'm. Yeah, I was like, you feel like the dude. You were like,
we're good.
You pretty laid back.
Yeah, we're good.
They're alive.
It'll be all right.
No, some of them parents be overthinking too much.
Well, you always hear me, don't borrow worry. That's an overthink.
I don't really like the girl Kim is hanging with.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, stop overthinking.
I mean, people are always like, well, what if this happens? And what if that happens? And I'm like, what if the good thing happens?
That's oddly healthy.
Yes.
That's oddly healthy.
Yeah,
I don't think it came. I think it came from a place of laziness for you.
No,
but I think that was oddly
how many times you heard me say, "Don't borrow worry"? Well, it could be this, it could be that. Like, it hasn't happened yet.
Sometimes
it hasn't happened.
Sometimes it make the kids stronger when something happened. They got to figure it out themselves.
Yeah.
From the 832 dating. Yes, absolutely. Great answer. 346. Brother, me and you we're siblings apparently. When you walk in a store and walk out without buying something, overthink if they think you're stealing?
Everybody does that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I feel guilty, man.
I'd be like, damn, I really couldn't find that.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I might have to go down the road.
Oh,
to
you know
see
what?
it.
Never mind.
Yeah.
I ain't going to get nothing.
I think this. I feel as if, and you can hate me if you want. I feel like after, because I've been out of the game for quite a while, as you know. But like after a first
How
date,
long?
Yeah, exactly how long?
How long you been out the game?
At least 6 months. I think.
I'm gonna call Jan right now. See what she think about this.
After a first date, I feel like women overthink that a lot more than men. Right? Like, did he do this? All that stuff.
Yes.
But I'm not saying men are unique. Not part of this as well.
I think I'll take a step further. Even before the date, like I got a lot of homegirls who be like, "Yeah, this person, he didn't text me back, so I don't think he like."
Right.
I'm like, you overthinking it, man.
Yeah.
This dude just probably sitting around doing nothing, and
Also,
probably ain't even thinking.
Yeah, it's the texting too much, texting too little, texting at the right time.
He just
it's a lot.
All he did was like the text.
Yes.
I'm like, all you sent was okay. What is he supposed to do with that?
Soliloquies. Supposed to come back with
Like,
soliloquies.
continue
off-
the
okay.
conversation.
713 says for camping, he packs like the apocalypse is coming instead of 3 days of camping.
I can understand that though, because we not just popping to the store, like we out here, So like being prepared, I get that. That's the Boy Scout mantra and
Do
everything.
you feel like a lot of people overthink whenever a storm is coming?
Oh yeah.
Like as far as let me get 20 gallons of water.
When a hurricane coming, yeah.
No, I think they do, but it's probably necessary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
And so maybe not
let me get
overthink.
40
a lot of
rolls
water, a
toilet
lot of
paper.
bread, a lot of toilet paper.
The toilet paper is what gets me though. Like, what is changing about your life that you think you don't need to wipe your keister this much?
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, what's happening
Yes.
that you think I need 48 rolls of toilet paper right now? Like, I get it. It's supposed to be a storm. How long are you planning on being holed up?
Right.
6 months, and then a great one to bring it back home, sports wise, fantasy, or if you're putting some bets down or putting some picks together, which I feel like that's the nature of it, right? Because if you think too little, there's some stuff that's gonna elude you, but then you think a lot, and then you overthink. It's just impossible to nail down. Also because that's what betting is, and that's what like trying to forecast it is. We don't got no crystal balls,
and just flat out betting itself.
Yeah.
Correct.
Just betting itself.
Yeah.
I really think the Rockets are going to come back and win this thing. They're going to win the whole series.
Hey, why are you talking about me right now?
No, the worst is like my family, they will hit me up like, hey, should I bet the over under on James Harden? I'm like, man, don't put that pressure on me. If I say yes and he don't do it, like don't come for me like I'm the expert.
Yeah.
Like I have no idea what he's going to do on the court.
Fantasy lineup is also hilarious because you will have set your lineup and then if 11:57 come around, you're like, ooh, what if?
Yeah.
And it's always that one. Yeah. It's always that tinker. If you like just on the toilet or
And
whatever
then you
before
tinker
this game
wrong.
start. And then you take somebody out and that person is on your bench scoring 47 points.
Yep.
And you're like, damn, I knew I should have played.
I had him in the lineup.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Somebody said when to say stop at Olive Garden. How much is this enough cheese? No, keep going. I'll let you know. No, keep going. I know you can't overthink that. More is better. Clearly, we're Americans. All right, that's the question of the day.
Would
What?
you like some Parmesan? And they start cranking that thing, and you're like, they just keep cranking it and cranking it.
See now, you got to go less on the pepper because then you end up in a bad place.
This
You
is
get
true.
Too much pepper on it, ruin the whole damn thing. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the question of the day. If you have more answers, keep them coming. We appreciate that. Like somebody said, overthinking my house chores or how to prioritize them. See, you might be dealing with. Look, I'm not. Nobody's. I can't diagnose anything, but that feels like you might have like some ADHD happening. Like, I don't know which one to get to. But anyways, let us know what your answers are to the question of the day as we continue here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around the NFL where power rankings are at now, based off of the draft. Who had the biggest move up and down after the draft? We'll talk about that and more next.
Yeah, one other thing we're doing right now.
sports station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about our question of the day, which is what are some of the things that you overthink? Some more things that came in. Jinxing a no-hitter or just some of those superstitions in sports? Yeah.
For sure.
Sometimes it gets a little deep with that. We mentioned international travel. TV shows, someone said. I don't know if they were talking about, like, the way that the TV shows go and you're thinking
I'm in
about
on that one.
The potential twist, the plot twist, or if they're just the idea of, do I watch this TV show or do I not?
Mine is more, should we commit to this show? Because most of this is streaming now. Obviously, it's just on demand. And like, if I commit to a show, I'm like, well, I'm going to watch at least 6 or 8. So do I really want to do that?
Yeah. See, when I overthink a TV show, the actual plot, I get disappointed with it when it's not.
It doesn't meet up to what you had thought of.
Yeah, when I'm like, oh no, that's the sister. And then if it's just a plain ass little plot that was nothing, no big twist to it, I'm like, man, that was disappointing.
Yeah.
So you set yourself up for disappointment instead of just watching the show and appreciating it.
Sometimes it'd be a good show where it's setting up like, oh, that's the father right there. He messed around with so-and-so. Where it's just like, nope, these things don't connect at all. It's just like, man, that was a whack way to end it.
All right, let's go around the NFL now, where the NFL draft has set a new attendance record, John Lopez.
There you go, Lopez.
Official number for the Pittsburgh Roadshow was 805,000, which beat the record that was set 2 years ago in Detroit. With 775,000.
Next year is going to be 1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Million people in that parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
So
805,000
thoughts.
805,000.
That's
people.
right.
It sound about right?
It does not sound about right.
I mean, it was 300,000 the first night, so you triple that.
Didn't 380 or what did they say? 360?
Yeah, something like that. But that's the night one, it's going to trickle down a little bit. Yeah.
It was even more people out there day two.
Here's the thing. That's a total pile of crap. It was a lot of people. It was hundreds of thousands.
Lopez, I'm going to need you to go and count it.
But it wasn't.
Go and do an audit yourself.
300s of thousands.
It wasn't 805,000, which leads to the question, why are they doing this? If they would have said 420,000, we'd be like, man, that's a lot of people. Good for Pittsburgh. Round of applause for Pittsburgh. They go with 805 and 360 on day one.
So some of the things that happen here is that each attendee, no matter if they attended every single day, they would be counted individually. Those. So like when it talks about 805,000, it's not unique visitors, I imagine. Also, there was a hypothesis that coming and going, if you had left on Saturday morning when you got lunch, came back, you might have been recounted.
Go get lunch, come back, for the later pick. Or the later round, they count you 3 times. Yeah, I got to go to the bathroom outside. All right, there's 3 more.
So that might have factored into it if you view it like that. But yes, 805 is the official count that I'm sure John Lopez is excited.
Yeah. Hey, that's good for the sponsorships, or not the sponsorship, but them trying to sell sponsorships.
That's probably why they're doing this and fudging the numbers. Yeah,
he's fudging numbers. All right, very good. We continue around the NFL where. The Eagles, in addition to just having a pretty solid draft that most people appreciated, they did something very interesting in selecting they're hoping that history repeats itself. Mm-hmm. They selected a player who has not played NFL football, played football really before. Uar Bernard was the 251st pick in the draft, late 7th round. He was invited by Osi Umenyiora to play in NFL Nigeria. Mm-hmm. And the thing about him is he is an athletic freak.
6% body fat.
Yes. 6% body fat, 6'4", 306 pounds, 40-yard dash, and a 4.6. That boy was moving damn near 310 pounds at a 4.6 40 and a 39-inch vertical.
Yeah.
Right? So he was at the HBCU showcase internationally. They're taking this dude who's just an athletic freak, has not played very much football, and just throwing him in there and seeing what he can do in the similar way to what they did with Jordan Mailata. Obviously came over from playing rugby, and all of a sudden he has become a very, very good player in the league. They're trying to do it again with my Nigerian brethren, Uwar Bernard.
I always love when teams do this in the late rounds or undrafted free agents, but especially in a seventh round. I mean, that is a pick. It's a seventh-round pick, and a lot of them get cut or don't pan out. Why not? Why not get a guy, and especially any other team, any other team does this, and you sort of raise your eyebrows. The Howie Roseman and the Eagles do it, you're like, okay, now I'm worried. One of those things.
If they do it a second time, we have to do something as a league to stop this, right? We have to stop allowing them to get this done.
Yeah.
If they can make this, because that feels like that dude will end up being a really good defensive lineman. I don't even know where they're going to try and play him, but there's just so much athleticism. It could be anywhere.
It could just be, I don't know what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly not offense, I would suspect.
I don't think so. Yeah. Well, all right, so if we're just let's forget the actual 300 pounds of this.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just going, I'm taking a player who has never played football before, who's really athletic. Where do you drop them in that you think is like the shallowest learning curve to get them playing NFL football?
I would start him out at kick block, PAT and field goal block. Just run and jump. Run and jump. That's the coaching you're getting right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I did not anticipate you going special teams.
Yeah.
If we're talking about offensive or defensive side of the football without
Edge
special
rusher.
teams, just throw them edge rusher, see ball, get ball.
Yeah, similarly, but obviously more responsibilities. The old setting of the edge and stuff. But 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8. All right, let's see what you got. And that's probably where we're going to see him, actually, edge rusher.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Big boy to be on the edge, but
Yeah.
maybe that's ultimately.
Yeah, but he runs a 4.6. He's too big to be an edge rusher. Okay, race him.
It's like, here we put a tackle-sized dude across from the tackle, except he's fast now. Good luck.
Yeah, let's see him beat him in a 40 or a 20 or a 10.
Good luck. So, yeah, that was one of the Eagles' draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that the Eagles are power ranked? As the NFL.com put together a power ranking now, and of course it's still very much a power ranking, so it's still factors in what these teams did last season, playoffs, so on and so forth. Where do you think that they stack up on this? Because we now have power rankings and how they were impacted by the draft. I can give you who was the biggest riser, who was the biggest faller. But I'm very just intrigued on what you think about where, obviously we'll get to the Texans, but where the Eagles were.
I think the Eagles were around 5, right?
Lower than that.
Lower than that?
Enough. Yes. You got to remember they didn't end up with a great season this year.
Yeah, but they still have some. They got some players, man. Okay, so where are they?
10th.
Okay.
And so, with that being the case, do you believe that the Texans are power ranked higher or lower after the draft than the Philadelphia Eagles?
I'm going to say higher.
Figgy?
I'm going to say higher, too.
You're both correct.
Yeah.
8? The Texans are, you've got 8?
I'm going to say 7.
Figgy Fig wins here.
All right.
They are power ranked 7th in the NFL with a one spot jump because of the draft. And the write-up goes as follows. Frankly, I didn't love the Texans' haul on the whole, but I think there's a very good chance their top 2 picks will be significant contributors.
Yeah, that's a big reason.
Those top 2 picks were the strong reason why a lot of people had the Texans big winners.
Yeah, and it's to be expected because I don't know if they had done what the consensus big boards had thought, right, and drafted like that. I don't know that you have the places where you slot those consensus picks in because you had this team largely kind of ready to go, so to say.
Yeah.
But the possibility of Kaden McDonald easily slotting in, probably even as a starter, but in that rotation, obvious. Keelan Rutledge feels like he's going to have a really, really good shot of grabbing onto that center spot if he can snap in a way that's appropriate, right? That feels like those are 2 guys that in the center of your lines are going to just step in and make a big difference. Texans are hell-bent on getting their offensive line right, which obviously showed up there, and the Texans can use the Seahawks blueprint for a path to the Super Bowl, is what they say. So they have them at 7th with a jump there. Who is the team that you believe in the draft gave themselves the biggest jump?
The biggest jump?
The way that they handled the 2026
I like
NFL
doing this,
draft.
not looking at the link that you put on
Sure,
there.
of course. Why would
biggest jump?
It would be problematic if you did look at the link, because that's not fun.
Is it crazy to say Jets?
Ooh, that's a good point. Good question here.
3 first-round picks.
Interestingly enough, they did not change their lot in life.
With 3 first-rounders.
They got a lot of good players. The NFL media still has them ranked 31st in the National Football League. Because that's the thing that's tough.
Because it's still the power ranking.
It still feels like it's a Jets team where you go, they'll be a little bit more fun, but they're still going to be bad at football.
And, they probably still have them trying to get a quarterback next year or something.
I'm going to say Broncos then.
The Denver Broncos is what you go with here. The Broncos still third, and it was hard for them to raise their stakes. I'm surprised that you've not gotten this because this is very close to what you've been afraid of this team all offseason.
Titans?
All offseason.
Jags.
No, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, yeah, Chiefs.
Who apparently jumped up 6 spots
I have been.
in the power rankings up to spot number 8. So they're still on the power rankings below the
Chiefs.
Texans.
Do scare me. I've been saying it all offseason. They're doing a lot of big things.
I think they did a good job to address two of the big issues that they had, which is they went and got themselves a defensive back, particularly a cornerback, which they kind of were a little bit bereft of, especially after trading Trent McDuffie. They added Peter Woods at the defensive line and R. Mason Thomas with pass rush, which, again, that's a thing that they've been dealing with recently. It was just basically Chris Jones on the defensive line by his lonesome.
Yeah.
They added a big boy inside and an edge rusher, so it feels like they should be able to generate more push to help them in the back end. So that was a team that made the biggest jump, 6 spots up for them. The team that had the largest fall was, interestingly, the Minnesota Vikings. They fall 3 spots down to 28. Surprisingly, got Caleb Banks, but they added Jake Golday.
Well, that pick was criticized.
Caleb Banks? Yeah, the injuries are a big question on. He's talented, but will that add up? And then it doesn't help that they traded Jonathan Grenard, right? So while they brought in some pieces, there's questions as to what this looks like. Plus, quarterback is still.
How about the money Jonathan Grenard has been making, man?
Yeah. And that was a mistake picked by Bill O'Brien. Remember that?
Yeah. That's right.
That infamous picture of him with his hands up doing the Zoom.
That's your pick, Jack.
Yeah, that's your pick. That was Jack's pick.
Yeah.
But it's one of those reminders that also, as much as we do any of our evaluations here, there's still so much to be done by the player and the team and the circumstances that they find themselves in to determine if they're going to be successful in the NFL. Someone going back where someone mentioned with Uar Bernard, the flyer pick that the Eagles took late in the 7th round. They were like, hey, man, 6% body fat, 4'6", 300 pounds. Put him at running back. Just big bulldozer of a dude. He's not going to be the fastest, but he's gonna make dudes move, I imagine.
Yeah.
All right, how about this? We continue around the NFL here. Did you see the quarterbacks and how they went in this draft? Obviously, we knew Fernando Mendoza was going 1. Ty Simpson surprised us on night 1 going 13. But after that, there was a few quarterbacks that went later. You had Cade Klubnik go to the Jets. You had Drew Aller go to the Steelers, as we mentioned. Who were the other guys? Yeah, Garrett Nussmeier go really late in the draft. Yep. And there was one more quarterback that is eluding me.
You say Drew Aller already?
I mentioned Drew Aller.
The kid from Arkansas.
Taylor Green also went later. Which of those guys is going to be the best? Who's the best quarterback of the non-first round guys is the question that ultimately pops up. I think ESPN was made, and I thought
they
this
were
was a
asking
very
that
interesting
question. I'm going to say Drew Aller. I think there's some possibilities here. There's really, I think 3 guys are in the mix. You may well have one of the other.
Carson Beck went in the 3rd round for some reason.
Yeah.
For some reason, he went to the Arizona Cardinals in the 3rd round.
I mean, I like Beck. I know you're not the biggest fan.
No, I am not.
But I'm going to say Drew Aller.
Yeah. Drew Aller's really interesting to me because Drew Aller was a 5-star recruit at Penn State, and he has all the tools. If you just look at him on paper, you're like, this dude should be really bleeping good. Yeah. And then you see him play football, and you're like, why are you not good? Sincerely, I don't understand it. Mike McCarthy as quarterback whisperer or what have you, I think that's a good place for him, especially if Aaron Rodgers is there and you can kind of focus on just development and he does not have to try and play football quickly. I just feel like at this point, with all that talent, we would have seen more than what we have from him. I mean, in his final year at Penn State, it still did not look like a team that was built to allow him to help them get somewhere. It was more just
how much of it was Penn State and coaching,
how
much of it was offensive style.
Yeah,
it could have been a number of things. I like the tools, and clearly there is an argument to be made for Nussmeier. There's an argument to be made for Klubnik,
which is kind of crazy because Nussmeier goes in the 7th round. It feels like that injury.
That's got to be a shoulder.
It really not because now again pre-draft conversation analysis. You can take it with a grain of salt at times. He was being talked about in a similar vein as Ty Simpson at one point. And now he ends up as the last quarterback taken in this draft.
Yeah.
But it feels like the talent should be there. Taylor Green is the one. He's the fun one. He will go to the Browns, and that room.
Oh, Browns have a quarterback, huh?
3 quarterbacks drafted in 2 years.
Do they? I have no idea what the Browns quarterback.
They're trying to make a reality show at this point.
Didn't at one point they have 5 quarterbacks on the roster?
They did last year. How did that work out?
Do they have 5 again?
Now they got 4.
I believe they have 4 with Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, obviously Deshaun Watson, and now Taylor Green, who is just an interesting player. Although,
so good.
Was it Andrew Berry made it very clear that they're not moving him to no tight end or wide receiver. He's a quarterback.
Of course not. They need more quarterbacks.
He ain't say receiver.
So we'll see what that looks like. But yes, some people are going in with Carson Beck. I just do not.
I like Beck. I really do.
I just do not love the player, to be completely honest. And one more thing here around the NFL before we go. Did you see that your man's Mike Tomlin jumped on the NBA on NBC broadcast to start off his work with the NFL on NBC, or the Sunday night football night in America?
And Chris Sims, he gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah.
That
just happened probably like an hour ago.
Yeah, they informed him that he is no longer going to be.
He announced it on his show.
Or he
today.
did. Okay.
Yeah.
That is a real surprising shakeup, because he is one of the analysts on that with NBC that they lean on quite a bit. I'd be interested to see like where they are leaning more of their analysis towards with NBC.
Didn't they also announce they're going to travel to every game as well?
Yes,
I didn't see that one.
Which they had been doing, and I wonder if maybe that was some of the Chris Sims. I don't want to do that, so we'll part ways.
It sounded like it was more not a Chris Sims decision.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Maybe we get more about that later on. But when it comes down to it, I thought it was interesting. He sat down with Maria Taylor, NBC, and she interviewed him, and he said, talking about his decision to walk away from the Steelers, to remember he stepped away, said, quote, "It was probably not an overnight decision, but it's probably not something I could articulate or share with people." He went further to say, "There's a loneliness with leadership. I just thought it was good for me personally." And what I mean by that is just where I am in life. He also went further to talk about how, there's some young guys, there's some veteran players rather, Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, Chris Boswell, and he said that they were worthy of the excitement and optimism associated with new leadership. So I found it interesting that he mentioned the lack of playoff success recently. He took that into account, and he just was like, you know what? Y'all could probably stand to have some fresh, a fresh voice in here. I could probably stand to step away at this point.
Yeah.
And it feels like that's right. Like, that doesn't feel like he's lying or just trying to make it go over. That feels honest.
Here goes Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, more power to them with that. And a question that's asked on the text line, where did Diego Pavia go? Diego Pavia, who chose to not be represented in this process.
How'd that work out?
I wonder. See, here's the thing. I don't know how to parse this, because he is still a dude as a quarterback where his best characteristic is that he's scrappy. Right? I can't point to like the tangible things and go, there is a thing that he can hang his hat on. However, he has accepted a minicap invite to the Baltimore Ravens. That's what he got. And honestly, it feels like with the talent that he is, that probably is fitting.
I don't think agent or no agent had a lot to do with that. Maybe minimally in terms of where he's going to end up, but not necessarily in the draft. And sure, why not? I mean, you put it perfectly. I mean, he's a scrappy, competitive player that probably doesn't profile as a quarterback.
No,
yeah.
I don't know what he would profile in the NFL, but I don't know that that's something that would be made easy, especially because I feel like as a backup in the NFL, you got to be somebody that's just kind of easy to get along with, and he seems like he's a little bit more. There's a little bit more that comes along with him. Not saying he's a bad dude, but just. You know what I mean? A little bit more that comes along with it.
Yeah.
All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return to the Texans specifically. Were you surprised by the positions that the Texans didn't address, and how now do you think that they should? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Nick Caserio shared his thoughts on day. Tune in and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Texans have a draft. It's in the books.
Last I heard.
Done deal. We'll see. I think you have a couple of weeks till we get rookie minicamp, get these dudes on the field, and we start to get a feel for what you got. You know, you have all of the toys purchased for Christmas, but you want to open them up and play with them. That's in a couple of weeks. Now with doing this, right, you're not done building your team. I've heard it said that team building is a 365 day a year proposition.
Yes.
I think that's true because there's still some things, as much as the Texans have addressed more of the things that we thought that they needed to, there's still some things that they didn't. And were you at all surprised by the things that they didn't in this draft? 713-572-4610. I think the big places that I think of are namely running back depth. What else? Edge.
Yeah, those are the
edge
two.
rushing depth. I think those are the main ones. Some people talked about cornerback. I know that they added a UDFA, undrafted free agent.
Yeah, I have some of those.
Cornerback. But they also did not add to that cornerback depth. I felt that one felt a little bit less urgent, but obviously I can understand people going, hey, you were incredibly healthy defensively. What happens if you're not? How comfortable do you feel? I understand that. But running back and edge felt like the places where you could see fairly immediately the places that person would slot in. And they didn't draft those. And we had conversations about that. Were you surprised by the positions that the Texans didn't address?
I mean, I think it's silly to say there wasn't an element of surprise, on some of these, especially given the lead up, talking about edge. There was a lot of buzz, and it wasn't just like speculation. It seemed like there was some reporting about, watch the Texans because they want to move up 10 spots and they're targeting an edge or this wide receiver or that, or maybe a running back, et cetera. So, yeah, you're going to be somewhat surprised. But I said it earlier, as far as like the surprise element, I mean, you only have a certain number of picks, and there's going to be surprises just every year inherently on some of these picks. And they address some with the undrafted free agents for what it's worth, especially at running back and wide receiver. They have a couple more coming in. So I think a little bit of a surprise, but I didn't have a problem per se with not drafting a running back or an edge rusher.
The running back one is interesting because this is a team that, Nick Caserio said it flat out. Once you add Keelan Rutledge on Thursday, and Thursday night he's like, yeah, we're going to run the football this year, and that it was evident that was the case. They've been situating the way that this team is built for that. If that's the case, though, does this then tell you that they have a level of belief in Jawar Jordan? Because a team like this, especially with the way that the running backs are, I don't think that you're using two running backs exclusively for the entirety of a season. I think you need to dip into that third, and you look at the depth chart right now for this Texas team, and third on the depth chart would probably be Jawar Jordan, right? So if you're looking at the running back, Dave Montgomery, Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, I think you got British Brooks that's still in tow there. I mean, you can maybe go to some of the other guys that you have that are, there's not a lot of guys that I would turn to after those guys and go, hey, this is a running back. And what's more, you look at the free agent running backs, and I think the most productive free agent running back, especially if I'm talking about like rush yards over expected for last year, was Nick Chubb. Are you familiar with him?
I am familiar with him.
Right, like you've got a 30-year-old Austin Eckler who's had injuries, a 30-year-old Kareem Hunt who's a free agent. There's a 28-year-old Miles Sanders, if that's interesting. Like, this is one of those where I go, and we knew running back was not going to be a robust position in the draft, but I was kind of surprised that they did not even just add some guy within the draft parameters to throw in a young guy into that room.
Well, so the thing about the running back position is we know that they have a lot of confidence in the top two guys now. I mean, that's a lock.
And I think they should.
Well, they should for sure, with David Montgomery. And if there was any question about how they feel about Woody Marks, and he had a good end of the season and all that, there should be no more question because they didn't draft a running back. If there were questions, they might have prioritized, third or fourth round pick, fifth round pick at running back. So I think they have a lot of confidence in those two guys. We know they're going to run the ball. everything they've done with the offensive line is about running the ball and having those nasty guys that block and everything. So they're going to run the ball. They're making moves to run the ball. They have confidence in their top 2 guys. I think it comes down to the proverbial competition behind that.
They're just going to throw a whole bunch of
They've got 2 guys already. Noah Whittington from Oregon, running back's coming in. Josh Pitzenberger, player of the year in the Ivy League, is a running back that's coming in. They have Jawar Jordan. I think what they're saying is we love our line. We love our top 2 guys. And then there's going to be competition for that third.
Does this not feel like the team that would just love to have an Ivy League running back?
Oh, yeah.
Just the grit of a dude who, yes, he got a really expensive
player of the year in the Ivy League,
but
baby.
he's gritty, right? Like that.
He's smart.
I will say that it did make me feel very frustrated to watch, though, this team pick at 123, and of course at 123 they end up getting, who did they get at 123 again? Goodness gracious, that's the 4th round. That was where you get Wade Woodaz, the linebacker, who Nick Caserio basically said flat out, his role, like the role that they've envisioned, because, they draft for roles, is for Frank. I was like, oh, okay, so he's special teams linebacker makes sense, right? But the pick before him was Mike Washington Jr., the dude who everybody has been fawning about, right there at 122, and the Raiders made that jump over. And it was so hard for me not to then bring that back to Nick Caserio on night 1, at the end of night 2 even, talking about how the two picks that they moved up, both for Keelan Rutledge and for Kaden McDonald, it's basically nothing, right? They're like, they view it as basically nothing, those two picks that you move up. It's not for them some level of trading up necessarily. And I go, yeah, but the back end result is you move down a number of slots where you probably, and again, I don't know what their focus was, what their concentration was, what their aim was. But it feels like you would have been in a much better position to end up with a Mike Washington Jr. running back that people thought was interesting and you could throw into that room at that spot if you could
but I think that's what they're saying.
Not, especially if you didn't feel like Kaden McDonald was going to go in those 2 picks and you were just like, we want to make sure to get our guy. Yeah. But on the back end, do you then miss out on adding valuable depth pieces to your team?
No, but I think that speaks to like they felt good clearly with the starting running backs and the competition that they could bring in at the 3rd running back. Otherwise, he would have done it. He did it multiple times in this draft. Go get the player he wanted. So clearly, that was not a situation where he wants to go get that guy. And then as far as
that feels surprising that you're not gonna. Yeah. The way that you're stacking up and making sure that you have not just starters but depth on the offensive line, right? The way that you're doing that. You did not do that at running back, which is also part of that run game. I would imagine that those 2 places would be one. And then the other place where they didn't add depth is edge, which I'm a little less, I guess, concerned, for lack of a better way of saying it. But I was a little surprised that they didn't add an edge, because this team, that's the front door of this operation, right? Will and Daniil are going to knock some things down, right? They're going to make some things shake, but they like rotating guys in, and you want to maintain that standard. Dylan Horton, I feel pretty good about. They have guys in the room. I just wonder if they have that same level of oomph when you bring in the rotation pieces.
Doesn't it also tell you they're going to go get Derek Barnett?
It does feel like that.
And I think that's their plan. Like, hey, it is an incredibly important position, on this defense, and the defense is the calling card. You know what? Rather than a later mid-round or later pick, let's go with what we know. Let's go with Derek Barnett.
Yeah,
and spend the money there.
To your point, right? You look at the edge rushers that are just out there that are currently free agents. There's dudes that are productive, right? That you could bring in late. We mentioned Joey Bosa, who's there. We mentioned AJ Epinesa, DJ Reader, Hassan Reddick, right? There's some guys, maybe a little bit of age on that. You talk about the dudes who are maybe a little bit younger in this, and Derek Barnett pops up there, right? Derek Barnett is a dude who is productive and not quite as old as some of these other guys that we're talking about. And so when you get there, Derek Barnett, 29 years of age, compared to, some of these 30, 31, in the case of Cameron Jordan, 36-year-old dudes that you're going, hey, could you bring them in at edge? He's not so far. He's not so old that you couldn't put him in. He's a dude that knows the system that you would not need to get up to speed. You know exactly what you're getting from him in the system. It does feel like you're setting up for that reunion in the edge room.
I think that's going to be a given. Just real quick, because I know people are wondering about this that don't have the list. Aaron Wilson put together the list of undrafted free agents. We knew Jack Stonehouse, the punter, that was before the draft, was coming in. Ivy League Player of the Year running back Josh Pitzenberger. We talked about that.
What does he do well as a running back? I know you've gone and scouted him.
He's gritty. He's gritty. Runs hard. Smart player.
I like this. I want you to put together a fake draft profile for each one of these guys as you go. All right, who's the next one?
Stanford cornerback Keelan Wright. Local guy that's just from Missouri City.
Sure.
He's just going to be able to compete. Doesn't have necessarily the measurables, but
just a competitor.
But he makes plays.
Oh, playmaker. Okay, I like that. Okay, all right.
Missouri cornerback Stephen Hall. Signed as well. Can't believe he didn't get drafted. Big time production at Missouri.
Yeah.
This one just fell through the cracks. Oregon running back Noel Whittington. Here's a guy.
Go ahead. Get in your bag. No, commit, damn it.
OG.
All he does is produce yards.
Does he now?
6.4 a carry, gets it done. Maybe one of those guys that because of his size didn't necessarily translate as much. There's another one they brought in. University of Tennessee defensive tackle Dom Bailey was signed to an undrafted deal. $150,000 bonus to sign with the Texans. So this is a guy that they targeted, they scouted, they knew that other teams didn't have the same intel, so they brought him in to make sure that they got him.
Look at that! Look at the draft wonk himself, giving you that reel, which is also very fake.
Yeah,
Illinois,
roll your sleeves up, man.
Illinois State wide receiver Daniel Sokowitz has signed.
That's definitely how his name is pronounced.
It's 100%. He was just on an undrafted deal. You can take a flyer sometimes.
Okay, that one you're not excited. See, you got to have one that you're like, I'm not as high on this one.
Yeah,
that's how you do it. That's how you do the fake draft profiles.
Well, one more,
if you got it.
You like smart guys, Figgy?
Love smart guys.
Colgate wide receiver Trayvon Saunders.
You making up places.
Yeah,
you got dudes coming from toothpaste. That's crazy.
That's right.
But yeah, I was surprised that they did not address some of these. I think that there's definitely a move or two free agent wise that are probably going to come from this. But I'm very intrigued to see, especially the running back one hit me in a weird way because I was like, hey man, this is what you are staking this year upon is the idea that we're going to run the football. I would imagine that you want to be as robust as possible there. Oh yeah, and that's right. 2A1 said you can't forget the intangibles, John Lopez. You got to mention.
Did I mention Colgate and Yale?
Yeah. Real smart guys, real heady players, always in the right place. I like that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll return to the draft in this draft class a little bit later. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Astros getting a victory, breaking a home losing streak. They didn't win the series though, and we'll talk about the return of your favorite pitcher. That and more coming up next.
222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And shout out to your Houston Rockets getting a victory over the weekend, getting a victory last night, I should say. Rousing is fair. 115-96 victory in which they held LeBron James under 10 points. Like that was honestly, or maybe I'll ask this as a question. What was the more impressive thing to you? Was it seeing this team score effectively, knock down shots from the three-point range, or was it the fact that their defense was pretty stifling in a way that it didn't feel like it was all the way there in a little while?
I think absolutely offense. I think offense was clicking. It was clicking, got knocked down shots, open shots, got the looks, and had the movement. And, yeah, it would definitely be that. You know, we mentioned earlier, I don't know what to put into this game. I still don't have, a whole lot of confidence in this team, and I think there's still some questions to answer in terms of can they back it up, but that was a really good win.
Yeah, really good win after what was a good performance that was ultimately ruined by really, really bad play at the end, where you have a steal from LeBron James on Reed Sheppard and then a turnover by Jabari Smith Jr. in really bad ways that ultimately lead you to losing Game 3, making a 3-0 series, and really effectively ending the playoffs, but the fellas are playing hard through that. Mm-hmm. How much, and I'm sure that you lean into the feeling of this is why Reed Sheppard probably should have played more so that he's in better circumstances. Is that how you felt about it? That last turnover that he has?
Well, look, I feel like that was just a complete meltdown, in Game 3, just 34 seconds up 6, and that happens. But the answer is yes, Reed Sheppard does need to play more and does need to be on the floor for the offensive, firepower that he can bring. But that's what you get, and that was awful. That was really bad play.
There was that, and I don't know exactly how, because you know me, I'm going to point out the ways in which Reed Sheppard has been problematic defensively. Mm-hmm. I found it interesting that the team just decided in Game 4, we're going to switch everything, and if he gets trapped on a big man every once in a while, we have to give up those points. That's fine. That did happen. They turned LeBron James over, and the Lakers just in general. Like, that's a part of this game that maybe I know we haven't mentioned yet, but I don't know if it's been talked about a lot. There were 17 steals by the Rockets. Yeah. They forced a total of 24 turnovers by the Lakers in that game. I wonder how sustainable that is because some of it was generated by defense, by them switching and getting in passing lanes. I wonder, though, if you can keep LeBron James turning the ball over like he did in this.
Well, here's the thing. This is another reason that it points to the offensive input being the difference. They've been turning over the Lakers. Over the course of this series, there's been a couple of games where they turned them over a lot. They just can't win. Remember, after I think Game 1,
not to the point of 24, but yeah, I get your
point. But they've been turning them over, and it really points back to the offense, in terms of being able to win those games.
Yeah. So they head back to LA on Wednesday night with an eye on hopefully continuing to extend the series. Austin Reeves was questionable. He was dressed out, sitting on the bench. It feels like he would play in a Game 5. And I don't love that, if for no other reason then. That is a different style of play that Ime Udoka needs to be able to adjust to. And I don't know how confident I am in quick adjustment from the Rockets staff right now.
Well, remember before this series began, I was pointing to Game 5 as maybe that's the time because you get all this time off that Luka might come back. It ends up, I think that's when Reeves is going to come back.
I think so.
Yeah.
How about the Astros? Unfortunately, they lose a series, the home set versus the New York Yankees, 2-1. And the first one was real problematic. They was pulling dudes out the game with multiple innings to go. It was a 12-4 loss. Mm-hmm. The other games, a lot more interesting, right? Game 2 on Saturday with was that Burrows on the mound?
Somewhat more interesting.
It was a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Burrows threw 2 earned runs through 5 innings. It was what you might expect, which is you start walking guys with your bullpen, and then the game gets away from you. Which Bennett Sousa. Hey, welcome back to playing baseball with the big league club. Here's 4 walks. Yeah, that'll ruin your ERA, which is now a robust 54 is his ERA. No, I put the period in the right place. Yeah. 54.00
is his ERA.
Not 5.4, 54, right? Yeah. So that was rough. And then the Astros did the thing that we were talking about coming into this. a 7-4 victory where they're scoring a lot of runs, and of course it's Spencer Arrighetti on the mound, who looks like the one safe starting pitcher that you have right now.
He's it, isn't he?
It does feel like that. I thought Burrows showed some good things where I felt a little bit better. But again, we talking about 2 and a possible, right? Like we're starting to do this here, where that's not enough to get anything done. Now, the question that I had, baseball, like when it comes to the Astros, well, first and foremost, I should let you know that Tatsuya Imai, your man's, ain't that right, Figure? That's his man's. He's going to pitch tomorrow for AA Corpus. I think they're playing in San Antonio, his first rehab outing. So it seems like he is working his way back where Imai might be back with the Major League club. And honestly, I kind of like the idea of him doing this in the minors, getting him an opportunity to fully acclimate back to what pitching in the U.S. is and hopefully be a better version of himself or the best version of himself when he gets back up to the
So they're calling this a rehab assignment, right?
Correct.
What is he rehabbing from?
Arm fatigue.
I thought they said there wasn't anything there.
Well, I mean, there wasn't anything like physiological, but he had fatigue, and now he's ramping himself back up to pitch major league pitches.
So rehabbing from being tired?
Rehab from from America fatigue.
That's right.
North America fatigue.
I said what I said.
It's frustrating.
I need rehab because I'm tired.
Yeah. Oh, is this a mental health day? Is that what it is?
And then you slowly work your way back up. Honestly, that's how I want all my mental health days to go.
He's taking a mental health day in Corpus Christi.
Can you imagine?
And I'm a rehab after that.
I'm gonna take 2 days off, and then my third day back, I'm only doing a half day to work my way back up.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the American dream. He's doing this right.
This is wild. By the way, K-Wei Tang is going to be a starter.
Kai-Wei Tang? Okay.
Yeah.
So
he's going to start, I believe, if not tomorrow, the next day. I have to look it up, but they have said that he's going to be starting, which I think is a good move.
Yeah. Especially now you got Benasusa back in the pen again, 54 ERA. That probably isn't helpful, but I know that he's a better pitcher than that at the very least. And interestingly enough, I wonder if this at all ties to the Astros because the Red Sox have given up the ghost on the season.
Man, they fired everybody.
They fired Alex Cora and a majority of his staff. Oddly enough, after a 7-1 victory, 17 to 1, a 10-17 start, which not very far off from your 10-18 Astros, but clearly a big disappointment from where they wanted to go. They clean house there. But the reason why I bring this up, one, is just that's incredible.
Yeah.
And a funny little thing that happened is, they're on the road, so they have to, send one of these, vans to pick up the guys, send them to the airport so that, they can go home.
Photo op.
Did you see what the van was?
What was it?
The company is Coaches for Hire, which logically, the name of a company, they have coaches like,
I saw the selfie.
Coaches.
I saw the picture. See the picture?
I didn't see the picture.
They're all like waving.
They're all waving.
All the coaches are together.
I just love the idea that the name of the van company was Coaches for Hire, which technically that's exacally what was in that van.
It's kind of cool. They all got fired together where they probably sitting around like, man, I can't believe what'd he say to you? He told me that too.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, they've given up the ghost this early, and they cleaned out house, which makes me think they are not playing for nothing for real this year. Or maybe they feel like they can, and that's why they did this early. Could a trade with the Red Sox interest you? Does it move the needle? Because I know that the Astros are still in a place where there's not a lot of belief in what they're doing right now. They need to be able to pitch significantly better to match what their offense has done. Defense probably needs to get a little bit cleaner and streamlined at times. If you could manage, because the Red Sox still need some of the things that you have.
Yeah.
You definitely need some of the things that they have. If you can manage to get a trade that possibly gets you a starting pitcher, maybe even an outfielder there, would that do anything for you, or would that just be moving around deck chairs on the Titanic?
I think it absolutely would do something, in terms of just changing the look and filling some gaps of some things that you need, because we're not exactly sure when any of these guys are coming back, and we never do seem to know. And you're not exactly sure if you're even playing for this year. In fact, it looks like you're not. So maybe make some moves that can fortify you a little bit moving forward.
Yeah. So shout out to Alex Cora.
Would you take Alex Cora tomorrow?
I don't know.
I probably would, to be honest.
I'd take him. Yeah. I'd take him in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat?
Yeah. Knows the place. Who knows what went wrong in Boston, but I'd take him.
Speaking of, Dana Brown, vote of confidence for Joe Espada.
Yep. There vote of confidence for Dana Brown?
I don't know if all that's coming.
Yeah.
Like I it's one of those things where I get it, right? You don't want to point fingers. I feel like if you're Dana Brown, it might be pragmatic. Like, 'cause
it's time to start pointing fingers.
If you're not pointing a finger at him, buddy, What's happening with you then?
No. He needs to. He should be pointing fingers because this thing is coming apart at the seams. And we talk about where they are as a team, and they finally found a little something yesterday, but they're still just really, really scrambling to find any semblance of pitching and consistency.
No, they absolutely are. And
second
11-18 is their, because I forgot they won last night.
Right.
They're on the road against the Orioles. In fact, game starts at 5:35 today, and I don't even who do we have going today? I don't forgot. It's so hard to keep. It usually is a nice, easy schedule with the Astros. You got to check in every day.
They have the second worst record in the American League. It's Kai-Wei Tang is going to start against Shane Baz. Then Peter Lambert back on the bump.
My guy.
Against Chris Bassett.
My guy.
And then Lance McCullers Jr. against Brandon Young.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like. One more thing here before we go on what's popping. I don't know if this matters at all to you. It matters to me. Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. That fight is finally made per the Ring's Mike Coppinger. Heavyweight fights, baby. Boxing, it used to mean a lot in this world. I feel like heavyweight boxing, when it's good, it still moves the needle. This feels like this could be a good fight. I just don't have very much belief in Anthony Joshua to actually get this done.
Mm-hmm.
But interested. I'm excited to see once this fight actually comes to us. But we know when it will happen. I didn't actually.
Have they set a date?
I didn't have a date, but I do know that they have at least signed up. So we will.
At least
get
those
that
are two
fight.
big names.
Yes.
I mean, at least it's going to draw some eyes.
Hopefully, yeah. But the thing that sucks is you say at least it's going to draw some eyes. Do you think it draws more eyes than hearing like, "Hey, here comes one of them Paul boys fighting Mike Tyson"?
Probably not.
Like that's the thing that really sucks, because this is the type of fight that should draw that. At least if we're talking in a more grounded way.
This is to me, this is like the real hip hop album right here. Yeah. And the other one was just some type of poppy hip hop.
Here's Ice Spice's new album.
Yep.
I feel you. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what did the Texans get in their draft? We will get that from the prospects' own words, and we'll do that next.
The Rockets survived. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The draft is in the books, as we know. Texans end up with how many of those? Was that 7, 8 selections?
What, number of picks?
Yeah.
Yeah, 8.
8 selections. Yeah, because there's 2 seconds, 2 fourths, no third rounder. There we go. 8 selections. And this is a pretty solid draft class. I know that there's a lot of people that really like it. I think you're in that boat.
I really like it.
I don't think there's anybody that hates it. We haven't talked about draft grades, but I think that it's because the draft grades is kind of nonsense, if we're going to be honest. If you would like to send yours in, please do. 713-572-46.
Unless you had a really good draft and you want to talk about the draft grades.
Yeah, so, but, I mean, I think NFL gave them a B. I think a lot of people are in that range of, like, B, whatever. Maybe it wasn't real sexy, but it's definitely hearty, which I think is the way they wanted to go anyway.
It's a hearty draft.
They were like, "Look, man, it's not French cuisine, but it's meat and potatoes, baby.
Yeah.
Like it'll get you full, it'll carry you over, and that's the idea." We've talked about Keelan Rutledge, your number 1 or your first round pick, number 26. We've talked about him. There's a little bit of audio that we get to, but I wanted to figure out who these guys are in their own words, and we could talk about the picks. Obviously, we start with pick number 36 in the second round. Kaden McDonald. First and foremost, because we didn't get a chance to talk about this. Obviously, it was on Friday night. What was the feeling when you saw that they actually made it happen and honestly went up a couple spots to get him?
Well, first of all, everybody knows it was just a heartwarming story. Just how he reacted. The importance of him staying there. He met with Roger Goodell on Thursday, and Roger Goodell convinced him to stay there
in the green room.
In the green room, he did. It's a tough thing to do, and then just the emotion that he had, and really, even the next day they were showing interviews of him with, it was a little brother, talking to him and all this other stuff. So heartwarming. First of all, is the sweeping thing. The second thing is this guy can fit a real need for this team.
So much so.
A real need. And you were very high on interior defensive tackle, but not just a guy, but a guy that when they're going to run the ball, it's great to have the smaller, more penetrating type defensive tackles and rotate them all through there and get some penetration, get in the backfield, maybe disrupt things. But there's going to come a point when you just have to fill 2 gaps. You just have to stuff the run. He'll do that.
Yeah. Actually, I said we're going to get in their own words. In this one case, I'm going to get it from D'Amico Ryans. This was D'Amico after the draft had concluded. They asked him about drafting Kaden McDonald, K-Mac as some people call him, and what his body type means for the team.
And look, Kaden is a great football player. And for me, we've had success with smaller defensive linemen. That doesn't necessarily mean that was what we were looking for all the time. Like I've worked with some really good coaches who were able to get the best out of players and the traits that they possess. Those smaller guys, explosive traits, they were able to knock back. And we've seen where you start to lose some in the run game. So you get a guy like Kaden who's not only just a big body, but he is an explosive guy. He has the twitch, he has the explosiveness, and he's stout versus the run. Like that's a bona fide defensive tackle that's going to impact our defense in a major way.
That's what I'm talking about. A guy that you do have a need. He will be able to get in the rotation and just can flat play.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think Nick Caserio after day 2 in his press conference, he compared him to Foley Fatukasi, which I appreciated a whole bunch because it maddened me to be listening to various different analysts leading up to the draft talking about, I think the Texans, I don't think they're going to mess with these bigger, bigger defensive ends or defensive tackles rather, because they tend to like smaller defensive tackles. It's like, no, you can't look at what the roster has been due to circumstances and say that's what they want. It's what they've had, as D'Amico Ryans spoke to there. And when they've tried, like when they had Foley, when they've had guys of that stature to have that, I think that this is really awesome for them to get a young guy that is going to be here for the period of time that can do those things. And honestly, I kind of appreciated that Nick Caserio, in talking about him, mentioned that, hey, what he is fine. Like, talked about what he can do, which is stopping the run.
Right.
And it really gave an air to me of what he does right now is stop the run, and that's fine. We'll play him like that. If he gives us more upside, if we can put Rod right on him and he ends up giving you some pass rush, that's cool. But he's good enough as is with what he does, stopping a run, being effective, clogging up, taking blocks, and your edges will get that done as
100%.
Well. So that was Kaden McDonald. That's the easy one. We've talked about him a lot. We know what he brings to the team, and being able to take a team that is incredible against the pass and were pretty solid against the run after a little while. When you add a real big body like that in the middle, I fear for what opposing offenses have. So that's that. The one that I think on day 2 really rose some eyeballs or rose some eyebrows rather is Marlon Klein, the tight end out of Michigan. He is he was a 4-year junior, I believe, there at Michigan, team captain, all of that. This is Marlon Klein. This is cut 8 here, Fig, if you don't mind. This is him telling specifically what he brings to the Houston Texans.
Yeah, what I bring is a tough, physical athlete. I think I can do whatever's asked of me. But to be honest with you, I don't care if I have to play quarterback, receiver, defensive end, whatever it is. Like, I want to play and I want to win. I hate losing. I can't stand to lose. So whatever it takes, however I can help the Texans and the organization to bring a Super Bowl to Houston, that's what I'm gonna do.
You must have had a rough year last year if he hate losing. Man,
there's the Ohio State fan. There it is. There's the Buckeye. I was waiting when it was gonna come out.
He had a rough year.
Yeah, man.
So
but he actually talked about that, and we'll get to that a little bit.
I actually I won't say love this pick, but I like this pick and I understood it. I get that there's going to be, a lot of outside noise about, some of the other tight ends that were available. Is he a finished product? He's been injured. He hasn't, he sat behind a couple of other tight ends that moved on.
Yeah.
It's all understandable, but what they are drafting here is a guy that they had on their board. This is one of those things that just because the consensus doesn't have, him among the top tight ends, they had on their board for a very particular reason. He's big. He's 6'6", I think 245 or something like that.
Yeah.
And certainly, a possibility to be able to do a number of things. And they're gonna be able to try to convert him into a guy that can catch the ball more.
Yeah. He has the capabilities. He's had some drops in there, but he has the athleticism to run vertical. This feels like and this is not going to sound comfortable, and I understand why Texans fans would be a little hesitant. It feels like they're rebooting the Cade Stover experiment. We got a dude who is a willing blocker, who has some physicality that we can even turn up if we get him in here, get him on the right program, get him to that place. He also has the athleticism to be a tight end that stretches vertically and those types of things.
Right.
Can we get the hands a little bit better? There's a little bit of development in there, but the grit that's necessary in there is already built in. In fact, speaking to that, this is Marlon Klein talking about his journey, because what you have to understand is that he's from Germany and he came here by his lonesome, speaking only German. This is him talking about it.
I think the adversity that I faced in my life, with moving over here to chase this dream of having my name called a couple minutes ago, I think it takes a lot. And at 15 years old to make the decision to move across the entire ocean and to the other side of the world by yourself. Like, my family didn't come with me; it was just myself. So I think it takes a lot. I had to turn into a man. I matured right away, and but also, like, I didn't speak any English when I first moved here. So
oh, wow.
I think I've been through so many things. From making sure that my laundry is done to waking up for class in high school at 15 years old, even when I didn't want to go, making sure I still did, and doing all the stuff that, that I had to do to keep myself alive. I think it just shows the kind of person that I am and what I'm going to bring to the Texans.
Well, obviously has the Texans, you know why teams love him.
Yes.
To be able to be that kind of guy and have that kind of success. I also believe that he is probably further along than people are giving him credit for. Just because he came over here, he's been in some really good programs. This Georgia Academy that he started went to in high school, then the Michigan. He's probably, it's a great story, but he's probably further along than you believe, than a lot of people believe. And the other thing that we mentioned it last week, the Texans have a type. We've seen it with who the players are that they're drafting on the offensive line. Big tackles as well. We've seen that. Their type at tight end is this kind of guy. You talked about Cade Stover. Well, maybe they can, run it back and find a guy that can have that success.
Yeah, and I think that's the discomfort that people have is just all of the profile of what he is cool. It gets a little uncomfortable when it's the late second round pick that they took him.
Sure.
But I think that the context is you see the magnificent Gladstone start the tight end run. Clearly they liked this guy and the upside and the capabilities of him. And so they went and got they selected the guy that they believed in. And that, honestly, that they had looked at and scouted a long time before. His fiance actually told a story because she is a Detroit Pistons dancer. But she was at a away game that Michigan was playing, and they were pretty much front row. And then there was two dudes that were in front of her talking. They turned around, started talking to her, asking her stuff about high school and stuff. And she was like, "Why does he know so much?" Look at the shirts that they were wearing. Texan scouts, right?
Yeah.
So they've been scouting him. They like him. This is clearly we really like this guy, and we see potential outside of the Michigan offense that did not give him a lot of opportunities. So they believe that he can do that. They better be right though. Like it won't be good in the city of Houston.
It is a riskier move. I mean, this is one that could haunt him.
It won't be good in the city of Houston if you were early in the tight end run. The guy that you picked has some room for development, and you don't get him there, and then you see the likes of Max Clare, Oscar Delp go afterwards that have the opportunity to be really high flyers, but maybe don't have as much of an opportunity to be like the full all around. I think that they probably view this as this is a guy that has the possibility to be the all around tight end that is on the front line of what we do in a year or two. Which I get the idea of development there. All right, so those were your first three selections there, and Rutledge, McDonald. I did the thing that you did. And Marlon Klein. Now we get to the fourth round where my Nigerian brethren shows up after, you made some trades and such. And this is an Oklahoma guard, Febechi Wiwu. What was your immediate thought when you saw Wiwu come off the board? Another guard, as we had talked about.
Another versatile guard. Another guy, you talk about a type, especially on the interior line, guys that can go from guard to center and center to guard and play multiple places. And obviously another lineman. I think, this offensive line room is going to look a lot different than it ever has, in terms of, or certainly from last year. But another guy that can just move folks. Those are the ones that they're after.
This was Febechi Wiwu talking about what the fans are getting out of him.
Man, you're getting a violent player, you're getting an extremely smart player, you're getting a physical player, and you're getting a finisher. So, I hope to display all that stuff on the field this year.
And I love this because he ain't lied about none of those. Yeah. And he didn't say anything that wasn't true either, right? Because there's certain things that the questions that are had about him, he's not a crazy athletic guard, which, to be fair, guard is probably the one position where you go, you don't need to be athletic. If you can block in this phone booth, it's cool. He is strong. He is violent. And the biggest thing that people talk about is him being smart, like his mental acuity. I thought Seth did a great job on his YouTube page making, pointing out the ways in which Febechi Wiwu at Oklahoma did a great job of picking up stunts and such and having his head on a swivel, which, boy, if that doesn't sound like something that the Texans need
Big
in that
time.
room.
That's something that they haven't had. They haven't had it really in years in some of those. That's why they flip-flop so many guys on the interior offensive line. Okay, go ahead.
No,
I was just going to ask you something that just occurred to me.
Go ahead.
4 new starters this year?
As far as?
On the offensive line?
On the offensive line? Because you obviously have right tackle, left guard,
maybe not Ingram,
probably
of course,
center.
but there's a possibility.
And you think I don't know if Wiwu is taking a starting job.
Well, but we got Evan Brown that can play center. You have other guys that can play.
Sure.
White Teller. It's going to be interesting. At least 3 for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think more than anything, it's just the room itself is changed, right? Now the tackle. The thing about it is you didn't add another tackle, but the interior of your offensive line, like I don't think that you need to turn to Jarrett Patterson at any point.
No, you don't.
Right?
No, you absolutely
this
don't.
is a complete. We don't even have to entertain Jarrett Patterson unless he does some real growth over the offseason and forces his way in.
No.
I thought that was the interesting thing for me is even if the football of this happens where somebody gets hurt, we have someone who is a next man up that we could throw in that has the same mentality, that has the same physicality. So there should never be a step down on that offensive line, at the very least in the interior, with how you want to play football.
I totally agree.
I thought that was huge.
Yeah.
All right, one more here, and I will take this to let me get a little bit further down to Lewis Bond, the wide receiver that you take in the 6th round, because you did take Wade Woodaz, who I found was the only thing that I found interesting is the 4th round linebacker out of Clemson. When Nick Caserio was talking after the draft, one of the things he talked about was the ways in which they draft with a role in mind.
Yeah.
Right. We already have an idea of how we want you to factor in, and he mentioned like Woodaz, his role with Frank, and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, you brought him in with special teams in mind.
Same thing with Fisher, the 7th rounder.
Yes, first and foremost. And I appreciate that, and I understand that, which is good because you need to have a role in 2026. But also, I was like, what does that mean linebacker-wise? Because we were talking about the possibility of adding a linebacker for real depth for actually playing defense. I wonder if that's at all the thought process with Wood.
I think it's a factor. I think they're going to try to find some places for him. That's what you have the training camp and the preseason and all. I think he can cover. I think that was one of his stronger suits at Clemson. So, but the first thing he's doing is special teams. But I think they're gonna give him a run there for sure. Yeah,
we'll see. But I take you to Lewis Bond, wide receiver from Boston College, where he was coached by an old coach of the Texans, Bill O'Brien. And Bill O'Brien, notoriously pro-style offense. This is Lewis Bond talking about the Boston College offense and the similarities to the style.
Yeah, I would say Coach O'Brien did a good job of installing a pro-style offense. So anywhere I went, I would feel good because of the college I came from. So I know there's going to be some similarities, and football is football at the end of the day.
So another smart guy.
No, he definitely is.
Yeah.
In fact, when he was asked what type of receiver he was, this was ultimately the answer that he gave.
A smart, physical, tough receiver. Not too big for anything. I'll do any type of dirty work, special teams, whatever. I'm just ready to play football again.
Tough, smart, dependable guys.
Thanks, Bill.
And he's a move the chains guy. Yeah, route precision, all those things that certainly can fit in here.
Doesn't have a lot of speed, ultimately.
But again, route precision, moves the change, dependable. I'm sorry, shout out to Bill O'Brien. But I think at that place, absolutely worth it. And by the way, they know everything they need to know about Lewis Bond just because simply relationship with Bill O'Brien. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yeah, so I found this interesting because he's like a underneath slot receiver, and I did wonder, did it make you think at all about what this says about their wide receiver room that they have right now, or was this just hey, we're especially since we're talking about 6th round, is this just the guy that you go, hey, interesting, put him in here, see what he does, maybe he ends up on the practice squad, and that's fine.
For sure. What player excites you the most in terms of the possibilities on upside here?
It's Klein.
You think it's
upside wise? Maybe you go to Kamari Ramsey,
That's
the only one that we didn't talk about, leading through with the safety out of USC.
Yeah.
They love themselves a defensive back out of USC, and he's a dude who's physical and very much feels like he could be your Jalen Petrie
I think
backup.
that's exactly why they brought him in. Get behind Petrie in line and let's go.
Which makes sense because we were talking about the Keontae Scott, but Keontae Scott might be starter caliber. This feels like the appropriate value for possibly finding a backup of that caliber. We'll see ultimately, especially once we can get these the rookies onto the field. But that's through their own words, what you're getting from these prospects the Texans selected in the 2026 NFL Draft. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
In case any text. Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I'll say this, knowing full well that I'm not exactly inspired by the Rockets. If you haven't picked up, I don't exactly have a lot.
Get out of town.
I don't exactly have a lot of confidence in the Rockets. If you haven't picked up, and I wouldn't exactly bet the house that they even come out of Game 5. All that said, as a background to my confession, I don't think Şengün's motivational speech had much to do with anything. They are anytime.
Come on, man.
Anytime it happened, we don't hear about the motivational speeches that don't work. Like you know, it's only like, hey, Rockets came out, played their asses off, had great offense.
That's because those aren't good motivational speeches.
Exactly.
It was down 3-0, man.
Yeah.
So he had to come out and break out his pocket.
Şengün came out.
That motivational speech.
Şengün gave us a speech, and man, we were all,
Well, Amen asked for it. Amen was like, we need you to speak. And then he went out and he was like, you know what, because my team needs me to.
Yeah. Remember last week he was trying to get something out of his pocket?
Yeah.
When LeBron, he was trying to get that motivational speech.
That's right. He had been working on it.
That's right.
He'd been working
trying to get
it. I was like, okay, good win. Sounds, like they found a little something. We'll see how it plays out. That speech had nothing to do with that. Ain't no speech. Not since Newt Rockney, and I'm not even sure about that one.
Who? Who are you talking about?
How are you on these speeches things?
Look. I feel like he did an important thing.
So they won because of the speech?
That's right. And he's going to put another one out there in
You're
LA.
lying through your teeth.
No, 100%. Because clearly
that speech gave them the momentum.
Where are you on this, Figgy? We know he's lying.
Look, they didn't play like that before the speech. I'll tell you that.
I don't know what he said in his speech, but maybe he was like, man, let's just get one. Let's not get swept.
But everybody was thinking that. Everybody was saying that.
If that's the case, let's give it our all for this one, and then 1, 2, 3 Cancun.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3
He said they'll never take our freedom.
Yeah.
Motivational
Put them
speeches.
brooms up. We got to get at least one, fellas.
They may take our lives, but they will never.
Took them this long to get Şengün to speak.
These are my confessions.
I really hate that a lot of our minds work this way sometimes, and honestly, my mind is working this way in this moment, and I really do. It upsets me.
Mm-hmm.
But when Bijani Creighton said something, I completely doubted it. Can you give me cut 4 here? This is him. What he was telling everybody, what do you need to know about, or what do you know about the Texans, Bijani?
I mean, I don't know. I know a lot. It was one of my favorite teams growing up. My favorite player growing up used to be J.J. Watt. Dominating on that edge. So, it's really a dream come true, man. It's like a full circle thing for me. So I'm extremely grateful.
A word.
I didn't even think of it.
Your favorite player was J.J. Watt.
You're
huh?
right. I didn't even think of it in those terms.
Really? You sure?
Man, the Houston Rock has always been my favorite team. You know who's my favorite player?
Yeah.
Hakeem.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
That was my favorite player growing up.
There's no reason for him to lie about this, right? It's not like they asked him specifically who his favorite player was. He brought this up.
I think he just didn't want to, yeah.
But my brain was just like, I don't believe you, big dog. I feel like you just saying something to try and placate us. Yeah. Right?
Hey, the Bulls used to be my favorite team back in the day. You know who was my favorite player?
Yeah.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And it would make sense. J.J. Watt was a lot of people's favorite players. He was really good at football. Something about it. I don't even know if it's like he's from the Dallas area. I don't know what it. I don't know if it's that, right? Mm-hmm. But something about it just hit me as like,
you couldn't get a deep cut person.
Sure, Jan.
You couldn't get a deep cut track or something.
Just
man?
anything.
And you know what might have helped is if he was like, yeah, he's my favorite player back when I used to play defensive end or something. You know what I mean? Like just that my brain just went immediately to No, he
Hey,
wasn't.
No, it didn't.
You don't got to lie to kick it.
Yeah, man. I mean, just imagine if he said Arian Foster. So you'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly,
Even Arian Foster, who was a star, but yeah.
There was a point in time where Aaron Foster was a star. Like, it would make sense.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I'm like, oh, word.
Yeah.
Name some more Texas for me then, big dog. Let me see how many Texas do.
All right, who besides J.J. Watt?
Yeah, who else? Who else?
Andre Johnson.
Okay.
I think there was a Derek Carr in there somewhere.
These are my confessions.
Man, I got on these internets, man.
No!
Yeah, I got.
Say it ain't so.
And I want to see if this would have got y'all, too.
Okay.
So, I think it was Friday. And I mentioned about the Michael Jackson movie that came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a tweet from, I think it might have been Variety.
Well regarded, yeah.
Yeah. So, it said, Michael's Human Nature official video has finally been released by Sony Music 43 years after the King of Pop first performed it.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like, oh,
yeah.
The original video, because I think it's been a video out there before, but it wasn't. I thought it was. My first thought was Michael Jackson actually was in this video, like a video that Sony didn't release.
They didn't. Yeah.
Man, this was a brand new video of some newer people just performing it with a couple Michael Jackson performances in the background.
Oh, so you thought something came out the vault?
I thought, yes.
There was something in the vault, and they brought it out. Nah, it was just they made.
They just made a new video and then just kind of treated this like a movie soundtrack.
Yeah,
pretty much. So just showing some old Michael Jackson videos in the back, while some people just kind of doing some little dances.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, what the hell is this, man?
To answer your question, I probably would have fallen for it too.
Yeah, man. I'm like, okay, this is, I ain't know he shot
a lot of times, like, even especially music, you hear like, well, this was an unreleased, cut from the such and such album. So you're like, oh, cool.
Yeah, just imagine an old school artist, let's say an artist that didn't release a video for that song.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, this is an unreleased video from whatever record label. And it's like, man, come on, man. This is a brand new video.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I thought we was getting something exclusive. Like when somebody said, oh, this is a brand new track.
Was it good at least?
Nah, I didn't. No, honestly, to be fair, it was a well-shot video. But I think the tweet just threw everything off, saying, 43 years after he first performed it, Sony finally released the official video.
Yeah, that's the deception right there. To say the official video 43 years, that's as if it was actually there.
Yeah, like you could have said they released a new video for Human Nature or something like that, where I'm like, okay, then I probably wouldn't be as upset.
Right.
But to put the whole 43 years after he performed the official video, Sony finally released it. Like, come on.
Yeah,
man.
it's like, I get they might have like rights or whatever. I don't even know how the rights is laid out. Calling it official when the man ain't here kind of feels nasty. That feels like nasty work.
You could have worded it any type of way, man. You made it seem like it was in the vault somewhere for 43 years, and finally they released it.
Right.
I was pissed off at that.
These are my confessions.
All right, so there's a video making all the rounds, warming a lot of hearts, of a dog waiting for the couch to clear when Oscar Delp was picked by the New Orleans Saints. Have you seen this video? I'm guessing you've seen this video.
I have seen this
video.
The
Labrador is just waiting. All these people are in the house. Everybody's packed on the couch. And he's like, oh, he got picked. All right, let me find my spot, and get up there and get on the couch. It's really cute and all that. My confession is that's the second best video like that. You saw the Jaden McDaniels Jokic thing at the end of the game,
buddy,
when they mix it up.
Yeah, because Jay McDaniels had it. Yeah. If you didn't know, the Nuggets and the Timberwolves played, and the Timberwolves were winning. They were running out the clock, and then Jay McDaniels out there cherry picking, gets the ball, goes and lay it up, which is kind of against.
Oh, it's totally against.
It's against the rules of the unwritten rules.
And he ran all the way up the court and said, "Hey, man,
the game is over.
Yeah,
you don't need to score, just run out the clock." But he was like, clock's still there. I'm going to score a basket. And Jokic didn't take kindly to that, so he got in his face.
Got in his face, mixed it up. Big scrum on the bench, which leads to my confession. I'm going to show you the video.
Okay, you want me to describe it as we go?
But I'll just say, if you happen to see the scrum in this Jokic and McDaniels thing, watch the woman in the trench coat which sounds pretty
There's
dramatic.
a woman in a trench coat?
I want you to watch this woman in the trench coat.
All right, Jokic is
the
fighting
scrum is
somebody.
right in front of her seat. She bolts out of there.
And she gets out of there.
Oh, my God. And then what does she do? She does what the Labrador does. She goes back to her seat while the scrum is still going on to get her purse.
Well, she was afraid that.
Look at that.
She was afraid that all those basketball players in the middle of them fighting would steal something from her,
But
clearly.
I was
all
like,
them
what
rich
is she
millionaire
doing?
basketball
it
players.
was literally right in front of her. Everybody pushing and shoving and back and forth. And I watch. She bolts. And then, oh, shoot.
Oop, left my purse.
Forgot my purse. Now watch her.
Excuse me.
She's moving
Excuse
dudes
me.
out of the way.
Please get out of my way.
And then she bends down to go get her purse.
Kyle Anderson, please excuse me.
It's still going on. And she's like,
Jamal Murray, excuse me. I'm on your left.
Purse.
Pardon me.
Dude, you got to see it. I'm like, why in the world would she go back in the middle of basically a fight?
She forgot her purse.
To go back and get her purse?
Yeah, clearly.
That's kind of like when the fire alarm go off and you're like, I don't know if this is a real fight. Let me go get my stuff real quick, just in case.
She was like, oh, my ID's in there.
It is hilarious.
My house keys are in there. I need to get my, excuse me.
The Labrador and the woman in the trench coat. Yeah.
How many times did you watch that video for you to notice that?
Oh, I noticed the first time. Yeah, because I thought
so it was a mass of human beings looking like they was gonna fight. You were like, what is she doing right here?
Well, you people watching.
No, I thought she was gonna get knocked down. Because she's in the middle of it.
Yeah, she really
like,
does.
Right in the middle of it. I was like, oh, that poor woman. And then I was like, why is she going back to get her purse or something? It looked
now,
like
was it older woman, younger woman,
40s,
middle age?
40s maybe? Late 40s?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
Yep. Nah, she was wearing a trench coat. She wasn't in the 20s or 30s out there. She was a refined woman in that space. Someone said Fabici and we would be a legend if he had said that his favorite player was Seth Payne. Yeah. throw out here a Roshan Miller, right? Like throw that out here, and now we know you really was a Texans fan. That's how we know, right? Don't just talk about J.J. Watt was your favorite player. Come on, man, like mix it up a little bit. All right. You're in Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we usually do this in the football season, but, draft time is football season. How did the rest of the AFC South make out in the draft? Let's go around the AFC South next.
Payne and Pendergast. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good Monday. Let's go around the AFC South as the NFL Draft 2026 wrapped up on Saturday. We got UDFA signed to various different places. Teams have largely built their teams. And obviously maybe a little bit more free agency will go down, and then people will start whittling it down once we get to that part of the time, right? So we're seeing the ways the teams have been built. And obviously that's great for us to look at the Texans, and we will continue to look at what they're kind of putting together. We also got to look at the competition now, don't we? Mm-hmm. Let's go around the AFC South as we are wont to do. And as you know, around the AFC South is a choose-your-own-adventure proposition. I didn't make the rules. That's just kind of what it is. And so with that, did. Don't tell nobody, though. You're supposed to just go with it. I thought we was a team. And so with that being the case, obviously the Texans are in the AFC South. We know about them. Choose where else you would like to talk about.
We got to start with the Jaguars, right?
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Got to start with the Jags.
Just like they started the tight end run.
Mm-hmm. They sure did.
With just what was going through your mind when you see that James Gladstone, the magnificent Gladstone, as the fellas of Payne and Pendergast want to call him, that he at pick number 56 in the second round decided that who the first who needs to be this tight end off the board? Not the first one, because obviously you have Kenyon Sadiq, and then Eli Stowers had gone to Philadelphia. But
during the second tier of the run,
he was like, you know what? Let's go get Nate Borkacher.
Yeah.
A dude who I don't think anybody had as like the third tight end.
He was just sort of mixed in among the second.
But even within that mix, there's kind of a
mid
pseudo hierarchy.
Yeah, probably mid.
And he felt like he would be more of that. And the magnificent Gladstone was like, you know what?
Yeah.
That one. That's the one that I want.
Well, the first thing I thought, of course, was Gig'em.
Fair,
but beyond that, I think it spoke a lot to the tight end. How many differing opinions there are at the tight end position. Yeah. Look at the Texans.
Sure.
What they
3
did.
picks later, they end up with Marlon Klein.
Look what they did. And they're being questioned.
I've talked with some people, and I'm like, I can't laugh too loud, because then I get the
right.
Boy, I know you ain't laughing. I feel like Texans fans, we would love to laugh in that moment, but we would
laughing
right
a little
back.
too hard.
Exactly.
That's my point. Imagine if those two picks were switched, and the Jaguars picked Marlon Klein. We'd be going, ha! Look at them. They picked Marlon Klein. Oh, but we got Nate Borkacher. Awesome. So it's really just like you don't know what. I've said this two times already today, but it's very important, especially at this position. You don't know what the tight end board looked like after the first two. No one does. So my that wasn't the one that really sort of raised my eyebrow.
I will say though, when I saw that pick, what I thought was, man, all these young cats are going to have to go to, and I can't remember exactly who I would put up here. They're going to have to go to these wide tight ends in the league that had the years that they did last year and go and thank them, because I feel like that was one of the stories of this draft, was that all these teams in the NFL were like, oh, okay, so this is the trend. We got to not just get tight ends, and especially the flashy ones that we think of, the Kyle Pittses of the world, guys that'll play kind of like Jimmy Graham. No. We also need to get the big boys that technically don't have the production that would typically in past years would be what dictated our. No, we're getting the dudes that we know can block and can do some of these other things that maybe haven't had the production. And so we saw a lot of these tight ends jump in. I think even the Marlon Kleins of the world, in other drafts, we might have seen them be an early day 3 pick. Now they're second round picks because of the nature of what happened. So I think that was a huge thing for me, was like, oh, okay, so we're really doing this tight end shift in the NFL right now.
No, I agree. But really, with just in general with the Jaguars draft, I think they were either mad, he and Liam Cohen and the magnificent Gladstone, they're either mad geniuses or it kind of got good to them. They're reading their press clippings. I feel like every pick they made was something of a perceived reach.
Yes, 100%. In fact, to the point where I know the fellas on the morning show were talking about this. James Gladstone, in his availability with the media, basically was like, "Hey guys, we got all the players that we wanted." It's like, yeah, if you draft ahead of what the I guess consensus value is, which again, there's only so much you can make of that. Yeah, you're going to end up getting your guys. They get Borkshire, which is their first pick in the draft, but was in the second round.
Yeah.
They drafted another Texas A&M guy, Albert Regis, but they drafted him as a defensive tackle in a way that was kind of early in there. Now, they did get value in Emmanuel Pregnon, who we had people talking about him as an early second-round guy, maybe into the first round. He goes in the third round. But there was a lot of guys that they ended up getting maybe ahead of where you would think, including another Houston cat. A lot of this area of the world. Tandacozio, that's where he lands, is Jacksonville. So at least he'll get once a year get to play around familiar confines.
Again, they're either, they've proved themselves. We had our doubts. I was as much as anyone criticizing the Jaguars when they first brought these two cats in, and they made us all look bad. Maybe they will again, but they're either mad geniuses or they're reading their press clippings.
So I will pair this with my guy, Dane Brugler of The Athletic. I'm not even going to let y'all say it. Yes, my guy. He is obviously a draft analyst. He ranked his favorite to least favorite draft classes. Where do you think the Jacksonville Jaguars draft class landed in Dane Brugler's circumstance?
Probably very low.
How low can you go?
32.
That is correct. That is correct.
Damn.
He had them at 32. Obviously, there was the pick that he liked the most was Pregnon, obviously, because that was a little bit of a steal per those circumstances. So, yeah, there weren't a lot of picks in there that made me go, ooh, I am afraid of what they did with this draft.
Right.
But obviously, I think the respect that you give the Jaguars is probably more pursuant to what this team was last year.
Yeah.
All right, so we continue in our around the AFC South. You got the Colts, Jags, and Titans Colts and Titans remain.
I guess we got to go to the Colts.
Okay.
That might be the next best competition you got out there.
We go to the Indianapolis Colts, a team that, again, they also didn't have a first-round pick. I think that was one of the things I rarely in this draft felt like, oof, man, these other teams, because very few of them, two of them did not have first-round picks. So it felt like, especially in this draft or in any draft, first-round picks are where the headline of your draft class is, and it kind of establishes the tone.
Yeah.
They also didn't pick until late in the second round, where they did get one of my favorite players in this draft, which is C.J. Allen. Really smart linebacker. But, I mean, on the other side, I can look at C.J. Allen, and if he's on an opposing team, which he is right now, and go, his ceiling isn't as high. He was a high floor prospect with maybe not as high of a ceiling, so I could point at that. What did you see from the Colts and their draft class?
I thought they did a really good job of drafting their needs. I think 5 of their first 6 picks were defensive players.
Correct. You had linebacker, safety out of LSU, A.J. Halsey. In the 4th round, they ended up getting a linebacker out of Oregon, and they ended up with an edge in the 5th round. Now, you get to 4th, 5th round, how productive and how impactful will they be is a question. But I could easily see C.J. Allen. C.J. Allen could wear a green dot right now. He's helped their defense.
I think he's sort of the not saving grace, but kind of the highlight of their draft class. First of all, they address need. You'd like to see that if you're a Colts fan. And secondly, they got a guy that is just going to be a tackler. The proverbial Cal McNair tackling machine. And if he can do that, they're well ahead of the game.
Yeah, when I first heard someone describe C.J. Allen, I immediately thought, well, that sounds like a D'Amico guy. That's some of what they're trying to bring there. But again, I don't know exactly to what degree that changes the way that I feel about them. They did end up with a wide receiver out of Oklahoma, in their very last pick, and he's a dude who is undersized, but he has speed, and that made me go, oh,
yeah.
Right, because they already have the Alec Pierce. I don't know if the 7th round wide receiver ends up being a part of their rotation really, but if he does end up being a guy that played, that's more speed that they had that I was like, ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah. All right, Tennessee Titans.
We take you to the Tennessee Titans, where they clearly had a ton of first round picks. Oh, mind you, the Colts 18th in Dane Brugler's, so right there in the middle. Yeah. But the Tennessee Titans, they had a lot, including a couple of first-round picks, Carnell Tate, wide receiver out of Ohio State, Keldrick Falk, the edge out of Auburn. So they had those. This is where I've heard a lot of Texans fans chirping because Anthony Hill lands there, and Anthony Hill Jr., one of those linebackers that people a lot around here liked because very athletic linebacker, pretty smart, has some refining to do, but if he hits that refining, he should be a really fun player in the middle of a defense. Outside of that, they ended up with Nickel Singleton, one of the 2 running backs out of Penn State that were solid. And then the Pat Coogan selection is one of those that people like that cat because he was an established player in the middle of that Indiana offensive line. How did the Titans draft hit you?
Well, we talked about it Friday after the first round. I really felt like I was in the minority of kind of liking what they did. Carnell Tate, is not going to be the game breaker, but I think he's going to be really good, high floor, that kind of thing. And I didn't mind the Keldrick getting back in there for Keldrick Falk because that's a position they need, and Robert Saleh's the coach. I think Anthony Hill puts the exclamation point on it. That is a guy that they could have really found something in him. It depends on him now and what Robert Saleh coaches him up and the Titans defensive coaches, but I think that is a perfect fit for them. Obviously, I hate the Titans. I always will. But I kind of liked what they did.
Yeah. Anthony Hill. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned Anthony Hill because him with Robert Saleh is a very, very interesting. Mm-hmm. Again, not to make it all about the Texans. However, we're in Houston. You don't deal with it. Yeah. That was one of those guys that I get why Texas fans liked him, especially if he had the opportunity to learn under Aziz. That's one of those guys that, assuming that they do not do an Aziz extension, I could see, hey, you slide in that spot, take on that green dot. Yeah. Well, he's going to be doing, I imagine, something similar there for Robert Saleh, who runs a very similar style. So I could very much see him becoming the heart and soul of that defense in the way, maybe not in exactly the same way, but in a similar way to the way Aziz is. We talked a lot about their first-round picks and how I think that they're interesting. I just don't know exactly how much they shake the way that I feel. So going entirely around the AFC South, I say all this to say I think that there were some interesting drafts. I don't know that there were ones that made me change the way I feel about the nature of this division.
No, I agree with you. I think the way we feel about it with the Texans and Jaguars at the top, and we'll see on the Colts, hasn't really changed. I'm intrigued with the Jaguars. I mean, maybe they're sort of reinventing the wheel over there.
Man. Yeah, maybe James Gladstone is just that much further ahead of everybody else. Mm-hmm. I tend to believe that in our world, when there are people that think they're this far ahead, that just nobody else has considered something, the likelihood is that they're wrong and not everybody else. There's a reason for it. Right? Yeah. The Tennessee Titans came in at 12th on Dane Brugler's rankings of all the draft.
Makes me feel a little better about it.
It's a good class. The thing with the Titans is less about the caliber of players that they got and more about they don't have a foundation that really changes things, right? Like this is a pretty bereft team that they're adding talent into the pot to start building a thing. So I didn't really feel too strongly about that. Mind you, if you were at all interested in where the Texans came in on Dane Brugler, you won't be surprised. He, obviously he was not a huge fan of the way they went about it. He had them 23rd, but he did love the Kaden McDonald pick. And he said that the pick who could surprise on day 3 was Febechi Nwiwu. Okay. Said that he's underwhelming as an athlete. However, he more than makes up for it with intelligence and play strength, as he said himself. Remember, this was the big thing about Nwiwu, and we'll talk more about it as we continue here. He had starts at 4 of the 5 offensive line positions. And so I don't think that he's going to play tackle, but that means those interior linemen, I think that this is one of the reasons they got him is we feel comfortable that as maybe a depth piece early on, we could put him at any of those spots if we need to.
I mean, you look at the interior offensive line, there's a lot of dudes there, man. There's a lot of dudes in those 3 interior positions. It's going to be fun to watch.
A lot of dudes. All right. In fact, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, let's talk more about those dudes. The Texans, 8 picks in this draft. Let's go through each one of them and decide what would make it a good pick and what would make it a bad pick. 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
Coach D'Amico's. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday after the NFL draft. Not an NFL thing, more of a college thing, although I imagine NFL teams might be taking this into note as it's a 365-day-a-year job, and I'm sure that scouts are now very much moving on to the next draft. If you're looking for a quarterback, you were talking about Brendan Sorsby. There's something interesting that pops up. In fact, it's on the TV right now. Apparently, he is entering a residential treatment program for a gambling addiction. This was per Texas A&M's athletics department.
Texas Tech.
Or Texas Tech, sorry.
See what he did there?
Didn't mean to.
Yeah.
That was entirely.
Hold on, I'll put that on my school.
You know that was not trying to besmirch you. That's because we talked about Texas A&M all up and down last segment.
He said this came from A&M, right?
You sure it wasn't Kansas State?
I'm certain it wasn't Kansas State because we got nothing but good corn-fed boys over there. No, Texas Tech, in their statement, said they're committed to supporting Brendan through his recovery process and to ensure his long-term health and well-being, saying that they love and support his decision to seek professional help. And that was from Coach Joey McGuire. Taking the step requires courage, and their primary focus on him as a person. So just the idea, first and foremost, that you got your quarterback on your team, maybe the most impactful player on any given football team, one, having a gambling addiction, but then two, needing to go to rehab for it. That is fascinating in a lot of different ways.
I don't know if he can recover from this. I hope he can, because, everybody needs to go to whatever treatment they may need or choose. Because if you have some sort of addiction, some sort of ailment, it needs to be taken care of. I just feel when you're talking about a quarterback in football with a gambling addiction, that's going to stick.
That's going to stick.
That
tag's going to stick.
That's going to stick, no matter how successful, and hopefully it is extremely successful. That this. Let's think about this. Your quarterback is going to a treatment program for a gambling addiction. That is hard to shake, even if you do shake it.
Yes, no, without question.
Yeah.
The thing that I always want, and this is where I step out of the line of being an empathetic human being that I try and typically be. All right, what does the addiction therapy look like for gambling?
I have no idea. That's a great question.
This is me being naive. I just don't know. What does that actually look like?
And you going around a sport pretty much that's based around gambling a lot, too.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And again, even if he is, the best, patient in history or resident or whatever they call them, in these treatment programs, he's gonna fumble again. He's going to throw another interception. He is going to miss.
You're not even talking about the gambling itself. You're talking about the appearance of impropriety going forward. That's a great point. Yeah.
There will be a 3rd and 10 that he misses on. I don't know. I wish it wasn't the case. I don't know if this guy can recover.
John Lopez is about to be watching this like, ooh, that pass was a little too far away from the
you think I'll be doing that by myself?
No. I just know you're going to be leading the charge. No, that is, wow. Yeah, that is wild to see. Obviously, first and foremost, I wish him well and acknowledging an issue. But honestly, the crazy thing about that is he ain't the only one suffer from this if we are going to term it that way, right? There's a lot of young men and young women, I'm sure, but I know that the young men are very much targeted by the gambling industry. So yeah, the idea that the quarterback is not safe from it makes a lot of sense. It just really stinks to have to think about what the evaluation process is with now these on the board as well. It's not just who are you as a dude. It's like, hey, do you have any of these additional things that might be taking you out of the realm of pickability? Wow. All right, let's get to the dudes that actually were picked for your Houston Texans. 8 picks, so we have to roll through them a little quickly. Maybe we don't get all the way through them. Maybe we go through the first couple of days or what have you. But for each of these picks, what would make them a good pick or what would make them a bad pick? 713-572-4610. We begin with your number one pick, a dude that I think John Lopez believes will be a starter on day one.
Yes.
Guard/center out of Georgia Tech, Keelan Rutledge. What makes him a good pick? And is this in the immediate term of like 2026? Is this in the future?
You can look at it both ways. You can look at it, one particular way. He's a good pick if he starts center week one. I'm not saying day.
Oh, that's it.
I'm not saying day one of camp, but week one of the regular season. If Rutledge is your starting center, I think that's a successful pick. Now, obviously, you hope it gets to higher levels than that.
Sure.
Pro Bowls and such, or all pro and all that. But I think they got it right if he's your starter.
I think that's a good point because that sounds like it's not a big bar, but you got to think about the fact that the Texans have 4 dudes who presumably could snap the football in that room right now. 5 dudes, because clearly Jake Andrews started last year. You had brought in Evan Brown, who played center for the Cardinals for a period of time. Don't forget Eli Cox is still in there for whatever that's worth. I have a strong feeling that he will not actually factor in all reality to a competition, but whatever. Keelan Rutledge now, who they had to take snaps at Senior Bowl, so that seems to be very much something that's in the profile there. And then Febechi Nwiwu that they just brought in as well, played center snaps at college in Oklahoma. That's 5 dudes that can snap the football. If he comes out of that competition where they go, this dude started all the last year, these dudes have done it before, these guys are all competing, and you are definitely the dude who we want to start, that means something as opposed to just the idea that he's a first-round pick and you're starting him because that he will have earned the job at the level that I imagine you need him to.
You hit it.
I think that makes sense.
That's it. There are a lot of general managers that will start these guys because they drafted them, hell or high water. We've seen it here. But they're not in a position as a team to do that.
Right.
They need to get a guy there that's going to be better than Jake Andrews, better than anybody else that you just mentioned, can get in there, that's going to need to be able to play at a high level. So I think if he is that guy, there's going to be a reason for it.
And so is it conversely that it's a bad pick if he doesn't, or do you go somewhere else here?
Well, I'm not going to say bad as in long term, but yeah.
How would you feel if Jake Andrews is the starter?
I would be very, very I would be questioning Nick Caserio's ability to read and draft offensive linemen even more.
It's interesting.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, not immediately.
No,
not immediately.
No,
not week one.
I was kind of thinking from this point because I don't think he played center in college, but they did try him at center, at the
in the lead up.
Yeah. So I wonder maybe they feel like he's not a center.
Like if they're ramping him up or whatever, maybe developmentally and by midseason or next season or whatever, I'll get all that. But Jake Andrews gets pushed around, and they drafted him because he's a big dude. He's a big dude that can maybe, withstand that. So I think that, I think it would be fair questioning.
I think that I would probably go to this as if he's not a starter next year, it's a bad pick. And I don't say just center.
2027?
Yes.
Oh, come on, man. He's got to start this year.
You think he has to start at one of these positions this year?
Rutledge?
Yes.
Hell yes. Okay. He's number 28 overall. If
he can't start this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I go there is he hadn't played center, right? So if you go through camp and you go, okay, we still need a little seasoning on that. When does the seasoning happen for him at center? And then you look at the guard spots, which is his position, and you got dudes who have started in the league and been good at what they do. I can understand you not beating them out this year. Get into the year continuity. You get another offseason, that's when I go, okay, if you can't take a spot from one of these cats, then it's an issue.
But if it's this year where he don't start at all, I
got a problem with that.
Really?
Yeah, I would be a little worried.
Damn, I'm the easy grader.
Especially over Jake Andrews.
Well, we all know interior offensive linemen just don't get drafted in the first round very often.
Sure.
And when they do, they're expected to start.
Sure. But I also think it's a very particular circumstance with him and the snapping port. Like if this was Keelan Rutledge, even if it was like second round center, that he had played center, I'd be with you.
Sure.
I think that because of the physical advantages that he clearly has over Jake Andrews, I'm giving a little leeway for the idea that that's not been a part of his game. And on top of that, this is supposedly a system where the familiarity and the mental acuity to put it in line is it's a steeper learning curve, so to say.
Yeah.
All right, so Kaden McDonald, defensive tackle out of Ohio State.
This is an interesting one. What would make it a successful pick?
If he does what we've seen him do before. Like, if he is just Ohio State Kaden McDonald. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this one's going to be really hard to miss on.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think one thing that he can do with this team is give D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke the opportunity to just have 4 guys out there on a lot of times on the defensive front. Sometimes when they knew that they couldn't stop the run or had trouble with the run, they would put 5 defensive linemen out there.
Yeah.
Then if he can just hold down those those 2 gaps enough to let the rest of the defense do what the rest of the defense does, it won't sacrifice kind of a position. You know what I mean? Like they had to put extra guys up front.
Yeah,
a lot. And if he can just
periodically,
in a lot in those situations. But if he can just let them have 4 guys up front, and then everybody else goes and eats, then you're in good shape.
Yeah, I think that this one's easy. If I don't know what it would take for him to be considered a bad pick.
Just do what you do.
Like, it's just if he does what he has done and impacts the run game, honestly, whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Now it'd be a bad pick if somehow that run game impact doesn't show at the pro level. And then you're talking about a guy who can't rush the passer. Like, this is the thing is, I know some people would go, if he does not develop into somebody that could also get upfield, I'm still good with it.
I don't care.
If he's just the big body that handles the run game.
Right, I agree.
I still think, especially with the way that they rotate, that's still fine with me.
Mm-hmm. He might not have a lot of opportunities if they rotate. They're going to have the guys that can get up there a little easier.
Right. Marlon Klein.
This is a tough one.
This one's fun.
This is a tough one.
What makes Marlon Klein a good pick in your mind?
I mean, it's hard to even say start or not start or whatever. To me, it's almost like you'll know it when you see it. Like when they use him,
like the Supreme Court of pornography.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
if they use him on the field, I got one. If they use him on the field at the same time as in a 12 personnel, relatively, regularly, Dalton Schultz.
Does he have to beat out Foster
Marlon Klein? And he does have to beat out Foster Moreau, or at least be used in the rotation.
Is it too much to have him as the second tight end?
Eventually, I don't think that's too much. That would be a big success. I think Foster Moreau is going to be good. You guys know I like him, and I think he's going to be.
We've been really high on Foster Moreau in a way that honestly feels like a bit.
Maybe too much. Maybe too much so. But I think it's going to be those 2 guys. And maybe in 13 personnel, sometimes you'll see Cade Stover, sometimes you'll see Marlon Klein, sometimes you'll see whatever, maybe even Brevin Jordan. But if there are situations when you see 2 tight ends on the field and he's one of them, that's a success. That means they're going to be able to use him as a receiver, be able to use him as a blocker, and they have confidence to do both. Would you agree with that? Like, I know he's going to see the field some. 2nd-round pick.
Yeah.
He'll develop. At some point, maybe mid-year, mid-season or whatever, we'll start to see some development. But if you see 2 tight ends and he's one of them, I think that's a good sign.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think I'm with that.
Especially over Stover.
Mm-hmm.
Now the bad
and Moreau.
I think it's easier. Well, Stover is interesting because it does feel like the way that they've handled things and the kind of almost flippant nature of we'll see kind of that they use to talk about Cade Stover makes me wonder if they're not already kind of mentally shifting out of the business of Cade Stover. Which, hey man, it's a cutthroat world. This athletics or this professional sports. It ain't it, but. Yeah, I could easily see it being where they're turning their attention more to this guy. The downside of the possibility of the pick of Marlon Klein, there's a lot of it, especially because if the drops persist for him, and if that mentality does not show up in the physicality of it, right?
I agree.
He has the mentality of I am a more than willing blocker. I think that this shows up with any tight end. I know that some of the profiles have talked about, the physicality being there, but not to the fullest extent, like still being needing a little bit more development in the strength.
Yeah.
If that ends up being an issue that shows up actually, because the whole idea is you want to get a dude who's physical that can do those things, but then also bring you the capability of catching the football. If those don't progress in the way that you are clearly projecting, clearly this ends up being a real issue because of the second round utilization as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
All right, you want to get one more in here?
We can get one more in here because I think this is an interesting one.
You want to pick one at random or you want to go with Fabechi in particular?
I think Fabechi and Weiwu is the one to go with because I think he's going to be able to mix up exactly what this offensive line, especially the interior, is going to look like. We I complained, but we wondered about C.D. So. We complained about him. Jarrett Kingston, some of these Eli Cox, some of these interior guys. I think we can say goodbye to those guys.
Yeah, if he makes the roster, and if he makes the active roster, I think. And you know what I mean when I say that. If he's one of your, how many do they typically take to game day? Like 7, 8 offensive linemen?
7 is what I was going to say.
If he can be that guy, I think it's a good pick.
Yeah.
Right. If he can be the guy that you go, this is my depth interior offensive, because that's clearly what they want.
Yeah.
Is for him to, at the very least, early on, to be
there if you need him.
The guy that you go, hey Wyatt, hey Ed, hey insert center here. If you're not going today. Or if you get hurt in the midst of the game, we could put Fabici in there and boom, he goes, and we ain't no drop off. I feel like that's probably the mentality that I get, assuming that that's kind of assuming that Keelan Rutledge does take that starting job that I think we want him to have at center.
The other thing that's interesting to me, and probably need to do this real quick, but Kamari Ramsey, the safety, is going to be fun to watch to see what would be a success for him. Or not, just because we know why they brought him in. He's going to be right there behind Petrie.
That far down the roster, isn't it kind of just making the roster?
5th rounder's no chump.
No.
Yeah, it's not a chump.
That's fair.
And I think they drafted him there to get in line, to get in line and see if he can start to fill that role, because he's done a little bit of everything.
Yeah, he's a really good pick if he can actually just be, here is Jalen Petrie's understudy.
Yeah. I think that's where you find it a success, if you can start to see some of the signs. Remember, Jalen Petrie didn't exactly come in, guns a-blazing,
right?
His rookie year.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not an easy position, this big nickel, and the way that they're playing it. For someone on the text line says from the 713, if David Montgomery has a great year, then Klein is win. Do you think it's that tapped in? If your run game is good, then that means that he was cooking in the way that he was supposed to?
Well, he wouldn't be alone.
Or at least if they can run the football with him.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see that. And then 832, I think we're with you. We're just kind of opening ourselves to the possibilities. But they go, Big Red, obviously that's Keelan Rutledge's nickname. He starts at center week 1 in their mind. I think you're in that way. I feel pretty comfortable about that. But I also, just in the similar way that we're not immediately going, hey, take Dell. You're just gonna jump back in off of the injuries. I want to be more attuned to the potential drawbacks of he hasn't snapped at center, and it's not just the easiest thing in the world that you just take for granted. I don't think that's a given, and I want to give some room for that. But I do believe that him being a smart kid out of Georgia Tech, team leader, all that, will allow him to grasp it. But you want to be fair. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here. In the loop, where the text line say, hey, Figgy Fig, did you hear about the paraplegic man who was arrested for shooting another dude? Yep, you would have heard it if you listened to Figgy's mixtape. And funny enough,
where you been? That's
what's coming up next. Figgy, what you got in the mixtape today?
Yeah, a couple little draft things going on that kind of caught my eye. Plus, heated debate over food.
That never happens.
It happens all the time. The question I have is, what made it heated? And I'm very intrigued to find out about that next.
The Rockets.
Leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everybody out there. So I got a question for y'all. Is it oxtails or oxtail?
Oxtail.
I say oxtail.
It's oxtail.
Yeah.
No S on the end.
No
I
S.
typically will not say S. No.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the right. Is that right?
Well, it's right to me.
I mean, there's certain things that I'll be stringent on. This is one of those things that I'm not going to trip off. I
Yeah.
get what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the Joe Budden podcast.
Oh Lord.
They actually had this conversation. Very a lot of spirit in this conversation on if it's oxtails or oxtail. And one of his co-hosts by the name of Ish, he kept putting the S on it. Ish. He kept putting the S on oxtails or oxtail. And I think Joe Budden got a little tired of it.
Singular issue.
Oxtails.
Why he won't take knowledge from nobody?
I Googled it. You won't either.
Don't say oxtails
You're not more
again.
important than Google.
Don't say
You're
oxtails.
not smarter than the motherfuckers in the dictionary.
I don't care. Just
Yo,
don't
when
say-
somebody disagrees with you, they can disagree with you.
Don't say oxtails. That's it. Somebody that loves you is trying to tell
I'm
you
not
something.
taking Joe Budden's word over the dictionary's word.
Don't say it again.
Got you.
That's it.
I don't even
You
eat
can
that
look up
bull.
whatever dictionary you want. Don't say oxtails, and that's the end of it.
No, it's not the end of it. I can say what the I want, and I'm not going to
And
take
you
your word
will
over
sound
the
like
dictionary.
a
Dummy.
flat
'Cause I don't
earther
agree with you.
again.
'Cause I don't agree with you.
Because there's no S for oxtail. Oxtail is the plural of oxtail.
Joe, I don't give a
and
about oxtail
fish
or oxtail.
Is the plural of fish. Do we have to go to just plural? Why are you so Why are you defensive about no S being on oxtail?
You are being performative. And
no,
again,
I told you 70 times oxtail is oxtail, and you are fighting me about it because you looked it up on Google.
No, I looked it up in the
Clearly,
dictionary.
your Google searches are wrong.
Look,
don't say it again.
Look,
because you're not going to sound like a prodigy or whatever was trying to get us to think you was.
Like I said,
there's no S on it.
Yo,
That's it. Shut the up.
No, you shut the up. You ain't the dictionary, you stupid.
Good.
That was not the dictionary.
Good.
There's not an S. There's not an S.
It is an S.
There's no S.
No, there is an S.
There's not an S.
No, there is an S.
You are wrong and dumb.
You're not smarter than a dictionary, you stupid mother.
You went to college. Don't use a S. You imbecile.
You dummy. You didn't go to you think I'm gonna take your 10th grade dropout?
Damn it.
Oh my God.
And I know what plural for oxtail is. You want to know? It's oxtail.
I have a sneaking suspicion that wasn't about oxtail.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there was a lot more
It sounded
there.
like it was.
There's a lot more there.
It sounded like it was exactly about
that seemed like a
oxtail
fight
or
that-
oxtails.
I feel like y'all are married. Y'all have both been in an argument where you're like, we're not arguing about the thing that it seems like we're
Yeah.
arguing right now.
Yeah.
That's what was happening right
No,
there.
there's
There
always
was something else happening there for sure.
But
what?
There probably was. There always is. But that was about oxtails in terms of
Yeah.
how
Just-
heated they got on that.
What was that, John Little?
On that particular point, they were like, "Dang it, I'm
Yeah,
right."
but just imagine, y'all some words people. So just imagine somebody keeps saying the wrong word or pronouncing it wrong or something like that. I think we had a big argument up here about the word, was it wooed? And somebody up here kept saying woed.
Oh, woo.
And and Lopez kind of lost his bleep over it. Like,
right.
all right, man, it's wooed. It's not wooed.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
But to go to that, I mean, they were calling names, moving furniture, doing all that.
You know what the funny part about that is?
Yeah.
There's like 7 people on that show.
Oh, yeah.
And so
they were all laughing.
That means there's like 3 or 4 people just sitting here awkwardly like, ooh, when are they going to stop yelling?
Yeah.
When is this going to stop?
I wonder if they got in their cars on the way or the train or whatever on the way home and went, well, that was dumb.
There's no way.
Well, that was really
There's
dumb.
no way.
They probably argued over something even stupider than that.
That's right. You know what? Hearing those guys, and I know a little bit about these dudes, but I'm not going to pretend like I know a lot about them, but just hearing the way that they went back and forth, I bet that when they went their separate ways, they just kept stewing on it.
Oh, yeah.
I felt like it just, like Smock's-tail, they just kept stewing on it. And so the next argument they have will be even more explosive somehow.
Yeah.
I'm certain of it. All I know is I really want some oxtail now.
Yeah.
Really want some oxtail.
The 409 said, I want some oxtails.
Hey, man, whatever you call it, I just hope that it don't cost $30 a pound. Like, that's my
that imbecile on the text line.
Yeah.
Man.
Take your 10th grade ass out of here.
That's what I'm saying. Those insults don't come up unless there's something underlying. Like those are things that they wanted to say each other for a while.
Yes.
That just came up because of oxtail and Google.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The NFL draft is in the books. And there was a lot going on, man. And the one thing, and we talked about this a lot on the show, different people that try to make these outrageous bets.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if they lose to this team, then I will cut all of my hair off or I will dye my hair pink.
My favorite one is the people that are like, I'll eat a hat. And I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you say that?
Yeah, so remember back, I want to say this was this season, a host for 93.7 The Fan up in Pittsburgh, Andrew Filippone.
Yes.
He made, I want to say it was a bet with Joe Flacco, the Joe Flacco-led Bengals. If they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers on Monday night or Thursday Night Football, whatever it was, that he will get his nipples pierced. Yes. And, of course, what happened?
Yeah.
The Joe Flacco-led Bengals beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he actually went through with it.
He did it?
Yeah.
I mean, good for him, but also, I'm
Why
gonna
are
let
you
y'all
making
know,
stupid bets?
If
like
I
that?
ever say something like that, please know I'm not following through on it. Please understand I am reneging.
I will probably step in like, nope, you're not doing this.
Do that.
I want you to know I'm not getting a tattoo or something. Like, just know I'm reneging. I was lying 100%.
Yeah. Well, apparently he did another bet.
Again?
He actually
learned his lesson?
This one, and this is funny because I totally forgot about it because sometimes his tweets run across the timeline.
Yeah.
But this is something he tweeted. He said, if the Pittsburgh Steelers draft Drew Aller in 250 days, I'll quit my job.
Oh, no! Because they definitely drafted Drew Aller.
Yeah. But this is the catch. He got let off the hook, kind of.
Yeah.
They drafted him 251 days later.
Oh.
So by the skin of his teeth,
I absolutely love.
He did not have to quit his job.
I really and truly love a technicality.
So basically,
God
he was saying
bless.
if they're not going to draft him in the first round.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
Hey, it was
Which
cool.
actually, you know what? Now I'm mad because
he knew exactly.
you
what
tried
he
to
was
make
doing.
something sound spicy that wasn't actually spicy.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't nobody going to see Drew Aller as a first round. Yeah, never mind. I take my claps back. All my applause. Just bring that on back.
Yeah, well, a listener didn't really appreciate that. He felt like he should stand 10 toes down.
Yeah.
So here is Andrew Filippone versus a caller on 93.7 The Fan up in Pittsburgh.
I also didn't specify what job.
Okay, what job are you quitting then?
I don't know. It didn't happen 250 days later.
After you're a liar, correct?
No, because it was not 250 days
Just
later.
Say yes. Just say yes. Come on.
But that's not what the second post said.
Oh, so the second tweet negated the first tweet. I didn't know that you're the ombudsman or policeman when it comes to which tweets we take seriously and which ones we don't.
100% in.
You are.
Those are two unrelated thoughts.
Oh, I didn't know that you were Elon Musk here that was in charge of like community noting the tweets that I send out. Are you a billionaire that has rocket ships and cars that don't run on fuel?
I sure am. You know exactly what you did, and you're cowarding out like you always do.
Like I always do. I got my nipples pierced. What are you talking about?
Then quit your job. Then quit your job.
Why? Why do I have to answer to you in Lawrenceville?
If you have any integrity, any honor, any respect for your own self, you will quit your job.
And if you had any respect for yourself, you'd march your ass down here and say it to my face, you buffoon.
Challenging him.
Say it to my face.
Say it to my face.
651 Holiday Drive. Get in your car now. Wow. It'll be done at 2 o'clock.
All right.
So did they throw hands?
Yeah, all right. Sound like he was about to get there right now.
Yeah, I have no clue. But
we need an update on this tomorrow.
But Andrew, man, I got a message for you, man. I'm gonna look in this camera right here.
Mm-hmm.
Stop doing these bets. Please stop doing these bets, man. I never understood why people do these type of bets, man.
Well, I mean,
I will quit my job.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
But here's the thing, though.
I will never make a bet where I will quit my job. The only bet that I really enjoyed somebody said on these airways was Ron. Remember we was all talking about racing?
Oh, yeah.
And who could beat who? And Ron said, I will quit my job if I lose to Patrick Creighton.
What happened to that race?
I don't know. We never saw it.
We need to get that race together.
That was hilarious.
We need to get that race together now.
That's the only one I appreciate right
Didn't
there.
he did give up his nickname, though.
He did, yeah.
That was
I hope Ron quit doing these type of bets, man. These bets are not.
But here's
cool.
the thing, man. Like, as much as we can say the bets aren't cool, they was doing segments plural off of that, man. Like he did manufacture something out of nowhere.
Yeah. And Andrew, I think I looked it up. Andrew Filipponi, he was actually on TMZ. They posted his story on TMZ of it getting his nipples pierced.
Of course.
So I guess that part of it is cool, but I guess personally, I ain't trying to do no bets like that, man.
I'm with you, man.
I'm not putting my life on the line over no damn NFL team, no NBA team, none of that.
That guy was so serious. Why aren't you quitting?
Yeah, that guy clearly hates Filipponi's guts.
250 days? Okay, how about next week?
He was like, finally, I have it out. And Filipponi was like, nah.
No, you're wrong.
Here.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to play this little game with y'all. I want to know if this is a weird question or a fair question.
Okay.
So let's start here with the Houston Texans. Kaden McDonald, he spoke to the media. I'm not sure. I think this was his first, like his in-person availability for the press conference. And I want to know if this is a weird question or is this a fair question?
Kaden, congratulations. I know faith is a big part of your life. How could other Christians pray for you?
How could other Christians pray for me?
Yeah.
They can just pray. You know what I mean?
Is that a weird question or is it a fair question?
That's a weird question.
I feel like in the context, yeah, man.
That's a weird question. Everybody's going to go, oh, what about me? I get it. We're all faithful.
I was trying to figure out how would I answer that question.
Yeah.
Like, y'all.
Yeah, what is the actual answer on that?
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, you could just pray for me?
Yeah. I feel like if we get into like the churchanese of it, I feel like it's like, hey, what are you going through that you need people to pray for? Which I don't know if this is the setting that I want to reveal these things.
If that's where they were going, that's very inappropriate.
But the way he asked the question, here's how he asked the question.
Kaden, congratulations. I know faith is a big part of your life. How could other Christians pray for you?
How could other Christians
pray for you?
Who asked
that question?
Oh, you about to put somebody.
I don't know. I ain't trying to go that far.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like that one is fairly simple in the general sense that the area, like this particular setting, dictates being pretty general on stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the general answer is just for things to go well. Like the general prayers of goodwill for folks. If we talk about anything that could be answered there, it's a little too personal, and I don't know you like that, right? I feel like I don't know what the expectation was for his answer.
The thing is, when you raise a question about this or criticize this, and I am, people immediately think that you're some sort of heathen and you're anti this or that. And you guys know how I am. I am very faithful and loyal, and Christianity is a big part of my life. I don't beat people over the head with it. It's a very personal thing. So you put it in a public space like that in the context of an NFL draft press conference. I think it's just really inappropriate.
Yeah, that plays at a church.
It's really inappropriate.
If he's speaking at a church, it's like, hey, how can somebody pray for you? That plays a lot better.
Yes.
At the NFL draft, I don't know what you want him to say to that
Yeah, he said, just pray.
Also,
Who asked the question?
The connotation, he's not going to have an answer.
No, yeah.
The connotation of that question, though, is, and maybe I'm wrong, but it's like, hey, is something going bad? Buddy, I'm on top of the world right now. I just got drafted to the NFL. What you mean?
Yeah.
Pray for me for everything to keep going right.
Yeah.
Pray for me to keep winning. What you mean?
All right, weird question or fair question is the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Arvell Reese, he spoke to the media for his press conference after the Giants drafted him. And I want to know if this is a weird question or if this is a fair question.
Thanks for being here. Tom Long over here from the Disability Channel and with the veterans. What are you looking forward to make an impact in the NFL working with the Salute to Service and the children this year? Where are you looking to make an impact?
Ask that one more time.
Where are you looking to make an impact in the veteran community and the disability with the children this year in the NFL?
I don't know how to answer that right now.
Very inappropriate. Very
inappropriate.
Not inappropriate as in like it's not a topic that's worth discussing, but in that context, again, of the room where a guy just got drafted into the NFL and you're already trying to see what his outreach is going to be.
Yeah. This feels less flatly inappropriate. I think it's fair to say that you just asked the question and what the answer is. I completely understand the answer because I don't know that people
what are you
would have
asking?
thought about that. Unless there's like, is there a background into Arvell Reese where he's done a lot of charity work, especially as it pertains to that? And it's like, okay, well, I would like to continue.
But see, if it was, I'm sure he probably would have answered something.
Yeah.
He was just like, I have no idea. I can't even answer that question right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
It also didn't help that the first time he got the question out, I was like, I don't even understand what you're trying to say right now.
He didn't know what he was trying to say.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was legit lost.
This honestly, this felt more like a question that you would ask somebody running for a political office.
Yeah.
What are you planning on doing for the veterans and the babies?
Yeah.
Like, hey, what are you, defensive end, planning on doing for the babies? I don't know. I need to sack the quarterback first.
I just want to get to the quarterback.
It's like, I need to get to the quarterback. We'll figure that out after.
Yeah.
All right, last one. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. I don't think this is a weird question, but I want to know if this is a fair question. So the Browns, they during their draft, they had the press conference like everybody else with Todd Monken, their head coach. And remember, I want to say it was last week, they actually had minicamp. They had minicamp going on. They had the QB tracker going on. So in case you want to know, Gabriel was 3 for 6 with 2 interceptions.
Oh boy.
Deshaun Watson was 10 of 15. With no interceptions, no touchdowns.
Okay.
And Shador was 10 of 16 with no touchdowns and 1 interception.
Okay, there you go. There's your quarterback.
Yeah, there you go. The battle heating up.
Yeah.
Are we going to have to do this all summer? Are we going to do this all summer?
They going to do it all summer. I ain't doing it all summer. But here's Todd Monken. He was actually asked about the quarterback competition after the whole draft. I want to say this was day 2 or day 3.
This is mini camp, just the first one, obviously. So can you kind of share how did Deshaun and Shador and Dylan look in camp? Now you got all.
We just couldn't get past the draft and get right on to back to the quarterback. Anybody got some Miles questions too while we're at it? I mean, hell, while we're just here at night. First off, I'll address the question. First of all, it was.
We ain't got to get to the
I
actual
think that's
question.
a fair question.
Yeah,
that's
fair. Fair question.
That's a
during
fair
the
draft, hear the question,
during the draft and all that.
She did.
And shout out to Mary Kay Cabot. That was Mary Kay Cabot.
Yeah. And if you couldn't hear her, because Mary Kay was a little soft spoken there, she asked, in a draft setting, how did the 3 quarterbacks, Dalen Gabriel, Shador Sanders, and Deshaun Watson look? Hey man, you the general manager.
Yeah.
Whenever we get a chance to get in front of you,
head coach. Yep.
Or was it head coach that you were talking about?
Todd Monken.
Oh, Monken, you said right. We gonna ask you about the stuff.
Yeah,
and it's the quarterback. It's literally the thing that everybody looks at on the team.
And there's limited amount of times that you get access. So totally fair.
Fair. Okay. Yeah, he probably like, damn, I thought you were going to ask about these draft picks.
You were already in the Shador and Deshaun.
How did the quarterback competition look in mini camp?
Like, damn.
You the one that got a quarterback competition in mini camp.
It's not even made yet.
Y'all the one that got the competition going. It's not our fault.
Yeah.
And that competition heating up even more because he got another quarterback.
Did he actually answer the question after that, though?
He did.
Okay, good.
He did.
Because that's my thing is, I'll give him some grace, though, where he was just like, damn. Yeah. All right. So the answer actually is I'm okay with that.
It was a funny answer because he was talking about how it was just good being out there.
Yeah.
They was blasting the music, and the people around that neighborhood was upset with the music.
Of course.
So he turned it up even louder. If they don't like it, they need they can move. It was a pretty entertaining answer, but I know we up against it.
Are we going to have to tap into Todd Monken press conferences?
Right, apparently so.
I'm seeing my future, and I'm not sure if I like this, to be completely honest. The thing that I always enjoy, though, is Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Hit him up on social media if you see something mixtape worthy at Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, and we'll do that next.
In case any... text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are. We're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We sure are. We absolutely are.
I appreciate
Yeah.
Is my mic not working?
Yeah.
Not working. Do I need to find another mic?
Yeah, go back, find another mic.
You got me? Is it working? Is it broke? All right.
No, still not working. Still not working. We are absolutely on Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Why are you panicking like that, John?
No, I thought it was just
no, it's fair, but you were like, we're absolutely. You can't say nothing else. You ain't got nothing besides we're absolutely.
Well, I kept waiting for it to be switched on.
Okay, all right, very good. But we are.
I don't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know either. I'm gonna blame it on John though. When Andy comes here trying to fix it,
I'll take it.
Clearly the microphone was broken. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a second. You know one thing that's been annoying me, John?
Mm-hmm. What is that?
Well, it's not specifically the draft pick grade thing, but we have that. I notice we haven't really gotten into that because look, it's hard to do the grade thing. I think by and large the Texans have had a lot of kind of B's in the grading process. I think some of that with some of the I guess, quote unquote, reaches or whatever, which again, there's so many things that factor in. Boards are different. And the Texans in particular, who we know they have a smaller board, they create they put so much of an emphasis on culture and being the right kind of guy that's a Texan that has the swarm mentality, so on and so forth. But even still, I was deeply frustrated by this from a really smart football person in Bucky Brooks, right? Former NFL player, analyst, all of that, who said, FYI, it's unfair to judge a team's draft class based on consensus boards, which consensus ended up being a big talking point, especially when it came to tight ends, which real up and down because apparently, one, the tight end market has really jumped up a lot when it comes to people wanting them, and then two, because of the nature of NIL and people staying in college, there's a lot of the picks that you would typically have in that middle 2 to 4 rounds are probably still in college instead of the NFL, so it ends up making things wonky. But the idea that, hey, man, y'all really can't even judge nothing for the first 2 or 3 years, then why do we have this big industrial complex around it, right? Because honestly, it's counterintuitive to our jobs here on radio where we're going to talk about it in this time of year. It gives us something to talk about that's attached to this thing that we care so much about in football. Yeah. But in all reality, we're talking about an HR meeting. Like we're talking about, yes, team building, which is important, but we're talking about an HR meeting in some ways. You part of the complex here that's talking about leading all this up, but then on the back end being like, hey, we can't tell until 2 to 3 years. Yes, we know.
Yeah, we all talk about
all of this comes with the caveat of we understand that we will actually find out about it later. So I kind of hate the I'm gonna partake, but I'm gonna also talk about how it's not a good thing.
Well, especially at the tight end position, it seems interesting to me, simply because that's one that there are very particular needs at 3 different places. As a tight end, 3 different types of tight end. Yeah. So like what they value with Marlon Klein is totally different from what maybe a Borkature is about in Jacksonville. And so their board at the tight end position, I feel, is going to be most boards at the quarterback, running back, cornerback positions. There are probably a lot of crossover. I bet you tight ends very different. I bet you tight ends are very different for a lot of teams.
It's also, I don't want to call it like a burgeoning, position, but it is a evolving position. We definitely have seen some real changes that it feels like we're in the middle of. Yes. It feels like we're in the middle of seeing the way that teams are trying to value tight end is different, right? Teams are finding a level of value in those blocking tight ends that had previously just been guys that you get late in the third day 3, and you just kind of you roll with them, And so, it's tough. I am still intrigued by the player, but I understand the value conversations. It's so hard to use what has been a previous metric on an evolving situation. It's almost, I feel like in sports, at various different times, we've had something happen where we go, the thing that we have always had to measure this doesn't do the job anymore, so we need to find a new way to measure it.
Right.
And I feel like we might kind of be getting there with some of the draft stuff, at the very least with maybe tight end.
At that position in particular, I think is where we're getting there. It is kind of interesting. I mean, he's a second-round pick, so I do love that
you immediately jumped in. It's like, clearly you're talking about Marlon Klein here.
Yeah, you are talking about Marlon Klein. I think that's the one that most people are wondering about. So being drafted so high, he's gonna be, scrutinized a lot more than other players at different places in the draft. But again, if he doesn't work out, I feel like it's not just gonna be a reflection on what the Texans decided to do at that position in that place. But really, the tight end position, just how difficult it's becoming. How difficult. Like Nate Borkacher, you and I kind of had a text exchange about this. I feel as if he really kind of found something at A&M. Half of his all-time collegiate catches came at A&M.
Yes, in the last 2 years?
Last year.
Last year, correct.
In 1 year there. So it's just so hard to grade, so hard to understand what teams are needing and the position, how they're playing, what they're doing.
No, for sure. One more thing here. We were talking about the things that they didn't address in the draft that they might address elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
How much did the idea of cornerback hit you? Because they did get a safety, obviously Jalen Ramsey later in the draft, but they did not add a cornerback. How much did that hit you? Because obviously there's a level of belief or perspective of clearly you have your starters. I think Jalen Smith obviously is a player that they believe in. Tremont Smith is a player that they believe in. How did it hit you that they did not end up with a cornerback actually of the draft picks? Obviously, they end up with the UDFA that they'll throw into the room.
Yeah, not that crazy, because I think the secondary position they needed was what they got. They were looking at the slot.
Really? Because it feels like especially what you there's going to Blankenship that safety depth.
But I think he's going to be working in more as a nickel, one of those guys, a Jalen Petrie type, et cetera. So the cornerback position didn't really hit me, in a weird way at all.
Interesting. Yeah, because I think the cornerback depth thing is something that shows up. And then also you talk about Derek Stingley Jr., who has had some injuries here or there. Kamari Lassiter, who is a tough dude, but has had some injuries. And you see the difference in this team. I would say that the four pillars of the defense are your edge rushers in Neal and Will, and then your cornerbacks in Kamari and Derek Stingley. And so I did find that kind of interesting, but you can't hit everything, I imagine. Yeah. But the prioritization or the lack thereof was kind of surprising. All right.
So you want to do this like Johnny Cash and June Carter?
We're going to figure out
You
what's
want to share a microphone, Johnny Cash and June Carter, this thing?
Pulling the curtain back. We got 4 microphones in here.
We're like the Temptations in here.
That's right. Y'all got to share a microphone.
The Jackson 5 in here.
Yeah, get in there like y'all like each other. You know what I mean? Stand right there. In fact, one arm should be over each other. Y'all should have your arms over each other's shoulders as we crosstalk here with the fellas of the drive.
I was actually perfectly fine to not participate until the microphone was ready for me. But y'all pressured me into doing this.
That's B. Scott.
And I'm a team player.
That's what the drive is today, baby. That's B. Scott.
Yeah,
we're going to Jackson.
There you go. That's right.
He's ready to get down and start beating on the congos, man. What are they called?
Yeah. The drums.
What are those things called? They sit out. You sounded like you was out.
Bongos?
Yeah, bongos.
Bongos, congas. Yeah. No, congas are the big ones.
The
and then
they're taller.
I feel like we're all in the same spot.
I was mixing the country in there somehow.
Yeah, the Congo.
I don't think that was where I was. Hell, it happens when they give me those steering wheel, boys.
Yeah, ultimately, as long as people knew what you was talking about, I think that we were good there. But appreciation to D&M Auto Lease for the crosstalk with the fellas of the drive today.
We can be the Pips. Are you want to be the Pips?
Woo!
No disrespect to the Pips.
Still not working. Microphone is still not working. That's crazy talk. That is wild. Yeah, so we just in here. We will get out of your way so you can do this properly. But do you guys care about draft grades at all when it comes down?
Nah. We didn't mention it once.
No, I don't.
It's to talk bad about it.
It's great for radio, I'm sure. If you've got, it's kind of like everything else we do, boys. I mean, if it's an A+, everybody wants to know about it. If it's an F, everybody wants to know about it. If you got a B through a D, who gives a damn?
Yeah,
you know what I mean, it's one of them kind of deals. And so no, I'm not. I don't really give a rip about the grade. Again, it's kind of like. Kind of like, sorry, Reg. Kind of like advanced stats a lot of the times. I don't know how. I don't know how you're getting where you're getting, man. I don't know who did what, who said what you're gauging that off of.
Yeah.
I mean, when they tried to tell me that Jadeveon Clowney was the most double teamed guy in the NFL, I was like, what constitutes a double team? I mean, what do we? I mean, Grant, he gets some attention. Don't get me wrong, but damn, I mean, if I slide away from Jadeveon Clowney, and I just happen to hit him with my left pinky, is that a double team? Yep, sure is. Make contact. Well, hell. I'm out on that advanced stat. So anyway, Reg, they ruined it. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. No, it's fair. It's fair. And look, if I wasn't able to stand by it at this point, then it'd be a real problem.
Well, no, I think here's the deal is, and this is why I can't lean into it, especially for radio purposes, is I need you to explain what that is. Like, I feel, not you personally, I'm just talking about in general.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I think when we're talking to the masses out there, I think there's a lot of the times when there's some of the DVOAs and yada, yada, yada. I'm like, hey, man, I played the game at the highest level and hell, played it well beyond the time I should have played it. And I ain't got it.
Well, I think
I need you to explain it, Chief.
But I think it's also important to not confuse people with jargon, and maybe DVOA is not the right term.
Well, I just meant the abbreviations of what they are.
But whenever you give it, you got to say, hey, DVOA, which explains efficiency.
Right.
Right. So, like, you have to explain what the stat actually means and what it's trying.
Which that's a lot to ask for me.
And look, I'm with you, Clint, where I don't understand necessarily the formula or how they got to the efficiency. I just know that this is what they mean by said stat.
Yeah.
DVOA equals efficiency and true shooting and, different things like that. It just means it's trying to give you a truer, more efficient picture of what you're looking at.
Yeah. No, I'm not opposed to it. I just need some help. I need some context.
Yeah.
I need a little help to understand it because I ain't the
understand
sharpest
all
tool.
of them.
And I feel like a lot of our listeners are a little closer to me being not the sharpest tool in the shit. No disrespect. I said me.
I personally think all our listeners are brilliant. That's look, I will take that win every time.
And Clint is smarter than he's giving himself credit for as well. He does this all shucks, I'm the country boy from Baytown thing. This is an intelligent man over here trying to pretend like he don't know nothing.
I'm gonna tell you, I learned.
You get it when we explain it to you.
No question. I mean, I learned. I listened to In the Loop, and I learned 2-3 different. I had 2 or 3 terms in my vocabulary
every day. Every day, get a new
Lopez and Reg. What does that mean? What did you say? What did you say last week?
Oh Lord, I probably said something.
No, you said something, but
no, he gave me on Friday. Gave me the draft industrial complex, and that's been
one
since,
of my favorites.
Since Friday, I've been using that one. I heard it come up today.
It's a good one. It's a good. But also, it's pejorative too.
I felt like you pronounced it different than I would pronounce it too. So I was sitting there talking to you, and you said it, and I said, did he mean the way I would say that word the same meaning, or is that a totally different meaning? Is that a different word?
Probably different.
Anyway.
It might be the same. Who knows?
Anyway,
I just be talking. Look, that's the beauty of it.
You're learning. You're learning,
talking,
man. Folks like me, you're learning. I appreciate it.
I hope so.
With them advanced stats,
Look, but this is the thing. I feel like there's a lot of listenership that enjoys this point in time in the day in particular where they can go, all right, let's bring this down to a cruising level, which is absolutely what is fantastic about the drive because you're cruising on through your afternoon. J-Lo, I'll catch you tomorrow. Yes, we'll have Brian Broaddus on to break things down for us from a scout's perspective with the draft, but to further break down what the
good, really good at his gig,
100%. He wouldn't be doing it this long if he wasn't. And similarly, I'll leave you in the capable hands of some dudes that do it very well. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Thanks again to DNM Auto Leasing for a crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
And the drive is live. Ron the Show Hughley is out. My man B. Scott, Brandon Scott is in. B-Block Podcast. Ooh, that's a tough one for you, boy, when he gets rolled right out the gate. B-Block Podcast. And obviously Sports Radio, long-time Sports Radio 610 man. You can catch him on every single outlet that we have, the airwaves, the internet, the socials. B. Scott is a big part of everything going on around here. And then T-Mill. You know the man that keeps the train on the tracks. Sometimes he runs us off in the ditch, but for the most part, he keeps us in the train on the tracks. T-Mill.
I feel like that's part of the beauty of it.
Come on, that's absolutely part of it. You never know where this train's headed, baby. You buy a ticket and just enjoy. T-Mill, you doing all right today? Hey, T-Mill. Hey, you all right in there, bub?
Yes, sir. Doing
right,
wonderful, man. Beautiful Monday in Houston. What up, boy?
Yeah, see, I caught him right there. Hey, don't let him take you off your game in there now, T-Mill.
I'm not. Weatherman Andy was just giving me the forecast.
And weatherman, traffic man, look out now. The drive is live, baby. The drive is live. We got a big reaction Monday for everybody out there. The NFL draft is over. What them Texans do? Huh? What them Texans do? Rockets. They dropped game, since we talked to y'all last, they dropped game 3 Friday night, disgusting fashion. Win game 4 in impressive fashion last night. I needed that more than I'd like to admit. We got Brandon Scott in the building to help break that down as well. Nobody is more dialed into what the Rockets are doing on a day-to-day basis than B. Scott and the Astros. The Astros, they avoid the sweep. They avoid the sweep by the Yankees and get an impressive dub yesterday. I'm more confident with the Astros, I know, than B. Scott is, but admittedly than I should be, B. Scott. But let's start with the Texans, man. The NFL draft is over, and the Texans got busy, right? Guard, let's say interior offensive lineman in the first round, Keelan Rutledge. Kaden McDonald, an All-American interior defensive line. Most teams had him slated as a first-round pick. He slid into the top of the second. Yep. The Texans move up and got Kaden McDonald. Marlon,
last guy in the green room.
Yeah. By the way, that was great. That was good stuff, man.
Yeah,
a lot of folks would run from that situation. The way he handled it was absolutely impressive. Tight end Marlon Klein out of Michigan in the second round, late second round. No third-round pick. Jumped to the fourth round. And B. Scott, you got that one right there? Fabechi?
Man, I actually heard Reg do this, try this one earlier, and I'm going to trust his.
Nwewu? Fabechi Nwewu?
I'm going to wait to meet my man.
Another offensive guard. Wait till he hears it.
Yeah, I'm going to ask him to pronounce it for me like I'm 5.
That's right. Offensive guard out of Oklahoma, Wade Woodaz, Clemson, linebacker, another fourth-round pick. Then one pick in the fifth, Kamari Ramsey, safety out of USC. And then a sixth and seventh-round pick, Lewis Bond, wide receiver out of Boston College, as well as Aiden Fisher, linebacker out of Indiana. That is the 2026 draft. Obviously, the Texans will bring in several free agents, several of which will probably make the team in some capacity. But that is the draft for the Houston Texans. And I think this is a draft for the Texans that's probably a little difficult to grade, if you will, what we were talking about with Reg and J-Lo. I've got it tabbed as a solid to really good draft. A lot of wait and see. We'll see how these guys pan out, B. Scott. But I like the upside. Before I get, I'm going to give the folks best case scenario.
All right.
Right? Because I think this is very real, right? I think this best case scenario is very real. But before I jump into this this more specific conversation, B. Scott, just your thoughts overall on the Texans draft that wrapped up. Would it wrap up Saturday? Yeah, wrapped up Saturday.
I like what they did, Clint. I think they came away with, at the very least, 2 players, if not 3, that should impact the team right away. You mentioned Woodaz, the linebacker that they drafted. That's somebody that's going to impact them on special teams. I can't wait to see Frank Ross, just as a sidebar, Frank Ross get his hands on him. But the top 2 guys are the ones that I'm focusing on as plug-and-play starters. And the beauty of it, not to make light of the draft, but the beauty of it for a Texans team that's already pretty well built, like it's not like you're in the 2023 draft and you're looking for hope and looking for your foundational pieces. You're looking for stuff around you. You're really trying to fill the specific needs that you have. That's why when we heard Nick Caserio talking about best player available, we kind of knew, hey, you got some specific targets that you probably need to be hitting, and what do you know, they go out there and do that. Getting an interior offensive lineman who's played right guard in college, but looks like somebody that can snap the ball, at least sounds like he's comfortable with doing that. And then McDonald, somebody that you can put in the middle of a defense that certainly needed some help there.
Look, I've got a million texts. Hey, man, what do you think about the draft? Hey, how'd you feel about that draft? What about these Texans?
I'm up on it, man.
And I am too. I'm going to tell you, the first-round pick, I said before, I guess that was on Thursday's show before the first round, that and offensive tackle, I'd be disappointed if they went that route. Really, any offensive line, it would be a little bit of a buzzkill for me, right? I see who they take. Obviously, initially, it was a little buzzkill, took the wind out of my sails, and then I start digging on who this kid is, right? And then I listen to him speak, and it matches the play. It matches what the Texans are trying to do in their offensive line room, really across the board offensively, but definitely in their offensive line room. I started looking at like, hey, man, you pair this guy, this young guy, with last year's young guy who can obviously play and has a physical trait to him. Now you've got two tips of a spear where if you hit on both of them, great. I'm talking about from a leadership perspective. They're obviously, one of them's obviously a really good player. But if you hit on both of these guys and they're really good players and they're both cut from a certain cloth and have that leadership ability to hold people accountable, now you've got a real power movement going through your O-line room that's hard to deny. So I came around, where I was going with that, I came around on the first round draft pick. Now that was all leading up to the weekend before our last show. And so I want to talk best case scenario, right? Because I think this is where we're at. I think it's solid. I love the upside, a lot of wait and see. And when I say wait and see, B. Scott, you hit on it a little bit there in your comments. If Keelan Rutledge, best case scenario, if Keelan Rutledge is a Kamari Lassiter-like plug-and-play center for the Houston Texans?
Yeah.
Legitimately, and when I say Kamari Lassiter, I don't say that lightly. We all know how that's worked out. If he is that kind of plug-and-play rookie, then that pick is a grand slam. If McDonald is, a Lassiter-like plug-and-play starter on the interior of this defensive line, and it'll be, if it happens, it'll be viewed as the steal of this draft.
Yeah.
And if that happens, that McDonald pick is going to be an absolute grand slam. I'm going to take it one step further than where you took it. I'm going to take it to the tight end, the second round tight end that they drafted out of Michigan as well.
Yeah, Marlon Klein.
Marlon Klein, right? If he is simply, hey, I can put my hand in the dirt in 12 personnel, one back, two tight ends, two wideouts, and I can execute the run block, that part of the game. And I'm not saying go in there and be dominant and move defensive ends like J.J. Watt around. I'm not saying that. I'm saying go in there and your specialty be hand in the dirt. I know how to have great body position. I'll put my face mask in somebody's chest. I'll push. I'll be an extension of a tackle, right? If he is just that, maybe he can do some of the long striding stuff we saw highlights on ESPN after he got drafted. Maybe he can do that. That's fine, whatever. If he can simply be a tight end that can embrace the blocking aspect of it and show some level of physicality beyond what we've seen from our tight ends so far, I think that is not a grand slam, but I think that is a really, really, really good pick based on what the Texans needed going into this draft.
Yeah, no, you hit it. That's the position of need, right? Like from the interior offensive line, interior defensive line, tight end. This is something that we have discussed throughout the offseason. Really, it feels like throughout multiple offseasons as they've tried to figure out their tight end depth. And I'll be honest, man, if you tell me, like I think we could all be satisfied if the Texans were to just do nothing but draft Kamari Lassiter types at their respective positions.
Right.
Whatever position you play,
it's a mouthful, right?
Play it like Kamari Lassiter does and kind of approach the game that way and be that caliber of player, and you'll be pretty satisfied with the pick no matter where it is that you pick them. First round, second round, trade it up, whatever you gave up, you'll be happy with that. But I play a little devil's advocate on this is like that's the best case scenario. Mm-hmm. There is that question of with Rutledge having not actually played center or not played much of it. He was their emergency center at Georgia Tech, but pretty much all of his career is exclusive to right guard. Same thing, I would say, more so with the tight end. With Klein, it's not a position change, but he's a little thin, right? Like he's somebody that John Harris has talked about being like a willing blocker, but not necessarily great at it. So let's see how that's going to translate to the NFL game, right? Not necessarily a great blocker in college. Is he going to be that immediately in the NFL? We'll have to see. So, I mean, I got some questions, but I do like at least the thinking, the process, right? You can see the vision is my point, right? And that's the part of it that I really appreciate.
Well, B. Scott, I think you make a great point because there is obviously a flip side of that. And that's really, I'll be honest with you, probably like that more than I like the upside. The upside's fun to talk about, right? But if Keelan Rutledge, let's say he isn't a center because he hadn't done much of it. Let's say he can't like listen, retain, and apply the playbook the way he needs to be the main communicator on that offensive line. Let's say he's a guard, all right? Let's say he's a guard and somebody gets injured and he has to step in and he plays that physical brand of guard. Okay. Let's say McDonald on the defensive side of the football is a much-needed rotational piece.
Yeah.
Right? Let's say Klein, again, to your point, not a physical force at the tight end position, but is a willing blocker, put his hand in the dirt, and can do things that Dalton Schultz doesn't want to do.
Yeah.
Right? And can do it maybe a little bit better than the Cade Stover, who we've been waiting to develop.
And has some elite physical attributes.
Yes.
Elite physical attributes for a tight end.
Let's say it's not best case scenario and we land in that spot with those guys. I'm not going to tell you it was a grand slam draft, but if you get 3 starters out of or a starter at guard and rotational pieces at rotational positions that help you play on both sides of the ball, it was a pretty damn good draft, relatively speaking. So I want the grand slam, of course, but I like this draft based on those top 3 guys and really based on, I mean, it's going to be hard for these guys to bust.
Yeah. Well, even with Rutledge, I'm glad you talked, like we're talking about the contingency plan. Like if Rutledge turns out to be not a center, like ideally he could be your center and a guard in waiting, right? But
yes.
You got to think about it like this. Ed Ingram is signed for the next few years, but they don't owe him any more than $5 million after next year. So most of the money is up front. Next year they owe him $5 million. He could be your backup plan, your contingency plan at right guard, your right guard of the future, which is his natural position if he can't play center. So it's a lot of things to like about it, even if it doesn't work out in this ideal form.
Yeah, and you've got, the good thing is with the Texans, another thing I like is you've got interior offensive linemen and plenty of it to allow him to develop as he needs to. Now, when you come in talking the way Keelan Rutledge is talking,
hey,
now I mean you better be a dog from jump. Now we'll see exactly how that works out. But it seems to be if it ain't just complete false advertisement from D'Amico, Nick, and Keelan Rutledge himself, then I don't see how he doesn't touch a field pretty often.
When they made the pick, John Harris, he was, of course, beside himself.
Yeah.
But he said, man, tell me that guy doesn't look like Wyatt Teller. Like in John Harris's mind, Keelan Rutledge is basically like a younger version of a Wyatt Teller. And I was like, man, it's even better than that. He looks like Wyatt Teller gone rogue, right? You know what I'm saying? Like Wyatt Teller with a screw loose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, the other part of this, and we can touch on this down the road is, and I actually mentioned this about 2 weeks ago in just a general conversation with Ryan and Tyler, but the thought that a Keelan Rutledge or whoever, if they drafted a player in the first round, could at the very least be a guy with a huge upside at multiple positions on the offensive line and could improve that 6th offensive lineman role.
Yeah.
I've always said I like a guard. Now, if you got to tackle with a guard mentality, that's good. That's good too. But I like a guard. I like 320 that wants to rip your head off and mess in your neck. I like that guy being that 6th offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Not just making it work from a personnel perspective because you want better protection or you want more. No, this guy's a true weapon. So even if he's used in that role, I still think it's a win, Texans.
Yep.
Right? It's not ideal. I want the grand slam just like everybody else wants the grand slam, but there is I think this was a safe draft for the Texans. I think it was a solid draft for the Texans, and the upside with those 3 players in particular, from a production standpoint, I think has a real chance.
And Clint, with Rutledge, I would say it's a culmination of what their approach has been with the offensive line, which you like. Like it feels like it's a build off. Like I mentioned, Wyatt Teller and the Braden Smith move. This feels like it's in line with their approach and their thinking to the offensive line this offseason.
It sure is. Now we'll see. Now when you do it to this degree, it better work. You better be some bad suckers now. That's the deal. All right, the Astros, they won Game 3 to avoid getting swept by the Yankees, y'all. Wasn't pretty them first couple of games, but it was yesterday. Look, I shouldn't be this positive with these Astros. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, I tell you, Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Look, if you've got a little.
Now to find out how much you could save.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
H-Town Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos, and it is a reaction Monday. A lot of action this weekend between the NFL draft, the Rockets having 2 games since you last heard from the fellas on the drive, and the Astros. They just snuck by. They snuck by the old Yankees and avoided the sweep by getting a win yesterday afternoon.
That was the theme yesterday for the Houston sports.
Yeah,
not getting swept.
Yeah, good.
Let's show our pride, city.
Yes. And I tell you that game 3, that third game in that series against the Yankees has got me maybe a little bit more confident than I probably should be at this point with the Astros. Spencer Arrighetti, look, he's been better than I thought he would be.
Yeah.
Which and I don't even mean just coming back from the injury. I just mean at this point, is that 2? That's 3. That's 3 really good outings.
And his first one was special.
Yeah, first one was like, wow, look out now.
Right.
But between Spencer Arrighetti, again, the 3 starts, and then obviously the most recent one, along with Yordan Alvarez and Christian Walker, what we see Christian Walker doing right now, I'm afraid that these Astros got me a little bit more confident than I should be. Sitting at 11-18, I believe. They're 4.5 games back in the division. With the A's at the top of the division. So anything's possible with as much baseball that's being left. But I'm probably a little bit more confident than most. Or I don't know if confident is the right word. We're optimistic, maybe. I'm a little bit more. I'm usually I don't want to hear about long season guy. Man, this is you just lost 2 or 3 to the Yankees. What the hell are you doing? And in 2 of them in embarrassing fashion. But I'm probably a little bit more positive. Where are you? 713-572-4610. B. Scott's got the text line pulled up. The chat room's pulled up. Let us know where you at, man. Are you closer to the Astros being a seller at the trade deadline, or, hey, man, let's get aggressive at the trade deadline? We're a couple of moves away from turning this thing around. I'm gonna tell you, B. Scott, I'm this weekend watching Spencer Arrighetti, knowing Hunter Brown's coming back, knowing that Josh Hader's coming back, knowing that Pena's coming back at some point in time. I'm watching this team, and I may be looking at them through rose-colored glasses, but I'm watching this team and I'm going, man, you give me a solid top 2 or 3 in a rotation starter at the trade deadline. You get some guys healthy and they come back and they're who we think they were. Brian Abreu turns the corner and becomes who he was before this season, obviously. Man, this thing's got a chance to give us at least a chance to make some noise in the playoffs. So I am closer to, hey, let's see if we can't right this ship and be aggressive at the deadline than I am sellers. Where are you at confidence? Am I crazy to be that confident with the Astros?
I see your vision. We talked earlier about the draft and the Texans draft, being able to see the logic and see where they were going. I see the vision that you have of why you would be optimistic. And honestly, if you want to just talk about the lineup, you can sell me on that. Matter of fact, you don't have to sell me on that. I'm already with you. We riding on the same train when it comes to the lineup and believing that they have at least a competitive lineup. Where we kind of go sideways a little bit is with the pitching, man. I cannot – I feel like I can't trust its health or performance on a night-in, night-out basis, right?
Yeah.
Like guys are dropping like flies, and then whatever guys are out there, save for the 3 encouraging Spencer Arrighetti performances and what you feel like you can get from Hunter Brown. Oh, yeah, but by the way, he is still injured, and you don't know exactly when you're going to get him back and what that's going to look like coming straight off the injury. I just got a hard time really buying into the pitching based off of how they performed and what the health looks like. I feel like Spencer Arrighetti has been a revelation and a welcome sight. I wish we could just clone him and make it just if you can just get some version of that, right? It doesn't have to be ace level stuff, but what they've gotten, Clint, from their pitching staff overall, not just the starters, but the whole staff, walking guys at an incredible clip, man. Like it's the type of stuff that is really like inexcusable. Yeah. And it's hard to really rally behind or defend. So if they can clean up some of those things, I could get with you more so on, hey, the season looks like this and that. But all they really got going for them right now is a lineup and a mess of a pitching staff that's either unhealthy or ineffective.
Yeah, well, that's look, I just needed you to keep the door cracked. I just needed the door to stay cracked.
We can keep it cracked. We can keep the door cracked.
Look, but
I got a screen door right in front of it, though, so I won't let no flies in.
We got enough flies in.
Got to be country to know about that.
Look, I think the scenario you laid out with the Astros would be a welcomed one. Is I guess kind of where I'm at, because I agree with you. I don't know that you're going to tighten up the bullpen to a point where we come in here with our chest poked out talking about how excited we are about it. But with the lineup that you already have. If you get that closer healthy and you get Hunter Brown healthy, and if they acquire somebody at the trade deadline that could help you in a starter's role, and now the question and it becomes, hey, the biggest problem with the Astros is the bullpen. Getting from 5 or 6 to 9 is where the headache is. That would be a welcomed problem for me, right? I don't think they're going to clean everything up. I just feel like this team, particularly at the plate, I think they are good enough to make a serious run at the plate. But we all know it takes a little pitching too.
So I see your vision, even though I'm not as optimistic as you are, right? Even if I'm not as optimistic as you are. But then it brings us to a larger question, which probably requires more time to talk about. And we were talking about this pre-show, but then you got to talk about who's in charge. Like how long does this last, right? We got to for the entire season, keep in mind that Dana Brown and Joe Espada are in effect lame duck general manager and manager right now. They are on expiring contracts, and the season has gone south. So if it continues to go, like what is the runway? How long before there's a question of who's making the decisions of the future and what does that future even look like? Those are bigger brain kind of discussions, but that's in the back of my mind. It's like, man, by the time that trade deadline comes, what are they even trying to do? Yeah. What are they trying to accomplish, and who is in charge?
Yeah, the big piece there is Dana Brown, right? Do you want Dana Brown making decisions on moving some – because you'd have to move a pretty significant piece in order to bring in what you would need to be relevant potentially down the stretch. And do you want Dana Brown making that decision if he's reached a point where you're so unhappy with him that you're ready to part ways, which I think it'd be hard to say that they're not at least close to that. He's got to be under the microscope, right? Him and Joe Espada as well. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. I mean, we got a little ways to go before. When's that trade deadline? Is that June, July?
No, it should be late July.
Late July?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a ways to go. We got a couple months before that happens, so that maybe the Astros can right the ship enough to where they'll allow Dana Brown to make that decision. We'll see. All right, this weekend, it wasn't just about the Astros in the draft now. The Rockets. It was an eventful weekend for the Rockets. The team is still alive, believe it or not, but they got to do what no other team has ever done to advance. Are we wasting our time here, B. Scott, or is there a chance? You tell me. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty excited about how the new Texans. today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Eventful weekend for the Rockets, y'all. Look, they are still alive. They survive in advance. They're in that mode at this point. They're down 3-1 to the Lakers, obviously, going back to L.A. What is that, Tuesday night? Would that be a Tuesday night?
I think they play Wednesday
night. But it's another obvious must-win situation. Some might say that the momentum shifted a little bit to a point of the longer the series goes on, the closer we get to getting Kevin Durant back. So it may work out in the – well, it not may work out. They got to win to advance. So the longer the series goes, the closer we get to potentially getting Kevin Durant back, which obviously we know changes the game.
But hopefully they're not closer to getting Luka back or Austin Reeves back.
That's the fear, right?
That could happen too.
Yeah, that's the fear. I mean, here the reality of it is the Rockets are going to have to do what no team in NBA history has ever done in a 7-game series, come back from a 3-0 deficit. Now, if the stars were ever to align to where a team could come back, I would think this would be it. KD potentially coming back, them missing 2 of their stars. The one star that's healthy is a 41-year-old that maybe 2. It don't have the same juice that he'll have game 5 that he had game 1, 2, and 3. So if it's ever going to happen, this could be a potential for making it happen. The question here is, let's big picture this thing before we dig into the 2 games that we watched since we were last on air Friday night. The awful squandering of a 6-point lead under 30 ticks left on the clock Friday night, and then the impressive win on Sunday. B. Scott, just the Rockets are obviously up against it, but the situation that they're in, down 3-1, going back to L.A. with all of the injuries, our own as well as L.A.'s, is there a puncher's chance that the Rockets could keep this thing interesting?
It's wild to say that there's a puncher's chance because it's literally never happened before. But I don't think the fact that it's never happened before means that it can't ever happen in the future. The issue is this just does not look like the team that's like a prime candidate to make history in this way. It just does not look like that, right? So I'd be lying if I said I feel good about their chances of being the first team to come back from an 0-3 deficit to win a series. But I would.
You'd also be crazy, by the way.
And I'd be crazy as well. But I would point to the fact that, and this is the odd part about just even being in this situation, they were the favorites to win this series. Like, how many times are you the favorite to win a 7-game series and then almost get swept or lose in 5 games, right? Yeah. So, like, that part would also be strange. And you'd have to also think about the fact that they were favorites for a reason. Now, Kevin Durant had a lot to do with that, right? And Kevin Durant has not played for the majority of this series. But if they can just, again, it's like the cliche of one game at a time. But if you can go to L.A. and put some pressure on the Lakers coming back here to close this thing out and not have a game 7, like come here for a game, like force a game 6 here, that would be, I think the tide would kind of turn in the Rockets' favor, if you will, because now the pressure is on L.A. Now the Rockets, hopefully by that point, are whole. But it just, honestly, Clint, if I'm just being real with you, I feel like this thing is going to be over on Wednesday night because I don't think L.A. is going to mess around with it. They're the much more experienced team. I think the reasons why they were able to win those first few games are going to come back to rear their ugly head, unfortunately, for the Rockets in this closeout game at home. I don't think they're going to mess around trying to even come back to Toyota Center. But if they do, now we're cooking with grease a little bit here. Now you've given them that puncher's chance that you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at it. I mean, Kendrick Perkins, I heard him this morning talking about it on TV, talking about this is a must-win for the L.A. Lakers, just to your point, not wanting to come back to Houston with a 3-2 series, let them potentially let them even the series here at home, as well as breathe life into a young team that's clearly got more juice and energy than your group has, especially if there's no Luka and no Reeves. And so it is a huge game for them, but it's obviously a survive to advance type of game for the Rockets. Now let's go back to Friday night, B. Scott. I think there was some things that went on. The Rockets were up 6 points with the ball.
Yeah,
with the ball. And it obviously went awry. I mean, my boy Jabari Smith had a bonehead turnover. And then what's buddy that had the foul?
It was Jayshawn Tate with the foul.
Jayshawn Tate had the foul, and then all of a sudden Reed Shepherd with a turnover that squander a 6-point lead. Game goes into overtime. They end up losing, I believe, 112 to 108 in overtime. That was I'll be honest with you, that was such a bad loss, B. Scott, that I was shocked to see the team come back with any life in Game 4. Yeah,
it's one of the worst, if not the worst, loss that I've ever seen in person. Like that I've ever been. Because I was in the building for that.
Yep.
And I'm trying to make in the fourth quarter, because it looks like they're going to win the game. I'm trying to make my way down to the press room. Right, because I'm thinking that. So I'm watching this thing unfold on the monitors in the elevators, in between transit, like trying to get downstairs, and I'm like, well, wait. And then I had to watch overtime downstairs in the press room because I thought I was going down there to talk about a Rockets win, and it happened that fast. That sequence of plays that you're talking about. But this is also, though, for as bad of a moment as that was, that game is also the little bit of hope and life that Rockets fans, if they want to have any optimism about this series or any hope in this series, you can think of it as, hey, we're 30 clownish seconds away, 30 straight choke job seconds away from this series actually being 2-2 against a team that, again, we were favored to beat in the first place. So there is that element to it. This is a 4-5 matchup, relatively evenly matched teams. And then it was that close to being, it is that close to being 2-2. A bad pass, a bad foul, and a dribbling error, basically, too much dribbling, basically, that puts you in this situation. So yeah, no, I think it was a comedy of errors, really, really bad. And I think that, if the Rockets do in fact lose this series like everybody's expecting them to, they can point to those last 30 seconds, and that can be kind of like this seminal moment for them.
B. Scott, I wish I had I could pulled up. I guess I could, but I'm not going to. That my Twitter from that game Friday night. And I lean on coaching. I push it to coaching. I just, and I guess that's my question to you is how does something like that happen? Because I watched it the whole time. I put it to you this way: as bad as it was watching that game, it did not surprise me. I mean, this is one of the. As I watch, I'm not even a high basketball IQ guy. I mean, I just watch it. I'm a casual fan when it matters the most. To be honest with you, but these guys as a group do some of the dumbest things consistently throughout games, and I caught hell on Twitter. Is my point as I was tweeting, man. It all goes back to coaching. You either allowing it, or you either teaching it, or you allowing it. Where do you stand on why this team has such a? I just refuse to believe that this is the dumbest group of basketball players. They're all very talented.
Yeah.
But we got a bunch of guys that just don't. They're not coachable. We got a bunch of guys that can't execute a play. We got a bunch of guys that abort mission every time a play's called, no matter whether it works or not. We got a bunch of guys that in situational basketball they just all freeze up. Right? It's easy to look at it in hindsight and go, Reed Shepherd should have thrown it to Şengün because Şengün was wide open. Well, I mean that's like being a quarterback. Somehow I should have completed 70% of my balls, but 15% of them I couldn't see.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's easy to hindsight it. It's easy to look at it from the bird's eye view and say what somebody should have done. But overall, this just, as I watch them play basketball, it just seems like there is a lack of a plan. There is a lot of just hell with it, we'll just wing it type stuff. And that I'm just curious where you think that stems from.
It's actually literally everything that you just said. Like, so I think that they have, if you have a coach, okay, that just is going to let his players play and let them wing it, they need to be high IQ basketball players, right?
Yeah.
If you have players that are good and trying hard and cooking, I think all of these guys are coachable and built to the right stuff. But let's say they aren't the highest of IQ basketball players. They need the coaching to compensate, the structure to compensate for that. And it looks like you have not the highest IQ crop of players with a coaching staff that at the very least has a little bit more of a, I don't want to say roll the ball out there and play per se, because they are doing some game planning, but a lot of it is the onus is on the players. That seems like the coaching style. And maybe that's more of an NBA thing to begin with, right? But, yeah, it seems like a group that needs a more hands-on person. And that's where Fred VanVleet, which I hate the cop-out, the Fred VanVleet cop-out. I'm sick of it at this point.
Yeah.
But that is where that part is real, I think. Because, like, honestly, when it comes down to it, specifically these last 30 seconds that we were talking about in that game, that to me is not coaching. There are coaching issues, and I'll be the first one to say J.J. Redick is out coaching Ime Udoka in this series. But those last 30 seconds are Jabari Smith. You got to know you don't pick up your dribble at that point on the court, right? Jay Sean Tate, you've been in the league long enough to know not to foul a three-point shooter, especially with a lead in less than 30 seconds to go in the game. And Reed Shepherd, I will say, for the love of God, give up that ball. Or at the very least, don't try to split that double team. You can't, for whatever you do, you can't get back tapped by LeBron James. Like, none of the three things that happened can happen. Literally, no matter if your coach is Phil Jackson or Freddie Jackson. Like, it can't happen.
But B. Scott, the difference is this, to me, is that's situational basketball. That end of the game, that's situational basketball.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Bill Parcells is the best situational coach I've ever been around. And now I will preface this by saying he was far and away better, more focused on, and spent more time on situational football than any coach I'd ever played for ever at any level.
Yeah.
So maybe it is that rare. But I believe that a situation in basketball, hey, we're up 4 points or more with 30 seconds on the clock. Right? Our ball. Here's what we're doing. Right? And so it eliminates the player doing something stupid because he's got a plan, and we've discussed it, and we've gone over it, and we've worked this situation every day that we walk through, because I know there's not a ton of practice going on. Now let's fast forward to the Reed Shepherd turnover. Hey, we're going to inbound the ball under our own basket. We're going to throw it the length of the floor, and you're going to get it on that backside. All right, now when you catch that bomb, here's what's going to happen. Shingun's going to come to midcourt, whatever. And but like at that point, if that guy decides to try to dribble through a double team, then he is the biggest idiot in all of basketball, right? And so that's the point. And I don't know what's happening. I don't know what is or isn't happening. It just seems like there's fouling a 3-point shooter, a low percent. Now, he's been killing us. He's been killing us in this series. But fouling that 3-point, like that is something. It's like a quarterback.
Yeah,
it's like a quarterback. Once you get into the red zone, sacks, turnovers, and penalties are killers, man. You got to be smarter than that, right? Like those kind of things, if you're situationally sound, I'm not saying they never happen, but it would be hard for Jabari, Tate, Shepherd to happen, bang, bang, bang. And then, by the way, that whatever the hell Shingun did at the end of, I think it was the overtime, when it was the overtime, whatever the hell that was.
Yeah, the end of the regulation play.
You see what I'm saying? Like, B's got it happens way too often for there to even be any kind of structure whatsoever being preached into these guys.
Well, and this is where you say you're either coaching it or you're allowing it to happen. There's no way any of the things that we just discussed were being coached. Now, you can say they were being allowed to happen because, like, how many times are they going to give away games? Right. How many times are they going to have these boneheaded mistakes? But I don't know if there is like a plan or a scheme or a thing that Ime Udoka could have said, absent of knowing that Jabari Smith was going to fall for Marcus Smart, hedging at him, pretending like he was coming at him and actually not, and then basically just catching the ball that he lofted up there to him. Like, it's like, hey, just you have to at some point know not to do that. How many times have we watched C.J. Stroud throw a ball that he should have just did it, right? And that wasn't a coaching thing. That was hey, you got the ball in your hands, and it's up to you to make the right decision and to be able to discern what a good decision is from a bad one.
Yeah. I get it. There are certain points where, like, the fouling a 3-point shooter in that circumstance, that's just stupid.
Can't do
it. Right? But some of the, like, it's not.
See, my bigger thing was that he was even in the game. Why is Jay Sean Tate in the game in the final 30 seconds?
Because there's no plan. But
that would be my Ime Udoka criticism.
But that's B. Scott. That's where I'm going with. Like, if there is a plan for that situation, it consists of X, Y, and Z. Then there is no lob pass that gets stolen after a flex. There is no back tap that happens because you're trying to split a double. The reason he tries to split a double team is because clearly he's just doing everything he can to survive and make it happen on his own instead of executing whatever plan is out there. And look, I know it's NBA basketball. It's a lot of, hey, man, these guys are really good players. Go do what you want. They got great instincts. But with this particular team, it just seems like there's way too often a CF involved in situational basketball.
I do feel comfortable saying that had Fred VanVleet been playing in this game, that none of that stuff would have happened.
Fair. I don't disagree. And there's enough proof out there that when Shepherd is in the game, just relatively speaking, and the team the team seems to function better, that if Fred VanVleet was in that role, they would function even better. I agree. I think that's a valid point. I don't like using it as an excuse either, but I do think it is a valid point. All right, the Texans, y'all. Let's shift gears back to the Texans. They've spread the wealth in free agency now. They didn't go get one big fish. No. They spread the wealth. It's solid across the board. They did the same thing, I believe, in the draft. What does the Texans roster look like post free agency, post draft? Where do they need to add before the season gets here? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, hey, man, y'all check it out. If you're thinking about selling your home, even just flirting with it,
items. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Texans, the draft is over. NFL draft is over, and the Texans have made their additions to this team through free agency as well as through the draft. I would say spread the wealth, B. Scott. I mean, no big splashes in free agency. I think probably the biggest splash in free agency across the board is probably David Montgomery.
I would say Wyatt Teller.
Wyatt Teller, you think's bigger, older veteran player that was okay?
Yeah,
okay, fair.
Two-time All-Pro.
Fair?
Yeah, but I'd say it's between those two, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the
and they trade. Didn't they trade for Montgomery technically? Where am I wrong on that? Yeah,
did they?
Yeah, because they sent Drew Scruggs in that deal.
That's correct. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right,
so,
yeah,
but I'm not trying to split hairs.
No. Fair.
But yeah, so I would say Wyatt Teller though.
Fair. The point is right is just across the board. You look at it, instead of going out and signing one free agent for $20 million a year, they went out and got a couple of different offensive line additions at the $10 million number a year. Instead of trying to acquire one of the top running backs that you're going to pay $12 to $14 million to, they went out and got David Montgomery, who is more, from an identity perspective, what they want to instill on this team offensively. I think if you look across with Foster Moreau, instead of going out and making a big move for a tight end, they went out and got a journeyman tight end that they believe, I think knows the system, should know the system to some degree, but they know what they're getting in him. You look at the draft, no big splashes. I think they went interior offensive line, interior defensive line, and then a tight end that not real sure exactly what role he fits exactly precisely. Still a lot to be seen. But the point is it just not a lot of splash. Not a lot of splash with what the Texans have done, but I've said this before, whether it's free agency or it's a draft or it's big picture, how the Texans have built this team, B. Scott, you got to give credit where credit's due with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. This is as solid a group, as high a floor for a team as there is, I think, in the NFL. And so they've done a hell of a job of eliminating voids, eliminating weaknesses, eliminating need spots on this team, but you're never going to be able to eliminate them all. There's still a few left across the board, and Jonathan Alexander with the Chronicle, he actually gave me this idea he wrote an article about the holes that are remaining in this Houston Texans roster. Jonathan Alexander does a great job, big fan. But he's actually the one that got my wheels to turning on this. Your thoughts on after draft, after free agency, the 2026 Texans right now, where could you see maybe some vulnerabilities in this roster?
Yeah, I think it's a credit to the team building process to begin with that they didn't really need to make a big splash, right? Like they've got a pretty good team already. And so I don't want to say that you're just piecing it together along the margins, because these were some glaring needs, right? The interior offensive line, even the interior defensive line, fixing the run game, so going out and getting a running back, all of that was important to do. But just the fact that they were already, like, the floor was already high. They were a top 8 finish in the last 3 seasons, so they're doing something right. So from that standpoint, I like the approach. I like the fact that they are already a good team just trying to get better. When we talk about holes, I think of a couple of weaknesses that the Texans still have. I would look at running back as like the depth of it and say, okay, you've got David Montgomery, you got Woody Marks. I'm okay with that pairing. But after that, is it Jawar Jordan? Are you good with just 2 running backs that you feel good about? Or how do you feel about Jawar Jordan? How do you feel about a British Brooks contributing to that group? I would say the backup defensive end, like the backup edge rusher. I like Dylan Horton, but I'm not really sure what you have beyond the obvious guys, the big time guys, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. Now we're kind of getting spoiled at this point, talking about depth at edge rusher when you got two of the best in the league, but you don't have a whole lot past that, right? And then I would give you one more. Love Trent Brown, and they brought him back as their backup right tackle. But is he a swing tackle or is he just a right tackle? And who is your backup left tackle? Who is your actual swing tackle? Is that Blake? Is Blake Fisher just your backup left tackle and Trent Brown's your backup right tackle? Are you good with that? So I would say that too. If something were to happen to Ariante Ursery, I would be worried.
Yeah, I think most of them are depth plays, right? I mean, if something happens to Ariante Ursery, if something happens to Daniil Hunter, if something happens to David Montgomery, right? If something happens, part of this thing, I think is real, right? I mean, that's. If something happens to David Montgomery early in the season, you're back to Woody Marks being your one, and like you said, Jawar Jordan or British Brooks or somebody like your running back position is in a tough spot, and that's if you're a big fan of Woody Marks. I believe Woody Marks is best fit to be a third down change of pace type back where you can utilize his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. And when I say catch it out of the backfield, I ain't talking about the little angle route over the middle. I'm talking about go out wide, and if you get a matchup, he can run a go route kind of deal.
The role that he should have with David Montgomery coming in here.
Bingo. You would hope. I don't know. I think they're a little higher on him than as a first and second down back than I think I would be. But yes, the role that I would think, if you, as good as he is in pass protection, boy, if he could really dedicate his time to being that change of pace back, a third down back, a 2-minute back, you could get a much fresher Woody Marks when the game's on the line or when there is a huge scoring opportunity or a chance to play fast. I think that's the best for the Houston Texans. But yes, to your point, the biggest needs right now on this team, I think across the board, obviously are depth plays. I'm going to go with two that one is a depth play, but it's a rotational position, and the other, I still think the weapons on this team are a problem.
I'm with you.
I still think that you don't have, when you look down the list right now, you could. I think the only player that I would consider a weapon right now, and I'm talking about a guy you get to the line of scrimmage, whether the play's designed to go to him or not, and you get man coverage, or maybe you get a zone coverage that you like. I'm getting the ball to Nico Collins, damn it. Right? Yeah. It's 12. It's Nico Collins, period. Beyond that, I think now I know people like certain players.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I like Jalen Noel. I like Jalen Noel last year in OTAs and training camp. I like Jalen Noel and what he's shown returning kicks and punts and all that job he does over here. I like him. I don't know what the hell he looks like at the receiver position over a 17-game season.
Yeah.
I like Woody Marks. I like what Woody Marks can do out of the backfield with the explosiveness and stuff like that. We ain't seen it in this offense, right? So I think the weapons. I don't. Most of the time when we have this conversation, I say weapons, and I go, okay, well, name them. Usually Woody Marks is number 2. And I'm like, well, but Woody Marks was on the field all year last year and it wasn't used like that. So the point is when we get to Woody Marks so quick is the problem, right? And so this offense is dependent on them finding this year's Christian Kirk. I don't mean the player that he turned out being. I'm talking about a late addition.
Right.
Or you're dependent on Jalen Noel being – to this offense what he's been to the special teams unit since he was drafted last year.
Yeah.
I mean, in a major way, because I don't think you're going to get it from the tight end role. You may be banking on Brevin Jordan as athletic as he is. But again, we're talking about within this offense, the weapons. I think they need something beyond Nico Collins for us to really, really get excited about not just having a good season, not just getting to the second round of the playoffs, but over the hump of we're going to make a run.
Clint, I think it says a lot when we talk about weapons and some of the guys that we mentioned early on after Nico Collins are injured guys or guys that have been injured over the last. Tank Dell, Brevin Jordan. These are guys whose knees have exploded, for lack of a better term, over the last couple of years, and we're talking about them possibly being your second, third, or somewhere in the mix of your best weapons, right? And so that's part of the issue. I would say, like, even more specifically, like I'm singing the same tune, but like speed. Okay, I think that's why we like Jalen Noel so much.
Absolutely.
Because there's not a whole lot of speed on this offense, and he so clearly has it. It's just more an issue of route running and trust and repetition and dependability. Do you have – I think what they need, Clint, is dependable speed. Like somebody that can take the top off of a defense, somebody that can threaten the defense, to your point earlier, like when you get to the line of scrimmage, who are you worried about? Who's got your blood pressure running, right? Like they don't have enough of those guys. Honestly, to your point, they don't have more than one. Really, it's just Nico Collins, and past that, you just got to play defense, and you feel pretty good about what you got going. So another game-changing weapon, specifically for me, speed, again, to the Jalen Noel point, that somebody like him, a resurgence of Tank Dell, I don't know where it's going to come from, Clint, but that would be when we talk about needs or weaknesses or things that they still don't have, that would definitely be one.
I agree with you. If you want to simplify it down to just brass tacks, you're right. It's easy. It's explosiveness, it's twitch, it's overall speed.
Who's going to run away from you on this offense?
Right.
Who's going to get away?
And we're talking about running away when the opportunity presents itself. I'm not even talking about just that different of a dude. I'm talking about, hey, you get man, or hey, you get a crease because you got the right play dialed up. That's the key. There's so much. And look, Brady and them did it. So I mean, it's hard to really, I don't have a problem, obviously, beating a dead horse, but it's hard for a lot of people to understand. Like Brady and them did it for a long time, man. Did a lot more and won a lot of games and won championships doing more with less offensively. So much of it, and this is the fear I have for the Texans. So much of it is dependent on the system and the quarterback. So much of it, right? Instead of, hey, get to the line of scrimmage and versus this, look, we're going to flip a screen out here and get it in the hands of our best player. We're going to, you know what I mean? Like it's so much of it is the quarterback and the scheme that it is hard to lean into, man.
And this is why smart football fans get annoyed when people try to compare them to the Patriots, or by the notion that they're going to try to be like the Patriots or do what the Patriots did. That was some don't try this at home type of stuff. Like the system and the quarterback, Clint, the quarterback was Tom Brady. The system was led by Bill Belichick and coached by Josh McDaniels, who, to my knowledge, with all due respect to Nick Caley, there's no Josh McDaniels type of offensive coordinator here and hasn't been one, right? So, like, the system, the quarterback, I mean, don't try this at home. The thing that's even more tried and true, as successful as the Patriots were, the thing that's more tried and true, speed kills, right? Speed kills. Punching somebody in the mouth, which to a credit, to their credit and how they've approached the offseason, it still hurt to get punched in the mouth, right? That's tried and true. So I'm glad they're kind of leaning more into that, and hopefully they lean more into that instead of, hey, we're going to make our quarterback be Tom Brady.
Well, look, they've done a good job of solid across the board, raising the floor. They've done a really good job of filling voids and strengthening this roster through free agency and through the draft. We're just having a quick conversation about where the voids are. I think the other one for me, weapon, and I'm still going interior defensive lineman, right? Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai. I'd forgotten about Logan Hall. They did get Logan Hall in here. Kaden McDonald. Those are your top four. Naquan Jones is in there. Junior Tafuna is still listed on the depth chart. I know there's, and I'm just looking at a random ESPN depth chart, so it may be missing one or two, but I still think there's some frontline work to do at that interior defensive line position, Scott.
Yeah,
I think there's some depth issue there.
I'm actually. This was one of the reasons why I was really high on the McDonald pick, though, because I thought, like, if that works out perfectly, right, like he should be a plug-and-play starter. And now it's like, okay, Sheldon Rankins is probably who they trust the most, and Tommy Togiai is going back to being sort of a rotational piece instead of – and I love how he was kind of elevated and kind of got to get his moment last year. But – if either one of those guys, right? Like maybe it's Togiai who's a starter and it's the rookie who's kind of that rotational pick. That pick to me did help me feel better about their depth. That made me feel a lot better about their depth at that position at the very least.
Yeah, I feel better about it. But you look at over the last year, 2 years of the ideally when they're healthy, the guys that have rolled through there.
Yeah,
I mean, you got Settle, you got Foley Fatukasi, you got Mario Edwards, you got somehow Tommy Togiai through injury obviously emerged. I mean, again, Sheldon Rankins, you got a bunch of guys that in a perfect situation, if everybody's healthy, you're going to roll 4 or 5 through there.
It's definitely thinner now than probably has been since D'Amico got here.
Yeah, so I think there's still an opportunity there to add another depth piece. But again, McDonald, the McDonald lad, I agree wholeheartedly with you, B. Scott. Just strengthens that defensive line, and that I'm gonna tell you, man, that's the one. If that dude right there, if they hit on that pick and that guy ends up being the steal of this draft, which is very possible. I don't know if it's likely, but it's very possible. And you potentially have a guy that could be a 1-2 punch with Will Anderson moving forward. Exactly. Once you get tired of paying Daniil Hunter,
exactly.
I hope they pay him as long as he's able to play. But when they don't, if you've got an inside presence along with Will Anderson and you got him in the second round when he should have been drafted in the first round, look out, man.
And Clint, in the meantime, while he's young, getting the game from Sheldon Rankins, this is going to be an underrated part of his development. Getting to play next to Sheldon Rankins, soak up knowledge from him, but then also getting to play next to one of those badass edge rushers who is going to be hard to make look bad, right? Like if you just do your job, both of all of y'all are going to eat.
Well,
he's
going to get a ton of opportunity inside there with the attention that Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson get. The interior guys are going to get a ton of opportunity, one-on-ones to push the pocket, and he's a big dude that if it transitions to the league, man, it's going to be fun to watch. Watch him play. All right, look, regardless of where you're at with the Astros right now, I'm probably a little more confident than I should be. One move that simply has to be made, boys. One move that has to be made. That's next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. I'll tell you the move that you need to make. If you're out there and you
610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. Tyler Milner is on the ones and twos. And we got a good little Reaction Monday rolling. A lot of action this weekend, y'all. Draft, Rockets, Astros, a lot going on. Little action today for all my Cowboys fans out there. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is a Cowboy. Very, very noticeable. I don't know if his play and his production is as noticeable as his name is. Is MVS, is that one that's just, is it me or is that just a name that's pretty noticeable? Is Aaron Rodgers, part of that? Or?
Nah, I think it's the Marquez Valdez-Scantling. It kind of has a ring to it. It almost rhymes the first name and the first hyphenated part of the last name, Marquez Valdez. So it kind of rolls off the tongue a little bit. And then also, I think MVS, when you can kind of make an abbreviation or give the initials and it sounds like, I don't know, VHS, like it just even the initials roll off the tongue. So I'm with you there. The name is at least as recognizable and noteworthy as his play. At least
I feel like I've known what team Marquez Valdez-Scantling's playing for way more often than the play actually says that I should, not being a fan of any team he's ever played for.
I will say this, though, since we were just having a conversation about the need for speed on this Texans offense, I'm not saying I wanted Marquez Valdez-Scantling or that I would have wanted them to sign him or anything like that, but that is what I'm talking about when I say,
there wouldn't be nothing wrong with it.
I want somebody that can take the top off of a defense, not just that straight up has speed, but somebody that you also feel like you can rely on to be where you want them to be when you want them to be there.
Yeah, man, been undervalued in a sense of his reliability, and it seems like everywhere he goes, he shows up, no doubt about it. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, too. Looks like he's going to sign with the Cowboys, but
that's a nice little receiving core too, by the way.
Yeah,
you got Pickens, you got CeeDee Lamb.
They've also announced here that I just saw it that there was no truth to that. George Pickens signing his franchise tag tender before the draft. He still hadn't signed that franchise tender. For what it's worth.
I thought
they just announced that he is. I think Adam Schefter may have tweeted it. Only reason I'm running with it is because I saw it on the TV up there, so it must be the real one. He was speaking behind it, but apparently he has not signed that tender yet. So I don't know exactly what that means, but we'll jump from one Ez to another. Not Marquez, but Vasquez. I know. Ron liked to call him Vasquez the other day. We couldn't let that one go.
You know a little Spanish.
Hey,
Vasquez.
The Astros. Vasquez. I started calling him Quiz the rest of the day.
Vasquez.
Right. Hey, that's him. Hey, regardless of where you're at with the Astros right now, I know it's been a frustrating year. Hell, it was a frustrating year with the Rockets, too. We really need the Texans to come on and just give us a nice, smooth, kick-ass year. But I think it's time. Tyler, you're going to like this one. I think it's time. I think it's time, boys, that there's one move out there that's made, and that is at the catcher position. And this is not a hot take because Christian Vasquez right now is hitting .311. He's got an OPS of 913. I mean, it's not a look at the box score and go, oh, well, hell, it's better than Diaz. I don't even care about the plate. Now, I like it. I enjoy it. I think he should play more. I think when all these guys are injured, I think he should be the DH if he's not catching, to be completely honest with you. You got to put Jordan's ass in left field. But nonetheless, strictly for his defense, Christian Vasquez should be the starting catcher for the Astros. I'm out on Diaz. Like, Diaz at this point has to earn his way back into good graces, if you will, by making the most of the opportunity that he's given instead of getting the biggest sample size of an opportunity and jogging to first base after you ground out. I'm not mad at Diaz. I'm just simply saying I watched Vasquez beat on his damn chest and stare down runners after gunning them out at second base. I think he's throwing guys out at second base, or I guess stealing, because I think a couple of them were at third base this last week.
Yeah.
But I think he's at a 60+% clip.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good
relative to across Major League Baseball, right?
Yes.
I think it's a 60% plus clip. All right, and that in itself is really good. And again, I just can't watch Diaz like have no chance of throwing guys out. Like,
because he does. You know he has no chance.
But it is he has no chance. You're right. But it's lackadaisical. It's almost disinterested. It's almost like he's caught off guard. So all shucks. It is.
Which he should be on higher alert because he hasn't shown himself to be good at it. So he should be expected to be tested.
At that position, you got to be high. I mean, when you're reacting off a guy running from first to second or second to third, I mean, you got to be on it anyway. You got to be on edge anyway. And he frustrates the hell out of me. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this is hard to say after this weekend. I think it frustrates me more than the base running.
Really?
I think watching Diaz catch and watch base runners, anytime they reach first base, the pitcher might as well get ready to have a runner in scoring position because he's going to second. I mean, unless it's Machete over there at first base, he's going to second. All right, and so I think right now it is harder for me to watch Diaz catch than it is the base running, which brings me to that point, boys. How is Joe Espada not meeting these guys at the top of the steps?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Chief Cam Smith.
I know it's not his style, but it's got. I mean, at some point you got to jump outside your comfort zone a little bit, and
do the best I can.
And there's got to be some tables moving. You got to shake the table a little bit.
I mean, I don't know how. I mean, but Cam Smith and Diaz were the two that I caught this week and this weekend. And, I don't know how he didn't meet Diaz at the top of the steps for sure. I mean, Cam, young dude, maybe you want to cut him a little bit of slack. I think there was 2 outs. He was at first base, whatever.
But it's a theme, though, with the squad.
Yeah, but
that's the issue.
It's a theme with a young group that is not Carlos and Springer and Tucker and guys that seem to be dialed into what the hell they're doing. I mean, I don't know how Diaz got picked off the other day, and I'm just thinking, man, you have no business.
Yeah,
falling asleep like that. So
yeah, it happened with Bryce Matthews a couple weeks ago. Maybe not even that long ago.
Well, he
was in the game for like a third of an inning.
Then he went and played third base, which he's done about twice in his career,
and made an error.
Yes, yeah. So I mean that's. But I don't know how Joe Espada's not meeting these boys at the top of the steps. I mean, we're at that point with it. It either as a coach, I'm either meeting you at the top of the steps, or I'm just going to eat it afterwards and say, hey, man, we ain't been working on that lately.
I got the numbers for you on Christian Vasquez from what the Astros sent yesterday. He's thrown out 7 base runners attempting to steal in 14 attempts. So that's 7 for 14. That's an even 50%. We can do that simple math. But it ranks tied for second in the American League.
There you go.
So he is tied for second in the American League when it comes to throwing out base runners attempting to steal. So that tells you a lot. And I would even throw it to you like this, Clint. The logic in, first of all, I say this, that Dusty Baker might have been on to something when he was starting Martin Maldonado over Yainer Diaz, and I was one of the first ones saying, hey, we got to.
Oh, yeah, I was too.
Yeah, Maldi is an automatic out.
Well,
he might have been on to something with the, hey, let's use Maldi with the defensive approach. He can throw out runners. He can call a game. So I'll concede that. So by that same logic, if that was the reason why Maldi was a better option than Yainer Diaz, fast forward to now, I understand Christian Vasquez is not Martin Maldonado, but he's a better hitter. So if you take all of that into account and bring it together, to me, that justifies him playing over Yainer Diaz. Basically, Diaz's bat does not, to me now, justify or compensate for whatever his shortcomings are behind the plate.
Well, it's just a hard watch, man. And when you got a veteran behind him that's swinging the bat well, that's clearly better defensively, that's clearly a better game manager, it's clearly more dialed into pitch to pitch, what's going on, situational baseball, if you will. I just think, regardless of what's going on with the Astros, regardless whether you like where they're at or not, you think they're done, you think they can rebound. Either way it goes, Christian Vasquez, which I think, by the way, the last 2 games I watched, he started both of them. So I mean that
could be trending toward that way.
Maybe he DH'd one of them, but I know he's. I hope that they're trending that direction. Christian Vasquez needs to be the starting catcher for the Astros moving forward, and then let's see if Diaz, the young fella, can handle the pressure. Clearly, moving him up and down the lineup, batting 8th or 9th in this lineup doesn't bother him. Let's see if he can grab a little pine and think about it a little bit and maybe come around. We'll see. All right, Monday's weekend's best and weekend's worst. Guess what time it is? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Vasquez.
Payne and Pendergast.
Might be.
Today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron the Show Hughley is out. T. Mill is in. B. Scott's he's on the ones and twos. B. Scott is in for Ron the Show Hughley. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. A little something we do every single Monday. It is a reaction Monday. We got a big weekend. Had a big weekend here in Houston with the NFL draft and the Astros along with the Rockets. A little heartbreak on the front of both of them. And then on the backside of the weekend, they made us feel a little better. So we'll continue to touch them throughout this show. But right now we got to go with a little weekend's best, weekend's worst. B. Scott, let's start with you, man. Let's go weekend's worst. Let's start with the bad. Get the bad out of the way. Let's start with weekend's worst for you, Brandon Scott.
I don't know how there could be a worse than what we saw from the Rockets on Friday night, and I feel like this one is eligible because it is technically the weekend and after this show ended, right? That was a Friday night game. You guys were off the air by Friday at 6, and so I'm going to go ahead and count that one. I understand that they somewhat redeemed themselves last night, at the very least staving off elimination, showing some pride. Shout out to Alper Şengün for the pregame speech that he gave at the shoot-around that kind of rejuvenated the team, or at least kind of put the battery in the back that they needed. But Friday night was, and I said this earlier in the show, that is one of, if not the worst collapse that I've seen, definitely the worst one that I've seen in person, and it's got to rival some of the worst collapses that I've ever seen. To be up by 6 points, less than 30 seconds to go in a playoff game at home, right, already down in the series, and you're doing it without your star player, but they're without their even more star player. To me, the opportunity lost and just the boneheadedness of the whole sequence of events, to me, has got to be the worst of the weekend.
Ooh, yeah, that was definitely a tough watch. That was one that man, I mean, if it's bad, not even basketball, just bad team sports across the board, top to bottom, coaching all the way down, the Rockets' collapse in that fourth quarter was a tough watch. I wish I could say, B. Scott, I wish I could honestly sit here with you and say, man, that I didn't see that coming. But I'll be honest with you, as wild as that was, I don't know if I saw it coming, but it damn sure didn't surprise me.
Yeah, I had a sneaky suspicion. I'll be honest with you. Like, it surprised me just how it happened and what exactly happened. Yeah. But the fact that it did happen, I'll be honest with you, didn't surprise me. I mean, we did watch them blow that overtime lead against Minnesota a month or two ago.
Yeah, that was rough to watch. I'm gonna tell you what, my weekend's worst. I'm gonna stick in Houston. I was gonna go with the draft. I don't know if you heard about the 49ers draft, but I was gonna go with the 49ers. But I'll be honest with you, it was so bad here in Houston that I can't give our city a pass. I cannot give the Astros a pass. And I looked at it. I mean, we talked about it briefly in the last segment. I know this is something that drives Tyler absolutely berserk. It drives Tyler crazy when it's Altuve. And now to see it just become a major problem for the Astros time and time again. The base running in general is bad.
Yeah.
But I mean that getting picked off first base. You mentioned a little earlier Bryce Matthews getting picked off in a critical situation late in the game. I don't know. Hell, it's probably been a couple of weeks now. This past weekend, I saw Cam Smith get picked off in an unacceptable situation. I saw Yainer Diaz get picked off in an unacceptable situation. I would love to go outside of Houston for my weekend's worst, but I'm going to be honest with you. I see my boy Christian Walker, C-Walk, by the way. Love the nickname they gave him. Not a big fan of the mustache. Love the nickname. C-Walk hits a bomb, and no doubter. By the way, watching him rake is pretty pleasing to my soul. Not just because he's an Astro first baseman, just the way in which he does it's pretty clean. But he hits a bomb, and I'm thinking, hell yeah. Right. Well, I just turned the TV on. Let me settle in. Let me enjoy this. And, man, it couldn't have been 2-3 minutes. 2-3 minutes later, I believe it's Cam getting his ass picked off first. I said, man, I can't even enjoy the damn home run from C-Walk before Cam gets me good and pissed off. And then, of course, I look over there and see all shucks going down the stairs in the dugout instead of somebody meeting him halfway. My weekend's worst is definitely the Astros. Base running in general, but getting picked off first base in unacceptable fashion in a series against the Yankees. When you lose the first two, yeah, that was weekend's worst for me.
And it's just a team that cannot afford to beat itself.
Yeah.
They're not good enough to be able to overcome that type of stuff.
Well, it's another one of those things with the Astros where when you're rolling, you overcome some things.
Right.
Right? And you sweep it under the rug, then all of a sudden when you need it, when it's the margins that you're going to win by, all of a sudden that kind of stuff gets you beat. And so frustrating. All right, weekend's best. B. Scott, what you got?
Man, you just spoiled it a little bit. You gave the game away. Christian Walker. Oh. That's got to be the best for me, man.
Look at C-Walk getting a couple mentions in weekend.
Look, my man was 3 for 4 yesterday with 4 RBI. Had a homer the day before that. Was 2 for 4 in the series opener. So he was impacting the guy. I understand that they lost the series and that they avoided the sweep yesterday and all of that. But even in defeat, he's impacting the game. Yeah. He is one of the few silver linings and bright spots of this Astros season that, as we have well documented on this show and at this station already, has been largely a disappointment. He, in a vacuum, as an individual, has not been a disappointment. And this weekend, I'm going to go ahead and give him my weekend's best, because this weekend, the performance that he gave was indicative of that.
Brandon Scott's weekend's best is Christian Walker. I agree with you, man. That is one reason. I'll be Christian, obviously Jordan, and Christian. But Christian's year he's having at the plates really got me hanging in there.
Yeah.
If Christian wasn't swinging the bat, if he wasn't raking right now, I would probably have a hard time hanging in there with the Astros. And here I sit probably overconfident, given what we've watched this season. All right, my weekend's best. I don't know if you boys you watch much golf?
A little bit, yeah. I watched a little bit.
I got plugged in yesterday to the Zurich Classic of New Orleans.
Okay, I did not catch that. I had a little too much playoff basketball going on, but I'm curious to see what you found.
Well, this one took me by surprise. I mean, it wasn't. I didn't plan on it. I don't even know it. I was thumbing the TV. Hell, I told my little girl, I said, no, you go in there in mom and daddy's room and watch whatever cartoons you want. I'm into this. That's how dialed in I was. Don't do that very often. But it is a tournament, a PGA tournament, where it's partners, right? It's 2 guys on each team. And the Fitzpatrick brothers, Matt and Alex Fitzpatrick, obviously Matt is a PGA Tour professional winner, really good player. And his brothers, I don't even know, I've lost track of where he's at. I don't even know if he's still trying and playing on the lower level. I don't know exactly what his recent history has been. He was on one of those what is that title? What's that documentary that's on Netflix? Full Throttle, Full Swing?
Full Swing.
Full Swing. By the way, new episode, new season out. I've started watching it. Pretty good. But a lot of these guys are just random friends, or Rory and golly, what's the Irishman that Rory, the big kind of heavier set guy that Rory always teammates with?
Oh, I know him too. I can see his face.
That was a pretty cool. It was a childhood friend he came up with that he won it one year.
Not DeChambeau.
No. What's his name, man?
Wait a minute, what is his name?
They got a really cool relationship, man. It's a big story during the Ryder Cup and all that. Anyway, he's one of the top players of Europe. Anyway, This story is big time. Matt and Alex Fitzpatrick won that joker.
Shane Lowry.
Shane Lowry. There you go. Yep. Shane Lowry. Mike Lowry. But the Matt and Alex Fitzpatrick won this thing. And I couldn't help but put myself in Alex's shoes. Because I know Matt ain't worried about where that next meal's coming from. Matt ain't too worried about the house note, the car note. Yeah. I don't know if he's married or not. I don't think his wife's too worried about the next meal. Kids are probably pretty happy, pretty settled in.
Yeah, he's probably good.
I think little brother might be going, hey man, am I gonna be able to pay these bills next month? Am I gonna be able to keep playing golf? Hey man, them boys, $1.3 million each. Each.
Okay.
They took home a total of $2.745 million. Split it down the middle, $1.372 million each. And little brother Alex dips him off in the sand trap next to the green. And it's tied. If this shot don't, this is win or lose. And Matt Fitzpatrick hits a sand shot up to within about 2 foot of the pin. And little brother tips it in for $1 million. Could you imagine? It's one thing to watch these PGA guys that are worth millions of dollars and used to playing for millions. It's one thing to see those guys, hey man, let me knock this in for $1 million. But when you're standing over that 2 foot putt and you ain't making millions a year and you're fixing to make 1.2 at the end of that
it's
joint.
Basically a $1.2 million putt.
Hey, yeah. I put myself in Alex's shoes. I said, boy, Alex, you got to be amped. Boy, I mean, you think about what he just did for his little brother. His little brother, I mean, assuming he's somewhat responsible, his little brother, you got $1.3 million. Hey, man, you got you a good 3-4 years of just solid security, not ever having to worry about where anything comes from.
Yeah, you can choose your work if you choose to work at all.
That's right.
This is the epitome of being your brother's keeper, though.
Yeah,
We're talking about breaking bread with the family, right? Hey, family first.
That's right.
That's what it looked like. This is what it looked like. Hey, this is what family and community look like right here.
That's right. I mean, could you imagine? Hey, little brother, I just won you $1.3 million. They each get 400 FedEx Cup. So I guess FedEx Cup points. So I guess you do have to be a member of the PGA Tour to play. I guess 2-year PGA Tour exemption. So what Matt Fitzpatrick's doing for his little brother Alex, and with winning that Zurich Classic of New Orleans was big time, and that was fun to watch. Man, watching brothers do it's pretty cool.
I was gonna say winning $1.3 million is cool to do with a stranger.
Yeah,
like I win $1.3 million with my worst enemy.
That's right.
To do it with your brother, it's got to be doubly cool.
It was fun. Shane Lowry and Rory did it, and that was cool because they had so much history. But brothers, that's a different deal, man. All right, y'all. Look, I'm out. I'm out on Ime Udoka. Beast God, I know you can't do it, but I'm out. The way he responded after Game 3 is, it's borderline fireable offense, man. I'll have the audio for you. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Daily's dirty.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty excited about how the new Texans draft class will fit into the squad.
near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, y'all, I'm going to pick up them ostrich this weekend. I'm going to pick up them ostrich this weekend now. They're already in. B. Scott, what size shoe you wear?
I'm 13.
Ooh, I can't give you my snakes in. I got some 11 and a halves, man. They hurt my feet, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't go with them scales. I've had gators, hurt my feet. And now I've had some python, hurt my feet. And I wear them long, enough times where they got to be breaking in a little bit.
Yeah.
Dang, man. I got a wider foot. I need a little bit of give. I told T all the time, man, I got some goat that's nice and soft, and ostrich is really soft. So I got to go. I'm making the change, man.
I've only had gator. And they hurt my feet.
Yeah, it's because it's a scale.
Yeah, and I don't go back. I just
couldn't I guess a gator's not really a scale, is it? It's just a hard skin.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it hurts the hell out of my foot. I can't do it. So I got to buy something that's got a little flex to it. So I'm going with that ostrich.
I got to check that out.
Dirty's Daily, powered by, I'm going to go with Iguana Joe's. Iggy's. I had it after church this weekend, T. Kiddos on the playground.
Iggy's always hits the spot, man. We love some Iguana Joe's in my house.
By the way, how you boys respond to this? All right. Little playground action. T, I need you in on this too. I know your kids are four-legged, maybe not, but you get to my point. Playground, kids of all ages. All right. I'm not real picky on where we draw the line of what age kid needs to be out there. All right, because you get on some of these playgrounds where there's 40 kids out there on a busy part of it, and you got a kid that's in 7th or 8th grade running around out there, playing football. It's
no. This is one of the things that grind my gears, man.
I'm telling you,
things are age appropriate now.
So we start there, right? So we start there with the age thing. All right, we're at Iguana Joe's yesterday, and now I got a 2-year-old, right? That don't have like her awareness of what's going on around her. She'll walk around in the middle of,
Yeah, she's 2. She's a toddler.
That's right. And there's probably 6 kids that are, I'm going to guess, 4th, 5th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And they're obviously bigger kids, boys, and they're playing full-out tackle football down one side of the deal. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to stand here and watch my little one, make sure she don't get trampled, right?
Right.
And well, I look up, boys, and there is 2 signs, and I mean signs bigger than all get out. And the sign says, "No balls allowed." I mean, bigger on both ends of it.
Yeah.
And there's mom and daddy sitting right on the other side of the rail. I mean, mom and daddy might have got hit by a ball. And it took everything I had not to say something. And they didn't even get close to my babies. And it wasn't even about the babies. It really wasn't about my little one. It was more about just like, damn, man, there's a big old sign over there that says no balls allowed. And nobody's got none of the people that work there obviously have the wherewithal to go, hey, fellas, y'all can't be doing that out here. But these cats are throwing balls up and down, throwing 40-yard touchdowns. Hell, I caught one of them one hand. He said, good catch. That's how brave he was.
He didn't care.
No, he didn't.
Nah, this would not. So I would only let this fly really in your situation where you say your child was unaffected, not in danger.
Yeah.
So in that case, I'd let it fly. But if it was in the way of my child trying to play or, something like that,
yeah,
I would say something. And I'd say something to the kids and to the adults. Like I've reached that point where I'll have a conversation and say, hey, y'all see the sign here, or hey, this is not really safe.
Yeah.
Or I'll try to, hey kid, hey, y'all see this little one right here. Now be careful.
Hey, man.
Right? Try to level with them a little bit.
Hey man, I'm not even mad at the kids because hell, I mean we all been there. I'm mad at mom and dad because there ain't no way you missed that sign.
Yeah.
If you walked out that back door on that patio, you saw that damn sign. It was in red writing, literally no balls allowed. And they're out. I mean, hey, y'all be careful out there. Y'all don't be tackling each other so hard. Fool, they ain't supposed to be out there. But anyway,
some people do not read though.
Yeah, hey,
that's the issue.
What a concept though, boys. We need to start a restaurant. I mean, if you own a restaurant right now and it's a restaurant that's open, it's not just some kind of fine dining in the evening, and you don't have a child's playground on top of some turf with a covering on it.
You're doing it wrong.
Hey, you're doing it wrong, man. Because I'm gonna tell you, with my two. I mean, we got about 3 spots in Baytown, and you're getting all of my money.
Yeah.
Every bit of my money, because I need them little jokers to be able to go. So Iguana Joe's in Baytown, Iggy's. I think they got Iguana Joe's all over the place. But Iguana Joe's in Baytown, y'all did it. Y'all did it. Now you just need to enforce them rules. I greatly appreciate it. All right. Hey, man, I'm out on Ime Udoka, bro.
You and a great percentage of the Rockets community. Rockets fan community.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. This has been a long time coming for me, man. And this is coming from a guy. I know a lot of our listeners are like, "Well, damn, you talking out of both sides of your mouth. One time you want the coach to call the players to the carpet. The next time you don't want them to." Hey, man, the body language, the under your breath mumbling that the camera always catches you doing, has gotten us to a point where. Now you're calling players out in a post game interview after going down 3-0 in a game, where let's be honest, I mean your damn coaching ain't real impressive when you're talking about playoff teams.
Mm-mm.
I mean you ain't bringing much to the table as a weapon from the bench. You ain't. I mean your scheme and your approach and clearly the discipline that you've instilled in your team. Clearly you're suffering and you're lacking as a coach as well. Here's Ime Udoka after the absolutely unacceptable ending to regulation before losing in overtime when they had a 6-point lead and roughly 30 seconds left in the game and they coughed it all up. Here's Ime Udoka.
Horrendous mistakes. I don't know if you want to say youth or, scared of the moment or whatever the case, but yeah, you have a 6-point lead with 20 or 30 seconds to go, get a rebound and just have to hold the ball and get fouled or, it's basically a 1-on-4 and we throw it away. To combat it, make it worse, a terrible foul on Marcus Smart to give him 3 free throws. Next play, backcourt, you got it. Doubles coming, you try to split it instead of throwing it to Alpy wide open. Another turnover, and then James makes a tough shot. Then the final play, for the last shot, we don't run what was drawn up, all the above.
Youth or scared of the moment. That he lost me right there with throwing guys under the bus. With that particular, your job is to put these guys in position to have success. If your team is scared of the moment, it's a reflection of you. If your team's youth is showing, especially when we ain't talking about rookies. We're talking about guys that have been here multiple years. If your team's youth is showing up in the biggest moments of games, it's a reflection of the head coach. If your team doesn't even run the play that you've called in the most critical moment of the game, after playing bad, you still got a chance to come back and tie it or win the game, and your team, not to mention it was one of your star players in Şengün, he aborts the plan and goes on and does what he wants to do and then executes that poorly. His team can't even set a back screen and get to the bucket.
Right.
And get a good look in the final minute of an unbelievable game when we've played 90 damn games this year. Like this was enough. Like I don't have a problem with a coach saying, "Hey man, this is unacceptable. We got to get better. We got to do this. We got to do that," and actually mentioning names. But to go on this rant about all the reasons why you lost and never mention that you didn't have your guys prepared and your guys in situational basketball had zero awareness and zero plan, I can't. I'm out on Ime Udoka moving forward.
Look, I'm real curious on how his bosses internalize those type of comments, right? Like to the point that you're making. Hey, how does this reflect on you if your players go rogue? And this was kind of a conversation last night about Tari Eason's tendency to go rogue at times and really how they actually like it, because a lot of times it'll benefit them or it'll result in a good play. But if you're in charge of this thing and this is your head coach and you're hearing him talk about how guys are either undisciplined or scared of the moment or going off script when they've been given clear directions, that would make me as the boss of you question your sort of aptitude as a leader, right? Now, Ime Udoka is well respected, I know, especially in that building, but league-wide for his leadership abilities and all of that sort of thing. But when you say that type of thing, it does make you wonder, okay, so where do you fit into all of this? It makes me think that it's like the right message, wrong messenger type of deal. Because to me, when you're getting out-coached in a series, or when your coaching has been one of the shortcomings of the team throughout the season. Now, he's been dealt a bad hand, I understand. Doesn't have his point guard, doesn't have his enforcer, and in this series, he doesn't have his best player. So he's kind of working left-handed or with a hand tied behind his back to some degree, but at the same time, it's not like having Ime Udoka has felt like this great advantage that it should feel like when you have a plus-level head coach. The way having J.J. Redick has felt like a plus for the Los Angeles Lakers in this series. Like, to be quite frank, he's been out-coached in this series, right? And so it doesn't feel like he's the right person to bark at these guys, even if what he was saying was true. And I do believe what he was saying, by and large, was true. It did feel like they were scared at the moment. The Jabari Smith Jr. turnover, that is, to me, 100% maybe not being scared, but not being prepared in the moment, or I would say shrinking in the moment is probably the better way to put it, right? Just basically butt clenching, getting tight. You know, you let a guy flinch at you and then you throw it away. Like, that's the type of thing, to me. I don't know if you can coach that out of somebody. That's something that somebody just should either know to do or not to do. So I think he had a point. He might just be the wrong person to make the point, given where we are with our patience level with his own performance, right? Like it's the whole throwing stones in the glass houses thing, right? Like, it was bad. It was one of the, like I said earlier, one of the worst collapses that I've ever seen. But what did you do to sort of, and what are you doing to make, now he did respond in the next game, and I thought he did some really good things with their small ball lineup, and their defensive intensity was a lot better in game 4. So you could say maybe whatever adjustments they made, whether it's him barking or Alperen Sengun's pregame speech or something in between all of that helped them, credit to them. But in that moment, I could see how a lot of people would be like, well, what about you? What about these lineups that you're throwing out there? What about having Jayshawn Tate out in the game with less than 30 seconds to go? What about only playing Reed Sheppard for 10 minutes in game 2? What about them blitzing Kevin Durant, and they did that in the regular season and beat you with it, and you still don't have an answer for it? Like, what about just seeming like on offense y'all are just rolling the ball out there and not running many sets? Now, they ran more, again, in game 4, but these are the things that I feel like people are impatient with Ime Udoka. And so when he comes out and says it's about the players, it feels like he's not taking accountability on himself, even though he's just giving you a candid answer.
But, B. Scott, this isn't, like I would like for D'Amico Ryans to be more specific about some of the stuff that happens. But there's no question schematically and game plan wise, schematically, what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. D'Amico Ryans is a weapon on the sideline, so he earned the right to be critical of whatever we're watching on TV. Don't pee on my foot and tell me it's rain, Coach.
Yeah,
I mean, you got the ability to say what it is. Like, to me, when I watch the Rockets, everything that Ime Udoka just said, the fact that all 4 of those things happen in a matter of less than a minute, really, if you take the final 9 seconds of overtime and the final 30 seconds of regulation. Like, if you walk into my house and I got 4 kids and they're all 4 undisciplined, and they're all 4 hellions, you probably gonna look at me and be like, "Hey, Clint, man, what the hell you doing?"
Yeah,
right. I mean, that to me, that it happens way too often for the Houston Rockets as I watch them through the regular season as well in the playoffs. It all happens way too often for the coach to not have some level of accountability and responsibility for what we're watching.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
But I think even with that same example, though, I think that's a perfect example, like the parenting thing. Like, it's on you. I use this example with my daughter, okay? It's her job to clean her room. It's my job to make sure that she cleans her room. And so if we go a stretch there where the room ain't clean, that's her not cleaning it, but that's also me not enforcing it.
That's right.
But I still get to come in there and say, hey, what is all of this junk in here? What's all of this mess? And kind of.
But you're crazy if you're not going to hold her accountable. You're crazy to think that it's going to get better at the pace that you want it to get better at the playoff surviving advance rate.
100%. But it's like you can rail against it while still being a part of the problem. Like I think both things can be true.
Fair.
Like what he said was true, and I'm gonna be honest.
I think it's very accurate what he said,
and as somebody that does a lot of these question asking, right? I do appreciate candor and authenticity over some type of fraud statement or holding water or anything like that. But at the same time, I think the frustrating part is, okay, you've got a role in this as well. Kind of to your point, both things are true. He's got a part in this, but also like the things that he's talking about just cannot happen now. It's a matter of taste as to whether you think it's appropriate for him to be in that moment saying that they're, afraid of the moment and that sort of thing.
Well, I'm out on Ime Udoka, but the Rockets are not out of the playoffs. Game 5 will be, I believe, Wednesday in L.A.
Yep.
The Rockets did win yesterday to bring the series 3-1 and at least take extend it one more game in L.A. Any chance these guys pull off the unthinkable and make a run here and put a little pressure on the Lakers?
Oh, I'm giving them the slimmest of chances. The slimmest of chances. I'm going to give them a 15% chance of winning game 4 and bringing this thing back. Now, after that, things get real interesting. We come back to Houston. Like, I left Toyota Center last night feeling like that would be my last time going there this season for a game at least. If I end up going back on Friday, we're having a different conversation. The pressure is on the Lakers, and they're in trouble. Gotcha.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if the Rockets can pull this thing off. We'll see if they can last long enough to get Durant back, and maybe Durant can put them over the top. And then, we'll see if this series goes beyond beyond Game 5. If that means that the Lakers get some of their players back, we will. We shall see. But for the time being, I'm out on Ime Udoka.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I'm out. I tell you one coach I'm not out on is one that just got out of the NFL and he's getting in the booth. I'm going to tell y'all, B. Scott, it's been a long time since I've got excited about a personality, former coach, former player joining the studio. There's a coach that just got out of the NFL that's jumping into the studio, I believe Monday night football, maybe Sunday night football.
Sunday night football, NBC, yep.
I'm telling you, man, this one is for me, assuming he's good, is must-see TV. I got to check this one out. I'll tell you who that is, and we'll catch you up on that coach. We'll do it next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I'm going to catch
Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mill is on the ones and twos. Been awfully quiet in there today, T-Mill. You all right? Long weekend? A little tired on us or what?
No, I'm good.
Just grinding?
Back here grinding, doing some behind-the-scenes stuff. Yes, sir.
All right, my daily check-in now.
He's back there shivering is what it is.
No, that I was just about to say, dude, I'm legitimately so cold, it's very, very uncomfortable. And if you know me, you know I'm hot-natured, but I'm in this room literally like, bro, it is freezing-ass cold. Like, it's hard to focus, it's so cold.
I might have a hoodie in the car. I don't know if it matches your Aggie hat, but I may have a hoodie in the car.
It's
definitely one in my office too. It's not mine. I don't know if it's Leroy. You know, me and Leroy are sharing the office. I don't know if y'all knew that. A little behind the curtain there, or pull the carpet back. But there is at least one hoodie in there. It might be Leroy's.
I've made it more than halfway. I'm bound and determined to just shiver this one out.
We are over halfway. We got a big show lined up for you the rest of the way, obviously. It is a Reaction Monday. A lot going on in Houston. Rockets and Astros went from the outhouse to the penthouse on Sunday, at least as it pertains to wins and losses. They fed us a win. One avoided getting eliminated. One avoided getting swept by the Yankees. And the Texans had a pretty good draft. We're going to make sure we hit that the rest of the way, so stay plugged in right here on Sports Radio 610. But, guys, I don't know. You know, we're living in a day and age in the media game. Thankfully, it's why I'm here. But former players and former coaches are getting more and more opportunity in the media game. And I'll be honest with you, for me personally, this is odd to say, given that it's how I make a living, it's kind of ran its course. I mean, I think there are a lot of former players and a lot of former coaches that are on TV or on radio that are absolutely awful. I mean, absolutely awful. And there's some that just aren't very good, and they've been in it long enough where they should have shown improvement, and they're just not. It ain't good. So there's a little bit of fatigue there, but I have a hard time getting real excited. I'll be honest with you, I'm a huge Brady fan. I didn't really. I was interested, but I wasn't like, hey, I got to hear this. Brady in the booth.
Yeah.
Interested. I was not like, wow, I've got to have it. Now, to be completely honest with you, I've never been it takes a lot. Opinions.
Yeah.
It takes a lot. There's guys that I hear and I really like them, so I listen to them more. But there's just not very rarely does a name get thrown out there or a personality get thrown out there where I'm like, hell yeah, I got to see this one. I'm going to tell you, boys, Mike Tomlin does it for me. Mike Tomlin does it for me.
Now, specifically in this role or just
all of it. The whole Mike Tomlin deal in studio is probably best because he is so is rigid the right word? Like he's not his personality is that of a leader, that of a head coach. Like that's who he is. Like that that's not a fake, that's who he is.
He's got a presence that I think is better in the studio
Correct.
Doses.
Yes.
Pre-game, halftime, post-game doses as opposed to Mike Tomlin energy throughout a game.
Yes. I need 2-minute snippets.
Yeah.
I don't need 4 hours of a game. I totally agree. But Mike Tomlin joining Football Night in America, which is Sunday Night Football, in studio is going to be, I'm telling you, for me, I think it's going to be big time for that studio show. I think he is going to be an absolute hit. And here's just a little taste. He joined Maria Taylor, I believe it was an NBA show that
she's doing the Peacock. The Peacock NBA broadcast.
So he joined Maria Taylor for a quick interview, and there's a little taste of what I'm talking about. I'm just telling you, I can't. It takes a lot for me to say this, but I am excited to hear Mike Tomlin in the studio in this setting and see how he takes the show to the next level. Here's Mike Tomlin before we get into him joining the media. Here's Mike Tomlin on the timing of him getting out of Pittsburgh and parting ways with the Steelers.
It's probably not an overnight decision, but it's probably not something that I could articulate or share with people. There's a loneliness with leadership. I just thought it was a good time for me personally, and by that I mean just where I am in life. And I thought it was a good time for the organization, to be quite honest with you. We didn't have a lot of success in the playoffs in recent years, and there's just some veteran players there, man, guys like Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt and Boswell, man, that I thought just that were worthy of the excitement and the optimism associated with new leadership.
He's just how he's wired, B. Scott. He can't help it. It's just I know some people think it's a shtick. I know some people think it's an act, and I do believe that a lot of head coaches that use some of the coach speak and the leadership role and some of the speak in the way that Tomlin speaks. I've been around some of them that I think it's all a tough man act. It's all a I'm going to strike. I'm going to coach with fear. I'm going to hold these guys accountable with fear. I think that is authentic. I think it's who Mike Tomlin is, and I think it's going to play on TV in that TV format, in that pregame, halftime game, postgame type format. I think it's going to be absolutely tremendous. Here's Mike Tomlin on why he chose to enter the broadcasting arena, join the media just overall.
I just thought it'd be a great way to stay connected to the game and the awesome people in it, players, coaches, executives, and excited about doing that on Sunday night and traveling to different venues and getting that feel for the environment. And lastly, I just thought it'd be awesome to share insight with fellow football lovers. I love to talk football, and so that's just an exciting component for me. I got to admit, though, there's going to be some anxiety about stepping into a new space, but good anxiety. It's good to be uncomfortable, the growth associated with that. And so, man, I'm fired up about it.
I'm fired up with you, Mike. I'm fired up with you. You guys, are you here for this? You a Mike Tomlin fan? You ready for it or not?
I am here for it, and I'm even more so here for it because I don't think that you're going to get the exact Mike Tomlin, like the rigid, hard-ass Mike Tomlin that you're talking. I think you're going to get a much more laid-back kind of with the bros, with the guys type of Mike Tomlin, but also with the seriousness that the job requires, right? It seems like he's going to take it seriously. I wouldn't expect anything less from a Mike Tomlin, but at the same time, it's not going to be that head coach persona, how you kind of have to go up there as a human shield and sort of behave a certain way. It's going to be a lot looser. I tell you this, I'm a lot more, no disrespect to Tony Dungy, but I'm a lot more excited about listening and watching Mike Tomlin talk weekly than I would be had Tony Dungy kept that job. I think it's just going to be a different type of feel, a different type of energy, and I'm totally here for it. The thing that I am curious about with Mike Tomlin, and this goes for any player, coaches, but especially coaches, though, which Mike Tomlin obviously is, are you doing this job as an audition for your next job that you hope is a head coaching job in the NFL, or are you doing this because you genuinely want to be good at broadcasting and be good at the job itself? I think you can have it both ways, but I'll be more curious to see how he approaches it. A lot of these guys will pull punches and they won't give you the real. It's one of the things people appreciate about this show and listening to you is that you kind of just say what's on your mind and not worried about whose feelings is going to hurt or who's being too sensitive and that sort of thing. Is he going to do that? Or is he going to kind of protect people's feelings because he wants to remain in the network and get the job? I suspect that he's going to do the former, that he's going to be candid and like Mike Tomlin's his own man. He's kind of known for that. So I'm real interested to see how he approaches it, and then from there, what is it going to sound like?
Well, it's all, to your point, it's all up to what Mike wants to do. Obviously, if he wants to get back into coaching, then you got to approach the media game as kind of just a bridge to the next job, and your commentary probably should, in your best interest, needs to be according. But
he's such a made man, though, at the same time. It's not like Jason Garrett or somebody like that.
But the fun thing for me, though, is he's not like an old coach that did really well, and now they want him on TV because he did well. I mean, he's this dude could spend the next 25 years in the media and be one of the best guys in the, assuming he's good.
Yeah,
he could make. I mean, like a lot of these coaches are like, I'll go do it for 3 or 4 years until the shine wears off, and then I'll probably be out. I'll be honest with you, Bill Belichick, respect the hell out of him, best coach we've ever had in the NFL. He does nothing for me on TV. It is awful, right? Bill Cowher, different, awful.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing dynamic. There's nothing. The delivery's not sexy. He's up there with too many guys, but it's just you look at these old coaches that are up there. I've seen the old Weinstadt from back in. He was at the Miami coach when I was there. I've seen him do like these guys are just all just kind of like older, random sticks in the mud that were good like maybe even just coached on some staffs that were really good coaches, and they just don't do much. I suspect that Mike Tomlin is going to move the needle in the moment, watching it, as well as I would bet that this thing's going to be a long-term play for him. I'm a big Mike Tomlin fan, and I hope it works.
A high energy guy. I definitely think he's going to bring the energy up on that broadcast, which is already a well-produced and a very good broadcast. So it should be him with Jason Garrett. To what I read, it'll be him with Jason Garrett, and they still need to work out something with whichever McCourty twin it is that they have.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's. I don't even want to lie because I can't tell them apart. But whichever McCourty twin, one does one broadcast and one does NBC. So whichever McCourty twin they have, they need to bring him back. I think there's some kind of contract situation with that, and then of course Maria Taylor, like you mentioned.
Yeah, that's going. I'm interested, man. I'm in. Do it right, Mike, and keep me locked in. All right, the Texans draft was a tough one to gauge for a lot of folks. I'm going to tell you what would make this draft right here an absolute grand slam. That's next.
In case any Texans fans were concerned, Nick Caserio didn't mince words with his thoughts on those Nico Collins. today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Reaction Monday here. Texans draft, NFL draft is it's a lock. It's a wrap, y'all. It's in the books, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the draft weekend probably more than most, but I enjoyed it. And the Texans, depending on how you want to look at this, look, I think there's a lot of wait and see with this particular Texans draft. There was not much sizzle. There was not a big splash, I would say. There's not a bunch of film that we could go out there and watch and get real excited about. Really, any of the top 3 draft picks that they're bringing to Houston. There's some good. I'm not saying there's not any good out there, but there's not just I think that's fair. It lacks sizzle. All right, but here's the Texans draft overall. First round, Keelan Rutledge, offensive guard, really plays guard and center, can play all 3 inside positions. Kaden McDonald, defensive tackle out of Ohio State. Many people had him slated as the best defensive tackle in this draft. Most had him slated in the first round. He drops into the top of the second round. The Texans grab him. He's actually one player that was at the draft. That's how highly touted he was. He was at the draft. He returned for day 2 after sliding, and the Texans drafted him and got pretty emotional. That was a pretty cool moment for the D tackle out of Ohio State. I think Houston. I think we're going to like that kid. I think that one's going to be a fan favorite right there. Second round, the 3rd overall draft pick. The second round, late in the second, Marlon Klein, tight end out of Michigan. Probably a little bit, would you say a little bit of a developmental player there as it pertains to the league and really not, I don't know that he's touched his ceiling yet as a player?
I would say so. And I would say especially in terms of being a more well-rounded type, like he's got some physical attributes. I mean, the big story is that kid comes over from Germany, never started playing football until he was 15 years old.
Right.
So he hadn't even really been playing football his whole life like most guys who make it to the NFL. So just from that just from a time element, he would be a developmental project.
But that tight end is a late second round draft pick. I ain't got the guard out of Oklahoma, 4th round pick for Bijani and Creighton. Come on now. Nwewu, I got it. Wade Woodaz from Clemson in the 4th round as well. Linebacker, Kamari Ramsey, safety in the 5th round out of USC. Lewis Bond, wide receiver out of Boston College in the 6th round. Aiden Fisher, linebacker, Indiana in the 7th round. That is the Texans draft, but the thing is it's a solid draft. I think they attacked this draft and accomplished in this draft kind of pretty similar to what they did in free agency. It was solid, right? But I want to lay out how this draft becomes a grand slam because I think there's 2 things here. I like the draft because of what the floor is for these players, both as players and as they fit with the Texans. I love this draft if we get best case scenario out of one or more of these players. So let me give you best case scenario for the top 3 draft picks this year for the Texans, right? Keelan Rutledge. Floor, I'll tell you, I'll tie them all together here, B. Scott. How about that?
Let's do it.
Floor, good player, can play any interior position, immediately is a backup with starter qualities, and you wouldn't check up at all if you get a guard hurt and he has to step in and play guard. That's the floor. A guy that immediately gives you depth, a guy that definitely brings the get down that you want your offensive line room to have, the physicality, the violence, the approach, definitely that. The floor is high. All right, the best case scenario with the 1st round draft pick, Keelan Rutledge, he is a Kamari Lassiter-like plug-and-play center for this football team. If he is a plug-and-play center that can do all the things that he and Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans think he can do, the physicality, the violence, the finish, the strain, all that kind of stuff, if he can do it at the pro level, and he's smart enough, sharp enough, processes at a high enough level to be the starting center for this offense from day one. That is the ceiling. And I don't know that it's likely, but I think it's possible. right?
Yeah, no, it's certainly possible.
I mean, so there's your best case scenario with Keelan Rutledge. All right, would you agree with those two, B. Scott?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
All right, and now when we get to Kaden McDonald, all right, I think the floor is he is a solid rotational piece in a system that likes to rotate 4 or 5, maybe even 6 defensive linemen through, in a system that's had some injuries, so you end up finding guys like Tommy Togiai and things of that nature, right? He is an important rotational piece, right? That's the floor in a defense that rotates a lot of defensive linemen. That needs depth.
Yep. And
right?
and again, coached by DeMeco Ryans, Rod Wright, and Matt Burke.
Yep.
Who know a thing or two about front sevens.
Every interior defensive lineman, not every, that may be a little bit strong. The majority of the defensive linemen that they signed in Houston came into Houston. I was like, I don't know. They exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
Now, maybe not DeMeco's expectations, but mine for damn sure. That's the floor for him as a rotational piece at a position that needs depth. All right? The ceiling is Kaden McDonald is an absolute force inside. This guy was an All-American. This guy was an All-American at Ohio State. All right? This guy was slated by damn near everybody. They invited him to the draft, obviously. What do they have, 18 guys at the draft?
Yeah.
So clearly this guy was one of the best players in college football. This isn't an accident. But if the ceiling for this guy, if he lights it up, you could potentially, one, you'd have a starter. But number two, you could potentially have a guy that in the future, when Will Anderson is making $50 million a year, and you can't afford to pay Danielle Hunter, you've got an inside presence that gives you the 1-2 punch that you need. It may not be end to end, edge to edge, the way that Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson are right now, but it definitely gives you a 2-man presence that an offensive line has to work to protect. So he very well could be a plug-and-play starter as well as a guy in the future that allows you to, on a rookie salary, by the way, to play games with Will Anderson at that end position.
He is the one that I feel the most surest about.
I agree.
He is the one that I feel the most surest about. And it's not a knock on Rutledge. It's just the simple fact that they're going to ask him to do something different from what he was asked to do in college. And Nick Caserio talked about this going into the draft, how offensive line can be a nuanced position group because the things that you're going to ask them to do in the pros might not necessarily be what they were asked to do in college. You might ask them to change positions and that sort of thing. Defensive tackle coming out of Ohio State, they're drafting him to be exactly who he is and exactly what they've seen. Now, there's going to be some adjustments playing with Will Anderson playing, the NFL game, playing against NFL offensive linemen, right? Just a natural adjustment of going up a level. But he talked about this when he did the Zoom interview with the media. Like, they don't want me to think, they want me to just go. Not react, but to just go and attack. And that's going to be his approach, and that's his strong suit, and I can't wait to watch it.
Well, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't notice or say or acknowledge, like, Rutledge is a guy that's playing uphill. I mean, Rutledge got drafted because his willingness and desire to punch people in the face and be violent and be physical and finish and strain, right? He didn't get drafted because he is the best offensive lineman, the most athletic, the biggest, the strongest, the fastest.
Yeah.
He got drafted for his mentality, right? We'll see how well that transitions to the league. All right. McDonald, on the other hand, is a guy that, now I'm not taking anything away from his intangibles by no means, but McDonald is a guy that, again, this dude was an All-American. He's bigger, stronger, better at his job than most guys his age.
Yeah.
And it has a real advantage from a tangible perspective. So I think I probably agree with you that McDonald is the one that is more likely the one that's going to really stand out.
And to be real about it, I'll say this. McDonald is the one that I knew most about before the draft, as opposed to with Rutledge. You start hearing about the offensive linemen that are going to go, and then you read about. But I'm not going to lie and say I've been studying Georgia Tech offensive linemen or anything like that. I learned about him in the pre-draft process. McDonald, we watched him play on Saturdays for Ohio State and know the impact that he can have.
Best case scenario for the Houston Texans draft to be a grand slam. Keelan Rutledge is a Lassiter-like plug-and-play starter at the center position, right? McDonald is a Lassiter-like plug-and-play starter inside the defensive line and ends up being viewed as the steal of this draft. And the third piece to this puzzle here is the tight end we mentioned, Marlon Klein. Now, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you he's a powerhouse, but where he fits on this offense, or where he would best fit, if assuming he has the ability, is hand in the dirt, attached to the tackle, and do what the evaluators say you already naturally do, right? Punch, push, drive, move your feet, position your body well in the run game, right? At 6'6", 250 pounds, there's obviously a frame there.
Yeah.
But if he could be, and this guy's off the radar, he could be a great pick, and we not ever really pay much mind to him. Hand in the dirt. Can he be the second tight end in 12 personnel? One back, two tight ends, two wide receivers. Can he be the tight end that does all the dirty work underneath Dalton Schultz? Right?
Yeah.
Again, the run blocking stuff. Not necessarily we just need a guy, B. Scott, to come in here and put us in a position where we don't have to go with a sixth offensive lineman to get that extra surface down there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%, man. It's kind of discouraging after a while. You're like, man, this is like a cool little novelty. They like to do the six offensive lineman thing, but in the back of your mind, you know it's because they don't have that hand in the dirt tight end. Now, Klein does project to be more of a backup wide tight end, like more of a pass catching, and that could be because of the lack of experience and more natural athleticism. He's going to have to kind of build his body up in the pro game and just continue to learn the game, being new to the game. But it did make me think too, Clint, when you start talking about like best possibilities, like, man, when you talk about weapons and them not having that, what if like he turns out to be some kind of diamond in the rough? Not that he's like, George Kittle or anything like that, or Trey McBride, the guy that they faced against Arizona, but like just a reliable pass catching option, somebody that you just didn't think of or know of before. Yeah. I would take that.
A long-term play. I think it's going to take time for that to happen. But I agree with you. Long-term, if this guy becomes a true Y tight end that can do both, boy, that'd be good. But right now, if he can just do the second tight end stuff outside of Dalton Schultz, and we never hear his name, it could be a huge plus for this offense. Don't forget, too, by the way, Keelan Rutledge, I said this a couple of weeks ago, T, but this could be – he actually fits this. I didn't think about it until we started the show today. Ron talked about like the first-round draft pick being a athletic, developmental type of offensive lineman. I think at the time we were talking about the kid out of Arizona State when we were linked to him, the tackle.
All right, yeah.
I said, look, I'd be okay if that guy was a better sixth offensive lineman than Blake Fisher. If it was just a guy that moved a little bit better, a guy that was a little bit more physical, a little bit more agile.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Keelan Rutledge don't absolutely fit that. Now, I'd rather him be a starter, right? I mean, we obviously would rather him be a starter. But if that's the way the young kid has to get on the field, I think, and we're going to use it as much as we used it last year, which, by the way, we did more than anybody else in the NFL. Any other offense, we were number one in a sense of how often we use the sixth offensive lineman. So it's a big part of the offense. If he brings that and he's nasty in that mode until he becomes an absolute starter, I wouldn't be highly disappointed.
I get the sense that they drafted him with the sneaky suspicion that he fits perfectly for what they want to do at center. Even though that's not the position that he played, like I was saying earlier, they're trying to project what can a guy do versus what he was asked to do. Just because he wasn't asked to do it doesn't mean that he can't do it, right? And just because he did it in college doesn't mean he's going to be able to do it well in the pros. That's the kind of the nuance of the offensive line position. It does seem like this guy, they got particular plans in mind. And how cool would it be, Clint, if we go into this or come out of this offseason, I should say, from left to right? We already got Ariante Ursery in tow. Go Wyatt Teller, rookie center that you got some confidence in, and Rutledge, who, again, I said looks like a radicalized Wyatt Teller. And then at right guard, you're bringing back Ed Ingram, and you sign Braden Smith. Like, if you can remake your offensive line to be nasty the way it seems like they have, that'll be the ultimate feather in the cap.
All right, there it is. That is the way that the Texans draft, 2026 draft, is an absolute grand slam, is if those top three players fit the roles that we just discussed. All right, a I'm gonna be honest with you. This has not been. I can't believe this has not been made a bigger deal. Maybe it's my fault, considering I got my hands on the steering wheel today. But big news in the college football world, and it involves a quarterback at one of our Texas universities. You Red Raiders might want to listen up here. This is not great news. But that and the rest of 5 o'clock fire coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, you want to talk about not great news.
800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
5 o'clock fire. Clint Stoerner, Ron the Show Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is alongside here. T Mills on the ones and twos. And we got some big news in the college football world. Where's my Texas Tech Red Raiders at? This is not good news. This player was in the news recently because he was, I believe, Brendan Sorsby was the number one quarterback in the transfer portal, if I remember correctly. I know he was one of the hottest quarterbacks in the transfer portal. Ended up at Texas Tech. I don't even remember what the amount of money that Texas Tech promised him to get him to choose Texas Tech over the likes, I believe, of LSU. I think he was the one that Lane Kiffin was trying to get in Baton Rouge. But nonetheless, the school right now is standing behind the player. But Texas Tech quarterback enters treatment for gambling addiction. That is the big headline, but they're being generous because the real issue here is that Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is also under investigation by the NCAA. Obviously, he'll step away from the team for an undetermined period of time, which is a problem in itself in today's world of transfer portal. I think a big part of that is getting the quarterback on campus, getting him with his team, getting him familiar with his guys, getting the chemistry that you need. If he's going to have to step away from the team for any extended period of time, that could be a problem. Look, he'll check into a treatment program for a gambling addiction, according to an announcement from the school on Monday. He'll enter treatment amid an NCAA investigation, according to ESPN's Pete Thamel, in which Sorsby reportedly made thousands of online bets on a variety of sports via a gambling app. Here's where it gets hairy, is he reportedly made several bets on Indiana football during his time as a true freshman with the Hoosiers in 2022. So there's a couple of things there. One, this is obviously thousands of bets over a 4-year period, right? Number two, and probably more importantly, is there were bets made one way or the other involving a team that he was currently playing for, right, which essentially doubles the fine. The gambling, you can lose half the season. If you are gambling on the outcome of a game that you're involved in, that could mean you lose up to a full season. And again, in today's era, B. Scott, of the transfer portal, most of these contracts go year to year. I'm not real sure how many years Sorsby has left. I'm assuming if he was playing in Indiana in 22, this is probably his last year.
Toward the end.
He's got 1 year left, I would imagine, even though that COVID year still sticks out there. COVID year, red shirt year, medical red shirt year. These guys can end up playing 6, 7, 8 years of college football. But Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is under investigation by the NCAA's, whose bylaws state that those caught betting can face permanent loss of college eligibility. B. Scott, your thoughts on the quarterback up at Tech?
Yeah, so if he's betting on games for a team that he played on while he was at Indiana, I mean, that's essentially the sports equivalent to insider trading, right? So, like, you can't do that. But to me, man, the thing that stands out just from reading the headline about him entering into treatment, like, if you're trying to maintain some kind of plausible deniability or innocence until proven guilty, like, I guess they got him pretty good here, like dead to rights. It seems like if he's gonna go, it'd be like, being accused, kind of like with the Vrabel thing. Yeah. They get accused of cheating, and then now he's going to therapy. Or if like Tiger Woods accused of cheating, and then he goes to sex addiction therapy or counseling or whatever. It's like, well, now you don't really have much of a leg to stand on and say, well, no, that was taken out of context or mischaracterized, or that ain't really my gambling slip. It's like, okay, well, this is almost like, feels like an admission of guilt.
Well, I think the way that I read it, B. Scott, is there's no doubt he was gambling, and there's no doubt that part of that getting caught gambling, you have to go to some kind of counseling or whatever you want to call it. You've got to do that, no matter how bad or how little or how much you did.
Yeah,
it starts with going and getting this counseling or whatever you want to call it, knocked out. So I'd imagine he's going to get that knocked out and then get back with the team to try to create that chemistry and let the investigation unfold as it may.
Yeah, but he's taking thousands of bets though. That probably is.
I don't think he can run from this one.
Yeah,
I don't think he can run from this one. But we'll see, man. Prayers up for the kid, man. I know when you talk about drugs, alcohol, gambling. I mean, there's there's a couple other things that are pretty addictive. It's unfortunate, especially when they're this young and this talented. I mean, you're talking about a kid that a good year this year at Texas Tech. One, they were in the college football playoffs last year. Could mean a national championship. I think they were a great quarterback away from having a better shot at the championship last year. And you're talking about a guy that coming out next year would be, I would imagine, after a good year, would be one of the top quarterbacks coming out. So,
and I'm also curious. I mean, we understand Texas Tech spent a boatload of money last year, and I imagine they spent a good penny on Sorsby himself. Like, what does this do to his deal, his NIL deal? You paying for a guy to be at gambling treatment?
Well, that's going to be interesting because most of these, the player and their representation are driving the boat here. I wonder if they thought about the gambling being an issue and whether they covered that in the contract. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. But so again, prayers up for the young fella, the young QB. I hope everything works out for him and he's back to playing college ball again.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, they avoided the sweep, B. Scott. They avoided the sweep yesterday, winning 7-4 over the Yankees. Tyler, this may have been, I mean, I know, look, it's early season, but, man, you mess around and get swept in embarrassing fashion by the Yankees, I think it would have been a rougher Monday for us. But the fact that the Astros were able to pull it off 7-4, really an impressive fashion. Two things here in this game to really, really love about what the Astros were able to do. It's got to start on the mound. It's got to start on the mound, and starting pitching has not been great this year for the Astros, but one very, very promising pitcher here that's coming is Spencer Arrighetti. Spencer Arrighetti went 7 innings, 1 earned, 8 Ks, gave up a home run. Spencer's had 3 good to great outings since he's not made that opening day roster, which obviously pissed him off. So he's come in with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah,
that's that. In a time when starting pitching, Hunter Brown's hurt, and starting pitching has been an absolute mess. Spencer Arrighetti has been exactly what the doctor ordered for us Astros fans. On the other side of that, Christian Walker. I know you were talking earlier. Your weekend's best was Christian Walker, but Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Walker for the Astros yesterday, helping us not get swept by the Yankees, was a big part of it.
Yeah, I'll take a motivated chip on the shoulder Spencer Arrighetti if this is what it's going to look like, right? I mean, and talk about a revelation at a time where, look, the pitching, there's just no way around it. It's been dire from starting pitching to the bullpen. I mean, they're going to have Tang out there starting. I know he's K-Way Tang is going to be out there starting for him tomorrow. So, and I know he's got some starter experience that started before, but that's not a guy that they brought in to be a starter. And I can assure you that that's not where they envision themselves in late April. So, I mean, on the one end, on one day, you got Spencer Arrighetti, and then 2 days later, you have him throw out Tang because you don't have enough really to go out there. So it just goes to show you how desperate you are to get outings like that, like what you got from Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah, so to your point is K-Way Tang starts tomorrow against Baltimore, in Baltimore, game 1 of a 3-game set against the Orioles. That is the spot where I believe Weiss was starting, which was the spot where was starting, so we're that spot, which with a couple of others, but that spot in the rotation has been a little bit of a turnstile there. It's Tang's time,
man, and
Tang time. We're on to something. We need this guy Tyler. Can we get this guy to be nails tomorrow? I mean, I know a lot of people think he might give him 1 or 2 innings and then move on because it'd be a bullpen game. Can we get Tang to give us a real? I mean, give us
There's an endorsement waiting for him.
Oh, no
That's
doubt.
100%
Tang time.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll start selling Tang, the old school Tangs at the Daikin, man.
Yeah, man. I'm with that. Does anybody know about Imai's protein plan, anything like that? Did anybody get him some creatine?
I ain't got his
like
meal
that?
plan. I know he was throwing on a flat ground yesterday before the game. So
what about 100 push-ups before bed?
I mean, schedules. When you gonna eat? You gonna eat at the hotel? I don't know, man. We'll figure this out.
Man, get this man a meal at the right time.
Just get him accustomed to whatever in the hell the Astros are doing, and get him lined up, and keep him off them hard mounds. I hope the mound in Sugartown or in Sugarland or Corpus, I hope the mounds aren't hard.
Yeah, smooth that thing over a little bit for him.
All right, Astros, Orioles tomorrow. K-Way Tang on the bump.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Lakers. The Lakers, kind of like the Astros, slow start to the weekend. Friday night they got beat in embarrassing fashion. But and we'll talk a little bit about that as the show goes along. But B. Scott, the first leg of the unthinkable was accomplished last night. They're down 3-0. No NBA team in a 7-game series has ever been down 3-0 and come back and won that series. The Lakers were up 3-0. I'd be honest with you, I'd written the Rockets off. I can't believe I got caught watching that game. But the Rockets, in impressive fashion, blew the doors off of the Lakers to take that series to 3-1 and take that series back to L.A. A lot of pressure on L.A. to finish this thing on their home floor. If the Rockets can pick this one up, series goes to 2-3. They come back to Houston with a chance to square this thing up. The Rockets, look, they kept them alive. I don't know what this means, B. Scott. It was impressive. But the Rockets, they survive and advance to at least Game 5. We'll see.
Yeah, the most encouraging thing for me, oddly enough, was watching the defense pick up, like the defensive intensity. And they have not been bad defensively, but the disappointing part about watching them is that they've been just meh, blah, whatever, just kind of mid when it comes to defense. And you expect them to be high level, high functioning, right? And it's just been kind of average to – okay. And this was elite defense. This was some of the best defense we've seen them play all year in this particular game. Point of attack, help defense, the job that they did on LeBron, Marcus Smart, Luke Kennard, guys that have gone off throughout this series up to this point, and to keep them in check. Now, are they going to be able to do that at Crypto? Are they going to be able to do that in L.A.? That's his own question, and we'll have to see that later on in the week. But it was an encouraging sign to see them at least getting back to the brand of basketball that they play. It's going to come down to what's been an issue for them a lot of times. It's shot making. Like, can they, night in and night out, make enough shots? Or in this case, just for one game at a time, right? Because they only got one loss before their season is over with.
That's right.
Can they just knock down enough shots? Can their process and how they get to their shots at least make some kind of sense? And it did in this particular night. Hopefully it does again in L.A., but, they just have not been able to kind of string that together.
Can the Rockets pull off the unthinkable, what's never been done before? We'll see.
5 o'clock fire.
Tyler, maybe we should have led with this. You've rubbed off on me, Pard. You rubbed off on me.
I did?
Yeah, man.
I'm usually aware.
You know what I did today?
What's up?
I mean, I feel like I should have waited for Ron to be here for him to be disgusted at me dropping his $50. Walked out of Chipotle today, man, and
you spent $50 at Chipotle?
No, walked out of it.
Oh.
Pause on death row. Pause, P-A-W-S. Couple folks at the table right outside Chipotle right there, man, and they had helped me kind of park. One of the gals had kind of helped me park, and when I came out, the fella said, "Hey, man, how you doing?" And I said, "Man, you know what? Y'all seem like some pretty good folks, man. I'm gonna give you a couple minutes of my time." And they ran me through it here, and I donated $50.
Hell yeah!
I donated $50 to Pause on Death Row. Ultimately, I don't know the process, but ultimately goes towards keeping dogs from being euthanized, I believe. Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah, absolutely. Saving the puppers.
Saving the pups, man. But I thought, Tyler would be proud of me.
I am. Legit.
So I did. I was going to do $25, and then I said, I'm going to do $25 for T2, man.
Yeah, no, I'm with that. I think that's pretty cool, man. And look, the only pushback when anybody ever does something like this is, well, how do you really know, and is it a scam? But I think if your heart is in the right place, like it's up to those people and their God and all of that to how they want to actually spend the money if their heart is actually in the right place. But you meant well to try to save the pups. I can only respect it. It's the same way I was at HEB a couple of weeks ago, and there was some two young teenagers. They were brothers.
Yeah.
Selling candy for their AAU team.
Basketball, yeah.
And I was like, look, man, I've literally been there, right? You know what I'm saying? So, look, could they have been running the scale? Do they really play basketball? I don't know. But hopefully they do, and my heart was in the right place trying to donate to their cause. That's right. So, and this is, to me, an even better one. Right? That's right. So I'm with that. Even if it is a scam, your heart is in the right place.
I got a PDF and receipt for my donation. So I mean, if they are running a scam, boy, they are doing it officially.
Oh,
I mean, this one I got a receipt. But I tell you, if I thought about Tyler when I walked, because I knew they were there once before, about a month ago when I pulled in there, so I knew kind of what it was. I didn't read all the details, but I knew it was something to do with pets. And so I tell you what, man, OT Mill, man, he's a good dude, and he loves them pups. Let me stop, at least give these people a little bit of my time, and then it led to $50, man.
Yeah, this not like when you go to the gas station and somebody asks you for gas money, but they don't have no car. It's like, hey man, I just broke down. I need $50, and it's like, well, where's your vehicle? Yeah. Oh man, like no, we're not doing that.
Nah, man, I thought about you though, T, man. So we saved a couple of pups, man. Just
hell yeah,
let you know
the Lord's work here on the drive.
All right, y'all. Look, I told you, man, the Astros they won Game 3 to avoid getting swept by the Yankees. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little bit more positive with the Astros right now than most people, and really, I'm more positive right now than I probably should be. That's next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mokaram injury log. This I'm damn sure positive about. There is no doubt about this. I am positive. Look, if you or a loved one has ever been injured in an accident,
styles and home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos. The Drive is live on a Reaction Monday. We've had a hell of a day. A lot going on in the city of Houston. Really, hell, NFL-wide, NBA playoffs. We've got a lot going on in the sporting world around the country, but plenty of it is going down right here in and around our beautiful city of Houston. We greatly appreciate everybody that tunes in on a daily basis. We greatly appreciate everybody that tunes in from time to time, whether it's on the AM dial, the FM dial, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, wherever you're plugged in, man. We greatly appreciate it. We wouldn't be able to do it without you, obviously. So hopefully we make you proud, man. The Astros, speaking of making you proud, they did on Sunday, but overall it's been rough. Where are you with the Astros? All right, where are you with the Astros? I know it's early, but are you closer to the Astros are going to be sellers at the deadline, man? Or are you closer to, boy, we just need one or two pieces? Let's be aggressive. Let's turn this thing around. Where are you with the Astros? 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Text in. B. Scott's on the text line over there, and he's got the chats pulled up as well. So let us know where you're at. I'm going to tell you where I'm at. I'm being aggressive at the deadline, boys and girls. I'm way more confident in this squad, at least giving us a chance. I'm not saying it's the Astros of old, by no means. But having a chance and getting hot at the right time, I'm still there, B. Scott.
Aggressive for what, though? What you want?
Trade deadline, add players. I'm still – we're there. Look, we're there every year. Every year that I've been doing this, the trade deadline rolls around, and it's, hey, man, we need a frontline starter. Let's go get somebody. Let's go. Even if it's not a frontline starter, they more times than not have found a starter that ended up a top 3 guy.
Let's go get Kikuchi.
Let's go get Kikuchi, baby. You heard me. I'm talking about baseball. Everybody settle down. We're going to go get Kikuchi. All right. Now, Greinke's been thrown in there. Verlander's been thrown in there a couple of times. Right. There's always at trade deadline been a let's go get a piece. A piece for the starting rotation, Tyler. Not I'm talking about like Kikuchi type stuff.
I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah, there you go. And see what we can do. Now, I don't know that we're obviously going to be in a position to where this is let's go get a starting pitcher and we're going to be the favorite to win the World Series. Those days are obviously over, right? Right now, anyway. But this lineup, along with the fact that we're going to get Hunter Brown and Josh Hader back at some point, along with the fact that Spencer Arrighetti is absolutely dealing right now. That all combined, B. Scott's got me in a position where I'm thinking we're just now. Obviously, the tide has to turn across the board in the pitching and with the whole staff, but it's got me in a position, B. Scott, where I'm thinking, man, turn the tide. Get the pitching a little bit better overall. Add the pieces from injury. Add a piece or two at the trade deadline. And let's see if we can't get hot at the right time and go make a run. You had to get hot at the right time. Let's go make a run. Or you at more likely to be a seller at the deadline.
Clint, I can't even get past just like when I watch. I just want them to throw strikes, man. Like
you sound like me, man. That's how I typically am.
I'm just so. And look, I want all the things that you want. We come from a similar place here. Houstonians grew up rooting for the Astros, still root for the Astros. We all want what's best for the Astros. We want the same thing. But the way I'm taking it all in right now, and I'm with you on the lineup, right? It's like the lineup is undeniable, and I feel like what the sad part about it is that it's kind of being wasted a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like you're wasting a really productive lineup, one that is frankly better than what I think any of us were expecting. But then the other side of that, the regression to the mean of that, is that the pitching is nowhere near what we were expecting, right? And so that brings you into not even a middle ground. It actually is like you're on the wrong side of the seesaw there of like the pitching has kind of brought the property value down, for lack of a better term. So that's what we're looking at. Like I want them to win, and I want them to be aggressive if being aggressive means that they will win more. But when I watch them right now, I particularly got this issue with the pitching staff and just simply wanting them to throw strikes on a pitch-to-pitch basis, like all of the free passes, the walks. I know a lot of people have grown impatient, whether it's Dana Brown or Joe Espada. And I'm not saying that these guys are perfect or that their job should be secure, that they're not secure, just to be clear about that. But those are issues that I think are beyond them, right? Like, just throw strikes, my man. Like, that is what you are here to do. And to me, just the free passes is inexcusable. So, if anything, I want them to bring in pitchers or enough of a pitching staff to where they're not just giving the game away.
Yeah.
Like, to me, self-inflicted wounds, if you will. That's where I want to get with the Astros at this point.
Well, I tell you where I want to get is I want to get to the Astros again. With a move at the deadline. I hope we're talking about that, and we're not talking about the move being we're sellers. But I want to get to a point where the one piece that Dana assured us was in a really good spot, which obviously is not. That's not going to be. I don't think you can improve it enough, is the bullpen. I want to get to a spot where the lineup is rocking and rolling, which it is. The starting rotation is doing some good things with look, get some guys healthy. I think we got a shot. And our closer getting back. Now, we'll see how long it takes him to get back and what he looks like when he gets here. But I think all of those are answers to big key components to this team making any noise whatsoever late in the season and potentially being a playoff team. I would love to be in a spot where we go, hey, man, I just don't know if the bullpen's going to allow us to do it. Yeah. Right now, to your point, it's starting rotation. It's overall being able to throw strikes. It's overall not being able to quit giving up home runs. Free passes and home runs have been the death of us, right? But it's been so bad, B. Scott. I don't know if it can be worse.
Yeah.
I just, you know what I mean? I don't think
it can't, man.
I don't think it can be worse. Because I know it can't be worse for Brian Abreu. I don't think it can be worse overall as a starting rotation than it was before Spencer Arrighetti came back, right? When you lost all these guys, you didn't have Spencer. You were really banking on Lance McCullers was the one that gave you a little bit of a confidence to have a good outing and give us a chance to win a game. So anyway, I think there's call me crazy. Because I'm usually the guy that's like, no chance, no way. But there's the way these guys are swinging the bat, I don't think it's going to take a whole hell of a lot for them to win enough games to be competitive in this division.
Man, I just think of how far we've come, though, from the
A's are winning the division, B. Scott. The A's are leading the division.
The A's winning.
Sacramento A's.
The Sacramento A's. The nomad.
Come on, man.
Team without a country. Like the homeless team is winning the division.
When I saw them old Oakland A jerseys with Sacramento written across the chest,
get out of here.
I'm not even a fan. It hurt my heart. Ricky Henderson has to be rolling over.
He definitely has to be. He has to be. But think about how far we've come from. So when Hunter Brown was healthy, right? You had your ace.
Yeah.
But it was a question at that point of, well, who's going to be that next guy? Because Christian Javier didn't have it, and now he's injured. And by the way, has anybody heard anything on that? Like that's another guy that's kind of on the shelf, right? And so you were already looking for that next guy to step up beyond just Hunter Brown, and then Hunter Brown is gone. And so now you don't have an ace. You don't have a second guy. You've got this revelation in Spencer Arrighetti coming up and doing a little bit for you. But beyond that, you're really just kind of piecemealing it together start by start, and that is not a way to live. So, ideally, some of the help comes from within, but, I'd love for the Astros to be at a spot by the time the trade deadline comes in early August where they're buying instead of selling. But the way it's trending now, I can't say I feel good about it, Clint.
Well, I tell you what I do feel good about is OT Mills' best bets. Hey, man, no negative juice on you today, man. It's your boy right here, Dirty, bringing it to you, man. No negative juice. I'm not even looking in the rearview mirror, man. Let's talk about it. What you got?
I like where your head's at. It's going to be a profitable Monday. It's going to be a successful Monday of best bets because it has been a while since that has happened.
Let's make some money then.
But here it is. Your 4 best bets on a Monday around the NBA, around these playoffs. No Rockets in action, obviously. I'm not sure I would bet on them even if they were. But here are your 4 best bets. First, the Suns taking on the Thunder in Phoenix. I'm taking the Suns and the points. Plus 11.5 is what I locked in at. We took 10.5 with the Suns last week, I believe, on Friday. That did not work out for us, so maybe an extra point added on there will. Jalen Green. That is your first and only prop bet of the night. We won on this guy last time. Over 18.5 points this time. Over 18.5 for former Rocket young Jalen Green and the Suns. Third best bet tonight, Pistons at the Magic. I'm on the over in this one. Over 214.5 over Detroit and Orlando. And then finally, your fourth and final best bet on a Monday night around the NBA. Timberwolves taking on the Nuggets under in that game. We had the over for Pistons Magic, under 224 between the Timberwolves and the Nuggets this evening. Those are your 4 picks, your 4 best bets. Please, God, let's put some money in our pockets here.
Yeah, I like Tyler's over. T. Mills' best bets, that is. I like the over in the Magic Pistons game. I am nervous about your Jalen Green bet. I'm not going to lie to you. Because, that is, that's a love. You want to talk about gambling. Betting one way,
them dice.
I'm telling you, betting one way or another on Jalen Green on a given night is the definition of a gamble. That's you really putting them on the table, T. Mill.
Well, the ability's there. It's not like you're dealing with a guy that you need at 19 out of that doesn't touch the ball enough or can't get to the hole or can't shoot it. I mean, we'll see.
18.5, he could score 30.
That's right.
But he could score 8, too.
You never know what you're going to get. You may be watching the whole second half. You never know. Those are T. Mills' best bets. Suns plus 11.5. Jalen Green over 18.5. Pistons at Magic over 214.5. T-Wolves Nuggets under 224. If you miss those, at T-Mill Real Deal on Twitter. He'll have them suckers posted up for you every day at 5:33-ish. You get T-Mill's best bets. Good luck, my man. Good luck. We're in the windshield. We ain't in that old rearview mirror. No, sir. We're gonna win this week.
I'm feeling good about
it. Big week coming up this week. All right, we mentioned it. It was a big weekend in Houston. The Texans, the NFL draft has come and gone. NFL free agency, for the most part, has come and gone, right? Still a couple guys floating out there. The Cowboys even signed somebody today. But the Texans, for the most part, have a good chunk of their roster, at least their preseason roster, their training camp roster. They have it built out. Where are the voids? Where are the spots that the Texans could still maybe fill before spring training? Where are the concern spots for Texans fans out there now that most of free agency and the draft is over? We'll break it all down next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Rock and roll, meow.
The Rockets survived a sweep with a big win over the Lakers in Game 4. Can they steal the next one in LA to make this a series again?
Houston's Sports.
.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron is out. Brandon Scott is in. Make sure you check out B Block Podcast. Brandon Scott is doing his thing on there on the regular, and it is a great listen.
We'll be live tonight.
Always has been. You going live tonight?
Gonna be live tonight, 9:30, somewhere within there. Follow me at Brandon K. Scott to get the exact time. But in that 9 o'clock hour, I'll be live.
You got a couple of other things going on as well, don't you? I mean, that's not the only place where folks can find you.
Yeah,
where else
man,
can they find you?
I'm doing the Rockets Collective. I'm doing that with Will and Brado, who do the Brado and Will show on YouTube and their podcast. Also, Lashard Binkley from SI.com and the Rockets Fuel podcast. We all come together for what we call the Rockets Collective podcast. Do it every week, and we'll be doing it tonight at 7:30. So y'all check us out.
So that's tonight. Is B Block tonight too?
Yeah. So it's radio and then 2 podcasts after that. Man, I'm a working man tonight.
Well, I tell you what, you got to keep them irons in the fire,
Yeah,
man. It's the way of life right now.
That's it.
All right, the Texans, the Texans had their draft just like every other NFL team this week. Their draft. Here's how it all unfolded. Keelan Rutledge, Georgia Tech offensive guard in the first round. Kaden McDonald, Ohio State defensive tackle in the second round. Marlon Klein, tight end, Michigan in the second round. Fabechi Nwewu, guard, Oklahoma in the fourth round. Wade Woodaz, linebacker, Clemson in the fourth round. Kamari Ramsey, fifth round safety out of USC. Lewis Bond, wide receiver, Boston College in the sixth round. Aiden Fisher, linebacker out of Indiana in the seventh round. I would say that at the very least, this draft was mirrored kind of free agency of no big splash moves. I wouldn't say there was a lot of sizzle. Now, a lot of that may have to do with the fact that you took an interior offensive lineman and an interior defensive lineman with your 2 premium picks, and then a somewhat developmental tight end that in a weak tight end draft. So there's a lack of sizzle. There's a lack of, hey, go watch this guy make an acrobatic catch and have 14 touchdowns and this and that and have 200 yards against this team. Like, you don't have that with this draft. But I would argue that that's the way that free agency was. You know, you re-signed 2 free agent linemen that you had last year. Not a lot of sizzle there. A lot of folks don't even want to recognize that one of those guards you re-signed that was here last year was one of the top guard free agents that you brought back. Right. You bring in Wyatt Teller, veteran, older in the tooth, longer in the tooth, older player. You bring him in late in free agency. You bring in a tight end, that Foster Moreau, that not many people know. David Montgomery is a guy you bring in. Reed Blankenship is somebody you bring in on the defensive side of the football. Really, really solid football moves. But again, not much sizzle. Not a lot of splash, not a big splash with any of those guys. So solid across the board. The floor of this football team, B. Scott, I would argue is as high as any floor on any football organization NFL-wide. The job that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have done has been absolutely tremendous from a standpoint of raising the floor by making sure that you got solid dudes that are bought into your culture, by spreading out the salary cap, by making sure that the culture's right and everybody's pulling the same direction. And I think this draft was pretty comparable to that. B. Scott, where I want to go now is the floor is solid. They could roll a team out there tomorrow and play a season, I believe. With that said, free agency, for the most part, behind us. The draft, completely behind us. Where are the spots on this football team with the Texans where you would say, hey, we still need a little something right here, or we still need player X, Y, and Z to step up and take the next step and be a player at this position?
So I'm looking at a position group on each side of the ball. On offense, I'm still looking at that running back room, and I like it, but I still don't love it yet. And maybe the offensive line moves in tandem with what they did with the running back position, particularly in bringing back David Montgomery, and, of course, it'll be year 2 of Woody Marks. Maybe all of that coming together is what I'm missing right now. But at the moment, I just don't quite feel like I got enough in that running back room. It leaves a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit to be desired. I could stand to see at least another running back in the mix And I don't think you could have enough of them, honestly. But I feel like you're an injury away. Maybe a step back in performance away. David Montgomery is also a little bit long in the tooth now, especially in running back years, right? Woody Marks let's not act like we haven't seen a Texans running back have a really good rookie year and then fall off a cliff. I'm not anticipating that with Woody Marks, but I got to at least hold out the possibility that could be the case. Right now, he's not switching schemes like Damian Pierce did, the most recent example of that. But I could stand to see more in the running back room on offense, and then defensively, it's what if something happens to Will Anderson, an ankle, or something happens to Daniil Hunter? These are guys who are, for the most part, durable, but if they need a breather or if, God forbid, they miss a game or two, I don't necessarily love what's behind them. So I think depth at edge rusher and depth at running back are the spots that I would key in on.
I like it. I like where I'm going to expand on your running back call. I'm going to go overall weapon, whether it's running back, tight end, wide receiver. Obviously, I would probably hone in more on the wide receiver role because right now it's really overall. Let's say it's positionless. This offense doesn't have much explosiveness. This offense doesn't have much twitch. This offense doesn't have much overall speed. Right, and I think in order to win in the NFL, I think you have to meet a certain requirement of those things, and I think we fall below that. I don't think we're there yet. So whether it is a wide receiver, I say wide receiver, but the position could be a slot or a tight end. It could be a Brevin Jordan type or a running back that's used a little bit differently. I think from the weapon perspective, the way we sit right now with the Texans, we are heavily reliant on Jalen Noel taking what we saw him do on kick and punt return and applying that to the wide receiver position. I know a lot of us wanted to see more of him last year. Is there a reason why we didn't?
I feel like there is.
And maybe that was just, hey, we don't want to overwork the kid. And you had Christian Kirk at the time, and you had Xavier Hutchinson at the time. You felt like you could get by. But it's time for him to step into that role. So you're reliant on that. You're reliant on Tank Dell, whose lower body has been through the meat grinder damn near literally since he's been in the NFL. You're relying on Brevin Jordan, who can't stay healthy. To get that explosiveness, you're relying on guys that have never done it for one reason or another, or are an injury 2 or 3 away from who you thought they were a year or two ago.
Yeah.
And so, I agree with you on the weapon part of this thing. I think the Texans have to find a way, and I don't know at this point how you find it unless it's a trade, but they've got to find a way to add speed. And I know it's not the focus for this offense. Clearly it's not the focus for this offense. They're more about the identity of the offensive line being physical, violent, being, finishing, straining. But, boy, at some point you got to get somebody other than Nico. We can't go, all right, name the weapons on this offense, and you immediately get to Woody Marks. Like that just can't be where we're at. So I think there's not many holes. They've done a hell of a job, but one of them is, you say running back, I say overall weapon and just explosiveness, twitch, change of direction, playmaking ability on this offense.
Yeah.
The second one for me, B. Scott, is the interior defensive line. I still think I can't help but think of, the previous years when you had, and I know all these guys weren't always healthy, but it's kind of my point, right? Is you had Foley Fatukasi, you had Tim Settle, you had Mario Edwards Jr., you had Sheldon Rankins, you had Tommy Togiai, you had what's Danico Autry that can move inside.
Yep.
I mean, you're getting 6. I haven't even named what was the young fella from Notre Dame. I always forget his name.
Heinisch.
Kurt Heinisch was in the. Now he was hurt, and there was a couple other guys that were hurt that were kind of down the depth chart that never really got an opportunity. I think there's still the way that D'Amico wants to rotate guys through, and the way that the NFL chews these guys up, and they have injuries throughout. Now I know we've had some problems with some